Chapter 251 I Want to See You. Xue Liyang never told Luo Qin that he had not participated in the reconstruction experiment out of necessity. During the days when he was seriously ill, he saw that his life was bleak, and the white snow poured into every corner of his heart. On the afternoon when Xue Liyang found out his college entrance examination results, the sun fell on his hands, like freshly baked bread. He lay on the hospital bed, and heard a song on TV, and suddenly wanted to live. I suddenly became very afraid of dying. I wondered if you were still alive. If I was gone, I would never find you again, Xue Liyang said. Even if there was only a little hope, even a little bit, I wanted to see you again. I asked Xiaobai. Luo Qin put one hand around Xue Liyang and stroked his hair. He said that when you were sickest, neither he nor Cheng Qingyao was by your side. I was afraid that I would die in a very ugly way. Xue Liyang smiled and said, I told Xiao Fanglu that if I didn't save you, here he dies and there he is cremated immediately. After all, I am a person who pays special attention to appearance. Luo Qin slapped him on the back of his head lightly. Nonsense. Damn it. Xue Liyang covered his head and looked at him in disbelief. You almost gave me a concussion. Luo Qin put his hand into the water and fumbled around. That's impossible. I can't even unscrew the bottle cap. How can I have such great strength? Xue Liyang held his hand down, skillfully performed a set of counter-grabbing, turned around and sat on him, looking down at him. Don't move. Xue Liyang lowered her head and kissed him on the lips. You're really good. I felt you poking me as soon as I came up. Luo Qin didn't speak for a long time, and a ball of snow fell from the pine branches beside him, which made him come back to his senses from his meditation. I was just thinking about something. Luo Qin raised his hand and touched Xue Liyang's face. Xiaobai told me that he was sure you had someone you liked before. Probably in high school. Xue Liyang pressed his shoulders and sat up straight. Huh? But you really didn't like anyone else except me. Luo Qin lifted his waist. That means you have liked me since high school at the latest. I'm sure. So confident? Xue Liyang raised his eyebrows and asked him excitedly. What if it's not you? A cold light flashed in Luo Qin's eyes. I'm telling you, don't provoke me. What if I provoke you? Xue Liyang pinched his chin. Kill me? On the pine forest path separated by a house, Jimo Lang pricked up his ears and listened for a while, pulled Jimoro's clothes. Dad, why haven't they come out yet? I want everyone to go to the mountains to play together. Jimoro looked straight ahead, holding a piece of pine branch in her hand, writing and drawing on the ground. Don't worry about them, maybe they are dead in there. Look here first. I will teach you how to write. He used a pine branch to quickly sketch on the snow. Horizontal, vertical, left and right strokes. Each stroke was vigorous. Each word flowed like clouds in water, and the pen fell as fast as smoke. He quickly wrote 2 lines of regular script, handed the pine branch to Jimo Lang, and said, Write as it is. Don't learn Luo Qin's dog-crawling handwriting. It's ugly and cheap. Jimo Lang squatted on the ground, holding up the pine branch, and read word by word. Stop the car and sit to enjoy the maple forest in the evening. The frost leaves are redder than the flowers in February. Luo Qin put on his clothes, pushed open the door and saw Jimo Lang holding a half piece of wood to study. Jimoro stood on the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance, her eyes lost. Xiao Lang, what are you doing? Luo Qin called out. Jimo Lang raised his head, dropped the wood and ran over. Uncle San, are you done? I'm reviewing the wilderness survival skills my father taught me. He taught me to use a knife. And it's very fast. I can kill a zombie. What? Luo Qin was stunned. Jimoro, you asked him to deal with the zombies? Jimoro turned around and didn't care about his fuss. What's the matter? I was fighting with people with my fists when I was 4 years old. The world is much crueler now. If he doesn't learn now, he will suffer in the future? Don't stretch his bones, tendons and so on. Luo Qin was still worried. Can't we start from the basics? It's okay, Zhu Yin has seen it all. He perfectly inherited his father's genes. Very awesome. Just now, he fell on the mountain road, and his hand was cut. It's all healed now, if you don't believe me. Ask. Luo Qin looked at Jimo Lang doubtfully. Really? Jimo Lang raised his palm to show him. Well, third uncle. Look, there's nothing left. Luo Qin went over and held Jimo Lang's hand. Looking left and right for a long time, confirming that there was nothing wrong, he breathed a sigh of relief. Where is the second uncle? Jimo Lang looked behind him. Why didn't he come out? Luo Qin looked back and said, Lizzie is tired and is resting. Let's not disturb him. Shui Liang's lazy voice came from the room. I'm not dead. Xiao Lang. Come in. Jimal Lang left Luo Qin aside and ran in happily. Shui Liang was lying on the wooden couch, with a cushion under him, and fine and dense blue and red marks on his chest. He discovered a long time ago that these ambiguous marks left by Luo Qin would not heal as quickly as ordinary wounds, and would have to stay on the body for 2 or 3 days before they would slowly fade away. Jimal Lang lay on the bed, playing with Shui Liang's fingers. Second uncle. I can kill zombies now. When he said it, it was as if he had got a new toy. His tone was flat, even a little careless. Shui Liang couldn't tell what expression was on his face, but just said, well, I heard about it, but you should be careful next time. Okay? Okay. Luo Qin sat down, combed Jimal Lang's messy hair, and asked Shui Liang, aren't you nervous about him? What are you nervous about? This is what he was born with. Reconstructed humans have this aggressive side in their bones. It's the same for everyone. It has nothing to do with whether their personality is gentle or not. Shui Liang shook his head. Xiao Lang has good talent. Now we really need to start teaching him some skills on how to control it freely. Otherwise the accumulated pheromones will have nowhere to be released and may get out of control. Just like Nianyu. Jimoro stood at the door, looking at this side leisurely. Damn it. Put on your clothes. It's too shameful to watch. Shui Liang pulled up his collar speechlessly. Luo Qin rubbed his neck and said, by the way, there is something I want to tell you. Lieutenant Colonel Ji may make some moves after the new year, which can be big or small, and will not be beyond his ability. I don't know the details. And Lu Huai and Zhu Yin are watching. As for me, I was supposed to leave on the 3rd day of the junior high school, but now I plan to stay outside for a while. Although I feel sorry for Sister Song. It is better to watch the fire from the other side of the river than to get burned by it. Shui Liang and Jimoro both looked at him. Their expressions were not very surprised. Only Jimal Lang didn't understand, and blinked in confusion. The fire has already started. Luo Qin smiled. I'll add some firewood. During the few days at Songha Hot Spring, Lu Huai came here once, apparently asked by Luo Qin to run errands, and was escorted up by the Senling. Shui Liang was clearing the mountain trail with Luo Qin at that time. It was difficult for those wandering zombies to climb up, but there were inevitably 1 or 2 with extraordinary physical strength, probably also yearning for the natural hot springs here, and they almost climbed to the entrance of the resort. A bullet passed through the pine forest and hit Lu Huai's head. A black mass fell over and rolled down the snow slope, bringing up a cloud of snow mist. Shui Liang lowered the gun, and a wisp of white smoke floated past his face. Come up. This is the last one here. What bullets are used? Lu Huai was surprised. So extravagant. Testing new bullets. Shui Liang said. Sent from the Arctic Ocean. Not bad. Lu Huai roughly walked around the place, and couldn't help but admire. What a comfortable hot spring. It's the first time I've seen it. Let Shui Liang recuperate in such a place. It's good for him. Sun Ling brought Shui Liang some supplements that he said could regulate the body. Among them was a box of donkey hide gelatin, which looked black and hard, and didn't taste very good. She said that this was brought by Jima Song from Qingdao, and it took a lot of manpower and resources to make such a small amount. Do you want to stay with him for a few days? Lu Huai asked Sun Ling. You've been very tired lately. No. The caravan wants me to watch over them. Sun Ling said. Captain, I plan to open a new trade route after the new year, heading east to Japan, where there is a lot of demand. The cost of air transport is too high, and it's hard to schedule a route now. I want to go from Qingdao and ship the goods by water. Okay. It's great that you have your own ideas. Go for it, Shui Liang said. Several survivor camps west of Taihang Mountain are also interested in cooperation, but they have to pass through a large area of infected areas, and we have not been able to reach an agreement on cost control. Their men occupied the raw stone mine, which was taken from Fangzhou. This can be used as a condition for our negotiation. Sun Ling nodded. Okay. I will watch it. Captain, you should have a good rest, and take care of your health. She and Lu Huai stayed for half a day, and then went back. The two of them went down the mountain along the original route. If Sun Ling hadn't escorted him, Lu Huai would probably have been eaten alive by zombies halfway, which would not have been enough to fill his teeth. Xue Liang looked at the small bag of donkey hide gelatin brought by Sin Ling. Revealing a distressed look, he opened the paper package, took a piece and put it in his mouth, chewing it painfully. You still want to eat it even if you don't like it? Luo Qin laughed at him. I'm impressed. Although I know this thing is useless. It was brought by Cha Cha Ka after all. Xue Liang covered his cheek and sighed. And when I see these snacks, I want to put them in my mouth and chew them. And the taste is secondary. Luo Qin, you can try it too, Xue Liang said generously. I can share it with you. As much as you want. Luo Qin, you can't eat it yourself. You want me to solve it for you. Right? Xue Liang looked at him with bright eyes. With a smile in her eyes. Luo Qin walked over and took away his leftovers. Forget it. Give it to me. Among the things Lu Huai brought was a tightly wrapped paper bag, which was bulging. Xue Liang thought it was something delicious. So he opened it and looked at it. However, he found that it was 2 suits. One black and one white. Ironed and neatly placed in the bag. Xue Liang picked it up a few times and lost interest after finding that it was not food. Did he forget his things here? Luo Qin sat aside and chewed donkey hide gelatin. And said to him, Aren't you going to discuss business in Songha after the new year? I heard that the caravan coming from Russia, this time, was an elite team of an international negotiation company. You shouldn't wear the same clothes you wore when you came. Right? Let someone customize one for you in the South Security Zone. So that you can hold your ground. Why not? Down jackets are so warm, Xue Liang asked. And there are so many people in suits in the room. And I am the only one wearing a down jacket. Then, it's called casualness, so that others can't see what you're thinking, and it's more unexpected. Have you been wearing a down jacket in the house? Xue Liang said bluntly, I don't think it's right. What's the point of showing off? You just want to see me wear it. He exposed Luo Qin mercilessly, and he was very proud of himself. But soon he found that Luo Qin's eyes were not right when he looked at him, and he always felt a kind of suppressed desire? Lychee. Luo Qin had been to the limit, and said hoarsely, Wear it for me to see. He stood up and walked in front of Xue Liang, and his dangerous eyes went straight into the other's heart. Xue Liang sighed, and slowly raised his hands. I surrender, I'll wear it, and spare my life. He didn't want Luo Qin to do it himself, in broad daylight. It was really endless, and it was not decent. Chapter 252 Heart Photo. The noise in the house quieted down. Jimo Lang took Jimo Ro's hand and looked back curiously. Dad, won't Uncle go down the mountain with us? They are not free. Jimo Ro carried 2 guns on her back and said without looking back. Let's go. The 2 walked down the mountain road, winding down the stone steps in the dense pine forest. Next to it is the mountain road that used to be crowded with vehicles and tourists. Tourists can choose to drive to the hot spring town on the top of the mountain, or park the car at the foot of the mountain, and climb up the steps along the pine forest path, looking at the dense cedars and firs along the way, which is quite unique. It was winter, the most enjoyable season of the year in Yanling. There was rime in the forest at dusk. Smoke filled the mountain road, withered wild grass emerging from the snow. And occasionally, there was a light sound of snow pressing on branches. The twilight poured down from the treetops above, making it look like a fairyland. There was a peach orchard on the hillside for tourists to enjoy and pick peaches. But at this time of year, the trees were withered, and there was nothing to see. As Jimo Lang walked, he kept looking around, making the snow creak under his feet, thinking that this was much more shocking than what was described in the book. Dad, I read in a book the other day that the ancients talked about pine and cypress and plum blossoms, and they could never tell which one was better. What should we do? Jimo Lang turned his head and asked his father, and said that we planted plum blossoms at home. Why not pine and cypress? Is it because plum blossoms are better than pine and cypress? Jimo Ro fiddled with the pine needles beside him, shaking off a ball of white snow. Whatever. Plant whichever you like. No one is better. The ancients were all making a fuss, and they were just wasting their time. Jimo Lang learned a new word. Making a fuss. And lowered his head to silently ponder the meaning. Son, you stand there. Jimo Ro suddenly let go of Jimo Lang's hand, and took a few steps back. Don't move. Oh! Jimo Lang listened to him very much, and stood there obediently. Jimo Ro retreated to a pine tree, and then kicked it suddenly, and the snow on the tree fell down, and instantly buried Jimo Lang, who was standing there in a daze, into a snowman. Ha ha ha. Silly son. Are you silly? Jimoro laughed so hard that she held onto the tree trunk. She couldn't be happier. You didn't move when I told you to. Jimo Lang shook off the snow on his body, patted his neck, and laughed at Jimoro. His eyes were almost gone. Do it again. Dad. No. If you catch a cold and have a fever again, Shui Liang, that troublemaker, will scold me again. Jimoro went over to wipe the snow off his clothes. Have you been to the city to play? Let's go. I'll take you there. Jimo Lang jumped a few times. Okay. Dad. Let's go play. This child seemed to be born with a smile on his face. Even seeing a leaf falling could make him happy, no matter how much Jimoro struggled. He thought it was a sign that his father liked him. No matter how many times these boring tricks were repeated, he would still run towards Jimoro with a smile. Perhaps Jimoro herself had not grown up much, and was completely blank about raising children. Last time Jimo Lang fell in front of him, his palm was cut and bleeding, and he just stood there quietly, waiting for him to get up by himself, without any extra care. The town at the foot of the resort has a history of nearly 200 years. It used to be one of the major tourist attractions in Songha City, with a developed service industry and simple folk customs. After the first wave of infection, the surviving Aborigines followed the army and moved to the urban area of Songha. But they were all destroyed in a catastrophe not long after, and no one survived. Today, the urban area of Songha is occupied by millions of infected creatures. Death and fighting are staged every day, from sunrise to sunset, every moment, without end. Shui Liang once tried to send several groups of people to station here and try to recycle. But it turned out that Songha is no longer suitable for living. Whether it is humans or recreated humans, it is difficult to survive in an environment with such a serious infection level. So the recycling plan was hastily done and finally ended in failure. Songha River is covered with a gray haze in winter, and only a few streetlights are still on. Fortunately, the caravans that traveled to Songha River in the past 2 years have repaired the infrastructure here. Although it is unlikely to reclaim the city in the short term, there is always a place to rest. Many brave or powerful caravans pass through Songha River and often stay overnight here. The transportation network of the Ark just passes over the city, so Songha River is not completely abandoned. Occasionally, humans will visit and have constant conflicts with the indigenous people here. Every evening, scattered lights in the city will light up one after another, and occasionally loud horn alarms will be heard from somewhere, attracting the wandering dead in the city. The terrifying roars hovered around the city, as if to drag people into a deeper desperate situation. Dad? It's so dark. Jimo Lang had never seen such a desolate city, and was a little nervous. Will there be monsters coming to catch us? Yes, and they specialize in eating children, Jimoro said. So don't run around. If you are eaten, I can't do anything. Jimo Lang shrank behind him and grabbed his clothes tightly. I don't want to be eaten. If I am eaten, I will never see my dad again. Dad, don't be afraid either. I can protect you. Jimoro's eyes moved slightly. She glanced at him, touched his head silently, and pulled out a very small buck-folding knife from her waist, and put it in Jimo Lang's hand. Take it, and practice with it when you have a chance. The two walked through the smog-shrouded streets, surrounded by old cars, and a thick layer of snow on the road, which sank deep into the ankles. Jimo Lang walked with difficulty, leaving a long trail in the snow. In the heavy fog, countless black shadows appeared, sobbing and approaching them. Jimoro raised a knife. Her eyes sank. Here it comes. Okay, Shui Liang finally said. Come in. Luo Qin pretended not to be in a hurry to see, and waited for 2 seconds before pushing the door open. He saw Shui Liang, who was wearing a pure white suit, standing sideways to him, adjusting the collar of his black and white shirt. He was tall and graceful, and he had never seen her before. Standing under the bright light, Shui Liang's neck was wrapped in the collar of the shirt, and the curve was beautiful. It had not been exposed to the wind and rain for a long time, and it looked particularly fragile. But at this moment, a faint red crept out from the collar and quietly spread behind the ears. Does this look good? Shui Liang lowered his head, fiddling with his collar, which was not messy at all, and never looked at Luo Qin. I haven't worn it for a long time, and I'm a little uncomfortable. The dark flowered knitted suit jacket he was wearing was specially made by Luo Qin for a fashion designer he had saved before. He was familiar with Shui Liang's figure and body shape, and reported the size to him without any obstacles. Of course, Luo Qin would not tell Shui Liang that he had secretly measured him while he was asleep, just in case the data was wrong. The slender and narrow waist, which was fastened by the belt, rose and fell with his breathing, and his tight abdominal muscles and waistline could be seen faintly. Lizzie, Luo Qin went over and held his waist. Wrap this inside your down jacket, and take it off when you go into the house, and you will be the most dazzling boy. Shui Liang laughed and took 2 steps back, bumping into Luo Qin. And you can also write some orders for the fashion designer. Right? It doesn't matter. There are many clothing factories in Shining. I found some usable fabrics, and asked others to make them for you. People also need some money to eat. There's no harm. Luo Qin turned him around, looked at him carefully. It's not a very expensive thing. Do you like it? Shui Liang admitted frankly, I like it very much. It looks really good, just right for the wedding. Luo Qin smiled casually. Wait for me to change into the black one, and let's take a picture. Shui Liang was caught off guard when he heard the word wedding, and looked at Luo Qin for a moment, but the other party said this very naturally. Luo Qin took off his clothes and threw them on the bed. Shui Liang was about to fold them for him, but suddenly he felt something hard in his chest pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a carefully sealed photo of him playing the piano in his youth. He couldn't even remember when the photo was taken. It looked like it was taken around junior high school, not long after he gave up music. Luo Qin put on his clothes and stood up, but found Shui Liang holding the photo in his hand and looking at it intently. So he smiled. The first time I went to your house, I stole it from your room, and I sealed it with plastic for fear of damaging it. You have kept it all these years? Shui Liang shook the photo, and her nose was a little sour. How come you are like a pervert, secretly hiding other people's photos and putting them on your chest? I am a pervert, but if I am not a pervert, you would think it is boring. Luo Qin wore a straight black suit and turned around. Looks handsome, isn't it? Really handsome, Shui Liang said. Luo Qin was very proud of himself. He is really stupid, Shui Liang added. Luo Qin pressed him on the bed. Don't, wait until I change it off before you do it. Shui Liang was afraid that his clothes would be wrinkled, so he didn't dare to struggle hard. Luo Qin let him go, looked at their clothes carefully, and laughed. Well, it really looks like a wedding dress. Keep the clothes, and wait for the wedding. The wedding is good. Shui Liang sat up and looked at him. I'll be your best man. Luo Qin sighed, bent down and blocked him by the bed, and kissed him for a long time. Shui Liang smiled, and put her arm on his shoulder, saying, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. If you want to hold a wedding, remember to invite more people and collect money. Isn't it enough for me to support you alone? Luo Qin kissed his ear. You can support me. We don't care about so much. Shui Liang nodded seriously. Okay. I'll ask Gina to bring me a pig farming manual later, and I'll study it carefully. Are you done? Luo Qin smiled. I see you are weak now, and I don't want to take advantage of you. No. Shui Liang looked at him. Who are you saying is weak? Luo Qin cleared his throat. No. I really can't. His tone sounded like he was imitating Shui Liang's behavior last night. The other party was stunned, and couldn't swallow this breath no matter what he said. He wanted to fight him. After his emotions stabilized, Shui Liang never had such a dream again. The remnants of hallucinations that often appeared before also disappeared completely. He did hide some things very well, but it was just his personality. He was not used to showing too much of his pain to others. Luo Qin was an exception, but he didn't want to let the other person bear too much pressure. However, he didn't tell Luo Qin that when the person beside him measured his size that night, he was actually awake. Chapter 253 Parasite. Luo Qin sat on the bed and put on his clothes. Looking at Shui Liang, who was attracted by the sound of the radio in the yard, he asked, What's wrong? Shui Liang knocked on the shell of the radio and saw the red light on. There was a communication from the mountain. Xiao Ro. He answered the signal and heard the whirring sound of the wind from the other side. He felt something was wrong. What happened? The city, the municipal hospital 30 kilometers north of the resort. Come immediately. Jima Rose said in a voice mixed with electricity. Your business is off. Shui Liang. Shui Liang immediately changed his clothes, packed up his things, and drove down the mountain with Luo Qin, speeding north in the snow. Luo Qin drove very carefully. At first, he was quite stable. After entering the city, He was chased and blocked by zombies several times and almost slipped. The area around the hospital was very quiet. There were even fewer zombies than before. As soon as they got out of the car, they ran straight into the hospital building. The moment they entered the door, they both felt a chill at the same time. Be careful, there are a lot of them on the first floor. I can feel it. Xue Liang raised the gun in his hand. The tactical flashlight on the gun head illuminated the road ahead. To the northeast, there are infected bodies approaching. He and Luo Qin looked at each other and rushed to the corridor in front. Dozens of zombies with bared fangs and claws appeared in the range of the tactical flashlight, filling the narrow corridor. Xue Liang raised his gun and fired a burst of shots. The muzzle of the gun with a silencer made a dull sound, and instantly cleared half of the corridor. Contact Shiro. Xue Liang bent down and leaned forward, staring closely at the situation on one side of the corridor. Luo Qin could feel that the pheromones on his body were a little manic, so he raised his hand and touched his spine twice. Xue Liang turned his head suddenly. What are you doing? You are angry. Luo Qin shrugged. I'll calm down. Xue Liang turned his head and touched his ear unnaturally. Get out. Luo Qin held the walkie-talkie and could detect the signal from the building. But no one answered. No movement. I don't know which floor it is. They should be able to hear the gunshots if they are close. They quietly went up to the second floor, and the zombies turned their heads in the light of the flashlight, and immediately gathered here after discovering the prey. Xue Liang cleared the obstacles in front of him, while Luo Qin stared at his back. The two of them were almost back to back, fighting in coordination, with tacit understanding and concentration. Luo Qin seemed to have regained the long-lost feeling of fighting side by side, and felt the blood in his body gradually warming up. He shot down the zombie on the stairs behind Xue Liang with one shot. Search the second floor. The area is a bit large. It will be hard. Xue Liang raised his hand. Let's go! This is a Sino-Russian joint venture friendship hospital in the 1950s, which was later slowly transformed into state-owned assets. It has a total history of several decades. The old-fashioned corridors were painted green half-length, with patterned tiles underfoot, and almost all wooden doors. Only a few departments had anti-theft doors installed, and they were not very strong. It was almost impossible to block the zombies with them alone. They searched the wards and departments one by one. There were countless medical staff and patients who were infected and did not have time to escape. Some of them even mutated in speed and strength, and their attacks were very terrifying. If it were ordinary people, it would be absolutely difficult to resist. There are at least 10 in the corridor ahead. You watch behind me, I'll clean them up. Xue Liang ran over quickly after saying that. After a burst of gunfire, there were dozens of rotting corpses lying on the ground in front of him, emitting a strong stench that soon filled the entire corridor. Luo Qin fired at the zombies chasing him from behind, while retreating to the stairs with Xue Liang. At this time, he heard a creaking sound from a security door behind him, and Ji Moreau's voice came. Come in quickly. Lizzie, this way. Luo Qin whispered to Xue Liang. Found it. Xue Liang responded, and was about to go over there, but suddenly a string rang in his head, and at the same time he looked at the end of the corridor on the other side, and saw a thin figure standing in front of the window under the pale light outside, seemingly with his back to them, and his face was completely invisible. What was very inconsistent with the man's thin figure was that there was a huge and weird protrusion on the left side of his shoulder. When the man moved slightly, it was like a hump growing on his back, rotating with his body. However, the next second, the figure jumped out of the window, and it seemed that he had no intention of attacking them at all. Before Xue Liang had time to chase after him and take a closer look, he was pulled into the security door by Luo Qin. And then, the door was closed from the inside by Ji Moreau. The sound of footsteps gradually increased in the corridor. The zombies downstairs had already caught up, and were looking for the intruder like crazy outside. It was really dangerous. Ji Moreau wiped her sweat. You are lucky to come here safely. I was not so easy to deal with when I arrived. What happened? Luo Qin saw Jimal Lang sitting in a corner holding a knife. He should be sleeping soundly. Is Xiao Lang okay? No. I'm tired. I'm sleeping. Ji Moreau rubbed her nose. Her voice was very low. This little bastard can run, jumping up and down. What's going on? Why did you bring him to such a place? Xue Liang frowned. What did you find? Ji Moreau pointed to the walkie-talkie on her waist. I received a radio distress signal. The other side said it was a caravan sent by Arctic Ocean International. They arrived in Songha in advance. They wanted to rest in the previous safe house. But they were attacked by something on the way. They could only evacuate to the hospital first. When I arrived, their convoy was parked nearby. There was no one in the car. The last signal came from the hospital. He also held a walkie-talkie in his hand, which was printed with the logo of the company that Gina belonged to. I only found one infected caravan member, who was only slightly conscious at the time. I was about to ask about the situation, and I encountered the thing they said. A highly mutated infected creature that would disguise itself as a human to attract survivors, and then howl to provide a hunting signal to its companions. And then you were surrounded by the zombies attracted by that thing? Luo Qin asked. Jimoro nodded. This thing seems to have evolved intelligence. And it's not an ordinary zombie. Damn. It's really difficult to deal with. We didn't run into it when we came here, but I just saw one in the corridor. Shui Liang thought about it, and described it to the other two. It looks like a human, and it looks like a zombie. There are signs of infection and mutation on his body. He must have seen me just now, but he just walked away and didn't intend to do anything to me. Jimoro raised her head and asked him, "What did you say? Half human and half zombie?" "I'm not sure. I just sent the information about the zombies that would keep watch for their companions to Zhu Yin. So I didn't receive your communication," Jimoro said. "When you say that, I suddenly remembered that when Zhu Yin and I were studying the evolution and mutation of infected organisms, he proposed a theory of mutant forms, which is parasites. This kind of existence is different from ordinary zombies. They are parasitized by the virus, and their bodies mutate, but they can maintain the most basic human thinking consciousness. Similarly, the parasites also have the instincts of zombie reproduction and predation, but they can control this instinct, similar to recreating humans, but more animalistic." "Right?" Shui Liang asked. "Yes, that's what you mean. However, recreating humans are not contagious, but parasites can spread viruses." Jimoro nodded. "And this kind of parasite, only when it is parasitized by the red scab virus. Will this happen? The parasites of the Lantian virus currently do not have this kind of mutation branch. It can actually evolve." "This is endless," Luo Qin said. "I have to tell GMO Song and Zhu Yan immediately, and think about how to deal with it. If it is true as he assumed, the existence of the parasite would be a huge threat, and the Ark must have an emergency plan." Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of clothes rubbing behind him, and Jimo Lang woke up. He rubbed his eyes sleepily, and climbed up from the ground. He walked to the window like a sleepwalker, and looked out on tiptoe. "Xiao Lang, what's wrong?" Jimo Lang turned his head, pointed outside the window, and said to the three people, "Dad, Uncle, that sister is looking at us." Jimoro was startled, and immediately rushed to the window to look, and found that, as Jimo Lang said, there was a human-shaped shadow on the empty and quiet street, with long hair, and it looked like a woman, staring at the window of the room where they were. "What is that?" Shui Liang and Luo Qin also saw the person, and they couldn't help but be on guard. "Did she find us? She doesn't look like a good person." Jimoro touched the short knife at her waist and said, "Be prepared for a fight." However, the woman just looked at them for a while, about 5 or 6 minutes, and then suddenly turned around and jumped onto the advertising light box on the roadside with a skill that no human could ever achieve. Her figure disappeared in the mist. In just a blink of an eye, there was no one on the street. "Gone?" Jimoro was puzzled. "She didn't plan to attack us." Shui Liang picked up Jimo Lang and asked him, "Xiao Lang, how did you know she was there?" None of the 3 adult recreated humans present could compare to the child's sharpness. None of them noticed the woman outside the window before. "I just knew it." Jimo Lang lay on him listlessly, as if he had not woken up yet. "She stood there looking at us for a long time, so I wanted to see what she was going to do." Shui Liang looked at the direction the woman left, and thought, "The person I saw in the corridor just now should be the same as her. We must have been discovered. I don't know if these things will come back. Let's evacuate first. Let's go back to the resort and contact Zhu Yin and Gina immediately." Chapter 254. What's in the Shadows? There is a signal tower on the top of the mountain where the resort is located, which maintains signal exchanges with various receiving towers in the city. Luo Qin first contacted Zhu Yin, telling him that he was in Songha now, and seemed to have encountered the kind of parasites he mentioned. It is not yet known whether they attacked the caravan in the Arctic Ocean. Don't go into the city for now. If this is true, the entire Songha, as well as Wanchun Camp and Hanshou to its south will be affected. The parasites will not stay in Songha forever. If they escape from the city, it will be a serious threat to the survivors outside. Xu Yan said. I will send a team to Songha for investigation immediately and contact you at any time. Xu Yan hung up. And Shui Liang immediately contacted Xena in Moscow. Xena heard about the attack on the company's caravan and took it very seriously. She asked Shui Liang to continue the investigation first. She would send another caravan to meet him directly at the weapons factory on the outskirts of Songha. Jimoro lay comfortably on the wooden couch, not worrying about anything. The charcoal fire below burned warmly, occasionally stirring up a little charcoal ash, accompanied by a few sparks. Jimal Lang was conscientiously fulfilling the task assigned to him by Jimoro, stepping barefoot on his father's back, doing a muscle and bone massage. Pack your things and come with me to the development zone on the outskirts of the city. Shui Liang called Luo Qin while getting dressed. I'll probably be there for a week. Bring some extra clothes. Jimal Lang stopped and asked him. Is Uncle Bai here too? Yes. But we have important things to discuss. So we can't play with you. Shui Liang got dressed and went over to pinch his face. Xiao Lang. Stay here with your daddy. I want to go too. I won't bother you. Okay? Jimal Lang hugged his waist pitifully. I want to see Uncle Bai. I won't cause any trouble. Dad? I want to go too. Jimoro got up and stretched. Okay. We're bored here anyway. The development zone on the outskirts of Songha is located in the north of the urban area. It used to be an old heavy chemical industrial base in the 3 northeastern provinces. After the transformation, it began to develop greenhouse agriculture and light industry. After the outbreak of the infection, Songha Light Machinery, which is well known in the entire new weapon manufacturing industry, is located here, and has orders with safe zones and survivor camps around the world. Shui Liang, the founder, who became famous in the Battle of the Ark 4 years ago, is now sitting at the door of the Songha Light Machinery factory, preparing ingredients for dinner. Luo Qin and several other people went to the periphery of the camp to set up a protective net. And by the way, tested the latest alarm device developed by Songha Light Machinery, so that if an infected creature approaches at night, it can also provide an early warning. Xiao Lang, come and help make the fire. Shui Liang blew on the fire tongs in his hand, and waved to Jimal Lang from a distance. We have to roast these foods. Come, Uncle. Jimal Lang ran over. What's for dinner? Roasted lamb and potatoes. Shui Liang said. I made soup for you. Drink some to warm you up at night. Bai Wu Luo came out carrying 2 boxes, stacked them under the canvas tent, and filled out the labels on the boxes after counting them. Brother, the bills of lading are all. It's pasted, they can get the goods directly after they arrive. Is that all? Shui Liang asked. I remember the first order was from Beibinjiang. They have a huge demand. The rest is inside. Chung Qingyao is working on it. Bai Wu Luo said. The basement was a little leaky a few days ago. These 2 boxes were a little damp, but fortunately the things inside were not damaged. I'll put them out to dry. Shui Liang nodded. Move it back before going to bed at night, and take it out to dry at noon tomorrow. It's starting to fog here. It's not safe outside now. Those parasites are wandering around the city. I don't know if they will come here. Bai Wu Luo sat down and peeled potatoes with him. Brother, Chung Qingyao, and I also saw that kind of thing. The same as what you encountered. And there was no aggressive behavior. We were very close at the time. I could see his face. His skin was very pale, but the muscles around his eyes were dark red, and the blood vessels under his skin were obvious. If they really carry the red scurf virus, then we must be careful, Shui Liang said. The red scurf virus is still very dangerous to us, and it is not impossible to be infected 2 or 3 times. You haven't been infected, and I don't want you to be infected. Bai Wu Luo was the only member of the Blue Flame team who was not infected by the red scurf virus. Fortunately, Chung Qingyao grabbed him in time. Otherwise the situation would have ended even worse. Brother, are you okay? Bai Wu Luo looked down at the fire and asked. Do you think I look unwell? Shui Liang chuckled. Don't worry. I know my own body, and I can just use my hands to deal with those things. It's far from being serious. Bai Wu Luo sighed, knowing that Shui Liang hated preaching the most. In the past, when he was a rebellious teenager, he would explode at the slightest thing. He would quarrel with Zhao Feng Luo almost every time because of such things. He would break chopsticks at the table without saying a word, run away from home without taking anything, and even not come back for days and nights. But Luo Qin's preaching was very effective. Xue Liyang's temper could be tied down by him. Bai Luo found it incredible. But after thinking about it carefully, it was probably called one thing conquers another thing. Bai Luo turned his head and looked at Luo Qin, who was walking towards him with a good mood. He always felt that there was an invisible tail swaying behind him. This person will not leave. And he can't be driven away even if he is beaten. Lizzie, I have contacted Gina. They will arrive tomorrow afternoon. Luo Qin squatted beside the fire and piled the surrounding stones in the middle. She came here in person and brought some supplies and weapons. All for you. Have you told her about the parasite? Xue Liyang fed him a small potato. Be careful. It's better. That thing has the red scab virus. And it's not easy for recreated humans to deal with it. She knows everything. And she will be careful. Luo Qin tasted the slightly hot potato and said, add some more cumin, it's a little bland. Xue Liyang grabbed a handful of cumin and sprinkled it on. Let's eat. Dinner was eaten with the employees of Songhe Light Machinery. These people were scientists and engineers rescued by Bai Luo from all over the country. The technical level was there. They quickly got used to Xue Liyang's coding technology. In 1 year, they completed testing, optimization, mass production and sales. And they were very tight-lipped. It was absolutely confidential, both about the technology itself and the founder behind Songhe Light Machinery. Except for Xena from the Arctic Ocean Security Company, and Aaron and Ignat from the Black Falcon Commando. Almost no one knows that the mysterious and never-revealing film technology holder of Songhe Light Machinery is the Red Eye of the past. The No. 1 killer on the dark web who retired from the underworld and made money right away. Even these employees don't know the identity of the person sitting here and having dinner with them. In their eyes, their immediate superior is Bai Luo. And the young man next to him, who looks particularly gentle, is just the boss's brother. This time, they will stay longer. After finishing the orders on hand, they will return to Qingdao to continue producing goods for America. So they will probably need to replenish supplies in 2 days. Winter melon and mutton stewed together are extremely delicious. After winter in Songhe, the outdoor area is equivalent to a natural refrigerator. The stored vegetables and meat are difficult to deteriorate, which is enough for them to support for 1 to 2 weeks. Jimoro is roasting half a leg of lamb on the fire. It is excellent goat meat. He had harvested 3 fat goats when hunting in the wild before. In the temperate and cold zones in the north of the continent in winter, mutton is as precious as charcoal fire, especially in the past few years after the infection. Everyone is struggling to survive. Jimo Lang watched eagerly until Jimoro sprinkled the lamb leg with seasoning, put it to his mouth and took a bite. Is it delicious, Dad? He swallowed his saliva and asked. When he wanted to eat something, he would not ask directly, but first look at the other party's attitude. At this point, he showed a caution that was not in line with his age. Unless something was 90% sure, he would not easily take action. Jimoro glanced at him, tore off a piece of lamb. Try it. Jimo Lang happily opened his mouth to receive it, chewing it bit by bit, savoring the taste. The father would tear off a strip after a few bites, and the younger one would open his mouth from time to time to eat. The scene was surprisingly harmonious. Can you not treat your son like this? Chung Qingyao couldn't stand it anymore. Feed him well. Jimoro tore off another strip of meat and swung it to tease Jimo Lang. What did I do to him? There is no better father than me in the world. Chung Qingyao reached out and held Jimo Lang to sit on his lap and cut mutton for him to eat. Jimo Lang leaned at his arms, took out a biscuit from his pocket, tore it open and handed it to his mouth. Uncle Chung, eat this. After dinner, Jimo Lang soon fell asleep, lying on Jimoro's back, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Xue Liyang asked Bai Luo to carry him to the dormitory in the factory to sleep, and boiled some hot water to wipe his face. Luo, you and Chung Qingyao go to rest. I will keep watch, Xue Liyang said. You are tired all day. Go to bed. Bai Luo was very tired, and he didn't have the strength to hold on. Chung Qingyao helped him hold Jimo Lang, and the two went back to sleep together. Xue Liyang took Luo Qin and Jimoro to move the cargo boxes outside back to the factory, and then went around to make sure that the protection mechanism and alarm measures near the factory were all normal. Go chop some wood tomorrow morning, Xue Liyang said. The wood is running low. Find a sunny day to move it out and dry it. Don't let it get wet, Jimoro responded casually. Suddenly, she felt something strange and looked up at the foggy road ahead. At the same time, Xue Liang and Luo Qin also felt something was wrong. There was only one street lamp on, and next to it was an abandoned warehouse. The dry trees on the roadside were lined up like ghosts. And behind one of the trees, there seemed to be something extra. It was the shape of a person. Xue Liang drew out his gun and pointed it at that direction. Get out. His voice was cold, and the figure behind the tree trembled. After a while, he actually walked out from behind. Luo Qin narrowed his eyes, stood beside Xue Liang calmly, and clenched his right hand slightly. Ready to go. The figure slowly approached, and the three of them could see clearly that it was the outline of a woman. They immediately remembered the woman they saw outside the hospital building a few days ago, and her body shape seemed to be very similar to the person in front of them. She shouldn't be aggressive. Xue Liang waved to the other two. Just be on guard. Don't scare her. However, the woman stopped a few meters away from them, and took a step back hesitantly. After nightfall, the fog filled the street like latex, and the few people couldn't see her face at all. They only felt that she seemed to be alert all of a sudden. The next second, she suddenly turned around and ran. Chase! Jimoro was the first to react and chased after her. Xue Liang and Luo Qin also ran after her. The four of them quickly crossed the street and rushed in the thick fog. Xue Liang jumped onto a bus on the side of the road. His excellent jumping ability sent him out like a bullet flying from the muzzle of a gun, and he quickly closed the distance between him and the woman. Don't move. Xue Liang went up to stop the other person, twisting the woman's arms behind her back. We won't hurt you. At the same time, he also saw the woman's appearance clearly. She was wearing a black combat uniform, and the skin on the back of her neck was grayish-white without blood, and even blue blood vessels and bruises could be seen faintly. It was like a dead person's state. Luo Qin and Jimoro ran over, pulled up the woman's shoulders, trying to see her face clearly. Unexpectedly, she twisted violently, as if deliberately trying to cover her appearance. No, be gentle. Xue Liang stopped Jimoro from forcibly pulling up the woman's face. I'll do it. He let go of the woman's arm, carefully put his hand on her shoulder, and said, Don't be afraid. If I hurt you just now, I apologize. If you have no ill intentions, don't rush to run. We have something to ask you. The woman shuddered, but was still unwilling to raise her head. Xue Liang suddenly felt that the other person looked familiar. A vague impression looming, but he couldn't quite put it into words. He turned the woman's shoulders, and finally saw her face in a mess of dirty and messy hair. See Xian? Xue Liang was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the familiar face in front of him, he was completely stunned. Chapter 255, Living Towards Death. Luo Qin and Jimoro were both frightened by Xue Liang's voice, and hurriedly squatted down to look. Luo Qin was the first to react, but at that moment, he didn't have time to control his expression. Are you Yi Qinglan? Xue Liang suddenly came back to his senses, and looked at the other person's face again. This woman, whose face was covered with obvious signs of mutation, at first glance, only had a 3-point resemblance to Xue Xian, but when he looked closely, there was no similarity at all, but he was still very familiar with this face. This was Yi Qinglan, who had been declared dead by Li Muqi that year. No, Li Muqi only said that testing drugs on her caused mutations, but he didn't say that she died. Could it be that she had mutated since then, and has been surviving like this until now? Why are you here? Xue Liang quickly pulled the man up. Did Li Muqi turn you into this? Yi Qinglan's face was no longer human. Black and gray blood vessels emerged under the skin, and just as Bai Wulua said, the area around her eyes was red as if bleeding. The stiff muscles did not allow her to move her face at will, and it was difficult for her to even curl the corners of her mouth. But even if she didn't make any expression, she looked very hideous. She said nothing, just stared at the other three people. Is she unable to speak? Luo Qin asked in confusion. Is she like a zombie, losing her ability to speak? Xue Liang looked at her and said slowly, Open your mouth. Yi Qinglan opened her mouth, and Luo Qin and Jimoro took a breath of cold air when they saw the scene in her mouth. Her tongue was pulled out. At this time, the thick fog on the street almost blocked everything, and it was so quiet that there was no sound. Xue Liang took a long time to recover and asked her, You are still conscious, right? Yi Qinglan nodded hurriedly, making a whimpering sound. Jimoro's face was as dark as black iron. She was so angry that she cursed in dialect and spat. Li Muki. He is a beast. It's okay. You go back with us, Shui Liang said. We'll talk about the rest when we get back. But Yi Qinglan shook her head desperately, broke free from Shui Liang's hand, turned around and walked towards the street, and then turned back to look at them. Let us go with you, Shui Liang tried to ask her. Yi Qinglan nodded, and then walked very quickly in a direction in the thick fog. No one knew where she was going. Yi Qinglan just walked forward step by step, looking back from time to time. The other three people followed behind, and Yi Qinglan would not let them get too close. She always kept a distance intentionally or unintentionally, as if she was avoiding them. Shui Liang didn't say a word along the way. Yi Qinglan's appearance had a great impact on him. All he could think of was the first time he saw Yi Qinglan in the welfare home. At first glance, he saw that she looked a bit like Shui Sixian. So even if they were hostile to each other, he just let her leave. The place Yi Qinglan took them to was another very desolate countryside in the northern suburbs of Songha River. It had not even been developed, except for a factory building that had been abandoned for many years, a cemetery left over from the last century, and several unused unfinished buildings. There was nothing worth exploring. Even Shui Liang and Bai Wulu rarely came here. The group stopped by the roadside where weeds grew wildly. Yi Qinglan pointed to a low house in front and whined twice. Shui Liang walked forward a few steps and saw several containers turned sideways in the thick fog. They were all rotten and rusted, and the surface was covered with mottled marks. Some of the containers even sank into the soil and were half covered by weeds. Yi Qinglan screamed and seemed very uneasy. Shui Liang comforted her and got into a container. There was nothing inside, but there was a smell of decay. Luo Qin walked to Yi Qinglan and handed her his terminal. You can write down or type whatever you want to say. Yi Qinglan was silent and raised her hands to him. The 10 fingers that were originally slender and nimble had mutated into ferocious claws, with protruding bones, twisted and blackened. If used to attack, they would be a pair of hands with absolute power. But they could no longer hold a pen. Take her back, and let her write down what she wants to say, Jimoro said in a deep voice. But it's almost certain. Li Muki turned her into a parasite, and she has the scurf virus. Yi Qinglan lowered her head, obviously agreeing. Shui Liang came back after the inspection and said to the other two, these are airdrop containers. I found the remaining rope of the parachute. These boxes were dropped by someone from the air, and the contents inside are gone. Yi Qinglan suddenly ran over, got into the container herself, and then came out again, gesturing anxiously. Shui Liang immediately understood what she meant and asked, you mean Li Muki put you in here and threw you down? She nodded vigorously. Besides you, are there other parasites? Woo, woo. Now the situation is completely clear. Li Muki used the red scab virus to secretly conduct these human experiments and created half-human, half-corpse parasites. But for some reason, he threw them here and didn't care about them for so many years. But what's even more strange is that these parasites are willing to stay in Songha obediently and have not escaped for so long. Otherwise, similar reports should have been submitted from all over the country. But they had never heard of it before they came to Songha this time. Why don't you leave? Shui Liang asked Yi Qinglan. We have met many people like you in Songha, but there have never been any related reports outside Songha. Yi Qinglan pointed to the north, then to herself, and then made a gesture of wiping her neck. Is someone trying to kill you? Or is someone trying to stop you from leaving? She seemed to have no idea how to express herself, and gestured anxiously. Shui Liang couldn't understand her gestures either. They were not sign language at all, but a meaning that only she could understand. Now you know why Li Muki cut off her tongue, right? Jimoro sneered. He is really cruel. In order to prevent people from telling the truth, he will do anything. Then why not just kill them? Shui Liang asked. He kept these people, and refused to let them leave Songha. What is his plan? Then there was a chaotic sound of footsteps in the haze behind them. The 4 of them immediately hid behind the container, and watched a black shadow passing by on the road. It was too fast for an ordinary person, and its body was also unusually large. Yi Qinglan suddenly widened her eyes, waved her hands and gestured to the other 3 people, then ran after the man. Follow me, Shui Liang said. They chased the man to the place near the boundary marker of Songha City. Yi Qinglan ran to the national highway near the provincial boundary, crouched in the grass, turned back and made a silent gesture to them. indicating that they should watch quietly. Zombies were everywhere, and the insane monsters were patrolling here. But they ignored the black shadow. Perhaps they did not dare to get close, and were afraid of something. The black shadow rushed out of the boundary monument. At the moment of crossing the stone monument, a nearby high tower suddenly lit up a red light, and at the same time, a shrill horn alarm sounded. Many swaying light spots appeared in the thick fog in the distance, followed by human figures, running quickly to surround the man. Another figure faster than the black shadow suddenly rushed out of the fog, pressed the man to the ground with one hand, then took out a gun from his waist, and fired a shot at the other person's head without hesitation. With a bang, the gunshot echoed in the thick fog all around. Yi Qinglan's body began to tremble. She raised her hand and pointed at the high tower that was sounding a warning, and shook her head. She couldn't get out? None of them could get out. Shui Liang looked at her hand on her neck and gently tapped it. He didn't know what it meant. The man who had just fired the gun wiped the blood off the gun and actually walked over here. He whispered to the person next to him. A tactical flashlight flashed across his face. Shui Liang was shocked. It was Nian Yu. Nian Yu was much thinner than a few years ago. His face was more gloomy. His hair was longer, and the muscle contours of his body were more obvious. Shui Liang stared at him, recalling some of the past, and still felt frightened. The voices gradually got closer, and Shui Liang heard Nian Yu say to the people next to him, "Let the zombies get rid of the bodies. The bodies of parasites are very good nutrients, and they are more attractive to them than living people. By the way, have the remaining ones crossed the line?" The people next to him nodded and said, "No. Once they cross the scope of Songha City, the chips implanted in their bodies will be detected and an alarm will be sounded. Our people nearby will arrive soon." Nian Yu put the gun back into the gun belt on his leg, and was about to walk in another direction. But suddenly, as if he felt something, he looked in their direction. Shui Liang felt that Luo Qin and Jimou Rou beside him were holding their breath. And even Yi Qinglan didn't move. He reached for the knife at his waist, but Luo Qin held him down, silently shaking his head at him. If he fought against Nian Yu here, he would inevitably use too much strength, which was a taboo for recuperation. Nian Yu quickened his pace and walked towards their hiding place. Shui Liang gritted his teeth and was about to fight the other party. But Yi Qinglan, who was squatting in front of him, suddenly stood up and rushed towards Nian Yu with a ferocious look. When Shui Liang reached out to grab her, it was too late. Yi Qinglan's hair slipped between his fingers, as if she fell into the abyss. Yi Qinglan pounced on Nian Yu, who dodged easily by turning sideways, and then punched her in the back of the head, knocking Yi Qinglan out. Shui Liang couldn't hold back and was about to get up immediately. But Jimou Rou grabbed her wrist and said, "Don't you understand what she means? If you go over now, she will really die in vain. Nian Yu will definitely turn Songha upside down, and our factories and caravans here will be exposed immediately. The people from the Arctic Ocean will arrive soon. You want everyone to play cat and mouse with that lunatic Nian Yu?" Yi Qinglan and Nian Yu exchanged a few moves. At the beginning, she still had some strength, but then she gradually lost the upper hand. Nian Yu grabbed her chin and face and twisted her in two directions. Crack. Her body went limp, and Nian Yu threw her into the grass with disgust. He pulled out his pistol and fired again, wiped his hands and said, "I was wondering why there was an abnormal aura active. Another person who wanted to run away. Throw it here. Let's go, zombies are coming." Nian Yu left the place without looking back. When they disappeared completely in the mist, Shui Liang staggered over, picked up Yi Qinglan, who was completely exhausted in the grass, and reached out to feel her breath. Yi Qinglan was still alive, but there was not much time left. Chapter 256, A Record of an Unreasonable Quarrel. Yi Qinglan was already out of breath, and her pupils were a little dilated. She pushed Shui Liang's hand, avoiding the blood on her body. Shui Liang tried to flatten her neck, to prevent the blood from flowing back, but it was no use, and the rise and fall of Yi Qinglan's chest still weakened a little bit. Ah! Yi Qinglan gestured something weakly, and cried out. Shui Liang looked at her for a while, and asked, "Do you have anything to ask me?" It started a long time ago. Originally, he thought it was just an illusion he had had for many years, but he didn't expect that when Yi Qinglan heard what he said, she was stunned for a moment, and tears came out of her eyes, as if the light was back. Yi Qinglan nodded again and again, tears kept pouring out. She made gestures weakly that no one could understand, revealing a helpless despair. Shui Liang lowered his eyes, nodded and said, "Don't worry, you ask, I'm listening." He knew he couldn't understand, but insisted on letting Yi Qinglan continue to gesture. Yi Qinglan suddenly put down her swollen hands, and looked at Shui Liang with a very calm, even a little smiling look. I know that your brother, like my parents, died in the accident in Yuanshan. Unfortunately, I only knew these things when Li Muki was testing drugs on me in the Ark. I'm sorry, I doubted you, even hated you. I thought you did it for no reason, so I asked you when you had the human reconstructive surgery. I just want to ask you, do you know the reason for all this? I just want to know what they went through back then. No one told me. I looked it up for many years by myself, but there was never an answer. People from Environmental Voice told me that they could help me, and then Li Muki told me that he could help me. But in the end, no one could help me. I tried everything but no one gave me an answer, and because of this obsession, I became like a walking corpse, doing things against my will every day. I'm sorry, what I did before made many people very painful. You are obviously the same as me, troubled by the truth, and can never get out of that nightmare. But now, I know that I can't wait for the answer I want most. I just want to tell you. I'm sorry. Shui Liang was trembling when he spoke, while trying to interpret Yi Qinglan's lip language. I'm sorry, Xiao Yi. He just wanted to help the other party realize his last wish, and apologize for his arrogance and stubbornness. But he couldn't understand Yi Qinglan's lip movements. Nor could he communicate with her using pheromones. He could only watch the once bright and tough girl in front of him gradually wither away. Yi Qinglan closed her eyes. A tear hung on her long eyelashes. And then she used all the remaining strength in her body to slowly send the only sign language she had learned to Shui Liang. That was the sign she had made to a boy who had been helped up in the youth entrepreneurship park when she rushed back to inform him of Fei Yingni's death. The boy was knocked down in the chaos, and she turned back to help him up. He was a child wearing a hearing aid and had a well-behaved face. After being helped up, he smiled and made a sign to her. At that moment, she actually understood that it meant thanks. Thank you. After Yi Qinglan finished the last sentence to Shui Liang in sign language, her wrist dropped, and she could never raise it again. The alarm was still ringing, and there were chaotic footsteps behind her. It was the zombies looking for their prey. Jimoro pulled Shui Liang up and said, "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Her body, there's no way. The parasite has the red scab virus. If we take it back, there will be a risk of infection." Amid the deafening alarm, Shui Liang stood up holding Yi Qinglan's body, turned around, and said, "Send her back to the container." Luo Qin held a thick coat and sat on the camp bed next to Shui Liang, watching the slowly surging haze outside the tent. Shui Liang sat there and kept turning a nut, like whipping a spitting top with perseverance, which reminded Luo Qin of the last scene in Inception. "Tomorrow morning, I will go with you to deal with Yi Qinglan's body." Luo Qin pinched the back of his neck and said, "It's not your fault, Lichi." Shui Liang stopped the nut under his hand, and with a bang, it fell on the table. "I used to make a trade-off between my own life and the life of my opponent. If I lose the bet once, there will be no second chance. But I will not be afraid," he said slowly. "It was only in these years that I began to understand that it is not easy to weigh the pros and cons of the people around me." After returning from the Boundary Tower, Jimoro felt that his trade-off was completely unnecessary. If it were him, he would abandon Yi Qinglan on the other side of the scale without hesitation, because her death was not caused by them, and the lives of other people in the caravan were also lives. It is reasonable that Shui Liang should be responsible for these people first. Luo Qin looked into his eyes and said calmly, "My approach may be the same as Xiao Rose. However, if you really went there at that time, I would definitely go out with you." Shui Liang sighed. "Luo Qin, you know, I always felt that there was no hurdle that I couldn't overcome, and there was no choice that I couldn't make. I dared to do everything regardless of the consequences, and the results were always under my control. But it was different later. There were many times when I couldn't make a choice at all. No matter how I chose, it seemed wrong in the end. No choice is completely right or wrong," Luo Qin said. "Your choice is good for some people, but it will also hurt others, because no choice is perfect. There is nothing perfect in the world, and there is no one who can do everything. You are the same, Lichi." Shui Liang looked at him. "What if one day you are disappointed in me? Have you ever thought about this possibility?" "No," Luo Qin said immediately. "I will die on this wall of yours in this life. No one can stop me. Otherwise, I will not let him go even if I become a ghost." Shui Liang started laughing after hearing this, patted him on the back, and said with a smile, "Forget it." Luo Qin asked him again, "What about you? Why do I feel like you are testing me with this?" Shui Liang was stunned for a moment. "What did I test you with?" Luo Qin leaned back, pulled Shui Liang into his arms, pinched his face. "For example, if you are actually disappointed in me, will you force yourself to make do?" Shui Liang looked at him speechlessly, too lazy to waste brain cells to answer this question. No such possibility. "But I want to know. If it's true, what will you do?" Luo Qin shook his head. "Let you go. Although I may go home and hang myself, I can't accept the fact that our fate has ended." Shui Liang sat up straight. "Let me go. This means fate has ended? You don't even struggle?" Luo Qin almost bit his tongue, and said after a while, "Aren't you just looking for trouble? Then do you want to hear me say, if you dare to leave, I will tie you up, force you to do this and that with me every day, until you are willing to obey me? With your dog temper, you will definitely secretly grind the rope and bite me to death in the middle of the night. Or die with me. Damn. You are as stubborn as a donkey." He became more and more angry. Shui Liang also got angry. "Fuck. Am I like this in your heart? Am I a dog?" The next evening, the Arctic Ocean convoy drove into the city of Songhe. Shui Liang and Bai Wuluo were waiting at the street corner. Gina leaned out of the skylight and shook the bottle of wine in her hand enthusiastically. Happy cooperation. Gina jumped out of the car and shook hands with Shui Liang and Bai Wuluo respectively. "Long time no see, brother." She and the caravan brought fresh supplies and goods. After Bai Wuluo and his men checked them, then the convoy was sent to the factory. Then the goods ordered by Bai Binjiang were moved out one by one, with Gina checking the bills of lading. "Okay, the goods are all here, and the efficiency is quite high." Gina laughed generously. It is said that everyone likes to do business with Songhe Light Machinery, and its reputation in the industry is impeccable. At dinner time, everyone gathered at the factory to eat a mutton hot pot. Shui Liang also picked some fresh vegetables, and poured some fresh wild mushrooms into it, and paired it with the sesame sauce that Cheng Qingniao brought from Hanzhou, which was very tempting. By the end of the meal, everyone was having a blast. And with the alcohol, they were going crazy. When Bai Wuluo finished his meal and was washing the dishes, he found that Shui Liang was not with Luo Qin. He then remembered that the two of them hadn't talked much all day. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. He found the right opportunity to catch Luo Qin and asked him kindly, "Why are you fighting again?" Luo Qin looked straight ahead and said calmly, "We are disappointed in each other and need to calm down." Bai Wuluo's expression immediately became as if he had eaten a fly. "What medicine did you two take again?" Luo Qin. Qin looked at him and said, "You can't spoil people. Remember that." Bai Wuluo, "Ah. Otherwise you will suffer the consequences." Luo Qin said, and strode towards the factory. "You have to coax them no matter whether they are right or wrong." Bai Wuluo felt that he was just asking this question unnecessarily today. "You fool." On the day of the Lantern Festival, Luo Qin returned to Hanzhou to celebrate Shui Liang's birthday. He stayed with her until almost 12 o'clock, and was then hurried back to Fangzhou by Shui Liang. Shui Liang heard him mention that Fangzhou had something to deal with during the day, and he kept it in mind for a whole day. He was not even relieved about his birthday. It was also very torturous to have a boyfriend who was too ambitious. Luo Qin could only drive back reluctantly. The security personnel at the entrance of the security zone had always been accustomed to his irregular work and rest time. After the routine inspection, he let him in. Luo Qin did not go back to the dormitory directly, but wanted to go to the office to look at some documents first, which happened to be related to the security agreement of several nearby camps. In recent years, he has also been working to ensure the safety of the small camps in private. The other party will provide corresponding rewards. In exchange, he lets his men do routine maintenance and patrols. Sometimes he goes there in person to regularly assist the survivors in seeking supplies, and help some people in the small camps survive. Unexpectedly, he was not so lucky tonight. He actually met Lieutenant Colonel Ji halfway. The other party had obviously been waiting for him for a long time. He could not hide his fatigue on his face, but he still spoke. "Luo Qin, I came here to ask you for a favor." Luo Qin's hostility towards him was not as deep as that towards Li Muqi and Shui Yunting, but he could not be friendly with this person. Let alone any hypocritical exchanges, it was not worth it. And it was not necessary. Back then, Lieutenant Colonel Ji had done a lot to fuel Shui Liang's affairs and add insult to injury. Luo Qin had found a lot of clues in these years, not to mention those that had long been lost. He looked at the other party and asked uninterestedly, "How can I help you?" "It's like this. I need some land and manpower. And I need to build a camp first," Lieutenant Colonel Ji said, while quietly observing his reaction. "You also know that Li Muki can't tolerate me at all. I have done a lot of things for him. And I have been excluded by him for 4 or 5 years. And I have nothing good to show for it. I know you hold a grudge against me because of Shui Liang. But I can't do anything this time. Jima Song won't give in. Yen Yu, that young man, looks down on me. And Zhu Yin is Li Muki's man. So he can't help me. I think if you are willing to help me, Jima Song might also." He didn't say anything more. But Luo Qin knew what he meant. However, Luo Qin didn't like others speculating about his relationship with others the most. It made him feel like his privacy was being pried into, which could immediately arouse his disgust. A hint of coldness flashed across Luo Qin's eyes. But Lieutenant Colonel Ji didn't notice it. He continued, "I know you have a grudge against Nian Yu, Li Muki, Xiaofang Luo, and Shui Yunting. They have also been exploiting me. So our positions are actually the same. So, if you help me this time, I will definitely help you deal with them when I succeed." Lieutenant Colonel Ji's presumptuous words almost made Luo Qin laugh out loud. He folded his arms and leaned against the wall, and said slowly, "Why do you think I have a grudge against them? Just because of Shui Liang?" Lieutenant Colonel Ji looked at him, without commenting. "Then how do you know that Shui Liang and I have no grudge?" Luo Qin restrained his smile and asked again. A lychee dozens of kilometers away sneezed, and after a moment of stunned silence, suddenly kicked Ji Moro, who was sleeping soundly beside him. "Did you just scold me?" Ji Moro was caught off guard and almost rolled off the chair. When he figured out what happened, he wanted to pounce on him and strangle him to death. "Are you crazy? You feel uncomfortable if you don't act like a jerk every day. You bees struck by lightning." Chapter 257. 2 Peaches Kill 3 Soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Ji's face changed slightly. "You?" Luo Qin didn't waste words with him, and said, "Don't worry about this. Let's put it this way. There is a piece of land in the south of the city. Originally, I wanted to build a shelter area, but there is a shortage of manpower recently, and they were all sent to Shining. If you want, you can go there to do it yourself. I can't lend you people, but isn't Shui Yunting very idle? You go and ask him, give him more benefits, he may not refuse." Lieutenant Colonel Ji didn't expect him to agree so easily. After all, in the past few months, Luo Qin and Jima Song had been stubborn and refused to give in. Now that a rock has been moved, no matter who it is next, as long as they are willing to lend him some more people, with his ability, he will not worry about not being able to make waves. South of the city, Lieutenant Colonel Ji murmured, "It's not impossible to go to Shui Yunting. People are old. Sometimes they need some entertainment, which is normal. If he tells you embarrassing conditions, you can bear it if you can. It won't hurt you anyway," Luo Qin said casually. After all, when people are at the end of the rope, there is no need to be too tough. He thought that he had already mentioned it here. If this Ji still didn't understand, then he would be really stupid. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words. I don't know if Lieutenant Colonel Ji heard it, but his expression was much better than before. He thanked Luo Qin a few times and turned to leave. Luo Qin then went into his office and turned over his desk. Sure enough, the address of the church located in the west of the city was gone. If he remembered correctly, he should have annotated it with the word rejected, which means that the land was useless to him. It seems that the encounter tonight was not a coincidence. Lieutenant Colonel Ji had just come out of his office. The other party also knew some of Luo Qin's habits, and knew that any plot of land he let go would never be touched again in the short term. He even felt that he had too many documents on hand, and it would not be obvious if one was missing. Luo Qin sighed. In fact, he had not intended to use this abandoned case to guide Lieutenant Colonel Ji. Even when the other party spoke just now, he only pointed out the plot of land in the south of the city. Although the plot of land in the south of the city has an excellent geographical location and is located near the commercial road, it is convenient for logistics and transportation and travel between the north and the south. It is a key point. But Nian Yu also wants that place. Lieutenant Colonel Ji is eager to take action, which is bound to cause conflicts with Nian Yu. The church in the west of the city is located deep in the Taihang Mountains. It was built by nearby villagers in the past, and was abandoned after the infection wave. Half a year ago, Su Yogong's rescue team also surveyed the existence of a suspected Taizui vein there, and it was estimated that the quality was quite high. Once mined, it would be a very popular resource. But this is nothing. The church in the west of the city is where the grave of Nian Yu's religious mother is buried behind the church. This is also the reason why he and the rescue team have not started mining. Luo Qin sat on the chair and suddenly felt conflicted. He didn't expect that Lieutenant Colonel Ji would take such a risk. Sneak into his office to steal things. This man was so unscrupulous that he seemed to be really cornered by Li Miyuki. It was not a pity that Nian Yu died, but his mother should not suffer such a crime. Luo Qin thought of his mother. He pressed his eyebrows and decided to let Lieutenant Colonel Ji know about this matter tomorrow morning, or let him develop the land in the south of the city. As for Shui Yunting's preferences, as long as Lieutenant Colonel Ji went back to check, he would know that he had been hanging around the red light district around Hanzhou recently, and had done a lot of dirty things. Lieutenant Colonel Ji knew how to please people, and he did the same to Li Miyuki back then. Luo Qin read a few more documents by lamplight, and gradually felt sleepy. So he packed up and went back to sleep. The news was transmitted back to the safe zone the next afternoon. At that time, Luo Qin was talking to the representatives of the survivors' camp from outside. Suddenly, he saw Su Yugang appear at the door and gestured to him. "Excuse me." Luo Qin stood up, walked to the door, and closed the door. "Brother Su, what's wrong?" Lieutenant Colonel Ji borrowed people from Shui Yunting in the morning, and went to the west of the city in the afternoon. He didn't care about the land in the south of the city at all, Su Yugang said. As soon as he arrived at the place, he was eager to have people detect the location of the mineral vein, and then broke ground and started digging in the back mountain. He didn't even let go of the church. He dug out the coffin and ashes of Nian Yu's mother, which were soaked in water. Luo Qin was shocked. "Didn't I ask you to tell him what's there? Why didn't you tell him?" Su Yugang shook his head. "I told you to tell him what's there." Of course. When he was still asking for someone from Shui Yunting, we released the news, and I saw his guard run to tell him with my own eyes. I didn't expect this man. He is so crazy. Right? What kind of person is this? Luo Qin frowned in disgust. Really? When Nian Yu heard about it, he rushed over immediately, and personally dragged out and shot all the people brought by Lieutenant Colonel Ji one by one, without asking who they were. Su Yugang said. But I think Lieutenant Colonel Ji knew, after all. He knew all about Fang Zhou's affairs very well. Luo Qin felt that these people were really crazy, and he had nothing to say. In the evening, after finishing the things at hand, he went to Baida town to find Shui Liang and told him all these things in detail. After listening to Shui Liang, he was a little depressed. When Nian Yu was a child, his mother worked as a part-time worker in my house. Later, she took good care of me. Lieutenant Colonel Ji was too anxious. Nian Yu's reaction was not too intense. However, why would Shui Yunting lend someone to Lieutenant Colonel Ji? I don't know. But if the surname Ji wants to check, there are always ways to find out Shui Yunting's recent preferences. Luo Qin said. Shui Yunting and Li Miyuki share power equally. This person doesn't care at all. He just grabs it and gives it to others like grabbing melon seeds. But he is a narrow-minded person. He may not return the person. But Nian Yu knew who the person was, and he killed them all. Of course, he couldn't swallow this breath. Shui Liang asked him curiously, "Where did you find out all this?" "I don't know anything." Luo Qin laughed twice. "I asked Xiao Feng. That guy is more informed than the intelligence department of the Ark. I even suspect that he is someone's spy planet in the red light district. Once a person's gossip soul is burning, it is invincible." "That little butterfly?" Shui Liang sat up. "Yes." Luo Qin stroked his hair without noticing. "I've bought a lot of intelligence from him. All of them are reliable." Shui Liang still looked at him. "I really just bought intelligence." When he interrupted me, I started shaking the badge on my neck. If he asked, I would say that this was a token of love you gave me 20 years ago. Luo Qin's words were seamless, and even his expression and tone did not change. "Next time, can you give me a ring?" "A ring? I'll wear it on my thumb. It's conspicuous." Shui Liang lay back with satisfaction, with an expression of "this is good enough." "You're jealous, aren't you?" Luo Qin gave him a light kick. It almost spilled all over the floor. "What's wrong with being jealous?" Shui Liang said, as a matter of course. It's not about to spill, it's about to explode. Luo Qin pushed further. Let me see you blow one up. Shui Liang suddenly jumped up, grabbed his shoulders and hooked them down, pulled Luo Qin down, pointed a gun at his forehead with his right hand. I told you not to provoke me, you can't afford the consequences. Are you threatening me? Luo Qin rested his head on his arm comfortably. You scared me to death, come and show me the consequences. The consequences were indeed serious. Shui Liang lowered her head and kissed him viciously, just like a zombie biting a person, and finally scratched his back a few times. Luo Qin got up from the bed and put on his clothes while looking in the mirror. Seeing Shui Liang pretending to be dead behind him, he couldn't help laughing. You are so amazing. You almost squeezed me dry. Get out. Shui Liang turned over and wrapped himself in the quilt. When Luo Qin went out of the city to rescue, he found a relatively new small tea stove in a residential building. It can be plugged in to make tea. It is very convenient. It also comes with a public pouring cup and a small teacup decorated with broken gold foil. He brought it back for Shui Liang to play with. Shui Liang also liked this thing very much. He would take it out to make tea whenever he had nothing to do. Once, Xiao Feng came to the safe house to ask him to do something, and he also used this tea set. Since Xiao Feng knew that he was Shui Liang, the red eyes who had caused a lot of trouble with Luo Qin, he was shocked for a while. Looking back, he was terrified and felt that he had probably saved his life from the hands of the devil. However, Xiao Feng's mentality soon returned to normal. He felt that Shui Liang was a good person, and he had saved him. He didn't seem to be as terrible and terrifying as the rumor said. Anyway, he could get along well. No, you used up my hand cream? Xiao Feng chased Shui Liang to the kitchen in shock. You use it to cook? I can't bear to use it myself. You have to compensate me. Shui Liang said impatiently. A broken hand cream. What are you yelling about? It's imported from abroad. Xiao Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. You really can't bear to give it up. Shui Liang said nothing, took out the tea stove, and started to boil water. The stove was empty. You use this to boil water? Xiao Feng asked again. You are really particular. Not bad. Shui Liang said leisurely. Luo Qin gave it to me. Xiao Feng. Chapter 258 Restart. Abandoned campsite in the suburbs of Hangzhou. After a heavy snowfall, the whole campsite was covered in white. Luo Qin was sitting in the yard repairing the radio station. The rustling sound behind him was slowly approaching. He did not move, but reached out to touch a screwdriver and tighten the loose screws on the shell. A scream broke the silence. Several mutants rushed towards him, and the next moment the rotten bodies were knocked to the ground by a force of impact. There was a hole in the same position on the three heads, and it was through. Shui Liang walked in from the gate on the snow, wearing a full set of anti-corrosion combat uniforms, with a waist-tightening style, which was a bit similar to the style of Blue Flame's uniforms in the past. He put the gun on his leg and glanced at Luo Qin, who was sitting there motionless. Why? Are you comfortable waiting to be bitten? I went out this morning to have a fortune teller. Luo Qin tossed the parts in his hand and inserted them into the grooves. First, I have a blood disaster. Did you ask the algorithm simulator at the door of the Ark to calculate it for you? Shui Liang walked around in front of him and sat directly on his legs. I have used that too. Curry pre-entered several hexagram results, just like scratching a lottery ticket to randomly draw numbers, just to deceive people like you. I haven't said the second one yet, Luo Qin said. The second hexagram says that my boyfriend will come to save me before the blood disaster. Shui Liang laughed and put his arms around his neck. Is the fortune-telling system you mentioned called the Shining Little Swindler Limited Edition? Yeah. I haven't heard anyone mention this identity for a long time. Luo Qin reached out and pressed the back of his head. Are you not going to call it anything else? What is it, Nian Nian? Shui Liang raised the corner of her mouth slightly, lowered her head, and intimated with him for a while, and then slapped off the hand on her waist that kept reaching into her pants. I warn you not to do it here, or you'll get wet. We are acting very sneaky now. And we came all the way out of the city, Luo Qin said. Let me think about how to describe it, Shui Liang said for him, like having an affair. After the two of them had enough of acting, they sat down to drink tea, which Shui Liang had prepared before leaving the house in the morning. Luo Qin usually finds it troublesome, and prefers to carry a thermos cup as heavy as a brick. He takes a pot from Shui Liang and drinks it all day long. This camp has been cleared, so leave the signal transmitter there. When Brother Su and the others come, the surrounding camps can be connected together. It is initially estimated that it can accommodate 300 to 500 people. Luo Qin said. You have been busy these 2 days, and I seem to have a fever. I will get you some dry chrysanthemums to make tea, which will help you reduce your fever. Shui Liang sat next to him and took a sip. But I don't like that stuff, it tastes bad. Luo Qin looked at him and asked. Did Xiao Feng come to see you yesterday? Yeah. Shui Liang looked calm. He asked me to help you with something, and I will pay you. Are you still taking this kind of private work? Luo Qin smiled. Tell me, what's the matter? Last time I blocked those hooligans, it was endless. They are looking for trouble with Xiao Feng because of you. I will just solve it casually. It is not a big deal. Shui Liang said. I checked casually. These people have been investigated by you for several cases of smuggling and kidnapping of enhancers. They resorted to such despicable means when they were desperate. It happened that the little butterfly was not careful with her words and loved to show off everywhere. So she was targeted. Luo Qin was helpless. They also knew that they could not threaten me with Xiao Feng. And they just wanted to vent their anger on someone. By the way, Lizzie, the day I first met you in Baida Town, the man who killed Tang Qi and led me to the alley full of steel wires. Do you remember him? I remember. Shui Liang nodded. I just happened to pass by and found the wires in the alley. When I was studying them, you chased him here. I thought about it carefully later. The man may not have intended to target me at the beginning. But from his performance, he did know that the alley was wired. Luo Qin said. When I caught him, he was planning to kill people and leave. Although Cheng Qingyao had arranged the action for that day, he only confirmed the time half an hour before departure. Assuming that person knew the news in advance, he obviously did not plan to run into Cheng Qingyao. And I went to the red light district that night on a whim. He couldn't have known it in advance. Because of my intervention, the situation changed. And he planned to use those lines to kill me. Shui Liang understood a little. You mean? He didn't intend to kill either of you from the beginning? Luo Qin nodded. So who were those lines used to kill? Kill himself. Shui Liang put down the cup and said. Someone wanted to silence him. And he knew it in advance. This is the initial guess. But the person has already run away. And we don't know the other party's identity. So this line is broken. Luo Qin sighed. Shui Liang shook his head. This person is not important. Even if you catch him, you probably won't be able to get anything out of him. He is just a small fry who was sent to silence others, and was almost silenced himself. The problem is that there may be someone in the Ark who colluded with him. And the action order was leaked to him shortly after Cheng Qingyao issued it. He works for the Ark? Luo Qin frowned. Who could it be? Nian Yu. Shui Yunting, since Tang Qi, who was silenced by him, has been in contact with Cui Haoshan. Then the whole thing should be related to something Cui Haoshan was involved in. Shui Liang said. What had he been doing before? Smuggling enhancers. Buying and selling people. The former can be said to be for himself. But what about the latter? Where did the survivors he kidnapped go? Luo Qin suddenly thought of something. And his chest thumped. The parasites in Songhe? I don't know why. But these were his first thoughts. Perhaps the truth that Yi Qinglan showed them was too horrifying. Luo Qin couldn't help but wonder. What other shameful things had happened in Fangzhou? It's possible. Our guesses are similar, Shui Liang said. But it's just a guess. After all, there is no evidence to link the two things together, including the fact that the person who leaked the information may not exist. Cui Haoshan's dark web account has been cancelled, and nothing can be found. But I just remembered what Juyin said about the dark web administrator who suddenly became active last year and kept in touch with Nian Yu. After Juyin said it last time, I asked Lu Huai to use some technical means to track this dark web account. Luo Qin said. He hasn't come online yet. Shui Liang asked curiously. What? What technical means? Even Zhu Yin was worried that monitoring this account would be discovered. How could Lu Huai do it? Luo Qin stretched and said, simple, just let him monitor 24 hours a day, and wander around the dark web when he has nothing to do. Now he knows more about riddle space than anyone else. You are really good. Shui Liang laughed. Lu Huai works too hard for this little overtime pay. I thought he was saving money for his wife. Luo Qin debugged the radio, confirmed that the Walker rescue team could receive the signal, and reinforced the defense network outside the camp. Standing at the door and stretching his muscles, he saw Shui Liang sitting there and sending messages to people. The people from Beibinjiang have been in frequent contact with Shui Liyang recently. Most of the time, it is to grab orders. After all, the bidding of other international companies is very tight. Red Eye has always been doing business based on mood. As long as the order is not in hand, you can't relax. I have to take a vacation for a while. Shui Liyang rubbed his eyebrows. Drawing drawings is tiring. There are also messages from Xiao Hudy popping up on the phone. This person is very familiar. After a while, I feel that Shui Liyang and I can talk about everything. Everything comes out like a chatterbox. Shui Liyang had never seen a person with such low vigilance. His words often went in one ear and out the other. Anyway, the other party just needed someone who would listen and occasionally respond. Even if it was a trash can, it would make a sound if he kicked it twice. Xiao Feng was not a bad person. He just loved vanity and showing off. However, he was extremely inferior in his bones and cared too much about other people's eyes. Once, Xiao Feng had a big quarrel with someone in a hotel. He was so angry that he drank too much. He ran to Shui Liyang to complain about his grievances. He cried and said, "Is it wrong for people like us who have a bad background and want to climb up by our own efforts?" "No, it's not wrong." Shui Liyang agreed with him. "Are people who are born as trash destined to be trash for the rest of their lives unworthy of climbing up?" Throughout history, people have looked down upon those who are born in humble circumstances and climb up by any means necessary. But is it wrong for us to want to live a good life? Don't we want to be above everyone else when we are born? Those who are born to be at the top of the pyramid will of course only look down on us. A downtrodden phoenix is no better than a chicken. When they reach this point, let's see who is better. You are better, Shui Liyang said again. Xiao Feng complained with tears in his eyes. Shui Liyang, as a downtrodden phoenix who had just been accused, did not want to persuade him. He just handed him a glass of water and waited for him to finish crying. Those men and women all look down on me. But I don't care. When I reach a position that none of them can reach, I will show up in front of them every day and make them angry to death. Xiao Feng hiccuped and cried. You said, I'm not like you. You look so good. You are so manly. You won't be called a sissy. And you have a good person like Luo Qin who loves you. Why can't I try my best to climb up? Don't you think? Yes. Shui Liyang felt a little reluctant. And after a while, he thought about saying a few words to comfort her. As a result, before he opened his mouth, Xiao Feng leaned forward, vomited all over the floor with a wow sound. The consequences were predictable. Shui Liyang did not let him in for the next few weeks. Luo Qin laughed after hearing this and said, If you really don't like him, don't let him in. Shui Liyang stretched out his hand and scratched the snow pile at his feet, saying, It's okay. I don't care. After a pause, he said, It's quite fun. Keep it to kill time. Why did he send you a message? Luo Qin said, Let's go. I'm going to go back. Let him email if there's anything. I remember Xiaobai was so cold. I asked him if he had any contact information before. He said to send an email if it was urgent, and not to bother him if it was not urgent. He walked to the door, started the car, turned on the wipers, and stared at the accumulated snow foam being swept everywhere. Shui Liyang opened the passenger door and sat in, seeing Luo Qin leaning on the steering wheel in a daze. He asked, What's wrong? Looking thoughtful. This is the last snow this winter. Luo Qin looked out the window and said, It seems like we haven't seen spring for a long time. Right? Probably. The past few springs were gray and bleak, and they didn't even realize when spring was over. When they woke up again, it was late autumn again. But now, they all have time to stop. Notice the first cluster of green buds on the roadside. Feel the temperature warming up, and the ice and snow melting. When spring comes, let's go out for a walk together. Shui Liyang stretched out her hand, covering the back of Luo Qin's hand. Go south. Okay. Chapter 259 The Two Sides of Ambition. 1 year later, Shui Liyang opened the car door and got in. Luo Qin kissed him, and then he fastened his seat belt. You called me specifically? Are you going to mess up the place? Luo Qin pinched him. What place? I finally have a lively event, and I'll take you to have some fun. Shui Liyang moved his seat back and said, You'd better have thought of a response plan in case I'm recognized. Luo Qin smiled. Now, apart from those people from the Ark Committee, who else knows you? Li Muki will be giving speeches on the stage, And there will be a lot of social events after that, and Shui Yunting as well. Zhao Fengluo is not in Hanzhou. Nian Yu is not sure where he is. Jimo Song and Zhu Yin will not say anything at all. Shui Liang looked at the snow on the road outside the window, a little absent-minded. In the past 5 years, he never thought that he would return to Fangzhou in this way, thinking that it would be a place he would never want to set foot in again in his life. But Fangzhou is indeed different from before. Maybe it's time to go back and take a look. Okay. Shui Liang turned his head, smiled at Luo Qin. Let's go. Didn't Xiaoling ask to come? Luo Qin asked him while driving. When he heard that he was going to join in the fun, he was more diligent than anyone else. Shui Liang shook his head. I didn't tell him when I came. I went out quietly after he was coaxed to sleep. He absolutely cannot go to that place. If someone finds out, it will be too dangerous. Jimo Lang is the only child in the world known to be born with the reconstructed genes of both parents. His existence will definitely subvert many people's research and cognition of the Lantian virus. Especially the scientific madman Ling Yuki. If he knew that Jimo Lang's mother was also a reconstructed human, he would definitely not let go of this sharp blade with great room for cultivation. On this point, Jimo-san concealed it very well. And Ling Yuki never realized that Jimo Lang was different. Everyone assumed that his mother was an ordinary person. After all, Jimo Ro's reputation had long been very promiscuous. And it was not surprising that she could have a child. The North Security Zone is located behind a security wall that stretches for hundreds of miles. Only people with permission cards can enter through the gate. There is a wire mesh on the wall that is powered by high-voltage electricity 24 hours a day. Even if a recreated human tries to climb over the wall, he will be electrocuted into a ball of charcoal in an instant. The current will instantly penetrate the brain. Such a painful feeling is not very pleasant. Luo Qin got out of the car for security check and raised his hand calmly. Shui Liang wore a mask and also opened the door and got out of the car. The guard at the door looked at him and asked Luo Qin hesitantly, "Who is this? Why are you asking so many questions?" Luo Qin said lightly, and the other party did not dare to ask again. "Sorry, Mr. Luo. We are just asking routine questions." "Alright. Please get in the car." They didn't want to get into too much trouble. And it was common for the committee to bring people back from outside to spend the night. Last year, Lieutenant Colonel Ji even brought back a carload of people, but he never sent them out again. And I don't know what happened to them. Luo Qin has never brought anyone back in these years, just like the elusive executive Yin Yu, who is so pure and unselfish that even they find it novel. It stands to reason that men, especially men with power, cannot have no desire for such things at all. Even the low-level recreated humans like them, who make a living in the Ark, occasionally go to the red light district to have some meat. There must be something wrong with these two people. People often silently complain. Shui Liang did not take off his mask, let them finish the security check, returned to the car, waited for the window to be fully raised, and then pulled down the mask to breathe. "I am suffocating." "How is it?" I said. "No one cares about you." Luo Qin tapped the steering wheel lightly. "I will take you around the safe zone later. It has changed a lot in these years. I guess you can't recognize it. The city has been cleaned up well." Shui Liang looked out the window and said, "Such a large area, it must be very tiring." "Right. I am tired. Whenever I was so tired that I just wanted to sleep, I would think of you." Luo Qin's mouth curled up a nostalgic smile. "I just miss you. Think about it, and I won't be tired anymore." Shui Liang stared at him, raised her hand, and touched his face. Stupid. Luo Qin like this was very similar to the one who had to pretend to be weak when twisting the bottle cap and shinning. But everything was in the past. And only when he was with Shui Liang, he could slightly adjust himself back to the factory settings. Luo Qin took the opportunity to rub a few more times, turned a corner and parked the car at a fountain square, helped Shui Liang unbuckle the seat belt. "Get off." Shui Liang hadn't set foot in this place for a long time. Everything became a little strange. He looked at the fountain that had long dried up, and suddenly remembered that this was the municipal square where Chengqing had an accident. That incident was an opportunity for him to completely destroy Fangzhou. Now thinking back, the taste of anger and despair is still in his heart. The block to the east of here is a commercial area. Many survivors do business there. There are all kinds of things, including arms. No one cares about selling these now. But you need to apply for a permit, Luo Qin said. Most other areas are residential. In addition to the guards, there are about 500 or 600 people in the safe zone. Although the threshold to enter is very high, I can occasionally lower the threshold. It's normal. The recreated humans have the ability to help the Ark search for supplies. So of course they can easily apply for admission. Shui Liang said. Ordinary people can only pass the exam. Otherwise, even if they sneak in as a civilian without a position, they can't survive. Luo Qin laughed and shook his head. The current Ark is not controlled by Li Muqi alone. Jima-san was right. There is nothing wrong with the existence of the ship itself. It just needs a good helmsman. Luo Qin spent several years, and together with Cheng Qingyao, he completed the replacement plan, which was to gradually replace the people in the Ark who belonged to Li Muqi, and gradually decompose them. It had to be done very slowly, so that no traces would be left. When Li Muqi became aware of the day, everything was a foregone conclusion. The East District was very lively at this time. Today was the anniversary celebration of the Ark. Li Muqi made a big fuss, and even other international security zones that joined the Ark Alliance participated, providing a lot of technical cooperation to build momentum for him. He's so boring. Shui Liang put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly along the commercial street. What's there to celebrate about this? If he just goes out and takes a look, he will find that many people are looking forward to his death every day, and he is still celebrating. He enjoys the feeling of being a leader, Luo Qin said, although many people are unwilling to accept it. This is the fact. It is because of his ambition and that kind of perverted competitive spirit that he can create such an Ark. He is unscrupulous enough to gather resources to the greatest extent at the beginning. At least now, the power he handed over to me is real. Shui Liang's attention was suddenly attracted by something. There were several people queuing at a fried noodle stall on the street. The sound of frying with a spatula came, and an alluring aroma made people drool. He stared at that place steadily, didn't say he wanted to eat, but didn't leave. Luo Qin pretended not to see it, hook his hand, and continued to move forward. Come on, Lichi, I'll take you over there. Shui Liang glanced at him, and pointed to the noodle stall very reservedly. I want to eat that. Luo Qin stopped. He obviously knew what the other party meant, but was indifferent. Okay, then go buy it. I'll wait for you. Shui Liang smiled at him. I don't have any money. Don't eat if you don't have money. Luo Qin looked regretful. Or you can beg me? Shui Liang turned and walked over there. Then I'm going to eat a free meal. You run faster later, Luo Qin said as he walked over and began to search his pockets. Just kidding. How can I let my boyfriend starve? Don't worry. Shui Liang sighed. I'd rather die of starvation than eat a dishonest meal. I'd better run faster later. Luo Qin laughed so hard that he was shaking, counted out a few Ark coupons, and handed them to the stall owner, and asked him to put less chili. He knew Shui Liang couldn't eat spicy food very well, but he couldn't give it up. Perhaps he was influenced by Bai Wuluo, who grew up in Chongqing, and had a paradoxical feeling about chili peppers. The spicier it was, the spicier it tasted. The stall owner put a ball of raw noodles in the pot, mixed several portions together and fried them, and the atmosphere was very lively. Luo Qin saw that the store also sold hot pear soup, and asked for a cup. Here, eat it. Luo Qin handed the fried noodles in a paper bowl to Shui Liang. Eat it while it's hot. Shui Liang took Luo Qin to an uninhabited residential area, found a place to sit down, took off his mask, and couldn't wait to pick a mouthful of fried noodles to eat. Luo Qin saw that he was eating with great relish, and his heart softened. Try it. Shui Liang picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and fed it to Luo Qin. It's delicious. Yes, it's delicious. Luo Qin licked the corner of his mouth. Just tell me what you want to eat. It's not expensive. I'll tell you if it's expensive. Shui Liang had no psychological burden. The more expensive the better. I must eat you bankrupt. After eating the fried noodles, Shui Liang was very civic-minded and found a trash can to throw away the bowl. He held a cup of hot pear soup, pulled down his mask from time to take a quick sip, and then quickly put it on again, watching around with his round eyes alertly. I guess there's no real pear in this. Shui Liang analyzed it seriously with Luo Qin. Is it brewed with pear flavoring and pigment? I guess the pear in the pot has a 20-year service life. There's no wife in the wife cake either, Luo Qin said. There's also no wife in the lychee jelly. Shui Liang knew that he couldn't say anything serious in the second half of the sentence, so he quickly put the straw into his mouth. The two walked through the entire East Business District. From beginning to end, Shui Liang ate with satisfaction, and looked at the scenery on both sides of the road happily. Most of the people living here are recreated humans. Except for those who were born through formal experiments in the Ark Guard, the rest almost all injected themselves with enhancers and scrambled to get in. The latter don't live very comfortably, but at least they have the ability to go out hunting, search for supplies, and are more likely to survive in the cruel world outside than ordinary survivors. It is difficult to live, but you still have to live. Xue Liang's eyes suddenly changed, and immediately pulled Luo Qin into a dimly lit alley. They saw from afar a group of Ark guards walking towards them, wearing Ark's special uniforms, looking majestic. The Ark guards, also known as the Ark Army, were formerly the Human Alliance Army. Since Jima Song completely annexed the Human Alliance into the Ark, the name has been changed. Now it uses the name determined by Li Muki. It's okay. Today is a celebration. Li Muki will have people patrol the city. Luo Qin said. Don't be afraid. They are not coming for you. Sure enough, the group didn't even look at them, and walked straight over. The sound of their footsteps shook the whole street. Nianyu, Xue Liang whispered. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at the guards who had just passed by, and saw Nianyu walking beside him, with an indifferent look on his face. And he didn't notice the two of them. Is he here today? Luo Qin frowned. Forget it. It's okay. I won't have any intersection with him. The celebration will start at noon and will last until the evening. There will also be an open-air dinner held at the Ark headquarters. I heard that there will be a fireworks show. It can be seen that Li Muki really attaches great importance to this celebration. It's just that the rich are enjoying wine and meat, while the poor are freezing to death on the streets. Tonight, the North Safe Zone is destined to be full of joy. But it is a luxury that the survivors struggling outside can only dream of. These graces will not let them be tainted by them. Xue Liang stood in the crowd, looking at the slowly descending LED screen in front of the Ark headquarters building. The concept promotional video of the Ark Safe Zone appeared on it. It was magnificent and shocking, outlining a grand vision of an intelligent, safe, and clean safe zone. Li Muki decided to build the world's 5th Ark Safe Zone in Northern Europe. Locken said. Several small countries have been preserved in the area, but they have been living in great difficulty over the years. They are all willing to reach an agreement with Li Muki to share the local mineral, hydrological, geothermal and forest and marine resources, and join the Ark collectively. In recent years, the Ark's expansion plan has been very radical. All the resources that can be occupied are used for their own use, violent expansion and occupation, but without any proper restrictions, so that most of the survivors outside did not die from infection and starvation, but from the plunder of the Ark. These small countries have only been able to bow to the Ark until now, and it seems that they can no longer hold on. Li Muki walked onto the podium in an expensive custom-made suit, standing in the center of the big screen. The camera in front of him moved slowly, transmitting his speech to almost every corner of the world that could receive TV signals. His tone was up and down, and he introduced his great plan for the future development of the Ark to people slowly. His tone was full of praise for its safety, prosperity, and stability. Xue Liang almost thought that this was his true thought. Intelligent Life Support Management Mode, another new peak of artificial intelligence, 90% full coverage of artificial bionic natural environment, ultra-fast wireless signal. Halfway through, Luo Qin's terminal suddenly rang. He looked down. His face was not very good. Xue Liang noticed his change from the corner of his eye, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister Song has something urgent to do, so she can't go through her part," Luo Qin said. "I have to help her with her speech. You wait for me here? I have to go to her office to get the manuscript." After Xue Yunting finishes speaking, it will be her turn. Time is a bit tight. Xue Liang didn't want to stay here alone, but still said, "Okay, you go, it's okay." Luo Qin kissed him, turned and left. Xue Liang continued to look up at the promotional video on the screen. He arranged every sentence Li Muki said in his mind. After a few minutes, he suddenly felt that his wrist was grabbed by someone. He thought it was Luo Qin. He turned around and called out, "Luo." The moment he saw the person holding his hand, all the warning signals in his body were activated. Nianyu was looking down gloomily, looking at him coldly. Chapter 260. Another year of fireworks. No need to just kiss the red string. Xue Liang was immediately triggered by some extremely deep conditioned reflex in his blood, reaching out to touch the knife on his waist. Nianyu looked down at his movements, and said softly, "Lizzie, don't be nervous, I'm not here to catch you." He was stunned for a moment, looking at Nianyu's calm face. The hand on his waist also slowly dropped. "Come with me." Nianyu grabbed his hand and turned around. "I have something to tell you." Xue Liang didn't want to clash with Nian Yu in such a place, otherwise the mess would still be thrown to Luo Qin. He shook off the other person's hand and squeezed out against the crowd. Nian Yu led him to a very quiet street before stopping, took a deep breath, and walked a few steps towards him. Xue Liang immediately stepped back vigilantly. His reaction hurt Nian Yu. The other person lowered his eyes and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Lizzie, don't be afraid of me. I won't do anything to you. What do you want to say? Hurry up." Xue Liang looked back at the time on a nearby clock tower with some uneasiness. The noise of the celebration came faintly in the distance, and he didn't know how far it had progressed. Nian Yu said, "Don't worry, he can still make it in time. He has to read a lot of nonsense according to the script. I just want to tell you a few words. It will be done soon." Xue Liang interrupted him directly, urging, "Then hurry up and tell me. I have to go back and see what he is saying." Nian Yu was silent for a while and asked, "Are you doing well?" Xue Liang sneered and replied, "If you are really sure, you won't ask me such a question. Right? What do you think? You want to hear me say that I am doing very well, and then what?" Nian Yu sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Lizzie, I'm sorry about Sixian and Simu." This is what Xue Liang can't stand to hear the most, especially at this moment. The culprit who indirectly killed Xue Sixian and Xue Simu is standing in front of him, saying such words without blushing, which ignited the anger deep in his memory. You still have the nerve to mention them. Xue Liang's eyes were filled with a horror that he himself did not realize. "Nian Yu, have you had nightmares in these years?" "No, Lizzie. I haven't had a dream in many years. But I do. I have dreamed about it every day for the past 5 years. How did Sixian and Simu die? No one heard their cries for help before they died. Simu was deaf. How scared he must have been." Xue Liang felt that his heart was about to be pierced again. When he recalled that desperate night a few years ago, he couldn't breathe. He regretted countless times why he didn't take good care of them, and why he couldn't even save his brother and sister's lives. After so many years, he still occasionally has fantasies, thinking that this is just a nightmare. Nian Yu saw his painful expression, lowered his voice, and said, "I regretted it. Lizzie, I didn't expect your father to be so cruel. Is it all his fault? If you throw everything to him now, I will not forgive you." "Nian Yu." Xue Liang stepped back a few steps and threw out the knife. "If you really didn't come to cause trouble for me today, now, let me leave immediately. Otherwise you know the consequences." Nian Yu stood opposite his former best friend, but there seemed to be empty streets between them, stretching and stretching. No matter how he wanted to get closer, he couldn't touch each other. In fact, he saw Xue Liang and Luo Qin together on the street just now, and he vaguely recalled the past. As if more than 10 years ago, that group of teenagers also walked through the long street in front of the school gate. Chengqingye, Cheng Qingyao, Bai Wulua, and some others whose names and faces he still remembered. Even their laughter seemed to be in his ears. That was the most innocent and carefree time of that group of people in his memory. The school uniforms with the fragrance of laundry detergent in summer, the candied haws and roasted sweet potatoes on the street in winter, the jingling bicycle bells after school, and the laughter echoing between the teaching buildings. Countless fragments of memories made up them at that time. And now all these are gone. Memories are like old photos burned by fire, corroding ugly and charred holes bit by bit, and finally being eaten away by the flames. The flames reflected the bleak reality. "You can stay a little longer." Nian Yu rarely continued to pester him. It seemed that there were other plans for today. "I won't tell Limuki about what happened today. He and I are just cooperating, not relying on each other. It's up to you. I will accompany him to the end today," Xue Liang said. "But if you really let someone mess up again, I will let you know what it means for everyone to have a hard time." Nian Yu pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled bitterly, as if he had something else to say to him. But he didn't say it in the end. He just watched Xue Liang turn around and walk away without looking back. Xue Liang rushed back to the celebration site in time. Luo Qin was speaking on the stage. He read the script as if someone was pinching his neck. Xue Liang wanted to laugh, so he took out the terminal and secretly recorded the video. After Luo Qin finally finished reading, Xue Liang walked to the side of the road and found a bench to sit and watch again. Luo Qin, who came around, hugged him from behind. He rubbed his chin against the top of his head and said, "You took a sneak shot of me. You are so funny." Xue Liang touched Luo Qin's hair. It's like a primary school student's speech under the national flag. What do you mean? Is it bad? Luo Qin sat next to him. A little embarrassed. This is my first time doing this. Not bad. Pretty good. Already at the level of the young pioneer's captain. Xue Liang smiled with a pair of dimples again. Reward you? Little red flag. Luo Qin stretched out his hand to poke his face. Feeling it soft and fun, after ravaging him enough, he pulled him up again. Let's go, I'll take you to play. Xue Liang stood up, looked at Luo Qin, and said casually, Nian, you found me just now. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at him. What? What did he do? He didn't do anything to me, he just talked to me. Xue Liang said. Is he and Li Muki on bad terms now? Luo Qin breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard to say whether it's good or not. He has not been under Li Muki's control from the beginning. After you left, Li Muki should have thought about slowly pushing Nian Yu out of the power center. But he didn't give Li Muki this opportunity. And he quickly climbed up. Compared to me, Li Muki should be more afraid of him. Appearances are not necessarily the truth. Xue Liang pulled up the mask. Anyway, be careful of him. The two of them walked until the evening. And Nian Yu really kept his promise, and didn't come to disturb them. Xue Liang held Luo Qin's hand, watching the lights on the security wall in the distance light up one by one. And his eyes were also bright. There will be fireworks tonight, Luo Qin told him. I know the best place to watch the fireworks, but I don't know if you can climb up. Xue Liang asked, Can I understand that you are provoking me? Challenge. Luo Qin corrected him. Can you be more friendly? Don't be like a firecracker. The place Luo Qin was talking about was an old sentry post in the corner of the safe zone, which had been abandoned since last year, but it had not been demolished yet. Standing below and looking up, the black giant stood in the darkness, very inconspicuous. I'll count to 3. And we'll climb up together. Luo Qin pointed to the top of the tower. There are no stairs. It's all about intuition. I'll give you one hand. Xue Liang crossed his arms. You climb for 20 seconds first. You look down on me too much, Luo Qin said. Why don't you just let me have 3 hands? Xue Liang didn't want to reply to him at all. And stepped back again. Climb quickly. Don't force me to kiss you when I'm happiest. It's scary. After hearing what he said, Luo Qin immediately reached out and grabbed the iron railing outside the tower door. And quickly climbed up. Don't kiss me. If you have the ability, hold it for a month. Luo Qin quickly jumped up 3 or 4 meters. And when he looked down again, Xue Liang had disappeared. But it hadn't been 20 seconds yet. And his lychee would not break his promise. The tower was only about 20 to 30 meters high. When Luo Qin climbed to the top of the tower, he still didn't see Xue Liang. He looked around in confusion, and was sure that the other party was definitely not here. Li, before he finished the 2 words, Luo Qin was suddenly hugged from behind, with a hand on his chin, almost forcing him to turn his head back. Shh! Don't make a sound. Xue Liang's voice was behind him. I came 7 seconds earlier than you. And I have been hiding in your blind spot. You lose. That's the end. Luo Qin looked at the other party's face hidden in the shadows with his peripheral vision. And his heartbeat gradually accelerated. What are you going to do to me? Xue Liang's breathing was also a little hurried. He grabbed Luo Qin's collar with one hand, pulled the other party down, and kissed him. Luo Qin clung to the familiar breath, and held Xue Liang's face, deepening the kiss. Both of them quietly released pheromones. On this remote and deserted tower top, they hugged each other, and the pheromones in their bodies blended tightly. Clusters of fireworks exploded in the night sky behind them, and the explosions sounded one after another, instantly covering up all the noise on the street. Luo Qin could feel a dampness between his fingers. He rubbed Xue Liang's cheek and asked softly, Lizzie, did you cry? I've watched fireworks like this before. Xue Liang clung to his shoulder, shaking. Except today. I've only seen it once in all these years. Since then, I thought how nice it would be to watch it with you. And I made a wish to the red string. It's very effective. Isn't it? Luo Qin gently pinched Xue Liang's ears, leaned over and kissed them. Both are very effective. I must have made a wish to it. And the wish was that I wanted to see you. But it's lazy. Xue Liang's nasal tone was a little heavy. It took so many years to fulfill our wish. Luo Qin laughed out loud, patted Xue Liang's back, until the last firework burned out and fell, leaving a cluster of residual fire in the night sky, and was swallowed by the moon again. The red string also has unfulfilled wishes. It has tried very hard. Luo Qin said. Maybe they also spent many years, traveling over mountains and hills and walking for a long time before meeting each other. And then, they each rushed back a long way, trying to find a way for us to meet again. It makes sense. Xue Liyang squeezed out a laugh from his sobs, touched the poor red string on his wrist that had just been ridiculed. I'm sorry, thank you. Chapter 261 Fission. The anniversary dinner was held in a grand manner. It was held in the open-air camp in front of the Ark headquarters, which was also the original survivor camp when the Ark was founded, but later it became the station of the Ark army. Xue Liyang was sitting on the flower bed flipping through the concept brochure of the new safe zone. The light in front of him was suddenly blocked by someone. He moved to the left. The person blocked the left again. He leaned to the right. The other person went around to the right again. Are you exhausted? Xue Liyang looked up and saw Luo Qin standing in front of him, holding a small cupcake in one hand. Do you think 2 small cupcakes can buy me off? You wish. Luo Qin sat down directly, squeezed him aside. The other one is mine. Xue Liyang saw that no one was paying attention, took off his mask, and took advantage of Luo Qin's unpreparedness, reached out and grabbed the 2 small cupcakes, and took a bite of each. Are you a vicious dog pouncing on food? Luo Qin was helpless. No. It should be a vicious dog snatching food. Both are mine. Xue Liyang grabbed both cakes with a clear conscience, and slowly peeled off the paper and ate them. As night fell, the LED screen at the celebration site lit up again. A new promotional video began to play, and the stereo surround sound on all sides continued to blare. Li Muki added his own voice commentary to the video. According to the different topographic environments, hydrological factors, and climate characteristics around the world, different types of safe zones were designed according to local conditions, such as overhead buildings in mountainous areas, windproof and cold-resistant houses in polar regions, and mountain city stereo cities built in imitation of the Xi'an safe zone in the Sichuan-Tibet region. Each type will be used in different countries and regions and accommodate a considerable number of survivors. Today is also the unveiling ceremony of the global Ark network. From now on, every corner of the world that can receive the Ark satellite signal can access the Ark network and receive the information and media information transmitted by the Ark safe zone. At the same time, the Ark newspaper will expand its distribution area. Li Muki is even preparing to promote the global printing and distribution of the Ark newspaper within a year. He is still so narcissistic. Xue Liyang stared at the constantly changing pictures on the screen and said, what he wants is not a global safe zone, but an empire that he can control. In recent years, many public information transmission networks have been established around the world, which are also the main channels for survivors to communicate. Once the Ark network covers the world, these large amounts of transmitted information will be included in it. And those lines that do not want to be incorporated into the public information domain will be very conspicuous. In other words, if organizations such as Songhe Light Machinery and Arctic Ocean Security insist on using private information networks to communicate, they will immediately attract the attention and surveillance of the Ark. Luo Qin's hand was around his waist, and he lowered his head to send messages. After a long time, he put away the terminal and said to Xue Liyang, if you don't want to listen, let's go. Let's go CTR. Xue. And then I'll take you back. Yes. Xue Liyang stood up. I can guess what Li Muki is going to say next. No need to listen. The two just turned around, and before they took a few steps, they heard the sound of the speakers behind them suddenly stopped, and the big screen went out instantly. The crowd at the dinner party was in an uproar, but most people thought it was just a temporary equipment failure and didn't take it too seriously. Xue Liyang looked back at the somewhat chaotic venue, but smelled something unusual. He pulled Luo Qin aside and was about to speak when the speakers not far away suddenly exploded. A few seconds later, the big screen lit up again, and another gloomy video began to play. Li Muki's cold voice, which was completely different from the previous one, suddenly sounded. The sound quality was very poor, and it sounded like it was secretly recorded when the other party was unprepared. And it was mixed with the friction of clothes. Li Muki, who was standing on the stage, had a livid complexion. He also heard the conversation coming from the speakers. The voice of the other person besides himself was processed, and his voice was almost the same as the one in the promotional video. So it was easy to tell. In the video, he personally talked about the viewpoint of evolution theory, and confessed without reservation how he planned the Ark human gene screening plan. How he framed Yuanshan shareholders, killed Jima Chung, and seized the virus information from the other party. The original intention of the screening plan is to regard the entire Earth as a huge virus culture dish, and to promote the evolution of zombies beyond the original physiological limits of the human body by artificially catalyzing the mutation of the Lantian virus. In the middle of the plan, the virus will completely devour the Earth, leaving only the high-quality recreated humans in the Ark safe zone who can resist the evolving zombie virus, and then enter the next round of selection and fighting. And this extreme, astonishing absolute wealth disparity is exactly part of Lee Muki's screening plan. The people who witnessed everything at the banquet were now speechless. The video was halfway through, and the crowd was whispering. The voices of discussion finally rang out. Many people were staring at Lee Muki on the platform, casting looks of shock or resentment. Screening must be carried out. The highest level gene owners will form the new order of this world. The inferior people can only become the nutrients for the evolution of the virus. The video continued to play, and Yen Yu also appeared on the screen. The plan to murder all members of Lan Yin and Chung Qingye was also flawless in his mouth. Even though Shui Liang had guessed about Chung Qingye's death, he was still shocked to hear Yen Yu's ruthless killing intent against his old friend. Lee Muki's face was extremely ugly. He smashed the champagne glass in his hand to pieces. He lowered his head and kept sending messages to Yen Yu, asking him to find a way to cut off the video as soon as possible. What are you doing now? The connection ceremony of the Ark network. Is your security so low? Yen Yu was already in the main control room, but it was empty. The person who was originally responsible for the celebration media equipment had disappeared long ago. There was a pool of blood on the chair. All the computers had failed. Even cutting off the power supply was useless. What's going on? Lee Muki asked. Yen Yu said impatiently, the Ark network was attacked by unknown hackers the moment it connected to other safe zones. It cannot be closed now, and the playback content cannot be replaced. This means that people in other safe zones, and everyone who is participating in your fucking celebration, can see these videos? The Ark network is well connected and well mannered. This is exactly what Lee Muki had hoped for before. But now it has become a rope and a net that surges towards him. Lee Muki turned around and said a few words to Shui Yunting, who was also looking angry, and then hurried off the stage. He was escorted by bodyguards and disappeared at the entrance of the headquarters. Seeing this, the crowd became agitated again. Someone overturned the table in excitement and was stopped by the Ark guards, who came to maintain order. The two sides had a fierce conflict, and the order on the scene was slightly out of control. Before you brought me here tonight, had you anticipated this scene? Shui Liang looked around, as if watching a holographic action movie. Lee Muki ran away. Don't let him get away with it this time. Luo Qin was not too surprised, and sent a few more messages, saying, Lizzie, go to Dr. Shui's place and wait for me. Be careful. Lee Muki just returned to the office. He is a very fast person. I have to go there now. Shui Liang nodded, and the two left separately. They both felt vaguely that tonight was the last sign before the storm. Lee Muki was in the office, and had already smashed half of the room crazily, and yelled, Who is it? I will kill him. Zhu Yan calmly took out his terminal, clicked a few times, and soon a signal tracking and tracing interface popped up. The person who interfered with the Celebration live broadcast used his first-class authority to hack into the Ark server, and then immediately left the computer room. I found this in the computer room. He took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Lee Muki. Mr. Lee, this is the video that was just played. After that person used some advanced program to hack into the server, he replaced the original live broadcast content. I just decoded this person's authority and location. It's Lieutenant Colonel G. He has now escaped from the safe zone and is running out of the city. Damn it. Chase him. Lee Muki yelled at Yen Yu. The G guy doesn't want to live anymore. Don't waste time when you catch him. Just kill him. Yen Yu was disgusted with his attitude. But Lee Muki and Shui Yunting were all on the same boat, so he had to chase him. He immediately rushed out of the office and summoned his men to go out of the city with him. Lee Muki was shaking with anger. Shui Yunting was also furious, and cursed. What should we do now? Go and shut down the server. Quickly. If you can't shut it down, smash it. Burn it. He habitually raised his foot to kick Zhu Yan, but the latter dodged skillfully and walked out with a cold face. Jima Song looked at the farce and several crazy people in front of him coldly, with no expression on his face. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. I also have a score to settle with you, she said lightly. My grandfather, my family, and my brother all died in your hands. You have to know that there is no business in the world that can be done like you do. Lee Miyuki yelled madly. Jima Song, don't think you can stay out of it. Is what you did glorious? You two-faced woman. You helped us torture Shui Liang a lot in the past. Do you think Luo Qin will let you go? If you mean what Shui Yunting did, Luo Qin already knows how he abandoned his children and killed his first wife. Jima Song was unmoved, shaking the terminal in his hand. From now on, I will terminate all cooperation with you, take back my shares in Fangzhou, and investigate all the crimes you have committed against my family and friends. You two should take care of yourselves. What does it have to do with you? When I was besieged and framed by dozens of companies, and was forced to a dead end, did my eldest son worry about it at all? Did Shui Liang help me at all later? Why should they live well, but I have to be trampled on and harmed by others? They deserve to die, and they were hurt happily. I think they are being punished by lightning and hell, Shui Yunting said hysterically. Even Shui Sixian and Shui Simu, those two bastards, dared to investigate me and collected evidence to give to their useless brother. I deserve to kill them. Ginger-eyed wolves, wolves with a heart of wolf and a dog's lungs. The door of the office was suddenly kicked open at this moment, and Yin Yu, who had just left, fell heavily in, and hit the marble pillar behind him, and even the ground shook 3 times. He got up immediately after landing, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the door with murderous intent. Chung Qingyao, wearing combat uniform, walked in, dragging another person with his right hand, who looked dead. He shook off the reconstructed human with a bullet piercing his head, and walked towards Nian Yu step by step, his face gloomy. You want to leave? Hurry up. Go to the warehouse and get in the car. The Ji family just blew up the base where the parasites were imprisoned on the outskirts of the city, and released all the beasts, Nian Yu said to Lee Miyuki and Shui Yunting without turning his head. There was a rebellion in the Ark army. The weapons depot was locked, and we couldn't get the countermeasures. The security wall was also opened, and we can't stay here. Chapter 262. Let's go to hell together. 8:15 p.m. In the office on the top floor of the Ark Twin Towers, a blinding white light suddenly exploded, followed by violent explosions. The bulletproof glass windows were blown to pieces. Countless glass fragments poured down the building, and fell on the Ark army, who was running away with his head in his arms. The door frame of Lee Miyuki's office had been severely deformed in the explosion just now. The coughing sound penetrated the thick smoke. Luo Qin got up from the ground, brushed off the dust and broken glass on his face, turned to help Jima Song. Are you injured? Jima Song's calf was scratched, and blood was dripping, but he saw the blood on the back of Luo Qin's head. The moment Nian Yu threw the flash bomb, Luo Qin also rushed into the office. He knew half a minute ago that a large number of TNT bombs had been buried here. He didn't expect that Lee Miyuki was so defensive that he walked and sat on these bombs all day long, just for the just-in-case of a situation like today. But fortunately, there were only remote-controlled bombs distributed in the area near the bedroom. At the critical moment, he didn't care about Nian Yu and Lee Miyuki, who took the opportunity to rush out, and could only run over to pull Chung Qingyao and Jima Song out as soon as possible to avoid a bigger explosion. Chung Qingyao kicked open the shaky office door, let Luo Qin take Jima Song out first, walked to the window, looked down at the chaotic meeting place below with cold eyes, took out the communication terminal and said, "Do it." A few seconds later, several black shadows rushed out from the crowd in the meeting place at the foot of the building, like a ghost that suddenly appeared, and disappeared into the melee like a ghost. As soon as Luo Qin and Jima Song walked out of the office, they saw a person standing in the messy corridor, standing by the window and looking down. The familiar peach blossom eyes were slowly releasing murderous intent. Jimoro looked at the chaotic scene outside the window, and caught countless figures in black and white combat uniforms fighting with the Ark army. And they were clearly in the upper hand. 10 minutes ago, these people were wearing extremely ordinary clothes, watching the Ark celebration in the crowd. They took off their coats, revealing the words on the back of the clothes painted the Human Alliance. I thought the Human Alliance had disappeared a long time ago, Luo Qin said. So, you left it behind? Jimoro raised her hand lazily, turned her head and looked at Jima Song. It has always been there. Everywhere. Jima Song's expression was quite relaxed. even if there was some dust on his face. It couldn't hide the cold light lurking in his eyes. She raised her hand and skillfully put her hair behind her head. The jade bracelet on her wrist slid down with the movement. A few years ago, in the ancestral home of the Jima family in Qingdao, the two siblings had a long conversation that no one else knew. In that place where Li Muki would never monitor her, she revealed the layout of the revenge plan to Jimoro, her only relative in the world. Jimoro did not express her opinion on the spot, but wrote down every word she said. They are siblings. Even though their relationship has reached a freezing point, they once had the most intimate tacit understanding when they were young. Until 5 years ago, Jimoro disappeared in the Battle of the Ark, and in the disappearance of the Human Alliance, everything seemed to go smoothly, but without exception. They all went through Jima Song's hands. Li Muki suspected that Jimoro's disappearance was strange, but everything seemed to go too smoothly. His strength is that he is a smooth operator, but his weakness is also obvious. He is too focused on the present, but forgets what is behind him. Luo Qin asked Jimoro, "The original source of the videos played at the celebration today should be with me. How did you get them?" "I don't have them." Jimoro looked at Jima Song. Jima Song shook his head. "I don't have them either. Lieutenant Colonel Ji made them himself. 5 years ago, the Battle of the Ark broke many things." Luo Qin was confused at that time, and the only thing he had to relieve and entertain himself was the Candy Crush designed by Shui Simu. He persisted day after day, and finally passed the last level after half a year. The moment he passed the level, the screen changed, and then began to automatically play the chaotically cut videos. In the last moments of their lives, Shui Sixian and Shui Simu risked exposing their positions to connect their hard drives to the network, and preloaded the last update for the Candy Crush software in Luo Qin's phone. Under the surveillance of Li Muki and Yanyu, they knew that ordinary transmission methods would definitely be intercepted. So they had to use this method to compress the video into the already written update program, which could only be triggered and played after the final level was cleared. However, the brother and sister still had a backup plan. If Luo Qin forcefully analyzed the installation package, he would be able to find clues. The scene where Si Xian and Simu were killed only left fragments of the smashed hard drive. It seems that Yanyu had already noticed this matter and sent assassins to completely cut off the possibility of these secrets being leaked. Luo Qin used the most time-consuming method, but he also successfully watched the video. He only shared the video content with Zhu Yin, but he didn't know how Lieutenant Colonel Ji obtained it. Moreover, some of the content in the second half of the video, even he himself had not seen it. Jimoro was not surprised. The Ji family has their own way. Li Muki has already suffered the consequences. He knew that the other party was a vindictive and arrogant person, but he suppressed him everywhere and refused to give him even a sip of soup. These two people will become enemies sooner or later. There were fierce gunshots outside the window. The building exploded for the second time at this time. There was a loud bang about 10 floors away, and the whole building was caught in the aftermath of the explosion. Luo Qin and his 3 companions ran downstairs along the emergency passage. As soon as they reached the floor where the explosion occurred, they suddenly saw Shui Yunting turning over from the ruins, jumping to the next floor along the floor slab that had been blown open, and looking around in panic. Shui Yunting was sweating profusely, looking for a way out everywhere. But there was smoke and dust from the explosion and broken concrete floors everywhere, and he couldn't see the direction at all. He got angry at Yanyu while escaping, and cursed him for being incompetent, which led to the current situation. Yanyu was no longer the soft persimmon that was easy to deal with before. He hit him on the back of his neck with the butt of a gun. When he woke up again, he was lying on the edge of the blown-up corridor, and he was only one turn away from falling from dozens of floors. Damn it, that bastard Yanyu must leave here quickly, can't. He stumbled towards the stairs, and just as he was about to push the deformed and stuck fire door, the door panel was kicked open. A man walked in with a gun and pointed it at him without hesitation. Shui Liang stood on the ruins, looking at him coldly. "Yan, is it you? Hurry up. Save Daddy." Shui Yunting threw all his hatred for his own son behind him, and walked towards him quickly. "Take me away from here. Hurry up." Shui Liang put the gun against Shui Yunting's forehead, and the corner of his mouth twitched, as if he was laughing. "You are right. We should all go to hell. And you should go to hell with us." Shui Yunting was stunned for a moment, and retreated in fear. "Yang, you, what are you doing? I am your father. Your real father. You can't kill me. It's a great rebellion. You fucking bastard. You dare to kill me. You, Shui Liang's finger was on the trigger. Seeing this, Jimoro directly fell down the stairs, snatched the gun from Shui Liang's hand, and forcefully pushed him away. You can't do it. You can't shoot your own father. It's in your genes. It's normal. Give me the gun. Stay away. Shui Liang suddenly collapsed and shed tears. Get out of the way. Let me kill him. I want to kill him. He must kill this nightmare that has been following him for 20 years. Put an end to all this misery, and avenge his elder brother and younger brothers and sisters who can no longer speak, and avenge this blood feud. Luo Qin ran to Shui Liang and said to Jimoro, "Give me the gun." Jimoro threw the gun to him and pulled Jima Song back to the stairs. Luo Qin wiped the dirt off Shui Liang's face, looked up and saw Shui Yunting running away. His expression did not change. He just covered Shui Liang's eyes and raised his gun. Shui Yunting's roar and curses sounded desperately, and then it was completely stopped by a gunshot. There was no sound anymore. Shui Liang knelt down, without a trace of strength in his body. Luo Qin kept supporting Shui Liang with his arms, and comforted him softly in his ear. It's okay. Don't look. Don't look. Lichi. You will never see him again. Just like what he said in the welfare home. Covering his eyes. Chapter 263. You've worked hard. 7 years after the Ark, following the Red Eye Rebellion, a second rebellion occurred in the North Security Zone. Li Muqi, the founder of the Ark, and Yen Yu, one of the 4 executives, fled together and disappeared in the mountains of Qinling. The Human Alliance failed to capture them, and due to the complicated situation in the infected area, they temporarily withdrew from the Qinling area. At the same time, a large-scale leak occurred in an experimental base in the North Security Zone, located in the suburbs of Hangzhou City, and hundreds of parasites detained there collectively rioted and fled. These parasites are extremely aggressive, and the violent red scurf virus in their bodies further triggered the movement of the zombies. A new round of infection crisis broke out, and it quickly spread across the continent. The second wave of infection arrived. An unprecedented panic and killing once again enveloped the humans who survived to this day. Shui Liang and Luo Qin stood side by side on the protective wall of the North Safety Zone, concentrating on looking at the empty streets. There were no living people or zombies in sight. Jimoro was not far behind them, and a rare feeling of uneasiness flashed through his heart. He looked at Shui Liang, and his expression was a little unpredictable. Why is it so quiet? Shui Liang frowned. I can't see anything. He stopped talking halfway. Shui Liang's heart suddenly shook, and he felt a strong pheromone coming out of nowhere. He raised his head and looked at the horizon at the edge of the city. His face changed drastically. Here they come. He slowly grasped the saber at his waist. His eyes were sharp. A lot. A number I've never seen before. Jimoro reacted almost at the same time, and swung the rifle on his back in the air in front of him. And the bullet was pushed into the gun chamber instantly. Staring at that direction, everyone on the security wall was shocked by the scene. They all looked in the direction of Jimmer's gun. They saw that the city illuminated by the weak lights was still calm, but the atmosphere was not as relaxed as before. It seemed that a murderous aura was coming from the other end of the street. Suddenly, some tiny black shadows appeared at the end of the road in the distance. At first, there were only a few scattered shadows, but they gradually became larger and larger. Countless figures emerged from the horizon, gathered into a group, then a group, and finally merged into a whole. Those shadows were like ants emerging from a nest, gathering sand into a sea, pressing towards this side in an overwhelming manner. The roar gradually approached, and even the wind on the street was wrapped with a certain smell of rotten blood. And they quickly approached the safety wall. 3 or 4 titans held the body of a heavy truck, and stepped on the zombies step by step towards the safety wall. With each step, the tiny zombies under their feet were trampled into pools of blood mud. There were tens of thousands of small and medium-sized infected bodies surrounding the titans, and they had no idea to avoid these big guys who were killing them with every step. The rotten bodies had only one command to drive them forward to completely prey on the humans behind the safety wall. Luo Qin looked at the rolling black clouds in the distance and the rapidly approaching zombies. He leaned against the observation tower and calmly put on his hand armor. He activated his sharp claws, and his knuckles rubbed against each other, making a dull metallic sound. Open the door to the safe zone and let all the survivors outside in. Luo Qin connected the communicator beside his ear and ordered the Ark Central Control Room. The Human Alliance and the Ark Army now have the same interests. Get ready to fight. Zheng Qingyao raised the sniper rifle standing beside him. The black gun body was engraved with a fine-brushed green pine picture, which was powerful, as if it was carved by a knife or an axe. This was a gift by Wu Luo brought back from Songhe. It used the latest coating technology of Songhe light weapons. And the magazine and parts structure were upgraded, which made it more accurate. Although he had only run in with this gun for half a month, it was enough. Bai Wu Luo, who was beside him, tightened the gun belt around his waist, turned his head to look at Zheng Qingyao, and said sparingly, "Set up the gun. Hold on. I'm leaving." "Yes." Zheng Qingyao grabbed his hand and squeezed it. "I'll wait for you up there." Bai Wu Luo nodded, and jumped off the wall. The gate of the safe zone slowly opened, and the survivors, who had been forced to flee by the zombies, poured in. At the same time, the Human Alliance and the Ark Army filed out of the gate, brushing shoulders with many survivors, and ran towards the direction of the zombies. "Lizzie, you stay up there." Luo Qin raised his armor and gently touched Shui Liang's shoulder. "Someone needs to defend here. Are you and Zheng Qingyao enough? Go." Shui Liang's eyes entangled with him for a long time. "Be careful." Fences and electric nets were quickly arranged in front of the gate of the safe zone, and dozens of snipers were lined up one after another. The explosion-proof vehicle drove out of the gate and parked horizontally to form a solid defense line. Even if a Titan attacked, it could hold out for a while. The tide of infection immediately reached the safety gate. Shui Liang watched as all the survivors retreated into the wall. He turned to Zheng Qingyao and said, "Close the door." The copper wall and iron gate of the safety zone closed quickly. The multiple protective locks behind the door began to be activated layer by layer. The zombies came one after another. Countless infected creatures hit the door heavily, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It did not move at all. Li Muqi was the one who feared death the most. He built the northern security wall as solid as a rock, able to withstand the impact of the highest level of collision and explosion. Even if the outer layer was broken, there was still a stronger inner layer to support it. It was very reliable and came in handy today. Zheng Qingyao lay at the sniper point on the security wall, calmly aiming at each moving prey, and then pulled the trigger. One bullet after another broke through the wind and shot out of the barrel, leaving a burning ballistic trace in the air. However, no matter how strong the security wall was, it could not completely resist some zombies that had evolved the ability to climb and jump. They flexibly avoided gun muzzles and weapons, crossed over the hard armored vehicles, and passed through the fence wires and electric nets. Just like the insects, snakes, rats and ants that can be seen everywhere in the tropical rainforest. Their claws with barbs and suckers tightly clung to the walls of the security zone and rushed up frantically. "Pay attention to the defense on the wall." Shui Liang held the communicator in one hand and shot through the zombie that had just appeared. "Don't miss it." The electric net on the high wall crackled. Soon, the electric net that stretched for thousands of meters was full of twisted, charred corpses. But those things were still climbing up continuously, rushing to the electric net, as if they would never know what pain and death felt like. Shui Liang climbed over the observation tower on the safety wall, stood close to the electric net, and shot at the zombies that were climbing up. The power grid continuously released electricity, shocking several zombies. Shui Liang quickly picked up the charred corpses to prevent them from forming a layer of insulating cushion, so that the zombies behind could use the force to cross the safety wall. The zombie tide lasted almost a day and a night, from the night of the celebration until the evening of the next day. The road outside the safety zone was almost completely stained red with blood. Rotten corpses and fresh limbs piled up into mountains. Some were zombies, some were humans, and some were recreated humans. The number of first-generation reconstructed humans is extremely small. Almost 90% of the humans in the safe zone are beta-type reconstructed humans, with slightly inferior combat power. When they face titans that are several times their size, if they are not careful, their hands and feet will be caught, and they will be torn into pieces in extreme pain. One day and one night, Hanzhou was a river of blood, and corpses were everywhere. Countless people died in that tragic garrison battle. Until 100 years later, humans had a new settlement area, and this day was still a nightmare engraved in their bones. When Shui Liang finally rushed out of the slowly opened security door, the extremely strong smell of blood and corpses instantly rushed into his nose. But he had no time to care about the corpses and the stench everywhere, and ran straight through the wounded, who were supporting each other, towards the center of the battlefield. He saw a familiar figure standing in the middle of a pile of corpses, who staggered down from the sea of corpses and blood, but his body fell forward limply. Luo Qin. Xue Liyang rushed over to catch the other person, and rolled down to the dirty roadside with him in his arms. Luo Qin's face was covered with dirt, mud mixed with blood, and he looked quite embarrassed. Xue Liyang reached out to wipe his face, and then wiped it directly on his clothes, and asked anxiously, "How are you? Are you injured?" Liqi, Luo Qin's voice was extremely tired, and even opening his mouth to speak was already overdrawing his physical strength. "I have never been so tired. Thank you for your hard work. Come, I will help you up." Xue Liyang lifted Luo Qin up, and helped him walk step by step towards the gate of the safe zone. Like countless people who had just finished a fierce battle and were retreating to the Ark, they walked on the last bright color of the dim yellow glow on the ground, crossed the cement road stained with blood, and talked to each other softly. Zhu Yin and Lu Huai led a team of survivors to run over and thoroughly disinfected the people who returned at the entrance. The smell of disinfectant filled the streets, silently covering the smell of blood. A layer of fog soon fell after nightfall, and the water droplets condensed in the air also exuded the bitterness of medicine, slowly sinking to every corner of the city, and not dissipating for several days. Luo Qin slept for nearly 20 hours this time. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the room was pitch black, and there was no sound at all. He sat up suddenly, and was anxious to get out of bed, but the person next to him raised his hand to stop him, and hugged his waist tightly, and leaned against him. "Don't move, sleep a little longer." Xue Liyang's voice was like a cool mint candy in the agitation, and it immediately soothed Luo Qin's consciousness that was burning to death in his dream. Luo Qin heaved a sigh of relief and lay back, hugging Xue Liyang in front of him, his head resting on his chest, and his warm breath spraying on his skin. "Lizzie, I dreamed of 2 years ago." Luo Qin's breath was trembling, and his tone was very unstable. "I dreamed that you were not there. I couldn't find you anywhere. I was scared to death." Xue Liyang smiled and kissed his chest, and said with a steaky voice, "I'm here." "How long have I slept?" Luo Qin asked. "I don't know. Maybe from last night to tonight." Xue Liyang's voice exuded a constant stream of sleepiness, causing Luo Qin's eyelids to fight a little. "I'm tired too. Really tired. Don't move. Stay with me for a while." Luo Qin closed his eyes peacefully, and sleepiness instantly pulled him into the quagmire of sleep. He didn't even have time to struggle. When he opened his eyes again, Xue Liyang was no longer by his side. It was daytime outside the window. The curtains were drawn aside, and the sunlight shone through the window, falling on the bedside like scattered gold. Today is a rare sunny day in winter. The haze over the city has dissipated, and even the sky has become a few shades bluer. Luo Qin sat up, and saw that the bathroom door was ajar. He heard the sound of water, so he got out of bed and tiptoed over. Through the crack in the door, he saw Xue Liyang washing a towel with her head down. Her slender fingers clenched and twisted the towel, so tightly that her knuckles turned white. After twisting it dry and loosening it, the fingers that were originally a little pink slowly regained their blood color. Xue Liyang wrung the towel half dry, and when she turned around to leave, she saw Luo Qin peeking at her through the crack in the door, and smiled. "What are you doing?" Luo Qin said nothing, opened the door, and hugged the other's waist. Xue Liyang wiped his face with a towel, with a simple and rough action, while muttering, "Just now I saw you were sweating all over your head while sleeping, so I wanted to wipe you, but you woke up. Go wash your face, and then have something to eat." His words did not get a response from Luo Qin, but instead, he got a light bite on his neck. Xue Liyang looked at Luo Qin's swollen face after sleeping, and smiled and pinched it. "Next time you need to find someone, you should knock on the door. Don't just stand at the door without saying anything. It's scary." Luo Qin stretched out his hand, and knocked on Xue Liyang's chest. "I knocked on the door," he whispered. Xue Liyang was stunned at first, then stretched out his hand and grabbed his fingers. "Okay, please come in." Chapter 264 Administrator ID. Xiao Feng sat on the sofa, with a smug smile on his face. Hee, is there anyone praising me?" No one paid any attention to him. Xue Liyang went over to pull out the gag from the bound Lieutenant Colonel Ji's mouth, and waved to Luo Qin to come over. Ask him if he is willing to talk. If not, throw him out to feed the dogs. Dogs don't eat people, right? Luo Qin asked deliberately. Not the kind of Tian. Xue Liyang squinted his eyes, looking at Lieutenant Colonel G. He has seen them, in the infected areas outside the suburbs, right? Lieutenant Colonel G? The dogs Shui Liang mentioned are those zombie dogs that have been injected with virus serum by mercenaries and mutated. There are many wandering in the wilderness outside Baida town, and their bite force is even stronger than that of human zombies. 3 or 5 of them gather together, and can tear people to pieces alive. What do you want to ask? Under tremendous mental pressure, Lieutenant Colonel G finally compromised. He was tortured beyond recognition after 3 days, and 3 nights of not eating or drinking. He was almost about to collapse. I don't know everything that Li Miyuki did. He has been ostracizing me all these years. Did you blow up the experimental base outside the city? Shui Liang asked. Lieutenant Colonel G said weakly, I didn't want to blow up that place. Everyone knows what kind of beasts are locked up inside. I just wanted to take away the red scum virus sample that Li Miyuki put there. He developed a serum that can increase the power of reconstructed humans many times, and can control low-level infected bodies through their own pheromones. Control? Shui Liang asked. Are you saying that the zombie tide agitation 2 days ago was actually the result of human manipulation? Lieutenant Colonel G nodded. The experimental base holds hundreds of reconstructed humans captured by Li Miyuki for experiments. They are all infected with the red scum virus. When I was looking for the serum, I temporarily shut down the security system. I didn't expect those people to escape. They were very resentful. After they came out, they went everywhere to seek revenge on Li Miyuki and caused a zombie tide. But to cause such a violent agitation, it is very physically demanding. They will probably have to shrink and lie dormant for a while. Luo Qin asked him, do you know that Li Miyuki also put a lot of such recreated humans in Songha? I know. He threw those defective products that failed to mutate in there to observe their evolution in the extreme environment, and asked Nian Yu to deploy defenses around Songha. None of those people could escape. Lieutenant Colonel Ji said. Those in the experimental base have been injected with serum not long ago. Most of them were ordinary humans before the injection. After they showed the initial direction of mutation, Li Miyuki decided whether to throw them into Songha. Shui Liang said impatiently, go on. Don't kick them and fart. Xiao Feng was also pretending to be powerful. That's right. Hurry up and tell me. He's red-eyed. Lieutenant Colonel Ji took a deep breath and vomited out like a broken pot. Also, Li Miyuki seemed to have cultivated something in the Xian safety zone. 2 years ago, he and Zhao Feng Luo suddenly took a lot of people who passed the exam to go there. I don't know what they are going to do. No wonder Nian Yu was so eager to kill you. Shui Liang smiled. You know a lot. Li Miyuki didn't completely exclude you. I only know vaguely, and Li Miyuki is not afraid of letting me know these things. Lieutenant Colonel Ji said. He has been carrying out the so-called rescue operation in recent years, which is actually to let Nian Yu find some helpless and lonely survivors, bring them back to the safety zone, and then gather them together to test the medicine. Many people died, and some became infected with the red scab virus. It is easiest to pry something out of Lieutenant Colonel Ji's mouth. He and Li Miyuki do not have much interest connection, but have accumulated a lot of old grudges. Although he does not know some secrets inside the Ark in depth, it is enough to connect a lot of information. Cui Haoshan, who was silenced, was kidnapping homeless survivors for Nian Yu before. Even though he was humiliated and driven out of the Ark by the other party, he had to compromise in the face of survival and interests. An accident a few years ago was the opportunity for Nian Yu to get rid of Cui Haoshan. In addition to helping Nian Yu with human trafficking and smuggling, he also allowed his men to do some shameful things. And his courage grew. Nian Yu always turned a blind eye to such things. But he didn't expect Cui Haoshan to dare to rob the Songha light equipment caravan, which angered Shui Liang, who was determined to dig up the old accounts and get to the bottom of it, causing Nian Yu's kidnapping behavior to be almost exposed. At that time, it also aroused doubts from some survivors who took the exam, but was cleverly suppressed by Li Miyuki. Nian Yu was furious and planned to kill Cui Haoshan. Cui Haoshan heard the news from somewhere, so he found Tang Qi, who assisted him in smuggling the enhancer, and persuaded her to run away with him. He was afraid that she would make money but not spend it. Tang Qi was reluctant to give up her stable and comfortable life, and immediately rejected him. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Cui Haoshan prepared to run away with his mother. And before leaving, he left all the dark web accounts and remaining enhancers to Tang Qi, which was actually throwing the burden to her. At first, Nian Yu didn't know about Tang Qi's existence, so she kept the things with her. As long as they were not activated, there would be no danger. However, Nian Yu was not so easy to let Cui Haoshan escape under her nose. Cui Haoshan didn't even get out of the streets of the red light district and became a corpse. After Nian Yu killed the other party, he didn't find the dark web keys used for smuggling on the corpse. He knew that this man must have other helpers. So he deliberately left the corpse where it was and asked people to secretly observe whether there were other people fleeing from the red light district, so as to catch them all in one fell swoop. At this point, Tang Chi still couldn't bear to give up the bargain in his hand. He was scared but refused to leave. Instead, he logged into Cui Haoshan's dark web account after spending all his money on wine and women. He wanted to sell the remaining enhancers in his hand. However, he was found by Nian Yu, who had been monitoring Cui Haoshan's dark web account. He accurately located the coordinates and sent people to the hotel to kill him. He was just encountered by Luo Qin. Zheng Qingyao also found out about Tang Chi's existence from Cui Haoshan's case. Before he could protect him, he was disrupted by the killer sent by Nian Yu. However, Nian Yu was not prepared to let the assassin, who was carrying out the mission of silencing live. The silk thread that Shui Liang found in the alley at that time was most likely set by Nian Yu. When Luo Qin heard this, he calmly took out the terminal and sent a message to Zheng Qingyao. There really was a traitor in the Cheng family, and there was more than one. The other party quickly replied with 2 words, I know. So after Cui Haoshan died, you gathered the group of people who were originally under him to smuggle the enhancer for you? Shui Liang asked Lieutenant Colonel Ji with a smile. Where is the source of goods? Cui Haoshan's superior is Nian Yu. You can't ask Nian Yu for help. Right? Lieutenant Colonel Ji looked at him, then looked at Luo Qin, and said with a very bad face, I told you that you may not believe it. It was that person who took the initiative to contact me. His dark web account is an administrator ID of Riddle Space. Chapter 265. A crime for holding a treasure. Shui Liang was called by Luo Qin several times before she stopped being in a daze and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Eating an apple. Luo Qin held half of the apple in his hand, and the other half was in his mouth, and spoke vaguely. I want to eat your half. Shui Liang pointed at the one in his mouth. That one is bigger. Did you deliberately give me a smaller one? Luo Qin was speechless, wiped his hands, and took down the one he was holding. Actually, they are the same size. I almost used a ruler when I cut it. If you want to kiss me, you don't have to be so reserved. Shui Liang ignored him, snatched the one he hadn't bitten, and ate it himself. Xiao Feng sat on the sofa and looked at the 2 people speechlessly. Why don't you leave? Shui Liang walked to the window to loosen the soil for the green ivy, and ate the apple slowly with one hand. I told you that the guy named Ji is hiding in the red light district. Okay. Xiao Feng widened his eyes, sat up straight, looked at him in disbelief. Don't you say something? Like thank you or something. Pay the electricity bill. Shui Liang said. Since you come here every day, the electricity bill has doubled. I haven't even taken the money to count how many times I've saved you. And you're asking for my thanks here. Aren't you afraid of shortening your life? Xiao Feng was so angry that he crossed his arms and sat back on the sofa. You're too domineering. How could Luo Qin like you like this? Luo Qin walked over and put his arm around Shui Liang's waist. I like this. Masochist. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. Shui Liang was half hugged by him, and she looked very happy. Xiao Feng usually secretly observed this legendary demon Red Eyes, who killed people without blinking an eye. Sometimes he felt that he could really see a little bit of the shadow of a bully in this person. But it seemed that it was just his personality. He was not as cruel and tyrannical as many people said. And he treated human life as worthless. This person seems to regard most things as worthless. How to deal with Lieutenant Colonel Ji? Shui Liang asked. Luo Qin, lock him up first. Maybe he can be useful. Haven't you found Li Muki and Nian Yu yet? No, they said they disappeared after chasing into Qinling Mountains. I think they are likely to flee to the western safe zone, so I had people set up defenses on the way to Sichuan and Chongqing, but no one was found. Shui Liang pondered for a moment, and said, they may not run south. What if they didn't even think about running? I just can't understand why Nian Yu still protects Li Muki. Luo Qin was murmuring in his heart. It doesn't make sense. He wouldn't be so loyal to Li Muki. Shui Liang's eyes flashed with gloom, looking at the bleak streets outside the window, slowly said, Zhao Fenglu. It was Zhao Fenglu who asked him to do this. He can ignore Li Muki and Shui Yanting, and even ignore what I say. But he will obey Zhao Fenglu's orders. Shui Liang left Hanzhou after graduating from high school, and lost contact with his old friends. Nian Yu's mother died soon after. He was alone and helpless, and could hardly make ends meet. It was Zhao Fengluo who found him, gave him money for school, and took him to the United States to participate in the reconstruction experiment. Zhao Fengluo is well versed in the art of controlling people's hearts. He was obviously doing everything for his own selfish desires. Everything he did for Nian Yu seemed to be done with all his heart. But to him, it was just a matter of moving his fingers. Not even charity. However, the panicked Nian Yu regarded him as a life-saving straw, so that he still obeys his orders today. But for Nian Yu, at that time, almost the whole world abandoned him, and the only one who reached out to him was Zhao Fengluo. As for Lieutenant Colonel Ji, he was full of vigor and vitality in the first few decades, but he suddenly became a follower of those merchants who used to bow and scrape to him, and even felt frustrated. Of course, he was dissatisfied with anyone who was superior to him. Although his move was not brilliant, it was no less than trying to get something out of the fire, and it hit the key points of Li Muqi and Nian Yu. However, the dark web administrator who contacted him to smuggle the enhancer and provided him with the video played at the celebration was another complicated mystery. If what Zhu Yin said was true, the mysterious administrator was contacting Nian Yu, providing convenience for him to build a smuggling system on the dark web, while helping Lieutenant Colonel Ji to deal with Nian Yu. Shui Liang couldn't figure out what this person was planning. Was he going to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers, waiting for a result in which both sides would suffer losses? Shui Liang was thinking. And suddenly his portable communicator rang. As soon as he picked up the phone, Sun Ling interrupted anxiously. "Captain, come quickly. Baida Town Industrial Park. Nian Yu and his men are going to attack Shaolang." Then, there was a bang on the other end of the communicator, and something exploded, and the signal was completely cut off. Sun Ling cursed a few words, dropped the communicator in her hand that was affected by the explosion, and ran in the industrial park in a sea of fire with Jimao Lang in her arms. When another stun bomb flew straight at her, she quickly bent down and got into a cement pipe beside her. Several metal fragments mixed with cement flew in and hit her knees, and her calf immediately opened several cuts, and blood flowed all over the ground. "You are injured." Jimao Lang looked at her and said softly, "It's okay, it's just a small wound." Sun Ling looked down at her skin healing rapidly, and then, while the aftermath outside was still not over, she got out from the other end of the cement pipe and found a half-collapsed wall as a shelter. Nian Yu held a rifle in both hands, firing madly towards this side, with no expression on his face. The Sun Ling hid behind a pile of iron barrels, gripping the pistol in his hand angrily, thinking about ways to break out. There were not many bullets left. It was impossible to fight Nian Yu head-on, so he could only think of a way to get out first. Get out. Nian Yu stood just a wall away from her, and blew up a tin barrel with one shot. "Give me the kid. I won't kill you. I'm not curious why you didn't die after being shot by the countermeasures 5 years ago. But if you blocked the road today, I don't mind shooting you in the head 5 years ago." Sun Ling cursed. "You ungrateful bastard. Did the captain dig up your ancestors' graves or something? Wasn't he good enough to you back then? How did he do you wrong? Why are you so persistent in not letting us go?" Nian Yu was unmoved, as if he was invulnerable to any verbal battles in the world. But within just a few seconds, he had already developed the intention to kill. Sun Ling couldn't possibly leave him alive today. Jimao Lang tried to lean out and listen to Nian Yu's footsteps. "Leave me to him. He shouldn't have any grudge against children and won't kill me. Don't talk nonsense. I won't hand you over to him." Sun Ling touched his head. "He's a lunatic, Shaolang. I'm going to rush out later to buy you some time. You run without looking back. Don't come back. Do you hear me?" "No." Before the two finished talking, there was another loud noise from behind the wall. Nian Yu cursed in a low voice, as if avoiding the source of the noise. The vibration continued, and the Ark soldiers brought by Nian Yu raised their guns and fired. But the gunshots did not last for a few seconds, accompanied by screams from the other side of the wall. The sound of guns falling to the ground came one after another. Nian Yu's eyes darkened, and he saw several people rolling on the ground in pain behind him. Their wrists had been cut off, and blood was gushing out. Their hands were still hanging on the rifles, and they kept pulling the trigger. These were all beta-type reconstructed humans. Even if their hands were cut off, they would regenerate in the shortest time. But Nian Yu soon discovered that the cuts on their hands showed no signs of recovery. A man holding a knife came from the direction of the explosion, passed through the smoke, and stopped in front of Nian Yu. "You, a human trafficker. Have you come to my head? Jimo Ro's extremely gloomy eyes swept across Nian Yu. You are looking for death. Dad. Jimo Lang excitedly came out from behind the wall. You are here to save us. Jimo Ro turned his head and glanced at his dirty son. With a look of disgust. Which hand did this man shoot at you just now? I will cut that hand. Great. Come on. Dad. Jimo Lang clenched his fists and waved. Both hands shot. Nian Yu looked at Jimo Ro, sneered. Didn't you say that you don't care about your son at all? What does this mean? You don't even want something, but you still protect it so fiercely. Jimo Lang said angrily. You are talking nonsense. My father didn't abandon me. Jimo Ro raised the black steel blade in his hand. The blood on it was fading away little by little, gathering in a blood groove, and dripping along the tip of the knife. If you heard what Li Muki said, then you can just ignore it. He could even push his own son out as a human shield. So of course he thought everyone in the world was a beast like him. Stop talking nonsense. Don't think I really can't beat you. Nian Yu threw away the empty gun and rushed over. Jimo Ro was faster than him. When Nian Yu flew close to him, the sharp knife in his hand instantly slashed towards his chest. Nian Yu subconsciously became alert to his knife and dodged sideways. The tip of the knife rubbed against his palm, and a white mark immediately appeared, and then blood oozed out, dripping all the way along his chest, and the burning pain spread from his palm to half of his forearm. He realized that there was something wrong with the knife, which would prevent the wounds of the regenerated human from healing. The broken technology in the hands of that idiot Shui Liang is still somewhat useful. This thing is specifically designed to kill regenerated human scum like you. Jimo Ro smiled. Who did you say you wanted to shoot in the head? Was it the little girl behind? Nian Yu. You are so fucking useless. Is attacking women your strong point? One Cheng Qingye and one Yi Qinglan are not enough. Nian Yu roared, rushed over desperately, hugged Jimo Ro, and opened his mouth to bite his neck. Jimo Ro's scalp suddenly felt numb. The other person's breath was close at hand. He cursed very badly, and she dodged immediately, as if she had seen a ghost. At this time, a figure came over and kicked Nian Yu away, instantly throwing him several meters away. Jimo Ro was pulled from behind. She turned her head and saw Shui Liang snatching the knife from his hand, with the tip of the knife facing outward, and a pool of blood splashed on the ground. Why don't you stab him to death? Jimo Ro tried to catch the knife with her backhand, but was blocked by Shui Liang again. What are you doing? Shui Liang let go of his hand, letting the blood on the knife flow down the blood groove, and said, he used the enhanced serum extracted from the red scab virus. Before you kill him, he will put his blood into your eyes and turn you into a madman like him. When Jimo Ro heard this, cold sweat immediately soaked her back, thinking that it was a good thing that she didn't let the other party succeed. Luo Qin jumped down from the roof of the warehouse next to him, and stepped on Nian Yu, who was about to stand up. He heard the sound of his ribs breaking. About 4, and they should have penetrated into his lungs. Nian Yu seemed to be stimulated when he saw Luo Qin, and he wanted to escape at all costs, and even stood up suddenly to bite his leg. Shui Liang rushed forward and pulled Luo Qin away, which was exactly what Nian Yu wanted. He immediately stood up and quickly crossed the barbed wire and left. He ran away. Jimo Ro frowned. If he runs away, then he runs away. At least there is a chance to catch him alive. Shui Liang said. We have captured Lieutenant Colonel Ji. He said that Li Muki cultivated something in the Xian district. Nian Yu has been helping. I guess Zhao Fengluo is also involved. He also said that more than half of the people who passed the so-called selection exam in recent years were taken to the Xian district by Li Muki. You won't catch him to try his medicine, will you? Jimo Ro asked. I'm not surprised at what he does now. He just raised a zombie king in the Xian district. They all think it's normal. Pry a little more out of Lieutenant Colonel Ji's mouth, Shui Liang said. It seems that Li Muki already knows about Xiao Lang's situation. That's why he sent Nian Yu to rob him. He is really at the end of his rope. Jimo Lang ran over and grabbed Jimo Ro's pants, rubbed a few times and said, Dad, did you beat him away? Don't run around next time, do you hear me? Jimo Ro picked him up and scolded him. How did he know about your small yard? The group of people who came to cause trouble last time used to move goods and steal sheep for Cui Haoshan. I remember one of them. He personally brought Nian Yu to identify him. Sidling walked over and said. Nian Yu interrogated him and didn't intend to leave him alive. As soon as he found us, he was killed by Nian Yu. Chapter 266, Game of Strength. When Shui Liang pushed the door open, Xiao Feng was sitting on the sofa, covering his face and crying. Beside him were ropes scattered all over the floor. It was obvious that Lieutenant Colonel Ji had run away. But there was no other way. Something happened to Sun Ling and GMO Lang. In a hurry, they could only leave Lieutenant Colonel Ji to Xiao Feng, the only one they could ask for. But Lieutenant Colonel Ji had been a soldier for decades after all. How could Xiao Feng, a child who was as weak as a chicken, fight against this old fox? Don't move. Don't rub it with your hands. Xue Liyang pulled Xiao Feng's hand away, and saw that half of his face was swollen, with 2 bloody wounds, and blood at the corners of his mouth. Sun Ling, go out and get some ice cubes to apply to him. Call Li Xiaohan to come back from outside, and bring some medicine for bruises. Xiao Feng didn't cry loudly at first, but after being surrounded and cared for by a bunch of people, he cried even harder. Jima Lang took a knife and cut some icicles from the air conditioner outside the door and crushed them. He stood behind Xue Liyang and looked at Xiao Feng, who was crying. He asked in confusion, "Second uncle, wasn't he just beaten? Why is he crying so sadly? You little bastard. Whose child are you?" Xiao Feng put ice on his face and cried. "If you were beaten, would you not cry?" Jima Lang turned over and sat on the sofa, propped himself up and looked at him, and gave him spiritual chicken soup like a little adult. "What's the use of crying? I have to remember who beat me. When I grow up, he'd better be alive. But he will soon feel that he might as well be dead." Luo Qin couldn't help turning his head to look at Jima Lang, laughing out loud, thinking that Xiao Feng, whose heart was more fragile than glass, couldn't understand the logic of such a child at all. Sure enough, Xiao Feng was choked by Jima Lang, and turned his face away, and continued to cry. But Luo Qin and Xue Liyang could clearly feel that. Jima Lang gradually became more fierce, similar to Jimoro, but seemed to be better. They all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiao Lang took after his mother more. Li Xiaohan and Zhu Yin came over soon, bringing some herbs to reduce swelling. Xue Liyang crushed the herbs, and applied them to Xiao Feng, seeming that half of his face was wrapped like a mummy, and he was still sobbing. "Okay, that's enough," Xue Liyang said helplessly. "Use the other side to chew food for the next 2 days, and try not to move the left side." Xiao Feng sniffed and said, "Can I live here? I don't want to go back like this. It's too ugly." Xue Liyang was almost unable to suppress his anger. "You still want to live here? Do you think this is a hotel? You, let him stay." Jimoro looked at it with amusement. "Xue Liyang, this little sissy you picked up is quite interesting, crying more vigorously than a woman." Zhu Yin raised his foot and kicked him on the butt. His face was very unhappy. "You are becoming more and more disrespectful." Ruru. Jimoro also frowned, but did not get angry. "I don't mean that. I just said it casually." Luo Qin laughed, and said nothing. Sometimes Jimoro would not even listen to Jima's song, but was quite gentle to Zhu Yin. He only knew that they had been friends for many years. But he did not know how Zhu Yin could calm down Jimoro, a schizophrenic and manic patient. Even he and Xue Liyang could not think of a second way to subdue him except by beating him with fists. But Zhu Yin did not look like someone who would hit people. Xue Liyang looked at Xiao Feng, who was so aggrieved, in distress, thinking that it was because he had left Lieutenant Colonel Ji to the other party's care that his face was beaten into such a horrible state. So he could just stay for 2 days. After handling the matters here, Xue Liyang followed Luo Qin back to the Ark, and took Jima Lang and Sun Ling with him. Since Li Muqi and Nian Yu escaped from the Ark, the committee and the safety zone were in turmoil for a while. Luo Qin decided to open the residence registration of the Ark. The door of the safety zone is open at any time. The check-in process has been simplified a lot. The specific links are handed over to Lu Huai, which is quite efficient. In addition, the safety zone also cancelled the policy of permanent free food supply. Although the Ark coupons are still in circulation, they can only be used to exchange for materials issued by the Ark warehouse. It is a one-way transaction. The official will no longer print them, and private Ark coupons are no longer protected by the official. Lock-in intends to restore the Ark simple shelter function, rather than a machine controlled from top to bottom. In recent years, the Ark vouchers, which have become increasingly volatile, will gradually reduce their circulation until they disappear completely one day. But as long as the Ark exists, a new monetary policy will definitely be born from it in the future. However, this is not what Lock-in wants to lead. The most urgent task is to gradually abolish the Ark voucher system that is about to collapse. In this way, Those who have obtained the qualification to move in by paying materials and taking exams in previous years are somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that the precious qualification they have worked so hard for so long is now easily available to everyone, which is unfair. After hearing what Lu Huai had conveyed to him, Luo Qin smiled and said calmly, "Everyone should have known before that investing in Ark is similar to playing cards. Risks and benefits go hand in hand. It is normal to lose everything overnight. In ancient times, people still emphasized a new emperor has new ministers. Let alone now. Go and tell them that there will be no compensation. If you are dissatisfied, you can declare war. This is my rule." He has indeed changed a lot. He abandoned the principle of egalitarianism without hesitation and formulated new rules that are bound to be biased under the greatest degree of balance. However, most of the survivors outside were unwilling to enter the Ark. Li Muqi's reputation outside these years was already bad enough. They could not easily believe that the new manager could make any good plans. Especially some people in the red light district. The survivor camps there even divided territories and factions among each other. The new autonomous system was taking shape, and the forces were complicated. Compared to being trembling under the eyes of the Ark, it was much freer here. And it was also convenient to do more things that were not in the spotlight. Welfare policies were cancelled one after another. Since the Ark was no longer a paradise with no worries about food and clothing, it was not attractive to them. However, even if the Ark has undergone earth-shaking changes, some voices will not disappear. Impossible. An elder of the committee slapped the table. Furious. Let Red Eye stay in the Ark? Luo Qin. Are you crazy? Several other old members of the committee who stood on the side of the elders also said, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This matter is absolutely out of the question. I think everyone here, the younger ones, don't know some of the past. Red Eye almost destroyed the Ark back then. How many people did he kill? If he goes crazy again, can the Ark withstand his tossing again? Some young people have only joined the Ark committee in the past 2 years. At this time, they all pricked up their ears and listened desperately, fearing that they would miss some bloody legendary gossip. They had only heard some rumors, but they knew nothing about the details. Curious, but everyone knew that these things were taboo to be mentioned in the Ark, especially in front of Luo Qin. Now that the old seniors suddenly dug up the old stories, these young people were surprised, but also felt novel. Red Eye can be regarded as a figure of urban legend. It is said that he was fighting against many opponents, and his opponents were all extremely strong alpha-type reconstructed humans. They were beaten back by Red Eye one after another, and they were defeated. Unexpectedly, he is coming back now. And it was Luo Qin, the executive officer who was rumored to have a grudge against Red Eye, who personally brought him back. The blood feud between the two of them seemed to have suddenly turned into a drama about love and hatred. Luo Qin bit his fingers and tapped them rhythmically on the table. He listened to the group of people mumbling their opinions. He couldn't stop rubbing his temples because of a headache. He said, "Excuse me. You are too excited. The incident happened because he was infected with the Red Eye virus. The culprit was Li Muqi. I think everyone knew what was going on at the time. You pretended to be confused because you were under pressure from Li Muqi and didn't dare to stand on the side. I understand. Is he cured now?" the elder insisted. "Can you ensure that the Red Eye is not contagious now?" Luo Qin stopped what he was doing, glanced at the other person lightly, and suddenly laughed. "Listen to me. Shui Liang is not contagious. I can guarantee this." "What can you guarantee?" the other person shouted. "Do you dare to get a little of his blood on the wound?" Luo Qin smiled more and more, and his mouth curled up. "Don't be so troublesome. Everyone should know that our relationship is very close. We even sleep together every night. If he could infect someone, would I be fine now?" He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word close. The young people present began to whisper to each other, laughing wildly, and it seemed that their gossiping hearts were greatly satisfied. Jima Song, who was sitting next to him, looked up at him and raised one of his eyebrows. Even Chung Qingyao turned his head away, clenched his fist, and put it to his mouth, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Shameless. Several people were immediately angry and coughed, slamming the table wildly. This kind of thing can prove anything. Okay, there is one more thing, Luo Qin continued. I have cleared all the alpha-type reconstructed humans who work for Li Muqi in the Ark, and I know you are all waiting for this day. But this is not the bargaining chip and admission ticket I give you. From now on, you can treat me as another Li Muqi. Don't think that my temper will be better than his. And there is room for bargaining. The other party was stunned, and laughed in anger. Luo Qin, you finally showed your true face. You didn't even shuffle the cards. You bit off more than you can chew. You might die of overeating. When I die of overeating, you are welcome to come and share a piece of the pie. Luo Qin smiled, and his smile was determined to win. After all, the Ark is always fair, survival of the fittest, win or lose. And it applies to me too. After he finished speaking, he was no longer prepared to tangle with these old antiques. He packed up the things on the table, and walked out. He closed the door of the conference room, and locked in the noise and arguments inside. Chapter 267 Right and Wrong. The holographic calendar on the wall showed 11:30. Luo Qin looked up and saw the time. Only then did he realize that he was hungry. He quickly packed up the things in his hands and left the office. He pushed the door open and went in. Xue Liyang just came out of the bathroom. They bumped into each other. Xue Liyang took a step back. There were still drops of water on his face. Why did you come back so late? My biological clock has come. I should miss you at this time. Luo Qin walked over, grabbed Xue Liyang's wrist roughly, and kissed her until her hands and feet softened. He felt Xue Liyang was resisting, which was not normal. So Luo Qin looked around the room, and saw Jima Lang sitting on the bed and watching them. Jima Lang was used to this kind of thing. He did not think this kind of intimate behavior was strange. He watched them intently every time. Then he asked Luo Qin with a strong desire for knowledge, how did you train your lung capacity like this? It was probably the same way of thinking as Jimoro. What is this? Luo Qin glanced at the half-eaten ice cream on the table again. Frowned. In the middle of winter. You two are eating ice cream? Although the physical constitution of the recreated human beings is not easily affected by such trivial factors. Since Xu Yan asked Xue Liyang to pay attention to health preservation in the past 2 years, Luo Qin felt that he should do something. Especially eating ice cream in the middle of winter, which should be resolutely stopped. Xue Liyang argued with him. This is what you said before to stay healthy. You have to eat what is in the season. Are you hungry? Luo Qin snatched the ice cream from Xue Liyang's hand, ignoring Jima Lang's silent protest, digging a big mouthful for himself, and ate the rest. Let's eat. Xue Liyang reluctantly threw the empty ice cream box into the trash can, sighing, I have something to tell you. Lu Huai came just now, reported the data of material consumption in the Ark warehouse, and 30% of the backlog has been cleared. Someone on the committee protested, but was suppressed by Jima Song. The high-quality, rare materials in the hands of the Ark are resources that ordinary survivors cannot easily obtain. Moreover, the Ark coupons are destined to disappear completely in private transactions soon. At present, of course, the survivors are scrambling to take out the Ark coupons they have accumulated, and exchange them for supplies at the Ark market in front of the gate of the safe zone. Anyway, the supplies that Li Muki has looted cannot be piled up in the warehouse. Especially the food that cannot be eaten will only rot, so distributing them is the best choice. Luo Qin nodded. I heard that. They were arguing about this in the meeting this morning, back and forth, and there was nothing else to say. You were in the meeting for the whole morning? Xue Liyang asked after Jima Lang got dressed. I just listened to people quarreling and complaining. They quarrel their own way. And I say mine. Those old men, who have watched this committee in name only for the past 2 years, have been scared by Li Muki, and dare not say a word. They finally got a chance to challenge me here. Luo Qin said. They quarreled again today, disagreeing with my decision to let you stay in the Ark. If the tables were not fixed to the ground, they would have overturned them long ago. But I ignored them. Why are they so annoying to me? Xue Liyang laughed. It's okay to be annoying. I annoy them too. Jima Lang echoed, yes. I annoy them too. Let's go. Eat something. Xue Liyang patted Jima Lang on the shoulder. There will be meat for lunch. In fact, he and Luo Qin both knew that such things would only increase in the future, and the content of the so-called meeting debate would never be as simple as the 2 sentences Luo Qin said lightly. Luo Qin remembered that he had a confrontation with someone in the conference room that morning. The other party came up and questioned him, saying, bringing Xue Liyang in, did you disregard the safety of so many survivors in the Ark? The people that Xue Liyang was forced to kill in the Ark will always be a topic for others to criticize him. This is something that not only Xue Liyang cannot avoid, but also Luo Qin cannot avoid. Red eyes really killed people, whether they were innocent or wrong. The unsuspenseful massacre of the weak by the strong that year can never be erased. But what Luo Qin was dissatisfied with was that, during the series of events back then, many people in the committee openly or secretly supported Li Miyuki's purge policy, which eventually led to the intensification of conflicts. Even he could not control the situation, which caused irreversible consequences. Now they actually jumped out one by one to bring up the old things, which was really stepping on his face. There was a moment of silence in the meeting room. And then someone said, "He is the first generation of recreated humans. And he is stronger than many people. It is human nature to suspect him first when something goes wrong. If he really didn't do it, even if he was accused of a few things, he could still come out to explain. But how did he do it?" The man even stood up, left his seat, and stood in the aisle and looked at Luo Qin. "Let me ask you. A person who can't accept the slightest doubt and kills people casually when accused. Is this a normal behavior? Will others believe that he really didn't do anything?" Luo Qin looked at the person who was speaking. A white-haired woman. She seemed to be just an ordinary clerk before, responsible for document recording and delivery under Li Miyuki. Her husband and only son served in the Ark army and died in a battle 5 years ago. It is true that he has a grudge against Xue Liyang, so it is normal for him to be emotional. "Madam, I remind you to pay attention," Luo Qin said slowly. "Please distinguish the concepts of questioning and framing." The woman insisted. "When he was in Songha a few years ago, I don't know why, he openly disobeyed the orders of his superiors and confronted the army. He was locked up for a month. I also know this. He was not wronged. Right? At that time, he could disobey orders so much. And it was not uncommon for him to kill people, just suspecting him. Is it so unacceptable for him?" No one stopped her from talking. And Luo Qin didn't either. He didn't think that the other party's emotions were groundless. There was total silence. Only the woman had tears in her eyes, trembling as she pointed at Luo Qin. "But he killed my husband. My son. Can't I be sad? Can't I hate him?" Luo Qin looked at her and said calmly, "Sure. I have confirmed this with you before. You can even seek revenge on him. But I want to ask you, did your husband and son have any grudges with him before the war? Since you think you have the power to decide other people's lives and deaths, why are you unwilling to bear the consequences?" The woman was stunned by his question, and she held the edge of the table tightly with both hands. "Let me tell you the reason," Locken said. "Because the Red Scum virus leaked that year, the fundamental problem lies with the Ark Committee." Everyone was stunned, and even began to sweat slightly, staring at Locken nervously, fearing that he would reveal some earth-shattering secret. The Type 2 enhancer modified by the Red Scum virus was extremely popular at that time. Not only on the black market, even inside the Ark. Some people began to pay attention to this piece of fat meat. Locken continued. This enhancer was resold from the inside to the black market, until it got out of control, and the situation could no longer be controlled. You are afraid, and you are unwilling to admit that you have caused a big disaster. So when Li Miyuki framed Lan Yin, you chose to remain silent. And some even took the initiative to become accomplices, because Lan Yin could take all the charges for you. Do you want me to make public the detailed list and announce who participated in the illegal transaction that year? The woman's face turned pale, but she still refused to admit it. How convincing is your one-sided statement? Luo Qin smiled a little disappointed and powerless. Now it's my one-sided statement again. I begged many of you present at that time, and I even spoke to you one by one in a humble manner, asking you to come out and testify for him. But you didn't. No one was willing to help me. Each of you is staring at the interests in your hands. No one is saying anything, not even a word of the truth. I don't know. It's his fault, of course it's his fault. The woman covered her face and cried. Luo Qin sighed imperceptibly and sat down. Some grudges cannot be explained, unresolved. For the woman in front of him, perhaps the only way is to do something, to get rid of the bad feelings in her heart, otherwise there will be no cure for the rest of her life. She herself may not have done anything wrong. Back then her husband and son participated in the smuggling of enhancers, and participated in the encirclement and suppression driven by the Interest Alliance, but were killed instead. From the beginning to the end, she did nothing, never dissuaded, never instigated, but became the one who bore the most tragic consequences. She certainly could not blame her dead family members, questioning why they were so violent, but she must find a target to place her hatred and pain on. So later in her mind, whatever Xue Liyang did must be wrong, evil, and punishable by everyone. Now this irreconcilable pain, who caused it? No one can judge. In the square of the camp, Bai Wuluo was preparing lunch with the rescue team. They had gone out hunting for the whole morning, and were lucky enough to hunt wild boars and pheasants. Now that humans were forced to flee, wild animals began to run around without worry. Trees and weeds grew from the suburbs into the city. If it weren't for regular cleaning, the city would have become a landscape garden full of plants. In contrast, the number of wild beasts began to increase. This place used to be their territory, but now it will be taken back again. Shui Liang had just cut off a whole piece of barbecue, and before he could eat it, Siling came running back. Looking anxious, "Captain, we found Lieutenant Colonel G's body." He was stunned, and quickly stood up. Luo Qin immediately knew that he could not eat this meal again, and quickly stuffed a few pieces of meat into his mouth. "Let's go! Let's go!" Lieutenant Colonel G was found dead in the wilderness on the outskirts of Han'o City. It was the rescue team that Su Yugang led on patrol who encountered him. At that time, several zombie dogs were biting Lieutenant Colonel G's body. The rescue team shot and killed the dogs. When they looked over, they recognized the other party's identity from the face that had not been completely torn. Li Xiaohan and Zhu Yin had already gone there. They checked the bullet hole on Lieutenant Colonel G's forehead and found that it was a sniper rifle bullet. It was the same type that killed Cheng Qingye. It was Nian Yu. Zhu Yin stood up and said, "Zhao Fangluo once lost a sniper rifle of this type, but I always felt that the gun was not lost at all. And it must be with Nian Yu. After Cheng Qingye's death, I checked the attendance records of the personnel inside the Ark at the time of the incident. Nian Yu was not in the Ark at all." Cheng Qingye stood aside, holding the evidence bag in his hand, and his eyes were gloomy. "Go find them." He turned his head and said to his special police, "They shouldn't be far away. Go search by car. Check every road in and out of Hanzhou." "Yes." The people sent out by the Special Forces team returned the message in a long time, saying that they found fresh off-road wheel tracks on the road to the west out of the city, and they disappeared until they got on the highway. "Chase them." Cheng Qingye inserted his pistol into his gun belt and summoned the remaining special police. "Find a way to track the signal of their car." Li Xiaohan watched several cars go away from the road. His eyes fell back on the body on the ground, and he shook his head and sighed. After all, he was a brave general in the past. He didn't have any merits, but he worked hard. I didn't expect that he would end up like this. Zhu Yin squatted with his back to Li Xiaohan, staring at the gray and dead face of Lieutenant Colonel G for a long time, and suddenly showed a sinister smile, which was very strange. "If you do too much evil, you will be punished. You can't escape it," he said softly. "Everyone will be punished." Chapter 268, The Qinling Chase. The northern foot of the Qinling Mountains. The middle section of the Taibai Mountain winding road. The mountains and fields were freezing cold after nightfall. The endless and extremely cold wind howled over the mountains, hit the top of the mountain, and broke into a ball of air, swishing the grass and trees on the ground. The stone tablet covered by weeds on the side of the road was looming, illuminated by the moonlight, like the entrance to the underworld where ghosts roamed. In the mountains, in front of the leeward slope of a small valley, there was a ball of fire burning next to an open-top off-road vehicle, like a ghost fire jumping and shaking in the dark environment, and being blown by the wind as if it would be extinguished at any time. Li Muki was wearing a military green cotton coat, his teeth chattering from the cold, and he was huddled in front of the fire to keep warm. Nian Yu came over, piled up a few stones around the fire, and added some firewood. This was all the fuel he would use tonight. The alcohol had been used up, and he could only rely on these wild grasses and tree barks to keep warm at night. "Why did you go for so long?" Li Muki asked with gritted teeth. Nian Yu ignored him, sat down, took a small yellow croaker from the bag, and did not gut it to clean the internal organs, but directly pierced it with branches and roasted it in circles over the fire. "I'm talking to you." "Fucking." Li Muki cursed again, but still got no response. He seemed to be just a ball of air to Nian Yu, and the sound of his voice was no different from the whistling wind around him. He gave up, and huddled up tighter, thinking that it didn't matter now. He used to be poor, and had to sleep on a newspaper on the side of the road, because he couldn't make any money. He was just like this now, with no dignity, like a stray dog. It's just starting over. What's the big deal? It's not like he hasn't experienced despair before. There was a rustling sound in the bushes not far away. Nian Yu raised his head instantly, touched the rifle on the side, and stared at the darkness vigilantly. A figure walked over on the dead branches on the ground. Nianyu saw the other person clearly in the light of the fire, breathed a sigh of relief, and put down the gun. Zhao Fanlu walked in front of the two people, squatted down without saying a word, and picked up a branch to stir the campfire. How long will it take? Li Muki said angrily. Why didn't you fly a helicopter over here? Fly a helicopter? Zhao Fanlu glanced at him indifferently. Do you mean to let those alpha-type reconstructed humans see such a big target in the sky at a glance? And then use rockets? Or just pick a tree and throw it over? To blow us all up? If there were helicopters, we would have reached the Xian district long ago. Li Muki cursed. Zhao Fanlu. What on earth are you doing? You don't develop your own power. The Xian district is shit. There are only a few hundred people alive and dead. You have been diving into the mountains like a savage for these years. And today you are being chased like a dog. Zhao Fanlu laughed. It's you who is being chased like a dog. Not me. Don't you know to beware of Lieutenant Colonel Ji? He has always been a sinister person. His youngest son is just like him. That's why he died a miserable death. How could you let him trick you? It couldn't have been him. Someone must have helped him. Li Muki's eyes were bloodshot with hatred. He didn't care if his voice would attract any wild beasts. Who is that Ji? He's not even one of my dogs. How could he do such a thing silently under my nose? Who is it? It must be my beastly son. Zhao Fanluo heard him insulting his son like Shui Yunting before, and sighed. And you? Yen Yu. Cheng Qingyao. That ungrateful guy. He pretended to be neutral in the Ark for 4 years. 4 years. What happened? He was secretly in cahoots with that little bastard by Wu Luo during these 4 years. And it turned out that he was the one who leaked the news. Li Muki pointed at Nian Yu and started to scold him. I asked you to beware of those foxes named Cheng. Do you think I was talking nonsense? Now, he and Luo Qin have completely infiltrated the Ark. Why did the Human Alliance revive? I ask you why. Zhao Fanglu saw that he was going crazy, so he simply chose to ignore him like Nian Yu. We'll leave at 5. Nian Yu took the roasted yellow croaker off the fire and took a bite. The stench of the internal organs did not affect his chewing at all, as if he had lost his sense of taste. Let's sleep. In the forest a few kilometers away. Shui Liang dimmed the fire on the stove. Walked to Luo Qin. Sat down. Let's sleep. Luo Qin hugged him tightly, pulled his cotton coat over to cover most of his body, and pressed his forehead against his. He could feel that Shui Liang was still awake, blinking slightly, and her eyelashes swept across his eyelids, making him feel itchy. Are you still awake? Luo Qin opened his eyes. What are you thinking about? Shui Liang glanced at Bai Wulua and Cheng Qingyao sleeping in the car in the distance, and Jimoro curled up into a shadow on the roof of the car, and said to him, I never thought that one day I would be in a place like this, chasing Zhao Fangluo and Nian Yu all the way. It was not just him. When they were young, they sat around a table, eating warmly, watching TV, and talking about trivial matters in life. Who would have thought that the friendship back then would come to this point today? Fighting for life and death, fighting with swords, was the ending he had never imagined for this group of people. No one can accompany you all the way, Luo Qin said softly. We have to separate. Make your own choice. And then, Shui Liang leaned into his arms, closed his eyes. What about you? With me. Luo Qin lowered his head and kissed his forehead. I will always be with you, and try to live with you until we die on the same day, month and year. And then let Xiaobai and others carve a monument for us, saying that these two people are like a tape tied together in a knot, and they can't be separated until death. Your metaphors are always very strange. Shui Liang almost laughed and couldn't hold back his voice. Last time you said that we are like 2 kinds of rice mixed together in the supermarket. Don't think about separating in this life. Luo Qin put his hand on his waist, rubbed the vertebrae on his back, and said, I have other versions, such as 2 colors of plasticine kneaded into a ball, a mess. You have me, I have you. Shui Liang said, You are not serious again. Right? Luo Qin said, No, you have me. The second half of the sentence should be deleted. Shui Liang smiled and pinched his stomach. Stop talking nonsense, shut up, go to sleep. No one spoke anymore. A light sleep. They had been chasing Li Muki in the mountains for several days and nights. 3 of the 5 were good at tracking. They easily blocked Li Muki and his group into this remote and difficult mountain area. When they felt that they had exhausted the other party, they also stopped to rest. This was Shui Liang's usual method when performing tasks in the past, just like trapping prey. Before dawn the next day, several people quickly prepared and got on the car, and continued to chase in the direction of the ruts on the ground. And Lee Miyuki finally realized how desperate the giant lizard was back then. One night 2 days later, Xue Liang felt that the opponent's anti-tracking ability suddenly increased, and almost got rid of them in one fell swoop, and soon realized that it was Zhao Fengluo who came. The retired Special Forces soldier who had fought on the battlefield for decades and had extremely rich field combat capabilities, the elder he once respected the most, was now in a life-and-death pursuit with him. The wheel tracks here go to the southwest, and there is a smell of gasoline, which is new. Xue Liang jumped into the car, pointed to the front. Chase. They brought enough gasoline, and Lee Miyuki and Nian Yu fled in a hurry. Unless Zhao Fengluo brought a bunch of people and supplies with great fanfare, and escorted Lee Miyuki to evacuate at the risk of being discovered, it would be possible to get rid of the 5 Alpha-type reconstructed humans before arriving at the West Safety Zone. Otherwise, the opponent would definitely not last for half a day. Chapter 269 Closing Confession. Go. They are behind. Lee Miyuki shouted wildly. Step on the gas. Nian Yu glanced at the dashboard and frowned. Get ready to abandon the car, we are out of gas. After he said that, he turned the steering wheel sharply and rushed into the dense forest under the road. The off-road vehicle rushed all the way down the hillside. The front of the car kept bumping and scraping against the trees in the forest, making a loud noise, and soon it was deformed, emitting a pungent smell of engine oil. Finally, the car got stuck between several trees. The wheels spun wildly, and finally had to stop due to loss of power. Nian Yu and Zhao Fengluo jumped out of the car, pulled Lee Miyuki, who was curled up in the back seat, out, and ran with him into the woods, running for his life, and disappeared in the shade of the trees in an instant. The forest was filled with mist, and the rising sun had not yet completely penetrated this thin film. The weeds and bushes that covered his waist and abdomen scratched Lee Miyuki's skin, and he was desperately pulled forward by Zhao Fengluo. And gradually he could no longer feel the pain, and only felt dizzy, and his body's only reaction was to run away. A sharp crossbow arrow suddenly shot over with a whizzing sound. Zhao Fengluo reacted very quickly, and pulled Lee Miyuki to the side to avoid it. The arrow nailed the tree, piercing through the centurial trunk, and the bright arrowhead broke out from the other side. After Cheng Qingyao fired the arrow, he successfully forced the 3 people to slightly deviate from the direction, and ran towards where Xue Liang was. Nian Yu used a knife to split the bushes in front of him. He saw a figure flashing above his head from the corner of his eye, and he subconsciously stepped back to block it. He was kicked by Xue Liang and flew several meters away. He barely stopped when he hit the tree. Xue Liang pointed the shotgun at Nian Yu, with a ferocious look in his eyes that almost seemed to enjoy it. Luo Qin and Bai Wuluo also came out of the bushes, pointed their guns at Zhao Fengluo and Lee Miyuki respectively, and slowly approached. Why are you running? Xue Liang asked. You 3 are so honest. Why are you running? I did nothing wrong. Lee Miyuki shouted. You are the ones who want to force me to death and leave me no way to live. Xue Liang smiled contemptuously. 5 years ago, I didn't even want to say this to you. But now it seems too ugly to say it. The way to survive is not given by others, but earned by oneself. This kind of accusatory venting behavior when being forced into a desperate situation can only be seen in such desperate people. You go first. Zhao Fengluo also pointed his gun at Xue Liang, and said to Lee Miyuki without looking away, Run to the south. There is a car. Can he run away? Xue Liang and Zhao Fengluo looked at each other, and his tone was full of indifference and smile. He must die. Nian Yu glanced at Zhao Fengluo, and suddenly rushed toward Xue Liang without warning, and at the same time raised a pistol with his right hand, and pulled the trigger at Cheng Qingyao, who was not far away. With a bang, Cheng Qingyao dodged the bullet, but was knocked back several steps by Zhao Fengluo. Lee Miyuki took the opportunity to hide in the bushes behind him, and ran away like a rabbit. Luo Qin and Bai Wuluo wanted to chase him immediately, but were forced back by Nian Yu with a gun. His eyes had turned red at some point. Xue Liang kicked Nian Yu, who quickly dodged and hid behind a tree, still sticking his head out to shoot at this side. Zhao Fengluo took the opportunity to change the bullets in his gun, and attacked Xue Liang again with Nian Yu's cover. Xue Liang swung the saber in his hand, and the back of the saber hit Zhao Fengluo's wrist bone hard, almost scraping off a layer of skin. Zhao Fengluo groaned, rolled on the ground, and was about to take his legs, but Xue Liang broke his move, and turned up with one hand, landing behind Zhao Fengluo, and turned around to capture him. Zhao Fenglu quickly moved to dodge, pointed the gun at Shui Liang's face, and fired without hesitation. Shui Liang dodged the shot, but felt a sense of inexplicable disappointment and anger in his heart. Zhao Fenglu's move just now was not a fake move at all, and it seemed that he really wanted to kill him. In a half-second, he was stunned. Zhao Fenglu also disappeared in the jungle. Zheng Qingyao had already disappeared after chasing Li Muqi, and at this time Luo Qin and Bai Wuluo were also restrained by Nian Yu, unable to escape. The gun was likely loaded with anti-agent bullets. If they were hit in such a desolate mountain, there would be no first aid at all, and they would almost certainly die. Be careful. Don't go head-on with him. Shui Liang fired a shot at the tree trunk where Nian Yu was hiding, and took advantage of the poor visibility in the forest to turn around and chase Zhao Fenglu away. Although the reconstruction experiment Zhao Fengqiu accepted was limited by the technical level at that time, which made him not a true first-generation reconstructed human, his combat experience was decades richer than Shui Liang's, and he had been consciously strengthening his body functions over the years, which was already infinitely close to the strength of an alpha-type reconstructed human. It was not impossible for him to escape from Shui Liang's pursuit. Luo Qin dodged behind a tree, and the bullet hit the tree trunk on the side of his face, exploding a ball of sawdust. Luo Qin, aren't you going to find him? Nian Yu asked him. You and Wu Luo are both staying to deal with me. Isn't that a waste of talent? Luo Qin leaned against the tree with ease, shaking off the shells on his clothes. I don't want to bother with you. Lizzie means not to kill you, and will wait here with you for a while. The good show hasn't started yet. There are people who want to settle accounts with you. Don't even think about running away. You are letting him die, Nian Yu said. His body can no longer use its strength. Luo Qin sneered. So you also know what you have done to him? But don't worry, even if he can't return to his peak state for the time being, it's more than enough to bring Zhao Fenglu back now. How funny, Luo Qin. Is it my fault that Lizzie is like this? Nian Yu said lightly. Then let me ask you, Zhang Huan, who did it? Luo Qin's heart skipped a beat. This name has been around for a long time, so long that he almost forgot it completely. However, at the moment when Nian Yu said those two words, he remembered that innocent and honest face. The young clerk he had hired had long died in the wave of infection in Shining several years ago. His life, which had finally seen the dawn of hope, was easily crushed by the farce created by these lunatics, leaving no trace. You remember it, right? Nian Yu laughed. When you first met me in Hangzhou, you thought we looked alike, right? Luo Qin was stunned, speechless. How did Nian Yu know Zhang Huan's appearance? I knew you would be surprised, Luo Qin. So when I arranged for someone to pick out his resume and recruit him to Yuanshan, even Wei Lan and Li Muqi were surprised, because his face was so similar to mine, and they both knew that I did it on purpose. Nian Yu continued. It's a pity that if your dead childhood friend came to Hangzhou with you and saw me, he would definitely warn you to stay away from me at all costs, because he had examined me in Yuanshan's laboratory and knew a lot about me, and knew that I was not a good person at all. Luo Qin felt that his thoughts were stuck in a quagmire, and it was a mess. He didn't expect that Wei Lan and Nian Yu had also had an intersection. But now was not the time to ask. Nian Yu was looking for an opportunity to find his flaws, and Luo Qin knew this well. Nian Yu said to him proudly, because my face is very similar to Zhang Huan, you may have subconsciously trusted and protected me before. Wei Lan told me that you were easily soft-hearted just that time, and I remembered it. When you and Lizzie were in Shining, I sent people to follow you and took some interesting videos. But later Li Muqi used them to frame Lizzie, and I was very unhappy. Luo Qin, Bai Wuluo reminded him. Don't be disturbed by him. Be careful. Luo Qin clenched his fists, leaned against the tree trunk, and listened to the light footsteps of Nian Yu stepping on the grass. When I first met you in Hangzhou, I was experiencing a new round of rejection reaction. It was very uncomfortable, but it also succeeded in making you think I was a wimp and pitiful, Nian Yu said. I pretended to be stupid, but Lizzie thought it was normal for me to be like that. In his mind, I was stupid. Later, when we arrived at the resettlement area, I used a little trick to kill a group of people you had rescued with great difficulty. I wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill a few disobedient shareholders, so that Li Muqi could have the majority say in the Ark Committee. Anyway, you won't doubt me. So he asked me to do it. He clenched the gun in his hand, walked towards the tree where Luo Qin was hiding, and continued to try to divert his attention, Now that I think about it, Sixian may have seen my conversation with Li Muki from that time. Since then, she has been on guard against me, and even took the opportunity of sprinkling water on me to check the needle holes on my arm. She is quite smart, but too smart. In the end, even her biological father couldn't tolerate her. Bai Wuluo suddenly poked his head out from behind the tree and shot him. The bullet hit Nian Yu's shoulder, which was immediately soaked with blood, but healed quickly. Nian Yu also fired a shot at Bai Wuluo, which hit a tree, and then bent down and hid behind another tree. You killed Xian and Simu. There are only 3 of us left in the Blue Flame Brigade now. And it's all because of you, Bai Wuluo said coldly. Nian Yu, my brother still wants to give you a chance to live. Can't you see it? Nian Yu sneered. Give me a chance to live? Do you think it's possible? Wuluo, what kind of person is your brother? You don't know it? I didn't kill Xian and Simu on purpose, but all the members of the Blue Flame Brigade died in my hands. Does your brother have any other choice for me except to pay with my life? Since a few years ago, at the military base in Qingdao, Falcon accidentally discovered Li Muki's plot to plant spies in the alliance and frame Shui Liang. Nian Yu knew that he could not turn back. He knew that if he let Falcon follow the clues, he would inevitably find out that he was involved. So at that time he deliberately let Falcon be infected with the red scab virus. In the eyes of others, a monster who had lost his mind was no different from a zombie. And, even if your brother would let me go. Nian Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, Do you think Cheng Qingya would let me go? Just talking about Cheng Qingya, I would not be satisfied even if I died 10,000 times in his presence. He is such a good-tempered person, I would like to torture me to death. I have no way out. Wu Luo. Chapter 270. I don't know where the bullet is. Nian Yu is not saying this because he is about to die. He just feels that he will not be able to leave the forest today. He would rather blurt out some things. He did it. He admits it, and does not regret it. He can also stab Luo Qin, even if it is just to vent his meaningless anger. At this time, footsteps sounded in the distance. A burst of curses came from far away. Jimoro dragged Li Muki, whose body was scratched by the bushes and bleeding, out of the bushes, and Cheng Qingya followed behind. Jimoro threw Li Muki to the ground, stepped on his back and said, Lie down. Nian Yu saw that Li Muki was caught, and did not react at all. At this point, he no longer had any leverage in the other party's hands. Li Muki cursed. Hack you. Let me go! He had never acted like this in front of others. His reserve, manners, and upbringing were all thrown out of his mind. Only then did people know that Li Muki was also capable of saying such dirty words. He had only been pretending to be so when he was not at the end of his rope. Jimoro grabbed his hair. Eyes as cold as a fox. My mother is underground. If you want to hack her, die first. Wait until I tear your mouth apart. And then you can wait to be cut to death by my knife. Shui Liang also came back, looking lost, and walked over to grab Luo Qin's arm. I was chasing Zhao Fanglu halfway, and he jumped off the cliff. If you say Zhao Fanglu would seek death, no one would believe it. His anti-tracking skills are top-notch, and even Shui Liang finds it difficult to deal with him. But escaping from the trap will definitely cause endless troubles. Zhao Fangluo can't just disappear like this. Nian Yu looked at Shui Liang and said softly, Lizzie, you're back? Cheng Qingya raised his gun and pointed it at Nian Yu, with hatred and pain in his eyes that shouldn't belong to him. Don't move. Nian Yu stopped, looked at Cheng Qingya, smiled helplessly, and vaguely saw the expression of the little fat boy back then, but his eyes and face were completely different. Shui Liang walked up to Nian Yu, staring at his face, with an unpredictable expression, and suddenly raised his hand without warning, and slapped Nian Yu. What are you laughing at? However, Nian Yu showed a relaxed look, and said with a fake smile, It hurts. Shui Liang slapped him again. I asked you what you were laughing at. Nian Yu looked into his eyes for a while, and smiled indifferently. Lizzie, do you think I am particularly hateful, rotten to the core, and hopeless? Do you think I have no other way to go except death? Shui Liang drew out the knife, put it on his collarbone, and looked at him coldly. Wrong. You can still turn back. Come back with me. You won't die. Lizzie, why did you lie to me? Nian Yu trembled, and his waist bent like a shrimp, as if in extreme pain. His skin rubbed against Shui Liang's blade, leaving a bloody mark. If you really believed in me even a little bit, why did you suddenly turn back? What did Uncle Zhao tell you? Did he say that I have something that can deal with Luo Qin? And once I use it, Luo Qin will definitely die. Shui Liang's face changed. And Luo Qin behind him was also stunned. What? Look! Lizzie. You lied to test me. But to protect him. Nian showed an extremely ugly smile. Have you told Luo Qin more than once to be careful of me, and be on guard against me? Even you are on guard against me, otherwise why are you standing between me and him now? If I suddenly attack, can you still block for him? Shui Liang's silent reaction acquiesced to his words. Nian smiled self-deprecatingly, thought for a while, and said, Lizzie, I don't want to turn back even after this, I just want to tell you the truth. I really didn't think of harming you and Luo Qin back then. When I knew what the consequences of my betrayal were, I was scared to death. Lizzie. He still remembered that Shui Yunting found him that year, showed him the surveillance video of Luo Qin writing on the wall of the room in a delirious state. When he knew that all the tragedy and collapse were because of his talkativeness, the fear in his heart grew like weeds. He immediately thought of Shui Liang. Shui Liang would hate him, and would never forgive him. Later, Shui Yunting told him that he had a way to help him conceal it. As long as he promised one thing. Promised to go to the United States. Shui Liang put the knife in his hand back and opened his mouth. Do you think these things make sense? There was a sudden rustling sound of grass rubbing beside him. Shui Liang saw Li Muki struggling to raise his hand. Before he could react, he was hugged by Nian Yu, and the whole person fell on him. A loud noise startled countless birds in the forest. Ji Moro was quick-witted and quick-handed. At the same time that Li Shaohan pulled the micro-pistol on his finger, he removed his arm, but the bullet still inevitably pierced the back of Nian Yu's head. Shui Liang looked at the remaining ears and hair of Nian Yu in surprise. He only felt that the other party's body shook a few times, and then suddenly lost strength, and then a bloody smell filled the air. Nian Yu was like a paper man who had lost his strength. He slid down, grabbing Shui Liang's clothes. His eyes were wide open, and his original brilliance was lost bit by bit. Shui Liang covered the bullet hole behind his head with his hand in a daze. Feeling Nian Yu's body gradually being drained of strength, Luo Qin supported Shui Liang, and slowly squatted down as a buffer, while protecting him with his back. He knew what Li Muki had just shot. The bullet in the gun chamber was a countermeasure bullet, and the ammunition went straight through the brain. Nian Yu was already beyond help, and could only wait to die. Nian Yu looked at Shui Liang. His pupils dilated, and blood kept flowing from his mouth and nose. The year I graduated from high school, I gave Luo Qin's letter to your father and them. Later I realized what I had done. Knowing what this letter meant to you and Luo Qin, I was very scared, but there was no way. Lizzie, I just did it. If you say you regret it, I don't regret it. Luo Qin paused, looking at Shui Liang. I don't have the thing that can kill Luo Qin. At this moment, Nian Yu's face showed an extremely calm look, as if he was having a last moment of life. Zhao Feng Luo lied to you. It's with Li Muki. A few minutes ago, when Nian Yu used Zhao Feng Luo's words to test Shui Liang, the other party's reaction had already explained everything. Zhao Feng Luo knew that the micro-pistol was on Li Muki, but he still told Shui Liang that the thing was with him, because Zhao Feng Luo was sure that Shui Liang would kill him, even if he had a trace of sympathy before facing such a madman who would threaten Luo Qin. Shui Liang's fierce character would never let him live, but he would relax his vigilance against Li Muki. Killing two birds with one stone, killing someone with a borrowed knife, was done perfectly. Nian Yu only finished these few sentences, and death would not allow him to stay in this world for a moment longer. He slowly tilted his head to one side, exhaled his last breath, but his eyes were still open. Luo Qin couldn't bear to look at this face that looked like Zhang Huan, so he closed Nian Yu's eyes, leaned over and grabbed Shui Liang's hand. He's dead? Lizzie. Shui Liang looked up at Luo Qin, his eyes dazed. He actually knew that Nian Yu might have died long ago when he found out that Nian Yu was plotting against him. But at this moment, he couldn't feel any mourning, as if the one who died was just an enemy, a stranger, a person who should have been his best friend. The friendships of the past have really been completely wiped out. Cheng Qingao approached Nian Yu's body, looked down, and turned his face away, his eyes full of sadness. Bai Wuluo walked to his side, let his head rest on his shoulder, and stood with him silently. Ji Moro pulled something off from Li Muki's dislocated hand. It was an extremely inconspicuous micro-pistol that could only be loaded with one bullet, which was the one that just exploded in Nian Yu's head. Li Muki roared like a trapped beast in despair. Perhaps when he was down and out decades ago, he never thought that he would be so embarrassed today. and be forced into such a situation. Do you still think you are right? Xue Liyang looked at him calmly. Those who died deserve to be your stepping stones, paving the way for you with their own lives. And being dragged to hell by you? Li Muki cursed. Everyone in the Ark has to step on the corpses of others to get to the top. If you don't want to, you will be someone else's stepping stone. Luo Qin's damn father just wanted to use me as a stepping stone. He deserved it. He deserved to die. As he said this, he laughed crazily, proudly and sadly. Did I force you to do all those things? You little bastard, you are so damn smart. Do you think that if you are a good person, people will definitely praise you, worship you, and treat you as a god and savior? Li Muki looked at Xue Liyang viciously and cursed him. Do you know what people are most afraid of? People are most afraid of things they can't control. You were so strong back then that it was terrifying. Not only me, but most people in the Ark Committee were afraid of you. Do you think those people didn't attack you at that time? Xue Liyang just stared at him coldly, as if he was looking at a dying prey. What did you say to Nian Yu that he still has a chance to survive? Xue Liyang, you are a lying bastard. Nian Yu will surely die if he falls into your hands. Do you think he is stupid? Li Muki has nothing to fear. He knows that he will not survive, so he might as well curse a few more times to express his inner joy. Bastard, little beast. If you have the guts, just kill me and break your disgusting hypocrisy and nobility. You are right, you have to earn your own way to survive, and if you are willing to gamble, you must admit defeat. Just like Luo Qin's biological father, your biological brother, they are the same as me. And everyone is the same. What is the difference between you and me? Xue Liyang, I have seen through your face and ambition since the first day I met you. His insults never succeeded in making a hole in Xue Liyang's heart, while Luo Qin and Bai Wuluo on the side looked more and more fierce. Any last words? Xue Liyang raised the corner of his mouth. I will make a specimen of your tongue and put it on display in the corridor of the Ark. The introduction will be, this is the greatest and most magical tongue since the establishment of the Ark. A trace of shock and disbelief flashed in Li Muki's eyes. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something. It's a pity that such a great tongue, at the end of its life, would be so scared that it couldn't say a word. Xue Liyang finished speaking, took the gun from Luo Qin's hand, and as he pointed the gun down, a gunshot rang in his ears. A gust of wind blew through the dense forest, covering the smell of blood that was quietly spreading. Zhu Yin sorted out the documents on the table, raised his head and stretched, and suddenly saw a person appear in front of his window. He was startled, and then calmed down. Back? Luo Qin climbed through the window, obviously just came back from a long journey. Without even cleaning his dirty and bloody clothes, he walked straight to Zhu Yan's table, took something out of his pocket, and put it on the table. They are outside the city. I came back alone, without alarming anyone. This is the dark web key found on Yanyu. It should still work. What are you doing this time? Zhu Yan asked inquiringly. Luo Qin nodded. Outsiders don't know the news yet. Zhu Yan understood, picked up the key on the table and plugged it into the computer. There is a shower room in the office. You can take a shower first. Don't worry, you can take a shower after you finish this matter, Luo Qin said. Let's get started. Zhu Yan skillfully logged into Nian Yu's dark web account, and patiently waited to enter the internet interface. The moment the server was connected, various posts and messages popped up. He clicked on the column of frequently used contacts, scrolled down, and finally saw a contact with an inconspicuous gray avatar. Behind a username on the side of the avatar, there was a small hat-wearing man suffix. That was the administrator's icon. Sure enough, there is such a person. Luo Qin leaned on the table, staring at Zhu Yan, and clicked on the person's information. It showed that the last login time was a week ago. That was the night when the defense of the Ark ended. Everyone was exhausted and fell asleep on the bed. That night, the administrator ID quietly went online. It was as if he was here to confirm something. In fact, he and Zhu Yan had long suspected that the user of this administrator's ID was most likely an insider of the Ark. Otherwise, how could he know so much information, and even play around with Nian Yu and Lieutenant Colonel Ji? So Luo Qin sneaked back to the Ark alone this time, and did not announce Nian Yu's death to anyone, because he was afraid of alerting the enemy. I didn't track the source of that login, and the other party has never been online since then. Very cautious, Zhu Yan said. As long as he goes online again, I can immediately locate the user's real location. Virtual servers are useless to me. Luo Qin thought about it, took the mouse from Zhu Yan, and posted a message using Nian Yu's account. I know who you are, Be at ease, and we'll meet. The direction is obvious. If the administrator really has something to hide, even if he is not online, he will know about this strange post that suddenly appeared on the front page of the dark web. Although there are many strange posts like this every day, Yan Yu's username is very special, and that person will not be unfamiliar. Wait. Zhu Yan sat back in his chair and looked at the screen quietly. Luo Qin sat on the sofa behind him and stared at the dimly lit computer with him. About 20 minutes later, Zhu Yan suddenly sat up straight and shouted without controlling his voice, "Online!" Luo Qin woke up from his sleepiness with a start, hurried over, and saw that the gray administrator's avatar lit up. After a few seconds, the window prompted that there was a friend message. "Where are you?" The other party only asked a very brief question, without any extra information, and it can be seen that he was quite cautious. "The Ark has been destroyed. Please help me, otherwise I have reached a dead end, and both sides will be broken." Zhu Yan typed a reply, and quickly began to locate the other party's address. Soon, he locked on a location outside the Hangzhou city, which turned out to be Baida town. There was silence on the other side for a long time. Zhu Yan quickly sent the location to Shui Liang while getting up and putting on his clothes. "Let's go." Luo Qin. "Let's go too." Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the computer. Zhu Yan looked down and his expression immediately became strange. Then he quickly took out something from the drawer and inserted it into the port. He quickly typed on the keyboard with one hand, picked up the computer and walked out the door. This person is trying to forcibly cancel Yan Yu's account. I can only use the interference program to delay him for a while. It's too late. Hurry up. The two met Shui Liang and others outside Baida town. Everyone had a solemn and tired look on their faces, but they didn't say much. They tacitly had no objection to Zhu Yan's plan. "Let's go." They followed the location tracking on Zhu Yan's computer and walked forward. They found that the surrounding scenery was becoming more and more familiar. In fact, the further they walked, the closer they were to the small courtyard in Baida town, where everyone had lived together for 5 years. "Here?" Shui Liang stretched out his hand and pushed the door, and found it was ajar. His heart suddenly sank. "Who is it?" Zhu Yan pushed the door open, slammed the computer in his hand, and walked straight into the house. Jimoro followed him, walked forward quickly, and kicked open the fragile wooden door of the hall. At this moment, he stood in the hall, with a laptop computer spread out, and looked up at the person at the door in panic. It was Li Xiaohan. He looked at the people who rushed in unexpectedly, and seemed to be stunned. Chapter 271 Broken Illusion. Li Xiaohan's eyes swept over everyone's face. At first, they were all surprised. When his eyes finally fell on Zhu Yan, he suddenly felt as if something had suddenly dawned on him. "You?" Li Xiaohan's voice exuded surprise. "Why?" Jimoro walked forward, and reached out to turn the computer on the table. The screen showed the Riddle Space dark web interface, and the user avatar in the upper right corner was the mysterious person with administrator privileges. "Why?" Jimoro asked back with a cold face. Li Xiaohan still stared at Zhu Yan, and finally smiled helplessly, saying, "Zhu Yan, tell me first. You are so deliberate. Just to force me out so that they know what you are going to do." Riddle Space, founder of 5 years ago. He was guiding Yan Yu to use the dark web to smuggle enhancers, help you manage the underground black market, responsible for protecting the personal safety of countless substitutes of the black market owner, pay him generous rewards and the information he wants. Zhu Yan said slowly. Li Xiaohan, who would have thought? The only son of the Li family, who was least valued in Yuanshan and Fangzhou, the servant, who was ordered around like a background board, turned out to be such a young talent, founded one of the largest dark web websites in North America at the age of 19. Even what your father did, not even 1/10 of what you did. When Luo Qin heard Zhu Yan mention the name of the underground black market, he suddenly remembered that when he and Shui Sixian infiltrated, he did encounter a recreated human with a serial number on his neck, responsible for protecting the substitute of the black market owner. That person was indeed Yan Yu. Zhu Yan, although I trust you without reservation, I have never told you these things. Li Xiaohan asked with a smile. How did you find out? Zhu Yan still had the same clean expression as before. Without any desire or scheme, do you think that someone like me who looks so fragile will fall down with a light breath? And if it weren't for pleasing Li Muki, I wouldn't be able to survive at all? Li Xiaohan, do you think you are the only one who can hide your strength and bide your time? Compared to you, the founder of the Human Alliance, I am a little worse. But I am not a waste. The few people present did not react to the meaning of Zhu Yan's words. Except Jimuro, who seemed to know everything from the beginning, and just lowered his head indifferently, listening to the confrontation between the two. You even used illegal mercenaries to help Li Muki go to Shining to snatch the information from Jima Chung. Those people were extremely vicious. If they failed to snatch the information, they would kill people to silence them, Zhu Yan said. But you did not gain nothing. You got a private manuscript that Jima Chung found from Wei Lan's home, and sold it to a child in the Human Alliance along with a large amount of enhancers, making them use all means to compete for the raw stones, and even kill each other. Chung Qingyao suddenly said, Zhu Yan entrusted me to investigate something. It was only in recent years that we got some clues about why the giant lizard was stationed in Baida town and expanded its power to that extent in just a few months. I found a lot of supplies in their camp at that time. But those supplies actually came from the warehouse in Yuanshan, and were privately supplied to them by Li Xiaohan. Zhu Yan nodded, but his real purpose was to let Xue Liyang see the manuscript about the only original stone in the world, and then get the original stone left by Xue Lijing. You may not have any other plans. When a rabbit walks on the road, thousands of people chase it. You just don't want the father you hate to get it. Xue Liyang turned to look at Li Xiaohan with a complicated expression. Li Xiaohan also looked at him, without comment, but his eyes had silently answered. Zhu Yan took a deep breath and continued, How many things did you guide the girl named Yi Qinglan to do? Do you still remember? You just wanted to use the Human Alliance to fight your father at first, but then you found that it seemed easier to let the Human Alliance infiltrate the Ark, and then use Yi Qinglan to pry Li Muki's plan little by little, and you finally control everything, right? I never wanted you to know these. Li Xiaohan looked straight into Zhu Yan's eyes, and his hands unconsciously grabbed his collar. It's not that I don't believe you, but I think this. These are too dirty. There is no need to drag you too deep. Zhu Yan seemed to have heard something funny, and laughed. Dirty? Is there anyone in the world who is dirtier than you? Every step Li Muki took was calculated by you and me. Every action he took seemed to be flawless. But in fact, it was opened up by Yi Qinglan, an unexpected factor, and was just waiting for the day when the dam would burst. The room was so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was either shocked or confused as they looked at the two people who were facing each other in the middle of the room, who were the focus of the storm at the moment. That kid named Wang Wenfan was carrying Wei Lan's manuscript, which caused everyone in the committee to fight for it. Even his companions had an internal conflict and turned against him and killed him. It was a crime to possess a treasure. This was certainly not a treasure, but a fatal disaster. Yi Qinglan certainly did not dare to keep the manuscript for herself. So she told Luo Qin, Zhu Yan said. Whether it was Li Muki, Shui Yanting, or that waste Lieutenant Colonel Ji, they were all tricked by you. But now you are tricked by me. How do you feel? Li Xiaohan closed the computer next to him, walked forward a few steps, looked down at Zhu Yan's eyes that were rising with hatred, and looked around in confusion, not knowing how to react. I just want to fight back, he said softly, as if he was explaining to his friend the reason for all this. Trying to get forgiveness. Li Muki never treated me as his son. You know that? He always looked at me like a piece of garbage. That's how my mother died. She was ignored by him for more than 10 years. And when she died of lung cancer, she was so desperate that she didn't want to struggle anymore. Zhu Yan seemed very surprised, and then laughed frivolously. Really? Then you killed that shareholder George, which was also a counterattack against Li Muki. Later, Li Muki naturally put the blame for the virus leak on George. Is this the result you want? George not only knew that Li Muki was engaged in illegal human experiments, but also had evidence that you smuggled biological weapons in war-torn countries for Washington headquarters. Ingui Logistics was the beginning of this disaster. Ingui Logistics. Xue Liyang remembered that this was the name of a cargo ship that Gina mentioned, affiliated to Yuanshan Merchant Shipping, specializing in international drug transportation, but for some reason it suddenly appeared on a route it should not have passed. It was at that time that the Lantian virus officially spread in human society, and soon swept the world like wildfire in the mountains, dragging all mankind into the abyss of despair. Li Xiaohan actually had a premonition of such a day a long time ago. He realized that he had done these things, and no matter how hard he tried to wash them off, they could not be erased. Even if the last person in the world who knew everything died one day. In his heart, in the most chaotic dreams at midnight, he was still reminded again and again how crazy he used to be like his father. But now, he is really standing here, having his disguise torn off by the person he once trusted the most, and having those dirty, sinful parts thrown into the sunlight. He still feels panic, want to escape, and even struggles instinctively. Li Xiaohan's voice suddenly became low and gloomy, and extremely hoarse. I used to assist my father, who would never look me in the eye, while I founded the Human Alliance and Riddle Space, because I wanted to take revenge on him. What he wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. I pushed him. Or did it for him. And saw him getting crazier and crazier. But still thinking it was his own ability. And I felt happy and relieved. He thought of his rotten childhood and youth. The cold, grave-like atmosphere at home that enveloped him every day. That lifeless mother, who tied herself up like an exquisite and gorgeous mummy all day long, had no expression, no emotion, and just lived like a walking corpse day after day, until she was taken away by illness. And a trace of relief appeared on her zombie-like face. Li Xiaohan began to be afraid. He was afraid that his father's cold violence and indifference would force him to the same fate as his mother. So he did not allow himself to escape and remain indifferent. His biological father was cruel and crazy. And he would be even worse than him. He knew that his mother died in the pain of being ignored and despised all her life. Just because she was useless in Li Miyuki's heart. And the son she gave birth to was also useless. And she even lost the role of continuing the family line. As a father, Li Miyuki could even push his own son out as a human shield when his life was hanging by a thread, without any pity or guilt in his heart. Because of this, if madness can make him feel that he has actually existed, even if he destroyed his own father with his own hands, he can see the fear and anger in his eyes at the moment of his destruction. That is attention. The feeling of not being ignored or neglected. Li Xiaohan looked at Xue Liyang and said, "You may not remember that I performed your surgery. Of course, you will not remember who performed the surgery on you. But you are my most successful work. Red Eyes, the killing machine that my father coveted. You are like the greatest work of art I have ever made." Luo Qin's face sank. But Xue Liyang did not react. He just frowned, surprised by Li Xiaohan's expression that was very similar to Li Miyuki. He remembered the first time he met Li Xiaohan. Although he didn't like him, his deepest impression was that he was not like his crazy father. They were two completely different people in every gesture. But at this moment, Xue Liyang felt as if he was standing in front of another Li Miyuki, a resentful soul that crawled out of the mud deep in the Qinling Mountains, smiling at him with rotten flesh and white bones. "I like this work very much. But you rarely kill people later, which I think is a bit of a pity." Li Xiaohan shrugged. "When you and Luo Qin were chased by mercenaries in Baida town, I was the one who tipped off the giant lizard. But I don't want you to die. I just want to see what level of opponent can force out the red eyes of that peak period. How did you live with us for so many years?" Xue Liyang couldn't help asking him. "You can also feel at ease?" Li Xiaohan smiled helplessly, shook his head. "I never feel uneasy, because I may not have a heart at all. But the life in the past few years has made me feel very good. I don't need to think about those calculations and schemes that kill brain cells. I am doing things in this yard that I used to feel very boring. I didn't expect to live much happier than before." "What? You think you have made friends and can live the rest of your life in peace, right?" Zhu Yin seemed to be unbelievable and laughed out loud. "Li Xiaohan, you can actually sleep well?" Li Xiaohan frowned and looked at him. "Zhu Yin, I don't know why you have such a great hatred for me just because of these things. I thought you were my best friend. From the distant mountains to the Ark, it has always been just the two of us. My biological father has been plotting against me for so many years. I thought you wanted to help me." He had originally planned to settle down. He really wanted to settle down. He was no longer going to use his previous dark web account. He left it in a room in the Ark and never saw the light of day again. He began to gradually find that getting along with normal people and making friends was much easier than playing tricks. The people who came and went in this yard for the past 5 years, Xue Liyang, Bai Wulua, Sinling, Ji Molang, lived a life full of fireworks. For Li Xiaohan, who had never felt a trace of human warmth except the coldness of money since childhood, it felt really good. He was indeed tired of it. Whether it was that disgusting father, the Human Alliance, or Riddle Space, he just didn't want to get involved in these disputes anymore. But he never seemed to expect that after only 4 years of short and leisurely life. His account that became active again on the dark web was like a bomb that was always hanging in his mind even when he was sleeping. and it could blow his current life to pieces at any time. Just like now. Chapter 272 Fallen Angel. A week ago, Li Xiaohan took advantage of the chaos to log into his account again, but he did not find anything wrong, nor could he guess who the person who stole his dark web account was, or what he wanted to do. Until he was caught today, he did not know that Nian Yu was dead. At first, he did not smell anything strange, but suddenly, he saw a post on the dark web homepage, and the name of the poster made his hidden anxiety explode instantly. Li Xiaohan may have realized that this was a trap, but excessive panic had made him lose his footing, and he took a risk, trying to forcibly cancel Nian Yu's account. As long as I can end all this, I can continue to live like this, without being interrupted by anyone, he thought. He just wanted to keep the life he had. But he didn't expect that the person who had been logging into his account was Zhu Yin, the only person he trusted in the world. The other party set up this trap just to lure him in. He has always been dealing with Li Muqi, and Zhu Yin has been dealing with him. Is it just because of this? Li Xiaohan looked at Zhu Yin and smiled bitterly. I never knew you had such a strong sense of justice. Zhu Yin raised his hand and pushed up his sleeves, revealing the black beast tattoo on his arm. I have lost my sense of justice since 10 years ago, he said slowly. His tone seemed to carry an inextricable despair and sadness. Do you remember what you did 10 years ago? Jimorou's eyes changed for a moment. He looked at the tattoo on Zhu Yin's hand. The past was like a tide. 10 years ago, a friend of yours named Ji Zhonglian, called you and wanted you to help solve a problem. Li Xiaohan narrowed his eyes, as if he was recalling, and in a moment, he seemed to really turn over a few familiar names in his mind. You didn't ask what the trouble was. You just did what the other party said. Contacted the senior management of the high school he told you about, and asked them to find a random excuse to disqualify the only student who qualified for the national chemistry competition finals that year. Zhu Yin stared at his arms, which were no longer smooth and flat. You don't even know the name of the student, nor do you know the excuse they gave, that he cheated in the preliminary round. Bai Wuluo was suddenly startled. He looked at Cheng Qingyao, and both of them had surprised expressions on their faces. He still remembered that when he was in the first year of high school, a high school in H City did of such an incident. A student who was said to have skipped a grade to enter high school obtained the only qualification for the finals of the chemistry Olympiad in that school. At that time, the higher authorities had been promoting it for a long time. Suddenly, a scandal broke out before the finals. It was said that the student passed the preliminary round by cheating. After the incident was exposed, he was disqualified for the finals. Later, he dropped out of school under pressure from public opinion. The impact of that cheating scandal was extremely huge. Many people were affected. At that time, many leaders were asked about this incident in public occasions, and their faces turned green. The streets and alleys were discussing this student who had made it to the finals in disgrace. Everyone opened their mouths and stuck out their tongues to mock. Overnight, the genius was trampled from the clouds into the mud and became a despicable villain that everyone wanted to beat. This made many people feel very satisfied. How could a 16-year-old student in the third year of high school have such a good brain? It has been said that he relied on unorthodox methods. This is the answer that people want most. Finally, someone threw it out. How can you live up to your overflowing sense of justice if you don't add insult to injury? That's me, Li Xiaohan. Zhu Yin suddenly laughed. Ji Zhonglian and his elder brother Ji Boyuan both have business dealings with you. So you helped them as much as you could. You didn't even ask why they wanted to destroy this student. Because you didn't care at all. If destroying a person casually would be good for your future cooperation, then that person, let him die. His voice was trembling as he spoke, and he took a step back. He was supported by Luo Qin and barely calmed down. You don't know what those beasts and demons did. It's as if they have no other thoughts except the beast-like desires and evil thoughts in their minds. Zhu Yan's tone was cold, and hatred was revealed between the lines. It's just because I am very close to Jimorou. They don't like Jimorou, but they can only provoke me. So they are worse than beasts. He bit his lips, almost biting them to bleed. The despair at that time was still deeply mixed in his blood vessels and bones, making him feel sick and want to vomit. He wished he could stand at the door of the closed warehouse with a knife at this moment. Rush in and kill all those inhuman villains. The lights in the warehouse were dim, just like his life in the next 10 years. Bitter, dark, and full of inextricable despair. He couldn't remember the faces of those demons, but only the pain and humiliation. and a fear that no one would answer. No one came to save him. The devil would even become more manic and excited when hearing the cry for help, making him sink into the quagmire involuntarily. It was so disgusting, so despicable. Zhu Yan couldn't realize what was happening at that time, but he already knew that he was finished. From then on, he would be locked in that warehouse forever, and be haunted by those nightmares that followed him like a shadow. He was 16 years old that year, but he was so tired that he felt like he had lived his whole life. Memories gradually rolled up in Li Xiaohan's eyes. He remembered that Lieutenant Colonel Ji's youngest son had indeed asked him to help him destroy a top student in the other school one day. At that time, he was even more cold-blooded and ruthless. He didn't care at all. Of course, he wouldn't remember such a trivial matter. Since then, they found it very interesting. Zhu Yan supported his forehead and laughed bitterly. They came to me every day after day, endlessly, and said that if I dared to tell Ji Moreau, I would die. He couldn't even hear my screams. Just like that night. Ji Moreau clenched his fists, as if he had something to say, but finally just let go and looked out the window with a helpless and blank attitude. He really had no idea at the time, and he even couldn't understand why Zhu Yan unilaterally broke up with him. This first and best friend in his 18 years of life just disappeared from his life without any warning. He now felt that Zhu Yan probably had a grudge against him. I really should let you have a taste of that feeling. Maybe you will get addicted. Zhu Yan stared at Li Xiaohan sarcastically. But upper-class celebrities like you, born in the world of fame and fortune, have played everything. And you won't find it new. Right? Li Xiaohan opened his mouth. I don't know. Of course you don't know. You don't know that they let you use such a despicable method in order to prevent me from appearing in school. In order to give me a warning that I will never forget in my life. At that time, I had just entered the finals of the chemistry competition. If I got a place in the finals, I could be directly recommended and leave those crazy people. You know that broken school. There are only puddles of mud everywhere every day. And there is not even a decent training team. How difficult is it for me to enter the finals? Zhu Yan became more and more excited. And his face even turned red. You don't know who saved me from that despair. If Shui Liang hadn't happened to run into them blocking me once, I might have really committed suicide that night. And put an end to it all. Shui Liang sighed. He remembered that night very clearly. He saved Zhu Yan from a group of gangsters who were pushing him to open his door. After Zhu Yan calmed down, Shui Liang was about to leave. But for some reason, he turned back. By chance, he saw Zhu Yan sitting on the railing of the moat, with a blank expression, and he looked like he was about to fall down at any time. Zhu Yan, I really didn't know they did that to you. Li Xiaohan spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Do you know why I took your account? And step by step trapped Lieutenant Colonel Ji, and watched him destroy himself? Zhu Yan said sharply. Because he deserves to die. He helped his son to settle this matter, and directly threatened my parents. They are small shareholders in the Ji family company. As long as the Ji family wants, they can make my family die without a burial place. So my parents also compromised, and begged me not to pursue it. I am a boy anyway. I am just a boy anyway. You are a boy, Yan Yan. You will not suffer any loss in this kind of thing. He still remembered how desperate he was when he heard this sentence. Even the last straw he could rely on abandoned him. The cruel mouth said words that made him swallow his anger, as if he thought it was no big deal. So you killed both of Ji's sons? Li Xiaohan's face was stiff, as if he was looking at some evil spirit that was asking for his life. Zhu Yan smiled instead. How could I touch them? I just asked Lu Huai to help me a little, and I created some loopholes in their company that could never be filled. Although they didn't kill them, they were enough for them to run around for several years. But God wanted to take them away. One night, the two brothers of the Ji family drove at night to another province to discuss a loan contract. They drove too tired and rushed off the bridge. Both of them died. I was so happy. That was the first time he felt so happy and relieved after the tragedy. Just like when he saw Lieutenant Colonel Ji's body. He laughed until tears came out and collapsed on the bed. He had no strength left. He really believes in retribution. Moreover, I also made Colonel Ji believe that. It was Li Muki who did it, he continued. Otherwise, why do you think Li Muki suddenly suppressed him? Because Colonel Ji hated Li Muki, a person who could easily put the blame for the virus leak on the small shareholders, saying that he killed your son, and then casually gave some half-true and half-false evidence. Would you believe it, or not? Zhu Yin used Li Xiaohan's dark web account to operate, provided Colonel Ji with cheap and high-quality enhancers, and also gave the other party a video that could defeat Li Muqi in one fell swoop. On the basis of the original information in Shui Simu's hands, he added a lot of things that would prevent Li Muqi from ever turning over. Lieutenant Colonel Ji certainly couldn't do all this. But when Zhu Yin first showed Li Muqi the research results of the red scab virus, he used the fingerprint lock on the box to steal the other party's fingerprint and iris information, and then packaged these biological information and sold them to Lieutenant Colonel Ji through the dark web, suggesting that he would destroy the server operation on the day of the celebration. Then your entry into Yuanshan that year was also your own plan. Li Xiaohan's face was almost bloodless, and he asked vaguely. Zhu Yin nodded. Why do you think I would use hackers to attack Li Muqi's self-designed impregnable internet? He likes to collect such strange talents the most, as long as they can be used by him. What did they do in the past? Even if they stabbed him, what does it matter? So he found me and threatened me that I would go to jail if I didn't work for him. I couldn't ask for it, and I agreed immediately. Then you also came to me, asked me to be your insider, and I agreed. Li Xiaohan was speechless. He had nothing to say about Zhu Yin's plan, which had been set up for 10 years. This man in front of him was always as docile as a sheep, and his words were sharp. This scientist named Zhu Yin actually had such a great hatred and revenge hidden in his body. He worked hard for 10 years, and dragged those who failed him into hell one by one. He did crawl out of hell. But 10 years ago, he belonged to heaven, with a pair of the purest and proudest wings. And there was an endless bright and open road ahead, enough for him to step on the highest step of the palace. It was just that a group of demons pulled him down from the clouds, torn his wings, plucked off his halo. An unexpected change occurred, and everything turned upside down in an instant, and he was pulled from heaven into the hell of Shura. Gods have hatred, and so do people. But people's hatred is usually more terrible than all the plagues and disasters in this world. Chapter 273 Underground City. Li Xiaohan felt that his life for the past 20 years was extremely boring. He didn't know what else he could look forward to, except for studying hard and plotting against his father, who was only related to him by blood. Even the death of his mother, who had never cared for him, did not cause much trouble in his heart. If he was like a pool of dead water before the age of 23. Then since he left the Ark and moved into this yard to live with these people, there was sunshine shining in. Perhaps earlier, when he truly regarded Zhu Yin as the first friend in his life, the water was no longer dead. Everything started from here, and ended from here. Li Xiaohan turned his head, and looked at the setting sun that was slowly falling over the courtyard wall outside the window, and felt a little ironic. However, this was the ending he had brought upon himself, and it was not surprising. Zhu Yin stood in front of him, listing the crimes he had committed 10 years ago one by one, tearing them apart, and making him see himself clearly. What kind of person he was once, with indifference flowing in his veins. Zhu Yin shed tears, raised his head and yelled at him. You helped your friend solve a problem back then. It was such a simple thing, just like sweeping away a pile of dirt, a leaf. But as the one who was solved, it was like the sky fell. There was no hope for the rest of my life. Did you know that? At that time, Zhu Yin was suddenly cut out of the hotbed and halo of genius with blood dripping, and found that some people in this world were born with power struggles engraved in their bones, and coldness, selfishness, and ruthlessness were the chips in the world of fame and fortune. The powerful people casually pointed their fingers, and thousands of people like him could only watch their world gradually collapse in despair. So the light in his heart was completely extinguished, and the concept of good and evil no longer existed. Compared with the past, he even enjoyed the current situation where everyone was equal in survival. No matter if they were the chosen ones of heaven or the common people in the market, they were all thrown into the law of the jungle to compete and chase. Li Muqi is like this, and you have the same blood as him. Sympathy for ordinary people will not appear in your textbooks at all. No one has taught you that every life is equally precious. Zhu Yin smiled, with a mockery in the corners of his desolate eyes. Your life is life, but the lives of those ordinary people who you think are like ants are also life. To you, we are not even as good as a grain of sand, and can be trampled at will, just like wild animals hunting in the wild. In their eyes, hunting and killing animals weaker than themselves is something they know from birth. So what is right or wrong? This is a way of thinking that is thousands of times more terrifying than why not eat meat. Li Xiaohan could no longer say a word. He just walked over, reached out, and grabbed Zhu Yin's tattooed arm. and rubbed it gently a few times. Under the tattoos were hideous scars, which had been rubbed for years and months, and were difficult to heal. These dark beasts, trapped in the thorns, were only there to cover up these ugly scars. Zhu Yin grabbed Li Xiaohan by the collar, and his emotions completely collapsed. You ruined my life. Li Xiaohan. They are all dead. It's your turn. It's your turn now. Li Xiaohan's lips moved, and he was speechless. A feeling close to regret crept up the cracks in his heart that had dried up for many years. But he had hardly regretted anything in his life. So until now, he could not be sure what the emotion in his heart was. Seeing his lost look, Zhu Yin sneered with tears in his eyes. You still want to have friends? Do you think you are qualified? Li Xiaohan. Are you worthy? Jimoro interrupted Li Xiaohan, pulled Zhu Yan's arm out of his hand, and said, No. There is no point in discussing this. Let's go. There is a separate room for you in the containment area of the Ark. Li Xiaohan seemed to have completely given up struggling, tilted his head and laughed twice, and followed Jimoro out. Zhu Yin walked to the table, took a look at the computer, and slowly sat down on the chair. I'm sorry, Xue Liyang. He was unable to apologize, and his voice was soulless. Xue Liyang sighed. You are not wrong. Zhu Yin looked at him, and his usually gentle expression finally stopped smiling at this moment. You told me that you can let me use you in any way, as long as I can finish what I want to do, and what you want to do. Now it's over. Everything is over. Xue Liyang walked over and patted Zhu Yan's shoulder. It's all over. No. In fact, he and Zhu Yan knew it in their hearts. I can't get over it. I can never get over it. Even if my enemies have been killed or executed, but the hurt will always be there, whispering like the cold wind in the wilderness all the time, like a rift across my heart, in those sleepless moments at midnight, listening to the cold wind rising from it, accompanied by the nightmare of despair growing in my heart. I can never forget it. The SUV was speeding on the highway. The dull music and drums were jumping in the car. The side of the car was painted with Wild West Coast rap-style spray paint. There were several scratches all over it. The gullies were full of deep red blood. The underground city you mentioned. Can't you really enter from the rabbit hole? Luo Qin knocked on the steering wheel, asked Jimoro in the back seat. Enter from the dog hole. Jimoro was sharp-tongued as always. You're not a human being if you don't leave. Are you too annoying? Xue Liyang lowered his head to draw a blueprint on the notebook, knocking on the car window in annoyance. We've been talking all the way. Lizzie, don't keep looking down at things. It's easy to get carsick. Luo Qin reached out and pressed his ear. Wait until we get there. Jimoro took off the sunglasses on his forehead and took out a smaller pair from his pocket and put them on Jimo Lang. The two faces, one big and one small, are almost carved from the same mold. Jimo Lang looked at the scenery outside the window, tugged at Jimoro's clothes. Dad, I haven't ridden in a big car much. I'll get you a sports car later, and you can drive it for fun. Jimoro rested her head on her arm board. I'll try to learn to drive before I'm 10, and learn to drive and pick up girls by the age of 12. Xue Liyang picked up a pen and threw it at him. You bastard, are you talking human language? If you dare to teach Xiao Lang your tricks, I'll castrate you. Jimo Lang understood, and bent over and chuckled. Passing a highway ramp, the car turned a corner and drove into a lush forest. The ramp extended to a mountain pass, which used to lead to a small county town on the western foot of Taihang Mountain. After the first wave of infection, the town was abandoned, and after several earthquakes, the exit was completely buried. However, there is a small road that was opened in recent years, which extends northward from the damaged ramp guardrail and leads directly to a deeper valley. At the end is an abandoned engineering camp, where the construction site that was half blasted still remains. A few years ago, the sand and rocks excavated were piled up into a mountain before they could be transported out. The disaster broke out without warning. Everyone who received the notice left in a hurry, leaving only this half-excavated mountain. Temporary buildings with blue roofs and white walls were neatly arranged on the open space in the valley, and dozens of bundles of steel bars and concrete building materials were piled at the door. Several rusty excavators were parked on the side of the road, and safety helmets so old that their colors could not be seen were scattered on the ground. Originally, a mine was going to be opened here, but less than a week after the construction started, a global infection wave broke out, and the construction team evacuated urgently, leaving a mess here. Jimoro pointed outside and said, There is also a very hidden Tai Sui vein here, but the quality of the ore is not good. Fortunately, There are many natural gaps inside the mountain, which are suitable for building underground shelters. Luo Qin parked the car on the side of the road, and the group followed Jimoro forward. They saw that the mountain at the end of the road ahead was cut into a smooth slope, and at the bottom stood an inconspicuous steel door, which was completely embedded in the rocks and closed. Jimo Lang asked curiously, "Dad, Uncle, what's behind the door?" Luo Qin looked at Jimo Lang meaningfully, and took his hand. "Alice's rabbit hole." Jimoro cursed, "Get out. Dig a dog hole on the side and go in. Don't come with us." Luo Qin ignored him, and pulled Jimo Lang forward. Several people entered through the small door. Jimoro's permission card identified his personal information. The door made a mechanical vibration and opened to both sides. After entering, they had to go through a security check and disinfection checkpoint. There were special people responsible for detection and disinfection. Jimoro walked through the security checkpoint as if she was returning to her own home. She casually asked someone, "Has Jimo Song been here?" The chairman came the day before yesterday, looked at the mining records of the mineral vein, inspected it again, and left, the man said. He also left some information, and asked you to come back and take a look. Jimoro was unhappy. "Why didn't she give it to me directly?" "Go tell her. I won't look at it." The other party was probably used to being embarrassed by him, and didn't say anything. He quickly went through the security check process, as if he couldn't wait to send this big Buddha away. After passing through a wide corridor of 100 meters, the view ahead suddenly opens up, and a huge underground city, with a sense of technology, is presented to everyone. More than a dozen natural stone pillars are polished to be smooth and flat, supporting the basic balance structure of the underground space, but without the original rough texture. Instead, they are all paved with biodegradable materials that absorb water and reduce dust, and painted with marble patterns, which retains the modern atmosphere of the original design to the greatest extent. Looking up, the streets for vehicles and pedestrians are crisscrossed, and the three-dimensional buildings and houses are built and distributed on natural stone walls. The surroundings are covered with underground plants that like shade and moisture, like a huge underground hollow garden. Luo Qin had not expected to be so shocked before he came in. In the past, such underground cities were only in the conceptual stage. It was not easy to put them into practice. Drainage, lighting, energy, and even air circulation were all very difficult problems to overcome, not to mention building such a huge and technological city inside the mountain. He could only sigh at Chongqing's generosity. He contributed all the Tai Sui mine left to him by Chongqing, and built such a place with the Jima siblings. "How do we solve the energy cycle problem?" Shui Liang asked. "When I came here, I saw solar photovoltaic power generation equipment on the mountain. Could it be used here?" Jimoro nodded, "Yes. But this is not the main energy source. The field where Tai Sui ore was first discovered and applied was clean energy, and it is easy to mine, and has a very high utilization efficiency. The ore veins here are enough to support the underground city for hundreds of years, and with the assistance of solar energy and wind energy, it is no problem to maintain basic operations. He has been hiding and doing this for many years. It is very difficult to transport building materials alone. Not only must he find raw materials that meet the construction requirements, but he must also avoid Nianyu and Li Muki's spies to transport them here." But he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. With Chongqing's help, it was much easier. The current maximum capacity is 500 people. If we continue to explore deeper, this limit can be increased, Jimoro said. "Before my family split up, we were engaged in heavy industry and technology in Shandong. We are very good at this, and it only takes a few minutes to build a team." Chapter 274 Omen. Jimoro took them to a building built inside the mountain, and took the elevator to the top floor. That was his private residence and office, which was very spacious and could meet the needs of daily life. This place was directly penetrated deep into the mountain, and the most advanced reinforcement support technology was used, so there should be no need to worry about collapse. There was a pot of fresh asparagus fern on the desk, and the imitation natural light chandelier above was designed in a polygonal shape and hung down in sequence, with very good lighting performance. Jimoro didn't care much about the furnishings in the room. She grabbed a cowhide document bag, took out the contents, and quickly read a few pages. She sneered. As expected, Li Xiaohan smuggled biological weapons illegally developed by Yuanshan headquarters. He was originally going to sell them as arms to those small countries in order to exchange them for oil and coal from there. As a result, the outsourcing team transported the goods improperly, causing the virus to leak at the dock, and a large number of unloading workers were infected. Some other people on the ship fled in a hurry, but they were also infected with the virus and passed through several countries. That's how the virus spread. What's the matter with the batch of vaccines in Shining that were infected with the virus? Luo Qin asked. It was the batch of influenza vaccines that were used to vaccinate citizens for free. Jimoro shook her head. It's not that simple. Long before that batch of vaccines was used for vaccination, there were already cases of infection at Shining Airport. Although they were quickly isolated, the airport security personnel were also infected with the virus at that time. It was an international flight. I checked the trajectory of the first infected person, and he came from the country where Ingui Logistics unloaded the goods. Li Xiaohan was probably afraid of being exposed, so he simply mixed the virus-laced vaccine into the flu vaccine, trying to push the source onto his father. But he didn't expect his father to push it onto someone else. It's true that the son of a rat can dig holes. Xue Liyang felt a headache when he thought of Li Xiaohan these 2 days. He really didn't expect that such a person, who seemed to have no ambition, and was gentle in speech and behavior, could do things better than his own father. Those mercenaries worked for Li Xiaohan and Li Muqi at the same time. The vaccine in Shininjuan Mountain was placed by Li Xiaohan, and he deliberately ran to tell Li Muqi. Li Muqi was of course afraid that someone would use this to frame him, so he let the mercenaries rob it. Jimoro said, I didn't expect to run into you and cause a lot of trouble again. Did Li Xiaohan admit the red scab virus? Xue Liyang asked Jimoro. It's been so long. You have to dig something out of him. Jimoro's face darkened when she mentioned this matter. He didn't admit it, saying that he was indeed the one who instigated Li Muqi to study the scurf virus, but he did not participate in its spread. Zhu Yan didn't let me torture him, or I'll skin him alive. Jima Lang looked at Xue Liyang with a worried look on his face. Second uncle. Did Uncle Li really do these bad things? But he usually does a lot of good things. Can't he be forgiven? Xiao Lang. You still don't understand how serious his actions are. Xue Liyang sighed. The good things a person does cannot be confused with the wrong things he does. You can't deny the good things he has done just because he did something wrong. But you can't forgive his mistakes just because he did good things. This is wrong. I understand. I know it was him who spread the virus. But Jima Lang hung limply on the sofa. I'm afraid I will make mistakes in the future. And if I do something wrong, no one will forgive me. Xue Liyang pinched his face. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Apologize, and make amends. Even if others will never forgive you, you must do this. But not all mistakes can be solved by apologizing and making amends. If you hurt someone's heart, it is difficult to make amends. Jima Lang nodded and said, Then I will never make a mistake. No one lives without making mistakes. We all make mistakes. Xue Liyang told him. As long as you don't hurt others, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Xiao Lang. Your maternal love overflows every day. Where do you get so much chicken soup for him? Jimoro put the file back and teased. Or we can live together. You take care of the children for me. Don't worry about Luo Qin. Just find another one. The straight man didn't stutter when he made a joke. And Luo Qin didn't even bother to pay attention to him now. He was just talking about it. If a man like Little Butterfly really came up to him, he would probably run 2 miles away, shouting for help like a bully good woman. The underground city covers a large area, but it is currently only in the trial operation stage. And all the residents are the reconstructed human members of the Human Alliance who have been tested, because the surrounding area is densely covered with Tai Sui raw stones. It is unknown whether long-term residents will have an impact on the body of ordinary people, so it remains to be seen. If the evaluation results show that this place is suitable for ordinary humans to live in for a long time, Cheng Qinyao will then announce the opening of this area to accommodate those wandering survivors. Jima Song would come to check regularly and replenish some supplies for the dungeon, and would not stay for too long, so basically all the affairs here depended on Jimoro and Cheng Qinyao to take care of it. Son, you should grow up quickly. Jimoro leaned lazily against the French window, looking at the pedestrians and vehicles coming and going outside. Help your father take care of this place. Don't tire me to death. Jima Lang moved a small stool and sat beside him to massage his legs. Okay, Dad, I can learn now. Xue Liyang was designing the key part of the drawing, sitting on the sofa with a frown, biting his nails like a child. Luo Qin brought him a glass of water and pulled his hand out of his mouth. Don't chew it. It's bald. It's a bottleneck period. Xue Liyang sighed, threw the design aside, and naturally lay on Luo Qin's legs, letting him press his temples. I've been working overtime these 2 days to calculate the defect data. Send it to Wu Luo as soon as it's done. Go out for a walk. You've been holding it in for several days. Luo Qin advised him. I think the air exchange and drainage system here is well designed. You may get some inspiration if you go there. Xue Liyang thought it made sense, and sat up on a whim, and was about to go out. That's right. Go out for a walk. He has been acting on his ideas more and more recently. Once he makes a decision, he does it immediately without any buffer. Luo Qin has become accustomed to him, and follows him silently. This huge underground eco-city has very complete facilities. It has an air circulation system that operates continuously, and a complete drainage and sewage mechanism. It also has extremely high-level sustainable utilization equipment, which can efficiently reuse a large part of the waste. The remaining waste that cannot be used will be transported out through the sewage system for incineration or landfill. Humans are using various ways to survive. Technology is forced to slowly crawl forward to a higher level, which is already the limit of what living people can do. The walls and domes of the city are inlaid with a natural lighting system, which makes this place look no different from the outside world except that it is a little narrow and confined. However, energy is still a big problem, although it is enough to supply the daily needs of these people now. If it is to be expanded in the future, the energy provided by Tai Sui or in photovoltaic power generation is far from enough. In the final analysis, it still depends on traditional coal and oil energy. Xue Liyang wandered around in the underground city, looking east and west. It was the first time he saw this kind of underground building that only appeared in science fiction movies, and he always felt it was very novel. The underground garden landscape here is made of groundwater. It's well designed. Xue Liyang stood beside a gurgling mountain spring and reached out his hand to stir it a few times. The spring water here is cold and exudes chill. A light mist hangs over the water surface. There are some mud and gravel in the spring water, which are carried forward by the clear water flow and deposited in the deeper part of the pool. From time to time, the spring water creates 3 or 2 whirlpools. The water is cold. Luo Qin grabbed his hand back. Don't touch it. You don't want to. Xue Liyang sighed. It's summer now. It's fine if you don't eat ice. But you can't touch cold water either. Luo Qin half hugged him and dragged him away in a gentle voice. Be obedient. It's really annoying. Xue Liyang couldn't do anything about him, and laughed complainingly. Luo Qin was unmoved, and wiped his hands with his coat. Just don't kill me. Zhu Yan told him that the scurf virus is cold and afraid of heat. It's okay when the weather is hot, but once the temperature drops suddenly, or the body is too cold, it is very likely that the scurf virus will aggravate the erosion of the body. The past 2 years have passed, and Zhu Yan's medicine has been developed almost. He said that he couldn't let it go to waste. Xue Liyang's hand had just left the water for a while, and he suddenly felt his wrist loosen. The red rope broke in the middle by itself, without any sign, and was washed downstream with the current. He immediately reached out to grab it, but Luo Qin pulled it out of the water first, twisted off the water, and handed it to him. Why did it fall off? Xue Liyang stared blankly at the broken red string, his heart suddenly confused. This ill-fated red string was only broken once by Xue Yunting when he was about 10 years old. The other party thought it was shameful for him to wear such a cheap thing. In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, he ran to the trash can outside the door to look for it. But Xue Lijing suddenly appeared behind him, holding the red string he had secretly picked up. Here, Lizzie. I'll talk to my dad tomorrow. He untied it again once in high school, and tied it into a knot, and it had never come loose until today. Now it suddenly broke, making him feel an indescribable uneasiness in an instant. Luo Qin put the rope on him, and tied a knot with force, but Xue Liyang's uneasiness became more and more agitated. He reached out and hugged Luo Qin's neck, rubbing his neck. Wait a moment. Yeah. Luo Qin hugged him tightly. The ground suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding stone walls began to drop debris, and the underground city's alarm system shrieked. Luo Qin grabbed Xue Liyang's arm, and looked up, only to see a layer of smoke and dust falling from the dome, as if it had been shaken down. But the shaking stopped soon, everything returned to normal, the alarm stopped abruptly, and the loudspeaker began to play the information about the earthquake, probably caused by mountain movement. The magnitude was 4, and it did not affect the normal operation of the underground city at all. Why is there an earthquake? Shui Liang felt that his feet seemed to be shaking on the ground. Are you okay? This place is quite solid. It's a magnitude 4 earthquake. It should be okay. Right? Luo Qin said. Go back and ask Xiao Rou. Jimo Rou was standing in front of the window with a stern face. Making a phone call. She nodded from time to time and said, I see. Be careful over there. I'll go and take a look. What's wrong? Luo Qin pushed the door open and saw that he was not as relaxed as before. He realized that something must have happened. Do you want to go out and take a look? Jimo Rou glanced out the window. Many alliance members hurriedly crossed the street, directing the traffic. Then several people formed a team and ran towards the gate. Zombies suddenly migrated. Many of them went to the west safety zone. Then, there was an earthquake here. Let's go out and take a look. The route of the zombie migration passes by here. Chapter 275 Disaster reappears. The trigger of the second wave of infection was an explosion at the experimental base in the suburbs of Hangzhou, which caused a large number of people infected with the red scab virus to flee, and triggered a long-lasting wave of zombie movement. The pheromones emitted by the escaped infected people soon exceeded the normal threshold. The affected zombies began to leave their original habitats in large numbers, looking for areas where humans live. Their sense of smell became extremely sensitive, and they could easily find living people hiding everywhere, and destroy all walls and tools used for defense. At this moment, in the depths of the Qinling Mountains, which stretch for hundreds of kilometers, tens of thousands of zombies are marching through valleys and roads, as if they were summoned by something, and heading towards the deep mountains in the southwest direction in groups. If you don't know, you might think it's a supermarket with a discount promotion. Jimo Rou stood on the top of the mountain, holding a telescope. I guess many of them were old men and women when they were alive, and their legs and feet are more agile than ours. Shui Liang looked at him and said, I have always been curious about one thing. Jimo Rou didn't even turn his head. What? Your theory is that some zombies will retain the basic habits of humans, and some physiological characteristics. Shui Liang said, if you become a zombie, will you not even bother to bite people, and look for other zombies to mate on the street? Jimo Rou turned around fiercely, and her peach blossom eyes were full of murderous intent. Shui Liang sat there leisurely, watching the other party bluffing, and checked the gun in his hand. You don't even have this kind of dedication. What kind of research on zombie behavior sociology are you doing? Jimo Rou sneered and counterattacked. Will you continue to be gay after you become a zombie? Shui Liang thought about it, and was not angry. Then Luo Qin must change together. Otherwise there will be reproductive isolation, which is not easy to deal with. There is no difference between the two of you now. Jimo Rou was so angry that she laughed. Why are you becoming more and more shameless now? Luo Qin and Jimo Lang were studying the method together. Zhou's remote communication terminal, the tablet clearly displayed the data sent by Zhu Yin. The zombies in Hangzhou are not normal either. The number of reports of attacks on the camp today is 30 points higher than usual. Zheng Qingao led people out for rescue, and has not rested until now. According to the data prediction model sent to them by Zhu Yin, if this wave of infection is allowed to continue, the number of survivors at the end of the first year will drop sharply to 47% of the original number. If this continues for less than 5 years, the number of people still alive on Earth will be less than 30,000. We'll follow the zombies. Shui Liang said. Something must have happened in the southwest. There are still many survivors there. Inform Wu Luo and Sun Ling and others to prepare weapons and cars and meet us in the western safety zone. Jimo Lang tried to persuade them, but failed. He was left in the underground city. He was so angry that he pouted and ignored everyone. Luo Qin coaxed him to come back and make delicious food. After giving him a few more instructions, he hurriedly followed the others to drive out of the underground city. Avoid the migration route of the zombies. Don't run into them head-on. Let's go east. Shui Liang looked at the satellite remote sensing real-time monitoring system on the communicator. The thermal imaging showed that the zombie tide was heading southwest along the G108 National Highway. The ones with high mutation levels also moved relatively fast. Other low-level mutants followed sparsely behind, dragging out a remnant army of hundreds of kilometers. Luo Qin drove the car and turned into another winding mountain road. There were not many zombies on this road. Only a few had lost contact with the main group. They staggered and tried to stop the car. They were instantly crushed into meat paste by the spiked wheels of the off-road vehicle. Their blood and flesh splattered on the roadside. Shui Liang looked a little unwell. He lowered his head and rubbed his temples, and sighed. What's wrong? Luo Qin asked. I can feel that there is something very troublesome in the southwest, Shui Liang said in a deep voice. Very dangerous. And it is agitated. Did Zhao Fanglu really jump off the cliff at that time? Jimoro asked. He didn't die? Shui Liang shook his head. He did jump off. But I know he can't die. That thing in the west must be related to him. Luo Qin shook his hand, rolled down the window to let him breathe. What are you afraid of? There must be a way out when you get to the mountain. Is there anything that can't be solved by fighting? It's not that simple. Shui Liang couldn't get rid of the uneasiness in his heart. I can't tell you. Let's see when we get there. The car was driving on the mountain road. At night, they stopped in front of a mountain pass, looking at the road in front of them, which was half blocked by collapsed rocks. They all had a headache. The first few kilometers are all accident sections, which have probably collapsed for several years. Jimoro said, Let's not rush at night. If we go any further, we will run into a tide of corpses, which will be just as troublesome, since they haven't arrived yet. Let's rest for one night. The road ahead is too difficult to walk. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, and said, Okay, let's rest here tonight, and go again tomorrow morning. I'll go make a fire. There is a sunken cave on the leeward slope, surrounded by dense vines. Shui Liang cut some of the vines on the outside with a knife, cleared a place for 3 people to rest, and built a bonfire with stones. He watched the fire light up. The light spot danced in the center of his sight, burning the air a little distorted, forming an irregular boundary with the surrounding darkness. Luo Qin brought a bundle of firewood over, and put clothes on him. Are you hungry? I caught a rabbit. Hungry. Shui Liang nodded. Jimoro sat not far away skinning a rabbit, 1 foot on the stone, and her cold and beautiful face flickered in the firelight, looking ferocious. Shui Liang put his hands on his knees in a trance, looking at the red line under the hem of his clothes, and his expression was involuntarily a little confused. In Luo Qin's opinion, he now looked like some kind of innocent cat. So he unconsciously reached out and rubbed his face. I'm thinking. Shui Liang leaned on Luo Qin's arm, looking at the cave wall above his head. What will Zhao Fanglu do? I can't see through him now. He is completely different from the person I knew before. Li Muki has been running to the West Security Zone for many years, and none of the people he took with him have returned. Luo Qin said, I have a bad feeling. Shui Liang stretched out his hands to hug Luo Qin's neck, and leaned over to hug him for a while. Recently, he couldn't tell why. He always wanted to hold a person like this and stay quiet for a while, to make him feel safe, and to some extent to dispel the increasingly strong restlessness in his heart. I didn't want to kill him. Shui Liang leaned his face against Luo Qin's collarbone. He'd better not do too much. Luo Qin kissed the top of his head, and comforted him. Whatever decision you make, I will accompany you. Jimoro brought a few tied rabbits to roast. Her eyes were like blind. She didn't even look at the side. He still wanted to live a few more years, as long as he didn't treat himself as a light bulb. No one could treat him as a light bulb. Your cooking skills are okay. Shui Liang tore off a piece of rabbit meat and tasted it, and his eyes lit up. Did Luo Qin teach you how to season? I taught you a little, Jimoro said. I think some steps are too elaborate. He always makes southern dishes with pretentious problems, so I simplified it myself. That's called exquisite. There are no dishes in the north that have complicated steps? Luo Qin said lazily. If you can't learn it, just say you can't learn it. What excuses are you looking for? Jimoro tore the rabbit meat while smiling with her head down. Suddenly, she looked up at the other 2 people, and her tone became more serious than ever before. Hey, what do you think? Is this a true friendship between the 3 of us? More than life. Shui Liang also sighed. They were all fried. Luo Qin added, fried. Jimoro relaxed and leaned aside, biting the rabbit meat and sighing, looking at the quiet and lonely night sky. If I go back to Shening. The second half of his sentence came out almost at the same time as the other 2. I might really choose to believe you at the beginning. Shui Liang, I choose to take Luo Qin to bypass you and go directly. Luo Qin, I won't go upstairs even if the Morse code flashes 800 times. Jimoro was choked and didn't speak for a long time. She ate the last few bites of meat viciously, and laid down angrily with her back to the other 2 and slept. In the second half of the night, the 3 of them were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly. Luo Qin opened his eyes, and was about to get up. But someone beside him covered his mouth and said, "Shoo." Shui Liang kicked over the stone next to the fire and threw some soil on it, completely extinguishing the remaining fire that had burned to a weak state. Then he released his hand covering Luo Qin and pointed forward gently. Luo Qin looked up and saw some slow-moving shadows moving on a dark road not far away. It seemed that there were more than one. Every step he took would cause the soil and rocks under his feet to vibrate, accompanied by a sticky liquid pulling sound. It was some kind of huge creature, walking in the mountains, seemingly moving very slowly, but no one knew how fast they would move after being startled. Xiaoro went to check the situation, and hasn't come back yet. Shui Liang said softly. "Don't move, I'll go over and take a look. Be careful." Luo Qin grabbed his hand. Shui Liang went there for about 5 minutes. When the last of those big guys passed the mountain pass, he and Jimoro came back silently, relit the bonfire, and the solemn expressions of the 3 people were clearly visible in the firelight. "What the hell is this?" Jimoro's face turned pale. "Is that a layer of armor growing on the outside? It's a mutation direction I've never seen before," Shui Liang said. "Did you record it?" "Send it to Zhu Yan." Jimoro nodded, sent it to him, waiting for him to analyze it. "We can't stay here anymore." Shui Liang stood up with his bag. "I'll drive," continue to drive south. He just walked onto the road, prepared to drive, when he suddenly heard a groan coming from the darkness not far away. "Who is it?" Jimoro immediately turned on the tactical flashlight and shone it over. She found a woman curled up on the ground in the middle of the road behind her, making a small whimpering sound. It actually sounded like a normal human voice. Shui Liang took out a gun from the car and loaded it with bullets. "I'll go take a look. You guys stay here to cover. Be careful. It may not be a person." Jimoro remembered the loss she had suffered in Songha and could not help but be alert. Observe the surroundings. She shone the tactical flashlight around and found nothing unusual. It was just too strange that a woman suddenly appeared in such a desolate place where there might not be people for dozens of miles. Shui Liang approached slowly with a gun in hand. The woman was illuminated by the flashlight and raised her head slightly. Her long brown hair blocked her face, and her back looked quite weak. But the next second, the woman turned her head suddenly, with a ferocious look on her pale and rotten face. Shui Liang fired immediately, and the bullet pierced her skull. However, the woman still opened her mouth desperately and let out a shrill howl. Shui Liang fired 2 more shots. Even with a silencer, it still seemed like a thunderbolt in the silent night. Then, there was a sound of grass and trees rubbing against each other under the highway guardrail beside him, and a huge shadow rushed out from the bushes under the roadbed. It was the giant mutants that the few people had just seen passing by on the road. Chapter 276: The Silent Camp. Those mutants looked like giant corpses, moving with all 4 limbs. Most of their skin was covered with a black scaly keratin layer, like a protective armor, mostly on the head, obviously to protect the brain and spine. "Lizzie, get down." Luo Qin's arms were already equipped with armor. He stepped on the front of the car and leaped, rushed forward like a bullet, raised his hand and chopped at the big guy's head. Shui Liang subconsciously rolled on the ground, and the zombie's huge fist hit where he had just stood, and a 3 or 4 meter deep pit appeared on the road in an instant. This thing was incredibly powerful. Shui Liang was not even sure if he would have been injured if he had taken the blow. Luo Qin swung the giant zombie away with 1 punch, and it landed with another violent vibration. He did not give the zombie a chance to fight back, and swung another punch hard on the head. This time, it suddenly hit something hard, and the knuckles were numb. "Get in the car." Jimoro had already started the car, and turned back to yell at the other 2. "This guy will attract all his good brothers here, and we will wait to be beaten into human meat sauce for them to eat." Luo Qin stopped a zombie from attacking, and he and the other party were in a stalemate. "Drive first. I'll be here soon." Shui Liang jumped onto the roof of the car with an AWM in his hand, and the zombie's big head covered with scales appeared in the center of the night vision goggles. With almost no flaws, he followed the zombie's movements with his eyes, and soon caught sight of a tiny part where its head and neck met, without any cuticle covering it. Flames rose from the muzzle, and the magnum bullet pierced through the night sky, piercing the zombie's head. Before it could break through the bone, it blew the huge head to pieces. Luo Qin was able to escape, and immediately turned around and took a few steps to catch up with the off-road vehicle that had just started, and grabbed Shui Liang's outstretched hand, and the 2 of them got in through the car window together. "The skin is too hard. Luo Qin looked at the armor on his hand. If the claws weren't hard enough, I would probably have had a concussion. Lizzie. What's wrong with you? Get off me first. Xue Liang pushed him hard. You're so heavy. I'm going to vomit. When Luo Qin rolled in just now, he was like a rock from a landslide, hitting Xue Liang all of a sudden. Not to mention a concussion. He felt that his ribs were almost split in half. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Luo Qin hurriedly rolled off Xue Liang, rubbed his stomach, which was the first to be affected. Don't press the child. GMO turned back as if she saw a ghost, and almost lost control of the steering wheel in her hand. Luo Qin. Are you fucking mentally retarded? Why haven't you let Xue Liang tear your mouth apart yet? Drive your car, watch the road. Luo Qin turned his head back. Lizzie. Don't pound on the car door. I feel like it's really going to fall down. Xue Liang was stunned. You. What did you say? I didn't hit the car door. Jimoro quickly added, don't scare me. Could it be that they really attracted all the good friends here? The three of them were silent for a moment, realizing that the sudden vibration did not stop, but shook the car from weak to strong. The source of the vibration seemed to be the road the car was driving on. Several people could see with their naked eyes that cracks had appeared on the asphalt road in front of the car, swaying like waves, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Jimoro glanced at the rearview mirror. Her face looked as ugly as if she had eaten a fly. Fuck. Less than 100 meters behind them, there were two giant zombies running towards them. Their faces illuminated by the taillights were extremely hideous. One of the zombies suddenly raised his neck, howled to the sky, and the roar penetrated the entire forest, deafening, and countless birds soared into the air, fleeing in panic. Jimoro. Shut up from now on. Luo Qin broke out in a cold sweat. You are such a bad mouth. What does it have to do with me? I want to say that the road is about to collapse. Bury them behind. Can I? Jimoro shouted while driving. Run first. As soon as he finished speaking, two giant zombies suddenly rushed down from the hillside in front of them, howling and rushing towards them. The huge truck-like body slammed heavily on the narrow winding mountain road, actually crashing the road in half and creating a gap. Two zombies also fell off the cliff as a result of their own actions, but they were still struggling frantically. The mutated palms grabbed the edge of the broken road, and then slid down powerlessly. Fuck you. You dead bastard. I will cut off your tongue when I get back. Luo Qin opened the car door. Half of his body was hanging upside down outside the car. The armor on his hands was inserted into the road surface, pulling a long spark next to the rapidly rotating wheels. He gritted his teeth and supported himself, feeling that his hands were about to catch fire from friction. Jimoro slammed on the brakes, but still watched the front of the car tilt. The car body instantly lost weight, and inevitably fell off the cliff with the two zombies. The moment Luo Qin flew out, someone grabbed his arm and pulled him back desperately. A solid chest protected him without any explanation. He only had time to protect the other person's back with his backhand, and the next second he was hit so hard that his eyes went black, and he couldn't hear anything. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Qin felt as if his consciousness had sunk into the deep water and been suffocated for a long time. Then a strong light shone down from the shore. Someone gently patted his face and called his name, as if a hand had forcibly pulled him out of the water. All his senses returned instantly, and Luo Qin suddenly opened his eyes. Surrounded by the pungent smell of gasoline and burning, he felt as if his bones had been broken in half several times. Sore and numb, and even pain was drilling out from the bone joints. He moved, touched the person next to him, who was breathing rapidly, and his heart was lifted again. Lychee. Luo Qin pinched the back of the man's neck, felt a strong pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. How are you? Don't move. Xue Liang's voice sounded as if he was enduring something. Luo Qin looked down, and saw a bloody metal bar piercing the man's chest. The blood had not dried yet, and dripped down. Luo Qin's head was buzzing, and then he looked at the position of the two people at the moment. It turned out that the metal bar came from Xue Liang's back, and the tip was only a few centimeters away from his heart, and he was stuck between Xue Liang and the car door. If he wanted to pull out the steel bar, he had to have someone to help from behind. Otherwise Xue Liang could only open the car door behind Luo Qin, pushing him out first, and then breaking free himself. However, if he moved like this, the metal bar would most likely pierce Luo Qin's chest. So Xue Liang didn't move, just stayed awake and endured it. Luo Qin tried his best to push open the car door and climbed out, then immediately turned around and stretched out his hand to Xue Liang. his voice shaking with anxiety. Come out. Lychee. Xue Liang pulled his body away from the metal bar without changing his expression, and was carried out by Luo Qin. He immediately tore off his clothes to cover his wound, feeling both guilty and distressed. It's okay. Xue Liang stood up, went around the driver's seat, and dragged Jimoro, who was entangled by the seatbelt, out of the severely deformed SUV. The three people looked at the dense and deep primitive jungle around them, and they were all a little helpless. They didn't know if those things were still nearby, and their car was completely scrapped. They didn't know how many rocks and trees they hit when they fell. The shell was highly damaged, and the hardware was almost broken. However, thanks to this modified special operations vehicle, the three people were not thrown out directly, or died in the explosion caused by falling off the cliff. Take your guns and bullets, and take the walkie-talkie. Xue Liang dragged out the marching backpack that had experienced hardships from the car, counted the equipment inside, and found that it could still support for a while. Find the nearest human camp, and see if you can get a car. There was almost no signal in the forest. After walking for a long time, they could barely receive a faint radio wave, which soon disappeared. The airtight tree canopy above their heads completely isolated the space inside the forest from the world. The outside signal could not come in, and the inside could not go out. Xue Liang could only take out the compass. Several people walked north along the forest. After walking for about 10 kilometers, the radio suddenly received a not-so-weak signal. The further north they went, the stronger it became. It was intermittent. After walking a few kilometers, the signal suddenly became stronger. A distorted human voice came from inside. People, heard, we have been trapped for 14 days. The food is almost gone. There are still a lot of bullets left. The companions who went out have not returned. We rescue. There is a camp ahead, Jimoro said. This broadcast should be an automatic recording. I don't know if anyone is still alive. The forests here are dense and lush. There are almost no roads to walk on, and no signs of human activities have been found. They passed through a bush and found a relatively short hill ahead. At the bottom of the hill, a half-dead tree trunk lay horizontally, and there were obvious signs of a fire next to it. It has been put out for a long time. Xue Liang went over to check and shook his head and said, but there should be living people nearby. Let's look for them first. Sure enough, after crossing the hill, a small camp hidden in the dense forest appeared in front of the three people. This place still maintained the state when someone was stationed there before. Everything was neatly placed. In addition to some dead branches and leaves on the simple awning and the makeshift dining table, there were also tools and personal belongings used by the survivors here. Overall, it was quite clean and tidy, and it didn't look like there was any accident. But there was no one here, not even a corpse, and no blood. Xue Liang jumped down the hill and saw a small radio on a low table made of wooden stakes in the middle of the camp. It was making a crackling sound and playing the recording they had just heard intermittently. He reached out and wiped the table, which was covered with dust. The people here used the radio to make a small radio station before. There is still electricity now, but the table is covered with dust. Jimoro also found 3 backpacks and some weapons with bullets in the tent. There were also several tactical knives, 2 grenades, 2 water bottles, and a notebook under the mat made of deerskin. Everything is there. There is no blood, and the mat is covered with dust. The survivors here seem to have left the camp quietly, without taking any weapons or personal belongings, as if they were just going to collect supplies not far away and would return soon. But the dust reminded them that no one had been here for a long time. Xue Liang frowned. He suddenly felt a faint pheromone scent in the air, which was almost dissipating, carrying a dangerous signal. There were not only humans here before, but also more dangerous guys. Chapter 277 Jungle Diary. No matter what happened, these people are probably dead. GMO turned off the radio that would never be rescued, and they were killed without any noise. This place is not messy at all. I'm afraid when those people died, they didn't know what happened. The infected person of the red scab virus came here, Xue Liang said. I can feel it. Luo Qin sat in the tent, looking through the notebook that GMO found. This is a diary written by a survivor when he was bored, recording their experience of escaping from the south. It is not written every day. Most of the dates are blank. Only occasionally, the words reveal a sense of relaxation of being able to find a place to rest temporarily. The last diary entry was on May 2nd. Locken said. A week ago, there were still people here. Friday. April 24th. Light rain turned cloudy. It rained a little, the road became difficult to walk, it was difficult to pull out the rain boots after stepping into the mud. Several girls in the team cried. They were weak, hungry, and had to walk this way. It was hard. We didn't find Xiao Hu in the morning. His things were still there. We didn't know where he went. We looked for him for a long time before we left. Xiao said that he got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet and saw someone standing in the woods outside the camp. He didn't know if it was Xiao Hu, but he said that the person was very tall, and it couldn't be Xiao Hu. It felt like it would rain at night. We had to find a place to stay before dark and put up the awning. April 29th. Wednesday. Sunny. Xiao went out to look for food. I wonder if the deer that ran away yesterday afternoon are still around. I haven't had meat for a long time. It has been raining for several days, and it finally cleared up. We can't miss this hunting opportunity. It feels so uncomfortable to be hungry. Luckily, the girls found some crickets and earthworms, which can cope with it. The weapons we snatched from the soldiers are enough, but drinking water has always been a problem. We walked several kilometers to find the mountain spring water, but we forgot to mark it, and we can't find it again. What a pity, the water is really sweet. Xiao Hu never came back after that day. We marked him at the spot, hoping that he was just lost, and he could catch up with us quickly after seeing the mark. 2 days ago, a military helicopter flew over our heads, and the radio signal suddenly became stronger. We climbed up a tree to call for help and fired the last flare, but the helicopter had no response at all, and did not respond to our distress signal, flew southwest, and never came back. It looks like a plane from the southwest military region. Since the army still has people, why didn't they rescue us? The army won't give up on us. Right? Wait 2 more days. When the food is almost finished, we will continue to move forward. There should be a highway ahead. I heard the horn. We will be saved. Everyone wants to survive. Although we are not in good condition these 2 days, we are all cheering each other up. Sister Sun said that there are always strange noises around here at night. I hope it is not those monsters. I hope it is deer or rabbits, bless. May 2nd, Saturday. Cloudy weather. It has been 3 days. Xiao has not come back. How many people have disappeared in the past 2 days? I can't remember, but the number of people has been decreasing. Where is Sister Sun? She was still there in the morning. She is the strongest fighting force. Now we dare not move forward at all. Brother Xiang said he was going to find her. I tried to stop him, but Brother Xiang insisted on going, and I had no choice. He left with a bag on his back, saying that if he didn't come back before dark, don't wait for him, and keep going. He would never come back. There are ghosts and monsters in this forest. Once they disappear, they will never appear again. The rest of us must not be separated. We must hold on until rescue comes. But will anyone come to rescue us? It seems that we can hear the sound of water. It must be the monsters deceiving us. If we go to find water, we will die. I saw it. I saw it too. The figure in the forest, that is not the height of a normal human. Help, 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 help. I will go to find the rest of the people. We have to leave here. I saw it wrong. There is nothing. It is safe here. The diary ends here. It is obvious that the owner of the diary has begun to become mentally unstable at this time. The writing is confusing and unclear, and he is venting his emotions in a disorderly manner. It is obvious that he is on the verge of collapse. But the last sentence, it seems a bit weird no matter how you look at it, and the handwriting is obviously not the same as the previous one. Luo Qin turned a few pages back and found some bills and maps in it, used as memos, and the map was also marked with a few strokes, circling Chengdu, Shanghai, Qingdao, and Shining with red pen. Xi'an, which fell 3 years ago, was crossed out. It was probably because the news of its fall was heard on the radio. But Hangzhou was the only city not circled on the map. The previous diaries were all similar records, and did not mention what the diary owner had to say about Hangzhou. But Luo Qin could probably guess that this group of survivors was also very dissatisfied with the Ark. Regardless of whether they knew the news of Li Muqi's death or not, they were unwilling to go to that place again. This group of people didn't know each other before. There were all kinds of people, including a soldier. There were 11 people at the beginning. Luo Qin said. A lot of people never came back after going out along the way. They either got lost or died. There were only a few people left here. And now they are all gone. The 3 collected some weapons and bullets that could still be used in the camp, rested for a long time, and continued on their way. When they got back to the highway, they heard fierce bombing in the distance. Dozens of fighter jets flew overhead and dropped bombs into the forest. A few kilometers away, the original jungle had already caught fire, but these planes didn't seem to worry about causing uncontrollable forest fires. They were bombing aimlessly. What are they doing? Shui Liang looked up for a while, and found that these fighter jets were all under the organization of the Southwest Military Region. They were supposed to be managed by Zhao Fengluo, but now they were flying around and bombing like headless flies. He was just about to take out the communicator to contact Sun Ling, but the other party had already called him. He was probably trying to connect, and finally got through it this time. Captain! In the communicator, Sun Ling's breath was a little messy. Where are you? Something happened in the West Safety Zone. Li Muki raised some messy things. I don't know why they all ran out. What? What all ran out? Shui Liang grabbed the intercom. Speak clearly. Sun Ling said, I don't know if it's still a zombie. It's too scary. Ordinary weapons can't kill it at all. It can't even penetrate the skin. We just arrived near the West Safety Zone. The army over there has been dispersed. A few anti-tank missiles barely killed one, but it couldn't stop it at all. Now those things are heading north. We have seized a helicopter and are flying to Hangzhou. Xiaobai has just located your position. Captain, you must be careful. That thing can even pull down a plane. As her last warning ended, the three of them saw a huge arthropod-like thing suddenly stretched out from the forest not far away, piercing a fighter plane that was flying over the treetops from bottom to top. The plane tried to dodge at the last moment, but it was no match for the opponent's speed. A puff of black smoke came out in the air, and it exploded. I've seen it. Shui Liang's face darkened. Be careful. Come quickly. Half an hour later, a military helicopter appeared above their heads. Sun Ling stood at the door with a cable, reached out, and threw down one end of the rope. Captain, come on. What's going on? Shui Liang flipped into the cabin, pulled Luo Qin and Jimoro up from behind. What is Zhao Fenglu doing? Sun Ling shook his head. He's gone. I asked his lieutenant. After those things suddenly appeared, the soldiers found that they could not find him. When they arrived in Chengdu half a day ago, the Western Security Zone was already a sea of fire. Countless mutants broke through the walls of the security zone and were slaughtering the survivors wantonly. Among them were many escaped red scab virus-infected people, all of whom had half-human appearance and half-mutated bodies. They rushed and slaughtered in the crowd, without any reason, and could not be stopped at all. Those ordinary soldiers could not compete with the infected creatures at all, and were killed without any resistance. The dead and wounded were everywhere, and the corpses and debris were spread all the way from the military camp to the outside of the safe zone. The infected creatures stepped on the road paved with blood and flesh, and escaped from it like beasts out of a cage. We have already met those things, Shui Liang said. It is indeed difficult to deal with them. If it is a recreated human, we can barely fight. But ordinary people can only wait to die. We must go back quickly. Before he finished speaking, the fuselage of the helicopter that several people were riding in suddenly sank. Shui Liang looked down and saw a huge pale limb extending from the dense forest below, tightly grasping the landing gear below, and pulling the helicopter down without saying anything. Bai Wuluo immediately controlled the helicopter to climb upwards, confronting the thing. Neither of them gave in. However, no matter how powerful the engine was, it was in vain. The helicopter was suspended in the air, without any leverage. The claws of the thing in the forest were extremely powerful, and continued to pull the fuselage, and were gradually gaining the upper hand. Luo Qin pulled the cable next to him, and tied it around his waist, and told Bai Wuluo in front, keep climbing. Walk along the mountain, and avoid the forest area. There is no way to climb now. Bai Wuluo's forehead was covered with sweat. There is no way to get rid of this thing. Lizzie, hold on to me. Luo Qin patted Shui Liang's arm, then quickly stood up, turned around and jumped out of the cabin door. Shui Liang's brain hadn't reacted yet, but his body had already rushed over quickly, stuck tightly at the door of the cabin, and pulled the cable around Luo Qin's waist. Luo Qin grabbed the long limb wrapped around the landing gear, and stabbed it hard with the armor in his hand. The thing immediately screamed in pain, twisting and swinging the helicopter in the air, and even cut the cable around Luo Qin's waist. The 4 people left in the cabin were thrown all over the place, and had to hold on to the handrails to avoid being thrown out directly. Luo Qin felt that the thing in his hand seemed to be a little loose, so he took advantage of the victory and chased after it. He grabbed the weak part of the opponent's joint with one hand, tightened the armor with all his strength, and pressed the fingerprint recognition system at the same time. Several spikes pierced out from the gap of the armor like spears, forming an inward rotating scissors, and instantly cut off the long limb in the air. And blood spurted out. The helicopter suddenly released its grip, and Bai Wu Luo seized the opportunity to pull the power to full, and flew towards the mountains on one side. Luo Qin lost his balance, and fell down with his severed limbs. But a hand suddenly stretched out from the air, and grabbed the spikes on his armor. Xue Liang's hand was bleeding, dripping down the armor. But there was no sign of loosening. He gritted his teeth, and pulled Luo Qin up with GMO Ro. As soon as Luo Qin landed, Xue Liang threw a punch at him. But GMO Ro stopped the second punch in time before it landed, and said gloatingly, "I saw just now that you were holding back and wanted to slap him. Luo Qin, you either owe me a favor, or you jump down again. I will never stop him this time. You have guts. Luo Qin, you really have guts." Xue Liang cursed. "Are you crazy and jumping down?" Luo Qin covered his face, feeling that this punch was really a fatal blow. "Damn. Are you really going to hit me? Didn't you design a pop-up hook for the armor? I want to use it." Xue Liang was furious. This function has not been debugged a few times. What if it can't be opened? What if it doesn't hook? What if I don't hold you? How can it not be opened? Do you have to assume this extreme situation every time? Xin Ling was also scared. Her pale face hadn't turned red yet, and she came up to persuade them to stop fighting. At least she pushed both of them down. After all, she didn't want the plane to be pulled down by the mutants, but to be beaten to death by these two people first. Chapter 278, Breaking the City. The helicopter flew over the mountains of Qinling Mountains and headed northeast. There were flames and thick smoke along the way. The city streets within sight were filled with crazy zombies. The crashed helicopter was buried by the collapsed building. Some trapped survivors desperately sent distress signals to them. Bai Wu Luo landed the plane several times, stopped to carry out rescue, until the helicopter was about to be overloaded and could no longer carry more people. "Let me go! I want to go up!" More people below were trying to squeeze up, and retreated a little after being scared by Jimo Roaming's gun, but they still did not give up pushing. We have seen a lot of death in the end times. If you are left behind, you will die anyway. It is better to be shot to death. Those behind retreat, you can only take so many people. GMO Ro shouted. If you still want to live, stay here and wait. The helicopter will come back to pick you up after sending people to the north safe zone. Everyone can leave here. If no one wants to leave, then don't leave. When he threatened people, he was really a real villain. The crowd retreated one after another. Seeing him like this, no one dared to squeeze in. "Northern Security Zone, are you from the Ark?" one person asked hesitantly. "Will you come back?" Xue Liang nodded and assured him, "Yes, we will leave people here. We have enough weapons and ammunition. We can hold out for a while, hide, wait for the helicopter to come back for rescue." Several guns were piled up at the door of the cabin, all loaded with bullets. A man quietly squeezed out of the crowd, picked up a rifle, moved his eyes, and suddenly turned the gun barrel to Xue Liang, who was closest to the cabin door, and shot without hesitation. Before he could pull the trigger, the barrel of the gun in his hand was bent backwards by a brute force, and the black muzzle rushed towards him instantly. The man looked up and saw a pair of murderous peach blossom eyes. "This is your last chance, and he has used it up." Jimo Ro's voice was so cold that it was almost terrifying. "Next time, it will be one of your necks that will be broken." Everyone was silent, and no one dared to move. At this time, the crowd behind them suddenly became chaotic. A burly man pushed aside several survivors and kicked the man who was about to shoot in the ass with a furious look on his face. "What a disgrace. If you embarrass me again, I will throw you off the building to feed those zombies." He spoke with a northeastern accent, had a short haircut and a square face, and was over 1.8 meters tall. As soon as he appeared, he overwhelmed all the survivors present. "Make way. Hey, make way. Don't be so rude." Seling whispered to Luo Qin. "He speaks very harshly." Luo Qin patted her. "Yes, a little, but I think this big brother should be a good person." "Excuse me, can you get one more person on board?" The man looked at Xue Liang, who was evacuating the survivors in the cabin, and felt that this person should be easier to talk to. "We have a pregnant woman here." "Okay." Xue Liang nodded. "I'll stay. The pregnant woman goes first." "Captain, you can't," Sin Ling said hurriedly. You still have to go back to the north to defend. The zombie tide is almost reaching the outskirts of Hanzhou. I'm getting off the plane. The man was obviously the boss of this stronghold, and he immediately shouted at the crowd, "Are you all mute? Will the next batch suffocate you to death? I'll count to 3, and one of you come down quickly, otherwise I'll just drag you away. Don't let the little girls look down on you." Sun Ling had already jumped down. "No, I'll stay and defend with you. No one here can beat me." At this time, a taciturn man suddenly squeezed out of the crowded cabin, jumped off the plane. "I'll wait for the next one. The pregnant woman goes first." The pregnant woman was let out from the crowd. Sun Ling carefully protected her belly and set her on the plane, along with a nurse who was giving her N4 drip. The helicopter roared into the sky. The people on the roof watched their only hope fade away, and finally turned into a black dot in the sky, and completely disappeared into the clouds. Sun Ling loaded the gun in his hand, turned around and walked out of the crowd. The building they were in was the only surviving mid-rise building on all sides. At this moment, it was surrounded by zombies, like an isolated island. The swarming zombies were almost endless. The door downstairs was locked. There were many heavy objects piled behind the door. It was estimated that it could hold out for a while, but the number was also shrinking as the zombies gathered. "Come and help me," Sun Ling shouted. "Follow me down." Block the corridor completely. The helicopter flew over the ruins of a city. Smoke filled the front of the view. The bombed city was horrible. It was completely unrecognizable. It was hard to imagine that this was the most prosperous downtown business district a few years ago. This is Taiyuan after being infected. The ancient city in the distance has almost been ruined into rubble. The blue bricks and black tiles that have withstood thousands of years of wind, frost, rain and snow are now occupied by countless infected creatures. Attracted by the movement of the helicopter above, they all reached out to the sky and followed the plane all the way. Looking down, fires were occasionally lit in many camps that were still resisting tenaciously, and the sound of gunfire resounded through the sky. Countless buildings finally collapsed under the heavy load in the battle between humans and zombies, bringing up a thick fog of smoke and dust, spreading from west to east, gradually engulfing the huge city. And further northeast is Hanzhou, which has also become a scorched earth battlefield. Before the plane approached the suburbs of Hanzhou, it was seen that black smoke was billowing in the sky in the distance, and flames were rising into the sky. Several fighters kept firing over the city, and occasionally, when they flew over the top of the building at low altitude, the wings and cabins would be bitten through by the infected bodies that suddenly rushed out, and finally crashed into the corner of the city with the zombies. Those were the support troops coming from the southwest. They were called support troops. But now they were no different from fleeing. They finally got out of the western safety zone, but found that everywhere was already hell, and war was inevitable. This was a do-or-die battle between humans and viruses with a huge disparity in strength. This time, they were facing a large number of high-level mutants with wisdom, and infected bodies with even more terrifying evolution in strength and speed. In addition to the competition of firepower, there was also the choice of tactics. If they were not careful, they might all be destroyed. The helicopter landed on the safety wall. The survivors jumped off the plane in a hurry and were escorted by the Alliance members to evacuate to a safe area. Bai Wulul flew away in a helicopter again. Just after flying away from the safety wall, he was suddenly tripped by a zombie with amazing jumping ability on his tail. He reacted quickly and was about to take off to get rid of the zombie behind him. At this time, a bullet flew from the direction of the safety wall. It was a long distance away, but it accurately penetrated the zombie's head. He saw the flash of reflection on the observation deck with his peripheral vision. Surprise quickly turned into understanding. He controlled the helicopter to circle half a circle, as if to greet. Zhu Yan and Jima Song were both waiting on the safety wall. As soon as Shui Liang landed, they showed him all the intelligence they had collected so far. In the infrared remote sensing images taken by the satellite, several red and orange blocks were pouring out from the southwest, and finally converged near Hanzhou and twisted into one, heading quickly towards the outer wall of the northern safety zone. The nearest batch was only 3 kilometers away from the safety wall. The eastern safety zone also received a signal, saying that it was attacked by zombies from the heavily infected area. The enemy's strength is not great at the moment, and people can be sent to support it, Zhu Yan said. The zombie tide near Hanzhou is the largest. The instinct of the red scab virus is to find areas where humans live to reproduce. It is probably because Hanzhou has too many people, and the attraction is too strong. Most of the survivors in the nearby towns and camps have evacuated to the safe zone. There are still a few left, and they may be able to make it before the zombie tide hits completely. There is no time to care how many there are. Let the Alliance and the Ark army come out to fight. Luo Qin quickly arranged the personnel. Lizzie, you defend on the wall. Shiro and I will take the people down. Zhu Yin, I have to trouble you to open the disengagement device of the defense net and the safety wall. Zhu Yin nodded. Press the red button on the watch. And then within a few seconds, countless rapid-fire machine guns and anti-aircraft turrets rose from the wall, aiming at the zombies outside the wall and firing fiercely. Fighter jets roared overhead, complementing the lines of fire spraying from the wall, shooting alternately. When Luo Qin put on his armor and was about to leave the safety wall, he suddenly turned back and walked to Shui Liang, reached out and hugged him. I shouldn't have quarreled with you just now. Be careful. I'm not angry. Shui Liang looked at him. You too. Luo Qin nodded, let go of him, turned around and left along the sliding tunnel. When Shui Liang jumped down, she instinctively reached out and grabbed a handful, but her hands were full of scorching air. Let's go! He didn't hesitate for a moment. Picked up a machine gun, turned around and hid behind the line of fire. The sound of gunfire continued. Several fighter planes suddenly crashed into a nearby building, and a raging fire suddenly burst out, illuminating a corner of the city under the dark clouds. At the same time, a huge figure as big as a hill slowly walked out of the concrete forest of the city, covered with spiked armor. Half of his face was almost twisted and covered with huge tumors, and his two eyeballs bulged like copper bells and stared huge. It was frantically destroying all the buildings within its attack range, and was approaching the safety wall step by step. Most of the firepower was immediately concentrated there, and thousands of bullets exploded everywhere on it. But the giant monster did not show any external injuries, and continued to move towards the safety wall step by step. One of the planes tried to stop it by destroying itself together, and hit the giant zombie's head at the fastest speed. The fuselage exploded into pieces in an instant, and black smoke and flame spread. The zombie giant finally reacted, but it only paused for a few seconds, and then it seemed as if it was not hurt at all, and it still persevered in raising its feet. Undoubtedly, its ultimate goal is to break the so-called iron wall of security and let the infection completely engulf the city. Besides, it doesn't even bother to pay attention to the fighter jets flying around it. Zhang Qingyao jumped down from the observation deck, aimed the sniper rifle in his hand at the left eye of the giant zombie, and fired a shot. However, the most lethal bullet hit the eyelid that was as thick as hard iron, and only scratched a spark, without penetrating the flesh. A missile flew out from the wall, and exploded unexpectedly at the zombie's face. Zhang Qingyao felt a tremor around him, and he almost lost his grip. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the hard armor on the giant zombie's head had a crack. It was not noticeable, but he could see it clearly. Zhang Qingyao continued to shoot at the crack. Several rounds of bullets were fired one after another, but it seemed to have no effect. Then more missiles rushed out of the turret like meteors, and exploded violently around the zombie, finally breaking several cracks in the hard protective layer. Zhang Qingyao threw away the empty sniper rifle and jumped towards the zombie that was close at hand. The zombie's body was as hard as steel. Zhang Qingyao kicked it in the neck and actually pushed it back several meters. The giant zombie stumbled back and crashed heavily into a tall building. Zhang Qingyao swung his fist back and was about to land the second blow, but he suddenly heard the sound of a bullet being fired above his head, accompanied by a slight sound of airflow. Under the perception of the eagle-eye field, all the dangers in the outside world became very obvious. Zhang Qingyao quickly dodged to the side, and the bullet shot into the giant zombie's shoulder, actually exploding a wound the size of a basketball. He instantly realized that the bullet might contain a countermeasure. At this time, the giant zombie also began to react, as if it was in unbearable pain, and began to howl and shake its body. Zhang Qingyao stretched out his hand but found that there was nowhere to cling to, and was easily thrown into the air. Then the zombie raised his hand and swung it, directly knocking him away, breaking the glass of the building and falling in. The floor of this building was full of broken glass shards. Zhang Qingyao coughed a few times and got up. His ears keenly caught the sound of a silenced gunshot, and he rolled on the spot to avoid the bullet and rushed behind a desk. He leaned under the table, looking at the reflection in a monitor on the table. There was a strange-looking man with spikes on half of his shoulder approaching with a gun. This was a parasite with bloodshot eyes, and his eyeballs were covered with bloodshot caused by the red scab virus. Zhang Qingyao drew a tactical knife from his waist, quickly climbed up, dodged flexibly under the bullets shot by the man, and instantly went around behind him and stabbed him. This man also reacted very quickly, dodging the blade at the same time, extending the barrel of the gun from his armpit, and fired a few shots. "Who are you?" Zhang Qingyao asked sternly. "Is destroying the Ark your goal?" The man's scream was barely a human voice. "Li Muqi, damn it! The Ark should be destroyed. Damn it!" His chest was burning with extreme hatred for Li Muqi and the Ark, which almost burned him to death. He only wanted to destroy this place. This dirty place that deceived him and his relatives and friends in the name of exams and treated them as experimental subjects. Just like the companion outside who had mutated into a zombie giant, whose mind was only about destruction and slaughter. Zhang Qingyao was so surprised that he lost his voice. He didn't expect that the candidates that Li Muqi had taken away over the years were tortured into this state. Li Muqi wanted to make a high-level reconstructed human that would satisfy him. But his expectations for satisfaction were too high, and had reached an extreme point. He even disliked the enhancer developed by Zhu Yin for being too mild. So he took over all the research results in his hands, and conducted such inhumane human experiments with Zhao Fenglu in the Xian district. After his death, this long-brewing disaster finally broke out today, bringing the real end of the world. A dragon-like explosion sounded outside the building, and Zhang Qingyao had an ominous premonition in his heart. He broke out in a cold sweat. He cut the parasite's throat with a knife and staggered to the window. There were flames and thick smoke outside. Several planes crashed on the street. Not far away, the wall of the safe zone had been smashed through a big hole. Zhang Qingyao raised the communicator and tried to contact the defense team on the wall again and again. But there was no response. He sat down tiredly against the deformed window of the building, and the sound of the wind blew past his ears. The sound of the fighter plane suddenly faded away, and the explosions continued. The zombie frenzy poured in through the gap in the safety wall, and could no longer be stopped. Chapter 279 Little Rose. Xue Liang pushed away the stone that his right leg was pressing on, and dug out Zhu Yin and Ji Ma Song from the ruins. Ji Ma Song had a broken arm, but fortunately it was not a vital part. Xue Liang quickly fixed and bandaged her, and then went back to help Zhu Yin up. He was lucky, and only suffered some scratches. "Take her back to the safe zone, and go find Brother Su." Xue Liang heard the roar of the zombies approaching, and they were approaching here. He immediately patted Zhu Yin. "Let's go!" He turned around and looked at the zombie giant, who was already striding towards the refuge area. He wiped the blood on his face and raised his leg to chase after him. The zombie probably played the role of an attacker. Although its movements were not very flexible, it could help the zombies behind it solve many problems. It was not ready to give up after breaking through the security wall. The crystalline cuticle on its head was extremely strong. After being bombarded by machine guns and missiles, it only had a tiny wound. The red dandruff virus in the zombies' bodies had undergone many changes, which would support them to fight until the end of their lives. As long as their bodies could move, they would keep moving towards the place where humans were. Their tenacity was comparable to that of cockroaches and earthworms. Xue Liang ran to the street outside the refuge area, which had been completely destroyed by artillery fire. The road was full of debris and smoke. Several burned wooden beams fell in the middle of the road. The fire engulfed half of the houses on the street, and was still spreading towards the central area. The zombie giant had already walked to the street in front of the refuge area. In the middle of the chaotic road, there was a figure holding another crying child, looking at the giant approaching in fear. It was Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng didn't know what drove him to give up the last chance to run into the refuge area. He stopped and hugged the child, who fell to the ground, but no one cared about him. When he raised his head again, the behemoth was already within reach. It was too late to escape. Even if they turned around and ran to the refuge area now, the zombie giant's huge foot, as big as a mountain, would crush them into powder in an instant. "In my next life," Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. His expression was stiff, and his body was trembling. "I will never save anyone in my next life." Xue Liang's heart was about to jump out. He ran over there, holding on to the last glimmer of hope, estimating that he could make it in time. When he was still 10 meters away from Xiao Feng, he reached out and touched the earring on his ear. It is almost impossible for a flesh and blood body to fight against this thing. All the beliefs of resistance will be washed away by it and turned into blood mud. However, the red eye in its prime can definitely do it. It is a power that is absolutely unmatched in this world. Lu Huai rushed out of the shelter, and immediately saw Shui Liang's subtle movement. He lost his composure, and stumbled over to him. Yelling at him, "Shui Liang! Don't pick it!" Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. Shui Liang flashed back some fragments in his mind. And something in his body began to boil again. The instinct of survival prevented him from releasing this last restraint. But another stronger impulse quickly gathered to the brain center, urging him to take further action. That was the most primitive murderous nature of Red Eyes, which was reviving from his bones and blood. Shui Liang grabbed the raw stone on the earring, used all his strength, and the veins on his right hand emerged. He pulled the earring out from the earlobe and threw it at the door of the refuge area. The earring, which represented restraint and oppression, drew a parabola in the air, and the light blue raw stone brought out a faint light tail, which disappeared in a flash and sank into the smoke and dust of the war. Red Eyes woke up again, but it would be the last time. When Xiao Feng saw the zombie giant howling and punching him, he closed his eyes in despair. He knew that his life was actually nothing, not as glorious as he imagined, and he had never lived for himself. He was cowardly, a waste, vain and clingy, and seemed to fit the most despicable group in people's eyes. He regretted it a little. However, he waited for a long time, but he didn't wait for the fist to crush him into a pulp. A strong airflow rushed in his face, almost knocking him and the child in his arms to the ground. Xiao Feng opened his eyes with difficulty, and saw a tall and straight figure standing in front of him. He blocked the zombie giant's meteorite-sized fist with one hand without moving. In an instant, sand and rocks flew everywhere, as if all the power in the world was gathered in this place. And the sky collapsed and the earth shook. "Let's go!" There was a strange excitement in Shui Liang's voice, and Xiao Feng broke into cold sweats. "I have to kill it here." Xiao Feng woke up as if from a dream, and immediately picked up the child and rushed back to the shelter. Shui Liang pushed away the zombie giant's punch, flipped over and jumped onto the hard arm, rushed to the shoulder in 3 or 2 steps, and before the opponent raised his hand to fight back, he had already punched out, hitting the zombie giant's neck bone with a thunderous explosion. This is a skill unique to the strongest hunter, and the force is powerful. From this point of force, countless bones inside are broken, and the huge body, like a mountain, suddenly loses its strength and falls backwards. Shui Liang jumped down, grabbed the wreckage of a car on the side of the road, and smashed it into the zombie's face. The giant zombie, who was originally facing the rain of bullets, was beaten by Shui Liang without any ability to fight back. His huge limbs twisted wildly, but he was hit in the head again and again. His upper body tried to break free from the suppression and climb up, but he was hit again and almost sank into the ground. The protective armor on the head of the zombie giant was getting weaker and weaker, but Shui Liang still did not stop. This was a fighting method that completely ignored the differences in species and size, and unilaterally crushed the opponent through strength, and also vented the fighting instinct that kept surging from his body. Shui Liang pulled out a steel bar pillar several meters long and about 3 meters wide from the ruins, polished the tip of the broken end on the stone slab for a few times, then leaped up, without any leverage, and stabbed the steel bar into the zombie giant's forehead. A loud bang of bones bursting pulled everyone back from the aftershock. The steel bar in Shui Liang's hand pierced into the zombie giant's left forehead, and then came out from the other side, nailing the head, that was several times larger than his, to the ground. Xiao Feng was stunned. He stood there in a daze. For the first time in his life, he witnessed the legendary power of Red Eyes. It was not the kind of beautiful and graceful skills he had imagined before. What the man in front of him just showed was undoubtedly an extremely violent massacre. Shui Liang's current appearance was so terrifying that he wanted to run away. It seemed that in the next second, this beast with murderous intent burning all over its body would slaughter all of them. The zombie giant no longer moved, and completely turned into a cold corpse, buried deep in the ruins. Shui Liang turned around. His eyes were clear, without any evil spirit. He looked at the zombies pouring onto the street, put his right arm behind his back, and hooked his finger in the direction of the shelter. "Shui Liang, take it." Su Yugang squeezed out of the crowd, and threw the submachine gun in his hand to him tacitly. Shui Liang reached out to catch it, loaded the gun, and blocked the middle of the road alone. "Ready to fight. Brother Su. Guard the door. Leave this to me." A buzzing sound came from far away, and hundreds of drones flew from the direction of the headquarters, and the anti-aircraft guns on the fuselage fired dense rain of bullets like silk threads. The zombies fell one after another. The drones came to the destroyed security wall and sprayed high-density repair materials from it. They quickly filled the gap and kept the charging zombies out of the wall again. After the drones finished the repair work, they took off and flew out of the security wall. The street on the other side of the wall soon heard continuous shooting. The zombies in the wall were quickly dealt with. Xue Liang looked at the twin towers in the distance, put on his gun, turned and walked towards the shelter. People looked at him with fear, which he had expected before taking off his earrings. No one can resist being timid when facing the horror of the red eyes. Even Luo Qin and Jimo Ro in those days had feared this power. Xue Liang ignored the reactions of others and sat down on a box. He returned the gun to Su Yugang and wiped the blood off his face. "Thank you for your hard work." Su Yugang patted him despite the strange looks from others. The reinforcements from the East Security Zone and the alliance stationed in the underground city have just arrived. Zhu Yan's drone array has also been put to good use. It's worth it that he has been doing this behind Ling Muki's back for so many years. It's all thanks to your Luo Qin. Xue Liang smiled, very pleased when he heard your Luo Qin from him. And it was hard to suppress the corners of his mouth. Zhu Yan's reproduction theory has received a lot of attention among the survivors in recent years. And he has also made a thorough analysis of the interdependence between different regions. The East Security Zone has strong military power, and its population size ranks second. But its shortcomings in top combat power are also obvious. Once those mutant creatures break through Hanzhou, they will soon target this place. Without the recreated human beings to sit in, they can only wait for destruction. Even if the two do not get along, they have to admit that the lips and teeth are cold. So Zhu Yan and Luo Qin predicted in advance that the East Security Zone will definitely help. Suddenly, a white and tender hand was raised in front of Xue Liang, which was in sharp contrast with his wheat-colored skin covered with stains. Xiao Feng held the earring that he had thrown away in his hand. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was so panicked that he could hardly hold it. He had just seen Xue Liang's killing posture, and he was still frightened, especially when he saw the slender but bloody hands. He always felt that it would be easy to break his neck. "Thank you." Xue Liang took the earring back from him and threw it to Su Yugang. "You are very brave. Although you are overestimating yourself. You deserve praise." Xiao Feng's eyes widened. "Don't look down on me." "I don't look down on you," Xue Liang said. "And I have no right to look down on you." Xiao Feng was about to be proud, but he heard the other party say again, "I usually kill people I look down on." He took a few steps back in fear. Lu Huai was holding the medicine box in the corner, searching in a hurry, mixing several medicines in rough proportion, holding the syringe and running to Xue Liang, saying in a serious tone, "Quick! I'll give you an injection." "Wait a minute." "What for?" Xue Liang retracted his hand. "I'm afraid of pain." Lu Huai insisted, "In your current state, if you delay any longer, it won't be a matter of whether it hurts or not. You will die." Su Yugang and Xiao Feng were both stunned for a moment, and asked in unison, "What do you mean? We don't have a chance this time." "Xue Liang." Zhu Yan never exaggerated what he said. "You just consumed half of your life." Lu Huai shook his head. His tone was very depressed. His hand holding the syringe was shaking. He knew very well that he could not save Xue Liang. No one could save her. Opportunities are not for accumulating. It's right to want to live. But there is no difference between making wrong judgments and wasting opportunities. Xue Liang laughed. "What I can grasp at the moment is an opportunity." He has already lit the candle with his own hands. Even if there is only one last section left, he will definitely go forward without hesitation. When Luo Qin comes, you can talk to him. Lu Huai turned his head away helplessly. Put away the syringe. You are right. Outside the wall, the war was raging. Fighter planes flew overhead, and countless bullets rained down. Xue Liang made simple bandages for the wounded in the shelter, and asked Su Yugang to evacuate the survivors to the backup shelter. It is not safe here, and other infected creatures may attack at any time. To be on the safe side, the position must be moved as soon as possible. Su Yugang sent away several groups of survivors, and when he turned back, a helicopter landed in front of the shelter with its blades hovering. Before it could stop, Luo Qin jumped off it and ran straight to the shelter. Xue Liang's black combat uniform was torn in several places during the battle. He looked tired but reliable. He carried a heavy machine gun, sat cross-legged on the hood of the off-road vehicle, and read the remote sensing cloud map sent by Zhu Yin. Lychee. As soon as he looked up, he saw Luo Qin running towards him, with an anxious look on his face. There was artillery fire behind him, and Shui Liang smiled on his blood-stained face. His eyes were bright, like a bright rose in the fire. The surrounding gazes would not block them at all. Luo Qin stopped in front of him, raised his face without hesitation, and gave him a passionate kiss. There were thousands of words of concern and care between them, which eventually turned into the intimacy of lips pressed tightly together. Luo Qin touched Shui Liang's earlobe and found that the part where the earring should have been was empty. His face changed. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Lizzie, you will be fine. Luo Qin didn't know whether he was comforting him or himself. From now on, I won't leave you for a moment. How is it outside? Shui Liang asked him. I led people to withstand several rounds of zombies. The reinforcements from the East Security Zone came. They were more than enough to withstand the attack on their own, and sent a lot of people. Luo Qin gently pressed his shoulder and said, Ignat and Aaron are here too. They happened to be in Qingdao, and came with Huang Mao's convoy. Shui Liang rubbed Luo Qin's chin and praised softly, You did a good job. Chapter 280 Pheromone Soothe. The infection wave in Hanzhou has been temporarily calmed down, and the riots have come to an end. The survivors who retreated into the safe zone were arranged to live in the urban area, about 300 or 400 people. The extent of the disaster outside the city was very serious. Cheng Qiniao and Su Yugang led people to rescue, to put it bluntly. They were just cleaning up the mess. Those camps and shelters that did not have time to evacuate suffered heavy casualties, and almost no survivors were found. The Ark Committee counted the supplies in the warehouse, and the actual losses in the safe zone overnight. Jima Song took the lead in formulating a temporary disaster relief plan, which was handed over to Luo Qin for implementation. The first thing to do was to open the Ark warehouse and distribute supplies to the survivors. These warehouses once belonged to Li Miyuki, and the inflow and outflow of materials were strictly controlled. After his death, they were jointly managed by the committee. Although they had been consumed, this move was intended to completely empty them. There were many complaints within the committee, but Luo Qin ignored them and took Senling to open the warehouse. Senling looked at the almost mountainous food, drinks, various equipment, and emergency medicines in the warehouse. Her eyes were red, and she said nothing, with helplessness and anger flickering in her eyes. She saw that many foods even had mold spots on them. She didn't know how many years they had been piled up. Even if there were reasons for the imbalance of the insulation warehouse due to multiple power outages before, it was really too shocking. Over the years, she has seen many people struggling to survive in the wilderness. They have used up all their strength to survive the zombies, and to find food to fill their stomachs. But Li Miyuki shamelessly hoards and wastes. The things in the warehouse far exceed the amount that the Ark can consume under normal circumstances. Li Miyuki even uses this as a condition to make an unfair deal with ordinary people. The Ark was originally supposed to be born for salvation, but in the past few years, it has slowly fallen into a nest of speculators. The so-called hope is nothing but empty talk. Wherever the ship goes, there is almost nothing left. For many years afterwards, it was difficult for this safe zone to gain people's trust. To rebuild this big ship, it might take more years to eliminate the nightmare it once spread. The Ark temporarily stabilized the situation, and everything seemed to have come to an end, but many people were still in fear, especially the high-level Alpha-type reconstructed humans, who could feel that the situation had not been settled. There was a dull sense of oppression hanging in everyone's heart, as if the powerful aura came from the southwest, and did not disappear with the death of the giant mutant. Zhu Yin took out a batch of vaccines from the cold storage and injected them all into the reconstructed humans, who were still capable of fighting in the safe zone. This drug can resist the erosion of the red scurf virus to a certain extent. Although it cannot prevent infection 100%, it can also maximize the resistance of reconstructed humans to the red scurf virus. Zhu Yin has been secretly researching this for many years. This is already the limit. The tide of corpses hit Hanzhou intermittently. Although it was not as fierce as before, it was obviously continuing to consume the morale of the defenders in the city. Jimo Rose selected dozens of reconstructed humans from the Alliance to form an elite team, and headed west out of the city to investigate the situation. In the distance of the vast plains were rolling mountains. Except for the zombies constantly gathering here, there was no other abnormality. Until the evening of the next day, under the blood-red afterglow of the setting sun, a military jeep appeared in Jimo Rose's telescope. driving over from the other end of the road with dust rolling up. Behind the car followed a huge army of zombies, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, which were like ink eroding the side bit by bit. Notify them both. It's time to get down to business. Jimoro took out the car keys from his pocket and threw them to the team member behind him. It's going to be a fierce battle. Let them get ready. The team member reached out to take the keys and hesitated. The equipment is all here. It was shipped here a few days ago just in case. Do we need to block the entrance to the safe zone with firepower? Jimoro shook his head and hung the telescope back around his neck. No need. This time, they are not just ordinary scum. No matter how good the weapons are, they are just a pile of scrap metal. He blinked, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was full of cruel interest. You said so. Right. Jiao Feng Luo? In the jeep in the distance, the man wearing sunglasses seemed to be touched, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyebrows. In the safe zone, the temporary shelter tent located in the municipal square was crowded with people, and the second round of physical examinations for survivors was being carried out. Zhu Yan and Lu Huai were too busy, so Su Yugang took the rescue team to fill in, and finally sorted out the long queue, divided into two teams, and conducted pupil and blood tests at the same time. On the roadside on the other side of the square, many people were still queuing up to receive supplies. Perhaps it was the long-term wandering life that made them feel stressed. They were afraid that when it was their turn, there would be nothing left. Many people stretched their necks and looked at the line in front of them, calculating in their minds how long it would take for them to get their turn. Luo Qin comforted and persuaded them many times, ensuring that there were enough supplies for everyone. But these people were still in a state of panic. Xue Liyang sat on a supply box not far away in a daze, wearing a coat, and his expression was hard to tell whether he was tired or confused. Bai Wulo came over with a bowl of instant noodles. The noodles were soaked in lukewarm water and swollen. It didn't look appetizing, but it was rare to be able to fill their stomachs at the moment. Brother, eat something. He handed the bowl to Xue Liyang without saying anything. You haven't rested for a day and a night. Have you and Cheng Qingao eaten? Xue Liyang didn't reach out to take the bowl of noodles, but glanced at Luo Qin first. I'm not hungry yet. In fact, Xue Liyang couldn't eat. The previous battle made his regenerative cells in his body highly active. There was a fire in his heart, which made him just want to destroy something. But he suppressed this impulse, not letting himself do anything out of control. Brother, where is the medicine? Lu Huai asked you to take it. But you didn't take it? Bai Wuluo's tone began to get impatient. You can't just waste your energy without replenishing it. And without taking medicine. I really don't know what to do now. What's wrong? Xiao Bai? Luo Qin walked over, seeing Bai Wuluo's anxious look. He was afraid that it was related to Xue Liyang. Is there something wrong with your brother? Bai Wuluo seemed to have caught a savior, and pushed Luo Qin to Xue Liyang. Yang pushed forward and said, It's just right. You can persuade my brother. He used to have this temper. He never listened to me. He was just a stubborn person. You are the only wooden stake that can tie him down. Damn it. Luo Qin was stunned. You didn't scold me in dialect. Did you? Comrade Xiao Bai. I treat you well. I am your sister-in-law. I leave it to you. My good sister-in-law. Bai Wuluo looked back every few steps when he left. The glances he gave Luo Qin almost circled half the earth. Xue Liyang smiled, secretly holding Luo Qin's hand under the large military jacket. Okay. Wu Luo has been worrying since childhood. I didn't deliberately not eat or take medicine. I don't want to. Luo Qin pulled him into his arms. Well, if you don't want to, we won't do it. I'll accompany you. Xue Liyang's breathing was a little heavy, holding Luo Qin's hand tightly, and whispered, Luo Qin, I feel a little uncomfortable. Go find a tent. Help me, help me. Luo Qin led him to a tent used to store medical equipment. There was no one inside, and there was a small bed in the corner. Xue Liyang sat down on the bedside, his breathing disordered. He buried his face in Luo Qin's chest, like a patient suffering from severe hypoxia, breathing in his breath desperately. Only Luo Qin's pheromones could calm him down. Only this person could do it. Lizzie, relax. I'm here. You can stay with me as long as you want. Luo Qin hugged him to comfort him. Don't be anxious. Don't breathe too hard. Otherwise it's easy to overventilate. No. Luo Qin. I feel so uncomfortable. Xue Liyang hugged him tightly, almost strangling himself into his body. I'm now. He didn't dare to say anything more. Luo Qin touched his face and said softly, "It's okay. Just say whatever you want to say." "Lichi, I want to kill you." Shui Liang tried his best to suppress his anger and sobs while speaking. "I don't know why. I really had a moment just now thinking what to do. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Breathe slowly. Lichi." Luo Qin still didn't let go until Shui Liang started to push him. He hugged her tighter. "I know you won't. Don't be afraid." In fact, he was not sure if Shui Liang would, but he was ready to let the other party kill him first if Shui Liang lost control. And he would not hurt others by using himself as the culprit. But if that happens, Lichi will be in pain again. So Luo Qin must comfort the other party as much as possible. "Luo Qin, please let me go." Shui Liang seemed to be begging him. "Let me go. Stay away from me. I'm leaving." "What are you going to do? Commit suicide?" Luo Qin lowered his head and kissed his ear, while slowly releasing the pheromones in his body. "Do you know why Xiaobai was anxious just now? Don't you know why he is so worried? You take the blame for their troubles, but you take it on yourself when you get into trouble. Even if you are dying, you have to wait for others to find the body first. Is your life so worthless?" Shui Liang looked up at his eyes, and the burning pain in his eyes pierced Luo Qin's heart. But he did not choose to remain silent. "Do you think this will prevent others from feeling sad for you? Lichi, you will make others feel 10,000 times more painful for you. I know you are my brother, you are kind to everyone, but others' kindness to you is not a burden to them. Those who love you treat you well, those who hate you only want you to die ugly." About many things in Shui Liang's past, Luo Qin mostly heard from Bai Wulua and Cheng Qingyao, but he rarely mentioned this. When Shui Liang's family went bankrupt and had to send Sixi and Simi away, he shouldered the resentment of the two children alone, and never defended himself. He was diagnosed with cancer after the college entrance examination, and even kept it a secret until Bai Wulua's competition was over, but it was still discovered by the other party. But all this is not about being strong, it is just a protective mechanism. Shui Liang forced himself to look forward, paralyzed himself, not paying attention to the source of pain, not letting his vulnerable side be seen, otherwise the pain would turn into thorns in an instant, piercing his last line of defense. This is a kind of self-defense, a very extreme psychological disguise. It's not that he didn't feel the pain, but he knew that once he collapsed first, those who relied on him would really have no support. But no matter how resilient a being is, if it is under too much pressure, it will eventually break completely. Zhu Yin said that Shui Liang was the strongest among the first generation of recreated humans. In fact, it was mostly because the various emotions accumulated in his heart were too huge and complicated, so that the virus catalyzed those emotions and created the extremely murderous red eyes. Luo Qin didn't know how Shui Liang convinced himself all these years. A teenager could give him such a strong psychological suggestion, which made him extremely heartbroken. "You are the elder brother, but you also had an elder brother before. And you are also the younger brother that Shui Lijing loves the most." Luo Qin continued. "He doesn't want to see you live such a hard life. Do you remember? In the video he left for you, he said that he hopes you live well and don't ruin yourself, so that everything he does for you will be valuable. I'm not." "Luo Qin, listen to me. I didn't take it all on myself." Shui Liang held his face and said anxiously. I go on." Luo Qin nodded. "I'm listening." "Lizzie." Shui Liang's pupils were trembling. He shook his head, and finally sobbed softly and said, "Yes. You are right. I can't hold on any longer. You can't leave. You can never leave me, you can't. Look, isn't it said now?" Luo Qin laughed. "That's great, Lizzie, you finally want to act like a spoiled child with me." Shui Liang felt the stinging pain on his forehead slowly subside. He panted heavily, climbed on Luo Qin's shoulders, and kissed him for a long time. "You must help me like this next time." Shui Liang hung on Luo Qin with no strength, letting him hold him. "It's so comfortable this way." Luo Qin curled his eyes. "Okay." Chapter 281 Ragnarok. The earth rumbled, countless zombies and parasites ran along the streets, like a surging tide sweeping across every street in Hangzhou. There was continuous gunfire in the safe zone not far away, smoke billowed from the walls, military helicopters and drones flew out in formation, bullets rained down. Those parasites did not flee, they ran straight to the Ark with bloodshot eyes. "Ahem, President, how are you?" A vanguard of the Human Alliance poked his head out from behind the bunker, only to see Jimoro behind the bunker on the other side, with a solemn expression. All the usual cynicism was gone, replaced by a chilling murderous aura. Except for the few I just mentioned, everyone else should retreat to the safe zone. Jimoro ordered in a cold voice. Move quickly. The human alliance he led had extremely strong execution capabilities. The defense line, that was still resisting, immediately withdrew to the safe zone, leaving only a dozen elite assault team members, all of whom were excellent recreated human warriors. Jimoro spent several years painstakingly training these people, and today was the time to use them. Boss! The girl behind him shouted, covering her goggles. Are we staying here to die? Shut up, and pay attention to the front. The parasite tide quickly broke through the 3 lines of defense outside the safe zone, drove straight into the main street, and reached the outer perimeter of the safe wall in the blink of an eye. Jimoro looked at the battle outside the wall, wiped her sweat, and felt threatened. But she couldn't lose her momentum. You called so many bastards. It seems that it's still a bit scary to come alone. Lieutenant General Zhao. What's the situation? Chung Qingyao jumped down from the top of the wall and skillfully loaded the sniper rifle in his hand. Jimoro glanced at him and asked, where is Shui Liyang? He just consumed a lot of energy, and he is resting inside. I was afraid that you couldn't handle it alone, so I came to see the situation. Chung Qingyao's bullets were accurate, and each bullet accurately penetrated the enemy's eyebrows. He jumped onto the roof of a car, knelt on one knee, and shouted loudly, do it! Dozens of young people in special combat uniforms rushed out from all directions, holding cold weapons and light firearms, and ran quickly towards the direction of the zombies. Among them were Cheng's own guys, and there were also reconstructed humans who were previously affiliated with the police force. Now they were reorganized into an elite force by Chung Qingyao, and their combat power was definitely not inferior to that of the human alliance. Among the Chung family, there was no other reconstructed human except Chung Qingyao, but they were better in extremely rigorous training methods, and their bravery was no less than that of the elite team of the alliance led by Jimoro. Chung Qingyao cleared the door once, and the traitors were scattered. The remaining ones were his true family members, and he could use them with confidence. Those parasites had lost all their rationality, and were thousands of times more brutal than ordinary zombies. They were even more desperate when they counterattacked. The support troops could barely hold out for a while, but they also knew that a protracted war was not the best strategy. If the stalemate continued, the security wall would collapse sooner or later. They are all attacking this point. It is definitely premeditated. Jimoro wasted a long time here and became anxious. She cursed. Hack his ancestors. Where is Zhao Fengluo? Chung Qingyao had a sharp flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately dialed the communicator beside his ear and contacted by Wuluo. Wuluo, let Zhu Yan strictly guard the full-line monitoring of the security wall. Once Zhao Fengluo's whereabouts are discovered, reported immediately. Received. Bai Wuluo's eyes were cold. He stood on the high wall with a cold steel knife in his hand. The whistling wind blew the corners of his clothes. He mobilized his whole body's perception to explore the source of the powerful signal. Zhao Fengluo disappeared after entering the junction of the city and the suburbs, and disappeared into the chaotic infected army. The restless red scum infected people in the city were obviously affected by him, and were rushing towards the safe zone like crazy. These parasites, who only retained a trace of clarity of mind, had infinite hatred for Li Muqi in their hearts. This obsession swallowed up the world. After the southwest safe zone base completely collapsed, it immediately turned into a rage and rushed straight to the north safe zone. They didn't know whether Li Muqi was still alive, nor did they care about the whereabouts of this demon. It was just that their last thought as a human was to destroy this evil place, burn it clean with a fire, and put an end to the hatred of these lonely ghosts. Li Muqi originally cultivated these people who were originally going to become biological weapons in order to consolidate his own power. Now he doesn't have to worry about the flood after his death. The hidden dangers left behind finally broke out today. Reconnaissance teams were deployed on all sides of the safety zone to closely monitor the movements outside the wall. However, Zhao Fengluo, as a sword hanging over everyone's heart, has not appeared yet. Outside the temporary camp close to the east safety wall, Sun Ling was wearing a neat outfit and climbing up the watchtower. He picked up the telescope hanging on his chest and looked around the streets. Apart from those infected people who accidentally got here, there seemed to be nothing unusual. She wondered in her heart. Zhao Fengluo couldn't just disappear out of thin air. Since he had already entered the city, he must have been heading for the safe zone. if she and Bai Wulua still had hatred in their hearts. The answer was yes. Ever since the Ark changed many years ago, almost all of the Blue Flame Brigade were killed or injured, and the remaining people could never untie that knot in their hearts. They couldn't understand why the captain who had lived and died together, the comrade who had fought back to back and entrusted his life to him, would try to force all of them to death with such cruel and ruthless means. Like Bai Wulua, Sun Ling also wanted to find Zhao Fenglu to ask how he could be so cruel to a friend who was in life and death. The battle outside the main gate of the safe zone was becoming more and more intense. Jimoro rushed into the corpses, and the smelly flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The breath of death lingered around him, and the blood-red murderous aura spread in his peach blossom eyes. The pheromone was released to the limit, and his whole state was quite unstable. The longer the reconstructed human immersed in this pheromone-chaotic environment, the deeper the impact was. The breath of the red scum virus was pervasive, and even the alpha-type reconstructed human could hardly resist it completely. The battle continued until it was completely dark. After the remaining light of the setting sun was withdrawn into the mountains, the wilderness was submerged in the night, as if the last glimmer of hope on earth was also taken away on the eve of the coming of divine punishment. The more they kill, the more they will be killed. Jimoro threw away the empty magazine, and when he reached out to take it, he found that his backpack had deflated. He threw away the empty gun with a click of his tongue, pulled out a long and thin saber from his waist, and charged into the zombies again. Where are Shui Liang and the others? He shouted at Chung Qingyao from a distance. I'm so tired of killing. Chung Qingyao calmly sniped at the zombies outside the defense line, without moving his eyes. I don't know, they must have their own plans. We just need to hold on here. Shui Liang will make arrangements for the rest. On the other side, unlike the scene outside the wall where thousands of troops were fighting, the safe zone was filled with a terrifyingly quiet atmosphere. The clouds in the sky were sinking heavily to the west, and roars could be heard from afar from time to time. Several temporary shelters were crowded with people, so frightened that they had even forgotten to tremble. The numb emotions brought by surviving the disaster climbed through the nerve endings and filled the blood vessels. Even if the world was to end the next moment, there would be no more despair here. When the security wall was first built, it was made of materials extracted from the Tai Sui stone. After several nanotechnology enhancements, it can theoretically achieve all-round three-dimensional defense, and almost nothing can destroy it. However, in reality, nothing is truly indestructible. The walls that were previously destroyed by the zombie giants have been corroded to a certain extent. If the parasites break through from the weak points, this place is not absolutely safe. Zhu Yan has returned to the laboratory at the headquarters. He must repair the drones that were damaged in the battle as soon as possible, and then spray disinfectants in the entire safe zone as soon as possible. He was not sure if the concentration of inactive viruses in the air reached a certain level, whether it would infect ordinary people. Jima Lang walked through the lifeless camp, walked to the front of the tent with a blanket on his arm, and gently covered Jima Song. The latter was still dozing with his eyes closed, and slowly opened his eyes after sensing his movements. And Jima Lang held a half-finished puppet tightly in his hand. It looked very clever, but the facial features had not been carved yet. He had broken countless wooden dolls in the past. Even if he carefully controlled his strength, he could not avoid damaging his most beloved things. He listened to the sounds of fighting outside, and suddenly felt a little irritated. Aunt, I'll give you some water. Jima Lang looked at Jimo Song's dry and cracked lips, and helped her lift the blanket up. You haven't eaten or drunk anything for a day. Jima Song held him back, and shook his head. No. Xiaolang, don't run around. Stay here with me. Jima Lang wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a loud rumbling not far away, and everyone turned their heads to look there, and the discussion immediately boiled over. No one knew what had happened. The worst result was that the security wall was attacked. Something is coming this way. Jima Lang paused, turned around. At the age of 7 or 8, his body had already begun to grow. The boy's back blocked Jima Song's way. She couldn't see the situation in front of her, but she saw Jima Lang eject a knife from his sleeve. You? Jima Lang had a childish look on his face, turned his head to look somewhere, and didn't know who he was talking to. Are you looking for me? Jima Song's heart tightened, and he immediately threw away the blanket and stood up, looking in the direction of Jima Lang's sight. A tall man stood outside the crowd, wearing sunglasses and an ordinary old military uniform. At first glance, he looked no different from the other survivors around him. But a closer look revealed that he had broad and thick muscles on his waist and back, and a hard temperament that was hard to erase even if he tried to hide it. Under the thin clothes were his sturdy body lines, and behind the lenses were his sharp eyes. More importantly, he exuded an extremely aggressive pheromone scent, which Jimo Lang could sense, and he tightened his knife. Jiao Fong Luo. Jimo Song finally showed some anger. The strong desire to protect Jimo Lang broke through the shackles of her petite body in an instant. She was like a hedgehog with spikes all over her body, staring at the other party with vigilance and anger. Do you still want to attack the child? Her voice caused quite a commotion, and many people turned to look over here. They had heard of Jiao Fengluo's name. This man also represented terror and destruction to them, and was comparable to that red eyes. Jiao Fengluo didn't answer, but just walked towards him. Jimo Song squatted down and hugged Jimo Lang tightly. The crowd quickly dispersed. Everyone subconsciously avoided the cold aura around Jiao Fengluo. No one dared to provoke this big Buddha. The situation was pressing step by step. Jimo Song suddenly pushed Jimo Lang away and threw a dagger from his sleeve. The blade stabbed Jiao Fengluo quickly. Her movements were full of flaws in Jiao Fengluo's eyes. It was easier to crush such an overconfident woman than to step on an ant. Jiao Fengluo did not hesitate. He stretched out his hand. Ding! The spikes on the black armor blocked Jiao Fengluo's fist. Then a cold light rushed out. Shui Liang bit the handle of the kukri. He used one hand to turn over from Luo Qin's shoulder, swung the blade and fell fiercely. He also kicked forward with his legs. Jiao Fengluo drew his knife back in time to block the blow. At the moment when the weapons touched, both sides were shocked and their palms were numb. They took a few steps back at the same time. Yanong. Shui Liang finally heard this long-lost familiar voice. But her reaction was cold. Before you attacked Xiaolang today, I still had some expectations for you. Expect what? Jiao Fengluo asked casually. Shouldn't you be completely disappointed in me? Shui Liang moved his wrist, which was gradually regaining consciousness, and said in a restrained tone, It's not enough for you to destroy so many people. Jiao Fengluo? Luo Qin held his arm calmly, and whispered to him to be careful. Jiao Fengluo was very calm. I won't do anything to Xiaolang. But he is the first offspring of a double regeneration human in the world. And he shouldn't stay here. Where he stays is not up to you. Shui Liang held the knife across his body. Just like what I wanted to do before. It was not up to you. You don't understand at all. Jiao Fengluo sighed and shook his head. Yanong. You keep him by your side. Do you think you are helping him? This child will not be able to control his own power when he grows up. And he will cause trouble. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go out and fight. Shui Liang narrowed his eyes. He is so restricted here. He can't do anything. Chapter 282 The Last Line of Defense. The explosion was deafening. Jimo Ro looked up and saw large pieces of building debris whizzing out from the inside of the safety wall and hitting the ground like a meteor. What are you doing? Xiao Ro, Cheng Qingyao, get out of the way. Shui Liang jumped over the collapsed safety wall, and the rubble from the explosion flew past his back. The ruins that fell from the sky hit the streets below where the battle was going on. The large number of parasites that poured in were caught off guard, and were smashed into a bloody mess by the falling rocks, and screams were heard everywhere. Jiao Fengluo rushed out immediately, wearing a piece of black armor in the shape of a wrist guard on his right hand, which looked almost the same as the one Shui Liang gave to Luo Qin. A new gap was smashed in the security wall, and the dirt and rocks flew in the air, and the smoke and dust covered the sky, which soon attracted the attention of a large number of parasites. They all sent out attack signals, and were about to rush in. Shui Liang stood up from the ruins, raised his hand, and threw out the frame of a bus, which repelled the crazy parasites. Cheng Qingyao stepped on the remains of the bus, jumped over the gap in the safety zone, pulled out the saber from his waist. The sniper rifle had run out of bullets half a day ago, and the parasites swarmed in. Cheng Qingyao swung the blade to cut through the living flesh and blood. The tip of the blade drew hot blood, splattering an arc in the air. Another figure suddenly rushed up from the pile of rocks beside him, turning the knife with his right hand, helped him kill a few fish that had escaped the net. Cheng Qingyao glanced to the side, quickly moved over, and stood back to back with the other person. Come and help me. Bai Wuluo had a blank expression on his face, pulled a pistol from his waist, and threw it to him. You are not good at close combat. These things will drag you to death. Cheng Qingyao took the gun and loaded it easily. No, our domain combination is invincible. My eyes will not miss any target, and neither will your knife. Bai Wuluo paused and pressed his back against him. "Don't be distracted, they are coming." Shui Liang quickly raised his hand to block, stopping Zhao Fengluo's fierce attack. He raised his leg to attack the opponent's lower abdomen. There was a muffled sound of the opponent's muscles breaking. Zhao Fengluo withdrew from his attack range with a sullen face. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. The attack just now caused a penetrating injury to Zhao Fengluo's organs that should have been fatal. But for the recreated human, it was not worth mentioning. The damaged organs were recovering rapidly in a race against time. He vomited some minced meat from his mouth and wiped the blood from his lips. Shui Liang's eyes were fierce, gritted his teeth and said, "I gave you a chance. Don't push it, Zhao Fengluo." Zhao Fengluo smiled. "Yang, did I ever say that you are not qualified?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised a several-meter-high piece of gravel at hand and threw it at Shui Liang. The stone shattered into powder with a bang, and the sand flew everywhere. Both sides could hardly see the situation on the other side. Shui Liang's shoulders were held by someone. Luo Qin appeared in front of him in time and deployed his armor to block the impact. The armor formed a barrier, which remained intact under the violent impact, like an indestructible shield standing in front of the two. "Be careful." Luo Qin did not look back, but grabbed his wrist and squeezed it. "He doesn't seem normal." Another figure flew from the air. Zhao Fengluo raised his head sharply. The metal wrist guard on his right arm collided heavily with the person who came, and his arm was numb from the shock. Jima Ro's eyes were cold. After missing the attack, she immediately turned around and landed, kicking Zhao Fengluo with her legs. Luo Qin rushed over immediately and tried to restrain Zhao Fengluo's actions with Jima Ro. However, Zhao Fengluo's skills and speed seemed to have improved several times compared to before. The two of them soon fell into a passive and bitter fight, and it was difficult for them to gain the upper hand in a 2-on-1 battle. Luo Qin. Retreat! Luo Qin and Jima Ro immediately dodged after hearing the sound. The next second, Zhao Fengluo was hit in the chest by Shui Liang, and the whole person was knocked out like a cannonball, and fell into the ruins not far away that were still emitting smoke, splashing countless earth and stone fragments. Shui Liang didn't give him any time to buffer or defend himself, and immediately chased after him. However, Zhao Fengluo reacted very quickly, and rolled on the ground before the pursuit arrived. His wrist guard met Shui Liang's murderous blade, but he was still hit so hard that his knees bent, and he barely managed to avoid kneeling down. Jima Ro spat out the blood foam in his mouth and cursed, "It's hard to kill him. We have to call for reinforcements." He turned on the communicator and connected to the full signal of the Human Alliance. The support code instantly spread throughout the Ark channel, and was sent to various radio stations through wireless signals. Warning lights on the safety wall lit up one by one, and accompanied by a piercing alarm. More people rushed out from the crack. Shui Liang didn't even turn his head. The knife in his hand cut through the broken stone wall, and slowly approached Zhao Fengluo, who was pushed back several meters by him. When their eyes met, it was more like the blades colliding, clanging. Luo Qin rushed to his side, reorganized the armor on his hand, and the sharp claws popped out, with blood flowing at the tip. "We can't retreat anymore. We must stop him here." Shui Liang stood at the door of the office, listening to the annoying cicadas outside the window, and listening to the cold words of the head teacher. Zhao Fengluo was being scolded for him. He was a battalion-level officer, but he was scolded by his class teacher, who was younger than him. Shui Liang could even imagine how Zhao Fengluo would scold him when he got on the bus after leaving the school gate. The class teacher was probably addicted to scolding soldiers, and he was getting more and more relentless. Shui Liang listened silently, and felt a little guilty. It was his fault this time. He failed the comprehensive science test, and was ridiculed by the class teacher for half a class. The other party spoke rudely, saying that he was half-baked and relied on his good brain to get carried away. He did terribly in the test this time, so he might as well get into the ordinary class, and be the last one next time when the class is divided. He was in a bad mood, and he said something to the head teacher, as expected. He was kicked out of the classroom, and made to stand for the whole morning, and his parents were called in at noon. He could have endured it before. Maybe it was because the rebellious period was really fierce. He had just quarreled with Zhao Fengluo at home yesterday, and he was arguing with the head teacher again today. Shui Liang almost fell asleep waiting, and the scolding inside finally stopped gradually, ending with a sentence. "If you don't want to take the college entrance examination, you better go to work in the factory as soon as possible." A few seconds later, Zhao Fengluo's footsteps came to the door. A test paper was handed to him. Xue Liang looked at the glaring 250 on it. The blow and frustration that he had never felt clearly before suddenly became clear. A very stupid score. A very stupid temper in life. Zhao Fengluo said nothing. Handed him the test paper. Turned around and walked towards the stairs. Xue Liang was used to it. He followed him. Carefully looked at the test paper. And muttered to himself. Well, it's true that I did too badly on the test. I won't do it again next time. When they walked all the way to the school gate, Xue Liang saw Zhao Fengluo's almost scrapped Xiaoli parked on the side of the road. He suddenly felt hungry. So he caught up with Zhao Fengluo in 2 steps and asked, "What are you having for lunch?" Zhao Fengluo opened the door of the driver's seat and sat in. Xue Liang reached out to pull the passenger seat. But the door handle didn't move at all. He looked up at the person in the car in confusion, but found that the other party didn't look at him at all. "What's wrong?" he asked anxiously. Zhao Fengluo suddenly turned his head, with a strange smile in his eyes. "That's it, Yang," he heard Zhao Fengluo say. "I won't care about you anymore." Xue Liang covered his throat, coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, but his physical strength had been consumed by more than half as the fierce battle deepened. During the few seconds when he was seriously injured, he thought about some old things. But the Zhao Fengluo in front of him, it was as if he had never met him before, so unfamiliar that there was no trace of the past. He could not use observation to guess Zhao Fengluo's current state. Both sides were like beasts fighting to the death. Neither would easily let the other side see their flaws. Both sides understood the principle of a quick victory. No matter how strong the recreated human beings were, there would be a time when their physical strength was exhausted. If they continued to fight, sooner or later someone would not be able to hold on and die from exhaustion. Zhao Fengluo took a few steps forward, and suddenly straightened his body, clenched his right hand into a fist, and smashed it on the half-broken wall with a bang. Xue Liang felt a pressure coming towards him, and his internal organs were shocked. The other party was threatening him, using the momentum of a high-level alpha-type reconstructed human, and sending him a signal of surrender through pheromones. All the reconstructed humans present felt it, especially those below alpha-type, whose ability to resist this threat was much weaker, and they could not resist it almost immediately, and began to hold their heads and groan. Luo Qin only felt a ringing in his ears. Jimoro, who was standing beside him, also frowned and cursed. Unexplained anger surged in his heart. Xue Liang picked up the saber at his feet. The aura of his whole body was instantly expanded, and the information molecules floating in the air were infinitely amplified and transmitted. It was similar to the battle in the past when I almost defeated Fan Zhou, but it had a stronger pressure than that time. The overwhelming declaration of war signals pressed down on the ground. Luo Qin almost vomited blood. He secretly said in his heart that it was not good. He immediately turned back and shouted to Huang Mao and others who were fighting, all reconstructed humans except Alpha type. Retreat immediately. Return to the safety wall. Quickly. Huang Mao felt that his bones were about to be crushed. He rolled on the ground, avoided the bite of a parasite, and led the team to retreat in embarrassment. Retreat quickly. Quickly. Don't get in the way of the boss. Luo Qin pinched his palm and walked toward Xue Liang with difficulty. Lizzie. Calm down. Xue Liang turned a deaf ear to him. The long-lost murderous aura was being woven by pain and anger, and slowly returned to his body. Every inch of bone and muscle was receiving the baptism of barbaric instinct and aggression. He had only one thought now. Zhao Fengluo couldn't stay. Zhang Qingyao and Bai Wuluo were almost vomiting blood due to the pressure of this aura. They could only force the pheromones in their bodies to become active, and then gradually adapted to this sense of oppression. Brother. Bai Wuluo looked at the zombies and parasites around him, which were even crazier than before. They were also affected by dozens of powerful auras on the battlefield, and became more brutal and bloodthirsty. After completely breaking through the constraints of reason, these creatures have become outright monsters. Zhu Yan's drone phalanx had arrived in time not long ago, and raced against time to repair the damaged wall. However, this temporary repair material was not stronger than the original one. As long as the impact of the external force was a little stronger, it would be easily broken. The sudden outbreak of the battle signal between Xue Liang and Zhao Fengluo soon interfered with the mechanical and electronic equipment within a radius of 100 miles. Several helicopters in the air suddenly ran around like they were out of control, and all the dashboards failed. The radio signal was filled with the voices of pilots shouting for emergency landing. We must fight quickly. Otherwise these crazy infected creatures will be completely unstoppable, breaking through the confinement of the security wall with overwhelming force, and bloodbathing every corner of the security zone. Xiao Bai. Officer Chung. Seling climbed over the security wall, followed by two people, Ignat and Aaron, who came from Qingdao with Huang Mao. The three of them fought their way out, and they felt the obvious murderous intent as soon as they reached the edge of the battlefield. The pheromone of all the alpha-type reconstructed humans present was forced to overflow, which showed the severity of the current situation. Ignat put his hand on his forehead and looked around, exclaiming, "What a strong momentum! He really let us down in the Sona competition." Seling, you came just in time. Stop these infected people. Bai Wulo pointed to the surging zombies in front. We have to hold on here until my brother and the others finish. Chapter 283 Decisive Battle. Got it. Seling lowered his gun, jumped down from the ruins, and saw two entangled figures from afar. Xue Liyang was in a fierce fight. He and Zhao Fanglu were almost evenly matched, and they were still deadlocked after countless rounds. The two top-level alpha reconstructed humans continuously emitted extremely powerful pheromones, stimulating the zombie tide to move further, and the rear defense line almost couldn't hold on several times. Captain! Seling, with a strong sense of oppression in his internal organs, shot and killed the zombies that rushed in front of him. You are too desperate, don't do this. Xue Liyang faced Zhao Fanglu, who suddenly entered a frenzy of fighting head-on. Luo Qin and Jimo Ro were on the flanks to contain him, but the opponent was still able to move freely, with ease, gradually. It was difficult for him to gain the upper hand even with 3-1. Fuck. Is he on drugs? Jimo Ro cursed. Isn't he tired? Xue Liyang heard him say that, and suddenly remembered something. He kicked the rocks behind him, rushed to Zhao Fanglu, and grabbed his neck with his right hand. Sure enough, next to the string of codes, he felt a round injection hole. Zhao Fanglu acted faster than him, pinched Xue Liyang's wrist joint, and threw him heavily into the rubble. As soon as Xue Liyang was thrown out, Luo Qin rushed over aggressively, holding Xue Liyang's back with his left hand to cushion the blow, and his right hand had already swung down. Zhao Fanglu was pushed back dozens of steps by him, and he barely managed to stand by holding on to the wreckage of the building behind him. Luo Qin took the opportunity to pull Xue Liyang out of the rubble, and quickly retreated to a safe area. He looked at the other person's bloody face with distress. What a cruel move. His face was scratched. It's okay. Xue Liyang coughed a few times, and helped Luo Qin stand still. He took medicine. I don't know what it is. I guess it is related to the red scab virus that Li Muqi has studied. Don't let his blood get on the wound. It's best to attack with melee weapons. Luo Qin pushed him back, and turned back, bumping into Zhao Fanglu, who was chasing him. And soon another fierce fight began. Jimo Ro wiped the dagger on her collar, and was about to step forward to help, when she suddenly heard Zhu Yan's voice from the communicator. Ro. Are you still fighting with Zhao Fanglu? Yes, Jimo Ro said. Too difficult to deal with. I don't know what drugs the old man took. At the same time, in the underground containment area of the Ark, Zhu Yan was silent, looking at the person who was detained in the containment room in front of him. Jimo Ro felt something wrong in the other party's tone, frowned and asked, What's wrong? I'm talking to someone, Zhu Yan said. He told me something. I'm not sure, but I think Luo Qin and the others should know. Jimo Ro didn't say anything. He waited seriously for Zhu Yan's next words. Zhu Yan cleared his throat and said, Li Shaohan told me that he was personally responsible for Xue Liyang's surgery and subsequent recovery observation. The peak level that Xue Liyang could reach as a Red Eye was neither when he slaughtered the elite giant lizard troops in the past, nor when he fought in the Ark battle, but when Li Shaohan lowered his eyes, staring at the communicator on Zhu Yan's ear, as if he wanted to look through it and look at Jimo Ro, and smiled and added word by word, The Red Eye I created is a work of art. There is no limit to the power that a work of art can unleash. Burning life, until the moment when the oil runs out. That is the Red Eyes. Boom! Xue Liyang was clamped by the throat by Zhao Fanglu, and slammed headfirst into the outer wall of a small office building on the roadside. The office building, which was already shaky, finally collapsed completely in another impact. Zhao Fanglu kicked away the prefabricated board under his feet, pulled the exhausted Xue Liyang out of the ruins, and his face was full of useless expressions. Cough. Cough cough, blood oozed from the corners of Shui Liang's mouth, and his face was covered with blood and dust. But his eyes were still bright and fierce as he looked at the other party. Zhao Fangluo pinched his chin, using only 30% of his strength, and made him unable to move. I remember when you were little. You weren't as aggressive as you are now. Just like the little wild cat you raised. Zhao Fangluo stared at his hateful eyes and said calmly. At that time, your father had just died, and I went to the United States to pick you up. You stared at me with a pair of wet kitten eyes, and grabbed my clothes, and refused to let go. Yawn. I really think you are very pitiful. Like a small animal that has been thrown away. When someone else picks it up, you follow behind it with your eyes wide open. And you reach out your hand to hug and lick it flatteringly, fearing that I will throw you away again. Shui Liang gritted his teeth and sneered. What do kittens and puppies know? If you are good to it, it will of course think that you will be good to it. How could it think that you want to kill it? Before today, I never thought of killing you, Yang. Zhao Fanglu's eyes showed regret. I don't have any children, but for so many years, I have treated you as my child. You have done so many evil things, and now you tell me these things. Don't you want to laugh yourself? Shui Liang said. Today, either you kill me, or I kill you. You were like this when you were in high school, stubborn, and full of energy. Zhao Fanglu sighed. But at that time I knew that. You relied on me a lot. You keep picking reasons to quarrel with me. Just to know whether I am the same as your biological father. Whether I will never argue with you, and leave that home no matter how willful you are. It is true. I just treat you as a rebellious child. And I will never really be angry with you. No need to say it. Shui Liang's eyes moved slightly. But the words he said were heartless and cold. It's useless to say things that can't be returned. Zhao Fanglu snorted and laughed. It can't be returned. Not because of me. He suddenly became alert and blocked behind him with his backhand. Luo Qin's armor pierced through his forearm, with a click. Although Zhao Fanglu didn't let go of Shui Liang immediately, he relaxed his strength in pain. Luo Qin saw the opportunity, and used his other hand's armor to twist up without hesitation. Then he kicked Zhao Fanglu, who was standing between them, away, grabbed Shui Liang and left. Zhao Fanglu reacted quickly, swinging the wrist guard on his right arm to hit Luo Qin's back. Luo Qin felt a force knocking down his bones, like an electric shock, and the numbness and pain spread throughout his body. Luo Qin hugged Shui Liang, protecting his fragile neck with both hands, and fell into the ruins of the office building in front of him with a bang. Luo Qin climbed up with a cough, ignoring his slowly healing internal injuries, reached out to help Shui Liang up. Lychee. Luo Qin, how are you? Shui Liang reached out and gently pressed his back. Are you hurt? Let me take a look. Don't worry about me first. How do you feel now? Are you uncomfortable? Luo Qin didn't care about the bones that were about to break in pain, but just anxiously lifted Shui Liang's face, trying to see even a hint of relief from the other's expression. However, no. Looking at Shui Liang's forbearing expression, he felt that he was sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss. Zhao Fanglu's footsteps were approaching, like a call from hell. Both of them understood that in today's battle, no one would be able to defeat Zhao Fanglu, the recreated human who appeared in the world earlier than any of them. Shui Liang's wounds recovered very quickly. He vomited some tissues of broken internal organs, and the newly repaired organs were taking shape quickly. But his physical strength had been consumed a lot. But Zhao Fanglu seemed to be completely unaware of tiredness, and could still exert his full strength. Luo Qin, you go quickly, Shui Liang said weakly. I'll hold you off for a while. You're talking nonsense because you hit your head. Luo Qin helped him up without saying anything. Just as he was about to leave, GMO Ro jumped down from the shadow of the ruins above his head, and pointed his saber straight at Zhao Fanglu's face. The two of them started fighting again for a while. Luo Qin immediately took Shui Liang across the ruins, and rested behind the defense line temporarily. But soon, GMO Ro was also beaten by Zhao Fanglu without any resistance, and was smashed into the crack of the safety wall. The gap that had just been repaired had obvious cracks again. Seeing this, Cheng Qingyao asked Bai Wulua to continue guarding, and he took a knife and rushed over, but was stopped by Shui Liang. Stop! You can't beat him. Come back. Brother. You can't go up again. Cheng Qingyao turned around in embarrassment. Do you remember what Juyin said? Shui Liang supported Luo Qin's arm, and stood up forcibly. His leg muscles were sore, and his vision was a little blurred. Everyone has their limits. But for Lan Yin, the limit is another yardstick. Beyond the limit, you must move forward. Zheng Qingyao turned to Bai Wuluo. Anxiously, why don't you persuade him? Bai Wuluo and Xin Ling didn't say anything. Nor did they stop Shui Liang. It is instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. But it is a choice to go against the current. This is also the motto widely circulated in the Blue Flame Brigade when each of them first joined the team. Although it was just a common slogan for the Blue Flame people at that time. The starry sky that they once looked up to has finally become the land under their feet that carries thousands of hopes and vitality. The meaning of the birth of Blue Flame, just like what Zhao Fangluo taught them back then, is to protect, persist, and never retreat. Luo Qin lowered his head, his fingers trembling. He didn't know what to say, and he knew he couldn't stop Shui Liang. It's okay, Luo Qin. Shui Liang let go of his hand, and said to Bai Wuluo and Xin Ling, you guys guard the safe zone. Don't go over there. I'm enough for Zhao Fangluo. Ji Moro was just crawling out of the pile of rocks, and the crazy parasites around him immediately pounced on him. The air was filled with a murderous atmosphere, and he gritted his teeth and rushed out, slashing with his sword, killing all the corpses under the safe wall. Zhu Yin was still talking to him in a hurry on the communicator, and Ji Moro listened distractedly. While avoiding Zhao Fangluo's pursuit, Shui Liang was about to rush over to help him, but was entangled by more zombies and parasites, and was almost surrounded. However, those low-level infected creatures were really vulnerable to him. Shui Liang quickly fought his way out of them. Luo Qin blocked him from behind and blocked all the zombies that were chasing him on the other side of the ruins. Lizzie, you go. Seeing that Ji Moro was about to be hit by a punch, Shui Liang quickly crossed the ruins, picked up half of the broken stone pillar, and threw it at Zhao Fangluo. The opponent didn't have time to dodge, and was smashed into a deep well on the side of the road by him. The explosion was earth-shattering, and a column of water gushed out into the sky, turning into heavy rain. Ji Moro took off the damaged communicator, threw it away with force, and shouted to Shui Liang, don't touch that in his hand. Before he finished speaking, there was another explosion at the place where Zhao Fangluo had just been shot down. He pushed aside the gravel pressing on the wellhead, and his eyes had turned red without knowing when, and were full of dangerous signals from the red scab virus. He barely gave Ji Moro any chance to block, and the wrist guard on his right arm suddenly cracked, and a spike-like metal blade popped out from it, and chopped down at the opponent without saying anything. Shui Liang and Luo Qin watched with their own eyes as a pool of blood splashed in front of Ji Moro, and the whole person was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qin, go save him. Shui Liang was furious, and rushed to Zhao Fangluo and swung his knife to chop him. The opponent had no flaws, and he blocked his attack steadily. He raised his right leg and chopped down, but Shui Liang also dodged it. Luo Qin helped Ji Moro up, and saw that his face was covered with blood. There was a long bloody cut from his left eyebrow down, extending to the right bridge of his nose. But the wound did not heal, and blood was still pouring out. Ji Moro was obviously in great pain, covering half of his face, clenching his teeth. Luo Qin quickly helped him back to bandage. Bai Wuluo, who was reloading bullets at the back of the truck, saw this scene, and his face sank. He was injured by countermeasures. Countermeasures? Luo Qin was horrified. It was on Zhao Fangluo's wristband. Ji Moro couldn't open one of his eyes because of the blood. He coughed a few times and said, I don't know. It should be that thing. Zhu Yin just told me that the wrist guard on his hand was copied by Li Muqi based on Luo Qin's, and the military dagger at the tip has an injection function, which is likely to hide a countermeasure. Luo Qin didn't care about anything, and immediately turned back to find Shui Liang. Ji Moro grabbed him, panting, and said, wait a minute. I have something to tell you. The current battle situation is still not desperate. But the words from Ji Moro's mouth made everyone present feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. In other words, as long as Shui Liang is willing to fight hard, he can still defeat Lieutenant General Zhao? Ignat spoke very bluntly, and no one present had the courage to reveal the truth. It depends on whether he is willing to exchange his life for another. Luo Qin took a deep breath. No. What does it mean to exchange one life for another? You can't use his life to exchange. This is the only chance. Ji Moro said. It's not a solution. It's an opportunity. There is only a 50% chance of defeating Zhao Fangluo. Even if there is only a 50% chance of winning. If we don't even try, then all the talk is bullshit. Let's all lie down and wait for death. Zhao Fangluo won't leave even a dog alive for us. Luo Qin listened to the battle sounds in the distance. The words Shui Liang had said echoed in his mind frame by frame. Some words he thought he had forgotten were now extremely clear. On a rainy night at Wangshan camp, Shui Liang said that everyone in Lanyan was ready to die on the battlefield from the beginning. Shui Liang has his own destiny and responsibility. And Luo Qin has promised him that no matter what path he will take in the future, he will accompany him, even if it is the last journey. Luo Qin knows what his heartache means at this moment. But they have no choice. I know. Luo Qin suddenly stood up and strode towards the direction where Shui Liang and Zhao Fanglu were fighting. Luo Qin. Bai Wu Luo called him and whispered, "Bring my brother back. It would be best if you were all okay." Luo Qin's back paused, but he did not turn back. Okay. Chapter 284 Fight to the Death. Jima Lang jumped off the truck, and suddenly heard a familiar dog barking behind him. He turned around, and saw Lu Huai and Luo Tian running across the square together, and they were heading outside the safe zone. Uncle Lu Huai. Lu Huai stopped, and his head was covered with sweat. He put his right hand in his pocket, raised his left hand to wipe his forehead, and looked at Jima Lang who had already run to him. Xiao Lang. I have something very important to do now. I have to give something to your father and others. Jima Lang quickly followed, touched Luo Tianyan's head. I'll go with you. No. Lu Huai was very serious. It's too dangerous outside. Right. That's why I want to go with you. Jima Lang had no intention of compromising at all. Take me with you. Take me with you. Okay? Lu Huai looked at him, knowing that his refusal was meaningless, and could only nod. But you are not allowed to run around. Follow me. Do you hear me? Jima Lang smiled brightly. Of course. The two people and the dog walked against the flow of people, and soon reached the backup exit of the safe zone. Jima Lang was the first to jump onto the ladder of the safety wall, and stretched out his hand to Lu Huai. Come. I'll pull you up. Lu Huai handed over both hands without hesitation. Jima Lang's eyes flashed with a trace of success, and his right hand changed direction instantly. He quickly took out something from Lu Huai's right pocket, and then climbed up the safety wall in a few steps. I'll take it for you. It's too dangerous outside. Uncle Lu. You bad boy. Lu Huai rarely got angry. Xiao Lang. It's wrong for you to lie like this. I'm sorry. Uncle Lu, I heard Aunt and Uncle Zhuyan talking. This thing is very important, but it's also very dangerous outside. Jima Lang lowered his eyes, that looked innocent to the extreme, and pouted. Don't be angry. After he finished speaking, he raised his fingers and whistled. Luo Tian immediately opened her mouth and bit the corner of Lu Huai's clothes, and pulled him back with all her strength, and the frail Lu Huai was no match at all. Jima Lang finally waved goodbye to Lu Huai, and then turned and disappeared on the safety wall. Jima Ro was leaning against the ruins, covering her face with gauze to stop the bleeding, and suddenly heard her cub shouting behind her, Dad! Fuck! Jima Ro's face was full of shock, and he didn't react until Jima Lang jumped down from the ruins and ran over. Jima Lang rushed to him, and checked his wounds worriedly. Dad! What happened to your face? How did you get out? You little bastard! Jima Ro was furious, and raised his free hand to hit him. Get out of here! Jima Lang seemed to be used to it, and dodged it with ease, and took out something from his pocket, and handed it to Jima Ro. Dad! This is what Uncle Zhuyan wants to give you. Jima Ro took it in his hand, and looked at it carefully, and asked him, Why is it here with you? Jima Lang sat down, sighed, and treated the wound of his useless father. Of course, I got it by stealing it. You asked Uncle Lu Huai to come out and send him off. Are you crazy? Jima Ro hid uncomfortably for a moment, and said sternly, You are not needed for that. You are not even as tall as Luo Qin's dog. What are you trying to do? Jima Lang raised his eyebrows. Then who is injured? I won't argue with you. I have to go give this to Luo Qin. Jima Ro tore off the gauze on the wound and threw it away, and stood up. Bai Wu Luo, look at him. Jima Lang opened his mouth eagerly. Jima Ro took advantage of his unpreparedness, turned around and held him down, and pulled out a climbing rope from her waist, and tied Jima Lang's hands in no time. Bai Wu Luo was confused, not knowing what was going on. Stay still. Jima Ro's face was soaked in blood, and she could hardly make any expression. She looked at Jima Lang coldly. Don't cause trouble for your father. Dad. Jima Lang struggled desperately. Let me go. I can help you. Jimoro ignored him and ran away quickly. Bai Wuluo squatted down and held down Jimo Lang, who was twisting like a cabbage worm, and said coldly, "I won't let you go, it's dangerous over there." "Uncle Bai." Jimo Lang drooped his peach blossom eyes with a pitiful expression. Please, 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 okay? You're doing this again." Bai Wuluo narrowed his eyes and looked down at him. "Even if you say it to the sky today, I won't let you go." Chung Qingyao. Chung Qingyao jumped down from the sniper point, picked up the knot that bound Jimo Lang's hands behind him, and threw him into the truck bed easily. "Uncle Chung." Jimo Lang still wanted to fight for it. "I know you are the best." Chung Qingyao stood at the back door with his back to him, slightly turned his head, and gave him a look that saw through him. "Your coquetry is all left over from me. Stay here honestly." Jimoro had already entered the center of the fierce battle. He saw the dust not far away, and the battle was still in a stalemate. He couldn't see where the three people were at all. He felt that the wound on his face was still painful, and the blood was flowing non-stop. But he couldn't stop to rest at the moment. So he had to continue running forward and shouted Luo Qin's name. No one answered him. Only the sound of fierce fighting was still echoing. Jimoro was about to shout for the second time, when he saw a person flying out of a cloud of smoke in front of him and rushing towards him. The other person hit him like a cannonball, and Jimoro seemed to hear his ribs snap and break cleanly. And then he rolled into the pile of rocks behind him with the man. Luo Qin's head was full of sand and gravel, which were stuck together with blood, and he looked miserable. He patted his head, and then he saw Jimoro, who was being pressed down by him as a human cushion. He quickly stood up and helped her up. "Xiao Ro, why are you here?" Jimoro was almost half dead, and stared at the sky with empty eyes. After a long while, he said, as if he was dead, "Don't worry about my life or death. Hold this." He raised the micro syringe in his right hand. The outer shell of the thing was wrapped in metal, and the needle was retracted inside. Once it was inserted into the human body, it would automatically pop out, and the medicine inside would be pushed in instantly, leaving no room for struggle. "Use this." Jimoro's eyes sparkled, and she said in a deep voice, "Kill Zhao Fang Luo." Luo Qin's eyes moved slightly, and he turned his head to look at the direction where Shui Liang and Zhao Fang Luo were fighting. He put away the syringe and nodded. "I know. You hide first. The wound on your face is still bleeding." Jimoro roared behind him. "I really entrust my life to you too this time. Don't die to be worthy of me." Luo Qin suddenly remembered. In the Shining Welfare House, many years ago, the boy who said firmly, "Of course I don't believe you. That was actually a long time ago. I didn't expect that so many years have passed since then." Luo Qin reached his hand behind him and made a reassuring gesture to Jimoro. He rushed back to the center of the main battlefield and ran into Shui Liang, who was slashing at Zhao Fang Luo with a knife. The fight was a stalemate. Zhao Fang Luo's movements were much slower than before. It seemed that the tactic of physical exhaustion was initially effective, but it was only a stopgap measure. His own and Shui Liang's physical strength would only be consumed faster than Zhao Fang Luo. However, Shui Liang's aura at this time was completely different from before. He became more and more fierce as the battle went on, and attacked Zhao Fang Luo with unstoppable force. In the bloody air, the flashes of swords and sabers were intertwined, and the strong wind seemed to be infected by the murderous atmosphere, whistling and dancing, and the dust was flying. This was obviously a fierce fight. Two beasts, both of which were kings, bit each other, and fought, with no way out. The worst result was just to die together. In this battle today, one of them must not walk out of the battlefield alive. Go take a breath. Luo Qin held Shui Liang's shoulder. "I'll go." He fought with Zhao Fang Luo for dozens of rounds on behalf of Shui Liang, and found that the other party obviously knew less about him than Shui Liang. No matter how fierce Shui Liang is, he is also a killer trained by Zhao Fang Luo. His fighting habits are the same, and he is easily seen through and broken. It is difficult to determine the winner in a short time. However, once he encounters a pure power opponent like Luo Qin, his moves are unsystematic, and Zhao Fang Luo's fighting skills do not seem to be so advantageous. After weighing the pros and cons, the two decided to take turns to fight. Slowly exhaust the opponent first, and then find an opportunity to defeat the enemy with one move, so that Zhao Fang Luo will have no chance of turning the tables. Even if it is a desperate move, it is not time to give up. Zhao Fang Luo was unable to block, and was suddenly stabbed by Shui Liang, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. He staggered back a few steps. His eyes as cold as ice locked on Shui Liyang, with a cold smile on his lips. I've said it before. You two are just a burden to each other. But unfortunately no one listened to me. So don't regret it. Let's both die here today. Zhao Fengluo said coldly. I don't have the patience to practice with you anymore. Jimoro was resting in a hidden place in the ruins, and suddenly heard several loud noises coming from the direction of the battlefield. He looked up alertly, but saw nothing. He also didn't know that the situation had just turned around, but was overturned to the bottom by Zhao Fengluo in an instant. Shui Liyang was pinched by the neck by Zhao Fengluo and fell heavily to the ground full of sharp stones. He was in so much pain that he couldn't struggle. Only the sound of his bones being crushed lingered in his ears. Luo Qin was almost unable to move. His wounds healed slower than those of ordinary reconstructed humans. After several rounds of fighting, he was injured in many places, and gradually felt that he had lost too much blood and his physical strength could not support him. Why did you stop me? Zhao Fengluo showed a mixed expression of disappointment and sadness at this time, looking down at Shui Liyang. You are my most beloved child, and I have never thought of harming you since you were 12 years old. Until now. You did it wrong? Shui Liyang grabbed his wrist and stared at him fiercely. You taught me that there are few opportunities for mistakes in life. If you take the wrong path, you can't turn back. I did it wrong? Zhao Fengluo chuckled. Yanong. Do you know that those survivors who continue to hide in the safe zone will never make any progress except becoming weaker? Zombies will continue to evolve, and those who hide behind the wall will one day be unable to resist. Weak species will definitely be eliminated. So everyone must participate in this evolution. Shui Liyang looked at him, as if he was looking at a madman, but also with a bit of sympathy. At this point, the last ray of fire that was unwilling to die in Shui Liyang's eyes, which represented family affection, was extinguished. You think of yourself as Noah, and want to control this ark, right? Even Li Muki is your puppet. Zhao Fengluo. From beginning to end, everything we have experienced is because of you. Shui Liyang spoke hoarsely. Lan Yin seems to have been fighting with Li Muki, but in fact it is because of you who betrayed us, making us lose the best opportunities to resist and seize power again and again, which led to Lan Yin's end. You don't know how much I hope that you will stand on my side. Zhao Fengluo sighed. Everyone in Lan Yin is my hard work and sustenance. Shui Liyang looked at him with contempt, and spat out bloody words. Even if I die, I won't. Zhao Fengluo was unmoved, and the hand that was pinching him began to tighten. A sharp spike slowly emerged from the armor on his right wrist, approaching Shui Liyang's neck. Veins popped up on Luo Qin's forehead. He stood up with difficulty and walked over step by step. Luo Qin, don't move. Zhao Fengluo and Shui Liyang shouted almost at the same time. The former turned his head and looked at Luo Qin grimly, saying, if you don't come over, I won't kill him for the time being. Don't worry about me. It doesn't matter whether he kills me or not. Shui Liyang's throat was almost unable to make a sound, as if he was speaking with blood and tears. Stop him. Don't let him pass. Zhao Fengluo's face darkened, and he suddenly dragged Shui Liyang up and threw him towards Luo Qin fiercely. A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and the surrounding soil, rocks and gravel poured down and buried him. Luo Qin did not wait for the vibration to subside, and struggled to get up and ran to Shui Liyang, holding his shoulders and helping him up. Liqi, I'm sorry. Did it hurt you? Shui Liyang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into his arms. I have no strength. It's okay. Liqi, relax. Don't hold on. Luo Qin hugged him tightly, ignoring the severe pain all over his body, as if he wanted to rub all his bones and blood into armor to wrap Shui Liyang. This time I may die before you, but it's worth it. Shui Liyang looked at him helplessly, and finally said nothing. Luo Qin hugged Shui Liyang, and whispered something in his ear. Shui Liyang suddenly widened his eyes, and pushed Luo Qin away from him as if he had seen a ghost. No, no! Lizzie, this is the last chance. Luo Qin stroked his face, his expression normal. I know. No one of us would be willing to give up. But now you have to be cruel. Lizzie, we have no other way. No. You can ask me to do anything, but this won't work. Shui Liyang still shook his head. Is there any other way? Is there? Luo Qin frowned, grabbed his hand, and forced him to calm down. Lizzie, look at me. Xue Liang raised her head and looked at him. The moment their eyes met, it seemed as if something passed through each other's hearts at lightning speed. Luo Qin lowered his head, pressed against Xue Liang's cracked lips, and kissed him deeply. In life or death, I am with you. Chapter 285 The End. Zhao Fengluo stepped on the gravel and slowly walked towards the safe zone. The two people he had thrown out just now had disappeared. He was too lazy to care. No matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. They were not even a threat to him. He stopped and looked up at the tall and silent safety wall in front of him. The past resurfaced in his mind. 20 years ago, Han'o was not as good as it is today. As a prosperous center, it was also a link for traffic in all directions. The streets and alleys seemed to always be busy with cars and tourists. 20 years ago, everyone, including him, thought that this was the eternity they could see while they were alive. In the blink of an eye, the prosperous city had fallen. High walls of defense had been erected, and the once crowded streets were now desolate and deserted, filled with wandering corpses, and no longer had any life. Nothing in the world remains unchanged, and people cannot escape it. Zhao Fengluo realized that he was in a trance, and was about to raise his foot and continue walking forward. The ruins on his side were suddenly pushed aside, and Luo Qin swung his fist armor at him with a crisp and clear movement. Zhao Fengluo easily dodged, and his murderous intent rose again, and he went straight for the other person's throat. Bang! After a gunshot, Zhao Fengluo stepped back with a gloomy face. A half-fist-sized gap was blown open on his forehead. Part of his shattered skull was splashed all over the ground with blood. His movements became noticeably slower. Cheng Qingyao looked through his goggles, looking coldly at the familiar face in the scope, and changed the bullets. Almost. Not almost. Bai Wuluo dealt with the two parasites that rushed over, and turned the saber in his hand. He reacted the moment you fired. You can't hit him. Not for long-range combat. His pheromone can detect my trajectory. Cheng Qingyao said. I'll go first, you be careful. He raised. He jumped down from the sniper point with a gun, and climbed over the wreckage of the high-rise building that was almost shattered into rubble. While Zhao Fengluo was entangled by Luo Qin, he raised his gun and stepped forward. Luo Qin, get out of the way. 2 bullets were fired out of the barrel in succession. Cheng Qingyao's shooting speed was so fast that it left after images. Zhao Fengluo was unable to dodge again, and was hit by a bullet on the wound on his head that had not yet healed. The other bullet deviated a little, and exploded on the side of his neck. Hot blood splashed on the muzzle of Cheng Qingyao's gun, and was instantly evaporated by the hot gun flame. Bai Wuluo's blade was sharp. He stepped on Cheng Qingyao's gun and jumped over. He chopped Zhao Fengluo's face without hesitation. Even though Zhao Fengluo was injured, he still had a strong explosive power. The knife only scratched his left eye. He quickly turned the tables and punched Bai Wuluo. Cheng Qingyao blocked in front of Bai Wuluo, but was hit in the chest by the wrist guard on his wrist. He hit Bai Wuluo hard and fell into the rubble. Wuluo. Xue Liang staggered to his feet. He was so anxious that he almost vomited blood from his throat. Cheng Qingyao. It's okay. Cheng Qingyao coughed up blood and climbed up from the ground. He's supported by Wuluo. He's alive. Brother. Xue Liang breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down with his heart pounding. Although Zhao Fengluo was not killed by Cheng Qingyu's shots, his head injury would more or less affect the movement of the virus parasite. He approached Bai Wuluo and Cheng Qingyao step by step, and the spikes on his right wrist guard flickered with cold light. Cheng Qingyao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, climbed up, and stood in front of Bai Wuluo, supporting his body with a sniper rifle. However, he knew very well that he could hardly withstand another blow from Zhao Fengluo. Zhao Fengluo's injury did not heal as quickly as before, and the pain on his forehead made him pause. At this moment, Luo Qin took advantage of the gap in his head wound to heal, and swung his armor to meet the attack. From this moment on, Zhao Fengluo's attack suddenly became more fierce, and Luo Qin clearly felt the strong anger of the opponent. He raised his hand to block, and then he dodged backwards and shouted to somewhere behind him, Xiao Rou. Jimoro rushed out from the side of the two people. This was completely beyond Zhao Fengluo's expectations. He only had time to see the cold light flash in the corner of his eyes, and then he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A knife pierced his lower abdomen, and sticky blood spurted out. At the same time, his body emitted extremely serious warning signals. This was not an ordinary knife wound. There seemed to be something else on the blade. Countermeasure? Zhao Fangluo punched Jimoro and sent her flying. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the knife from his waist. The steel blade was instantly broken in half. He threw away the broken knife in his hand with contempt. He didn't even bother to look at Jimoro. It's good to know how to sneak attack. But it's a pity that this thing is useless to me. The red dandruff virus in his body has gone through countless collisions and evolutions. And it has become immune to a small amount of enhancer erosion to a certain extent. At this moment, Zhao Fangluo only felt that he had scratched his skin a little. That knife was not even enough to scratch an itch. This is the evolution he wants. For decades, he has been pursuing another path besides exhausting technology and human wisdom, which is to completely submit to the rule of natural selection. After countless fights and struggles, those who can still survive are the ones selected by nature. He has never regretted it, but the only regret is that Shui Liang does not agree with his point of view. The child he raised, in the end, stood on the opposite side of himself. The road of evolution is destined to be lonely. The night sky had completely darkened into a ball of thick ink. The planes hovering over the safe zone had to turn on searchlights to resist the tide of infection outside the wall, but it was difficult to get close to the core of the main battlefield. There were several very strong pheromone signals entangled there. Once out of control, it might be enough to swallow up all the technological and civilization achievements of human society. This was the most primitive and cruel battle. The beasts fought each other in the dark jungle, relying entirely on strength and patience. Once the fight began, it would inevitably end with blood and death. The tip of the knife in Shui Liang's hand stabbed at Zhao Fangluo's brow like lightning. At the moment when the cold light whistled at him, the opponent raised his hand and grabbed his wrist, tightened his leg muscles, and kicked him in the abdomen mercilessly. This kick really left no room for maneuver. Shui Liang spit out blood from his mouth, raised his saber, and propped himself up on the ground, so that he didn't fall directly to his knees. Shui Liang felt that he had never been so close to the limit of life as at this moment. His vision was blurred, and his legs seemed to have been drained of bones, blood and flesh, and the whole person was holding on for a breath. Zhao Fangluo was finally forced into a difficult situation by him, and he could no longer resist. Luo Qin fell in the ruins not far from him. His body was covered in blood. His face was miserable, and he was dying. Cheng Qingyao beside him was almost exhausted. He had been trapped in a close combat environment for a long time, which he was not good at, although he had Bai Wulu's cooperation. Zhao Fangluo was so strong that it was suffocating. The combination of several people was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It seemed that they did not hurt the opponent at all. Luo Qin searched for Jima-Ro's figure with his peripheral vision, but found nothing. Zhao Fangluo staggered forward, his body covered with unhealed wounds. Luo Qin was right in the center of his sight. At this moment, Zhao Fangluo, who was already dominated by his bloodthirsty instinct, had completely become a beast. Shui Liang knelt down, but did not resign himself to his fate. He trembled and stood up, trying to get up with all his strength. Luo Qin, you can still stand up for him. Yanong, I underestimated you before. Zhao Fangluo smiled meaningfully and continued to walk towards Luo Qin. But you won't have to suffer so much soon. Without any other action from him, Shui Liang finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell down heavily. Luo Qin calmly watched Zhao Fangluo approaching him. It seemed as if a hand in his mind was trying to hold up his scattered consciousness. In an instant, countless thoughts passed through his heart, and finally turned into a slight movement of turning his head to look at Shui Liang. The two looked at each other helplessly, with helplessness in their eyes. Zhao Fangluo had already walked in front of Luo Qin, staring at him with a judgmental look. And then, a punch fell. Thunder rang through the night sky, and the lightning flashed like a revolving lantern, illuminating the earth as bright as day. The strong wind raised the dust and rolled in, and the cumulonimbus clouds that had been suppressed for several days finally poured down with a loud bang. The lights of helicopters hovering and shooting in the distance occasionally swept across the outer perimeter of the security wall. The tragic battle continued. The Alliance and the rebuilt humans who came to support voluntarily fought against the zombies. The infected became more agitated, and the frantic screams came one after another. Cheng Qingyao's gun was empty. He took off his broken goggles and threw them aside. Then he reached out and touched the magazine on his waist. It had deflated. Now many people have really run out of ammunition and food, relying on the brute force of bare hands to fight against the endless zombies. Bai Wuluo leaned against the collapsed wall, wiped the rain off his face, and sighed softly, if we don't finish the fight, We will really die here. Cheng Qiniao heard the familiar Sichuan and Chongqing dialect, smiled, and said nothing more. As long as there are reconstructed humans fighting to the death in this city, those infected creatures will be constantly attracted here. The pheromones in the air stimulate them to madness, and have no fear of death. The stains on the ground rolled up by the rain gathered in one place, and it was no longer possible to tell whether it was mud or blood, and it meandered towards the lower place. Zhao Fenglu wiped the water stains on his face, pressed down with his right hand, and confronted Luo Qin, and the stalemate had lasted for a long time. How can I be killed by you so soon? Luo Qin did not hesitate to ridicule. Lizzie can't bear to see me get into trouble. You should have taken him away a long time ago. You should have done so when he was surrounded and killed by Fang Zhou a few years ago. Zhao Fenglu put more force on his hand. What have you done in these years? You changed the sky and the earth under Li Muqi's nose, and turned Fang Zhou's power into yours. In the end, you also indulged in playing power games. Right? Luo Qin laughed. You are talking to me about playing power games again. If I don't have some power in my hands, I will be killed by you. Lieutenant General Zhao. You taught me not to expose my fatal weakness to others. And you also taught me to brag with confidence. I remember every word. Zhao Fenglu looked at him quietly for a while, and laughed. I taught two people, each more stubborn than the other. Luo Qin. Don't talk nonsense with him. Shui Liang climbed up the stone beside him with his hands, and stood up. His eyes exuded blood-red murderous intent. Kill him. This sentence was neither light nor heavy, and it hit Zhao Fenglu's ears. The other party's expression seemed to freeze for a second, but he soon said, then he must have this ability. As he said this, he let out a low roar, and smashed down with both hands. Luo Qin quickly moved aside. Zhao Fenglu's fists barely hit the pile of rocks less than a foot away from him. Seeing that he had dodged, he quickly swung a second punch. Ding! Zhao Fenglu lowered his eyes, and looked at the cold light under his fists. In the heavy rain, Cheng Qiniao withdrew his blow with an empty gun. Although his mouth was filled with blood and his arms were shaking, his eyes were still full of determination and sharpness as in his youth. He remembered that each of these children had been the most rebellious and arbitrary years. They would not give in or retreat, just like himself in the past. Luo Qin. Just when Zhao Fenglu hesitated for half a second, Cheng Qiniao turned around and looked at Luo Qin. Quick! Zhao Fenglu kicked Cheng Qiniao out with a kick, with great force, as if he didn't worry at all that he would kill this junior who had taken care of him. Bai Wulua held onto a force, rolled over and caught Cheng Qiniao, and the two fell together in the rocks, bleeding. Luo Qin didn't hesitate. He gritted his teeth, found the right opportunity, and suddenly jumped up from the ground. All the strength in his body burst out at this moment. His armored hands tightly locked Zhao Fenglu's neck, pulling him backwards. Just as Zhao Fenglu was about to fight back, his chest was torn apart by a dull pain. The dark armor pierced through his chest. Luo Qin pushed forward fiercely, and the hard metal shell penetrated a little deeper. Then he quickly pressed a hidden compartment in his right hand, and dozens of barbs popped out. The body in front of him was immediately bleeding. Shui Liang picked up the knife on the ground, flew up, and cut Zhao Fenglu's throat in one stroke. Zhao Fenglu desperately leaned back, and Shui Liang's knife did not directly separate his head from his body. However, the blade was too deep, and the wound on his neck was bleeding. He spat out the remaining blood in his mouth, and then he elbowed Luo Qin with his backhand, knocking him out. Luo Qin was knocked unconscious. His head was dizzy, and his face was washed by rain and blood. Before he could regain his clarity, he was lifted up from the ground by Zhao Fenglu. The other party's hook-like hand was covered with rough calluses, and the cold iron armor on his wrist was pressed against his neck. He gave Shui Liang, who was about to rush up, a look. Don't move. Be obedient. Shui Liang froze on the spot. He heard the clear sound of his cervical vertebrae being crushed, and subconsciously took a few steps back. Luo Qin said nothing, but just looked into Shui Liang's eyes, and nodded imperceptibly. Chapter 286. Let's go together. Shui Liang trembled as he tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, and then loosened it, staring blankly at Luo Qin in front of him. He couldn't concentrate at all at this moment. His mind was calculating the fastest way to get Zhao Fenglu's lifeline, and then it was filled with Luo Qin's bloody appearance, and both of them happened to require him to make a judgment and choice immediately. This time he had to make a decision immediately, without any hesitation. Zhao Fenglu saw that threatening Shui Liang in this way was effective, So he held Luo Qin's neck with his arm, and dragged him back. Say a few words to him for the last time, Yang. The spikes popped out from his right wrist guard with a sound, short and sharp. Pressing against Luo Qin's back, the micro-injection needle at the end flashed with cold light, and the rain flowed down the cold front, and gathered into a vortex under his feet. Zhao Fanglu, Shui Liyang's eyes were red, and her anger had reached a critical point. You dare! Luo Qin suddenly spoke. His voice was completely distorted, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, Lizzie! You can kill him! You are Red Eyes, not his cats and dogs. You have always been better than him. He is controlled by the virus, and only you can control the virus. Zhao Fanglu listened to his arrogant words, and shook his head and smiled. Luo Qin stared at Shui Liyang, and there was a flame burning in his eyes. In a place where Zhao Fanglu didn't see, he moved his lips, and said something to Shui Liyang. Don't hesitate. Do it. This is their last and only chance. No matter what the cost, they must succeed. It seemed that a long time had passed. At least Shui Liyang thought so. But in fact, from the time Luo Qin made that mouth shape to him, to the time he decisively raised the knife in his hand and rushed towards Zhao Fangjue, only half a second had passed. In half a second, the final word was given. The moment Shui Liyang approached Zhao Fangjue, his knife suddenly slipped out of his hand. At some point, an inconspicuous nano-syringe was pulled out from his sleeve and stabbed into Zhao Fangjue's artery at lightning speed. The muffled sound of the sharp weapon piercing the body tore the eardrum. Shui Liyang closed his eyes, but did not stop his dive. The sharp metal spike pierced through Luo Qin's chest, and the next moment, Shui Liyang also hit it. Brother! Bai Wu Luo let out a desperate roar, but he could only watch and could do nothing. Luo Qin felt that he had fallen into a warm and solid embrace. Shui Liyang's voice gently turned in his ears, which made him suddenly remember that at some point in time, he had also heard such whispers somewhere on a rainy night. It's okay, it's okay. I'll be with you. Shui Liyang didn't pay attention to how intense the pain of the sharp weapon piercing his heart was. He just hugged Luo Qin and comforted him softly over and over again, while pushing the syringe in his right hand to the bottom. The heavy rain almost covered up all the deafening fighting and shouting. The world gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of heartbeats tightly pressed against each other, which became stronger and stronger, and more intense. Lychee. Luo Qin put his hand on Shui Liyang's face, and smiled as if sighing. We are really amazing. Shui Liyang raised his head, and looked at Zhao Fanglu on the side. The tube of countermeasure had been pushed in without a drop left. Zhao Fanglu covered his neck and coughed desperately. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, and blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth. His whole body was twitching violently due to pain. Shui Liyang suddenly felt a sense of guilt or sadness, but there was no turning back. He threw away the empty syringe in his hand, but he realized that something was wrong with the wound on his chest. There was no familiar tearing feeling, and the wound did not continue to expand, but showed signs of healing. Shui Liyang gritted his teeth and pulled the spikes on Zhao Fanglu's wrist guard out of his body, pulling Luo Qin to the side, and the smell of blood spread instantly. Luo Qin's chest wound actually began to heal slowly immediately, and the pain gradually subsided, until the wound was healed as before, and there was no sign of being penetrated. There's nothing inside the wristband? Shui Liyang finally couldn't hold on any longer, fell to the ground with exhaustion, looking at Zhao Fanglu. You lied to me. He clearly saw that. GMO Ro's face was scratched by those spikes, and it couldn't heal under the effect of the counteragent, but why didn't he feel anything unusual at all? Zhao Fanglu had no strength left, his breath was weak, and he was feeling the life draining away from his body quickly. Kill me. Zhao Fanglu's chest rose and fell violently. The powerful counteragent was tearing apart the regenerative cells in his body. The chromosome structure of his body was completely destroyed, and could no longer be reorganized. It was a pain that was thousands of times stronger than severe nuclear radiation. Give me a quick death. Give you a quick death? Shui Liyang seemed to have heard a very funny joke. When Falcon died, did you give him a quick death? Cheng Qingye, Xiao Su and Yi Qinglan. When these people died, none of them died quickly. And Si Xian Simu. After he finished speaking, he stabbed the wound on Zhao Fanglu's neck with a knife. The other party was shaking with pain, but he did not relax at all. I want. Let you have a taste, Falcon, how painful it was when White Wolf and Black Panther died, Zhao Fanglu. I must make you suffer more than them, You want to die, I won't let you do it so easily. You are very decisive. Zhao Fengluo's eyes gradually became cloudy and looked at him. Despair was burning in them like a raging fire. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. As the captain of the Blue Flame Brigade, you are qualified. You don't deserve it, Zhao Fengluo. You don't deserve to say that. Xue Liyang smiled sadly. You don't deserve to mention Blue Flame again. You are sorry for any of them. He laughed and laughed until tears came down, mixed with rain, crawling all over his face, flowing from his chin into his collar. Xinglin is dead, Xiaochen is dead. Xiao Zhang, Yinan, they are all dead. Lanyan used to have so many people, 26 team members. Only 3 of us are left. Only 3 people are left. They all died in vain. All the sacrifices are meaningless. In the past, Xue Liyang only called these team members by their code names, rarely called their names seriously. But those engraved on the tombstones are not just the strange and cold code names on the nameplates. Each of them has his own name. Behind each name, there are unique, vivid joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. Xue Liyang continued, do you dream about them? I do. Over the years, I have dreamed that they are still here many nights. When they called me captain, I remember everyone's voice. He paused for a long time, and finished the second half of the sentence with a hoarse voice. I can't let their deaths become meaningless, not just Lan Yin. Not just Lan Yin, not just his family, but also Wei Lan, Cheng Qingya, Su Mingwei, Yi Qinglan, Fei Yingni. Countless people paved the way forward with their blood, and he wanted to make it all worth it. Zhao Fengluo sighed. He could feel that his life had come to an end. His vision gradually blurred, and even his ears could not hear clearly. The appearance of each person in Lanyan appeared in front of him. Those people looked at him, seemingly questioning him, and seemed helpless. He had never dreamed of it, perhaps because he did not want to look back. They came to pick me up, he heard himself say with relief, and then the world went from heavy to light, and only the sound of rain washing echoed in his ears. Xue Liyang felt as if he had regained some strength. He struggled to get up, moved in front of Zhao Fengluo, and stared at him. Do you have anything else to say to me? Zhao Fengluo's pupils had dilated to the critical point, and the red slowly faded, revealing the original dark brown pupils. He could no longer remember how he got to where he was today. At first, perhaps it was because he was unwilling, because of resentment, and because he did not believe that his career as a Special Forces soldier would end like this. It was obviously not his fault that he was disabled for life. It was just an accident, just a sudden disaster. The young man joined the army, just wanting to fight on the battlefield, willing to die, and willing to give up everything without complaint. But he didn't expect that when that moment really came. He couldn't accept it. In the following days, he was deeply trapped in resentment and injustice. So that one wrong step led to another, and his original intention had long been distorted. And he couldn't remember the way he came. He turned to Xue Liyang, moving his lips. You, Xue Liyang looked at him indifferently, as if he no longer expected to leave any last words. He just felt numb in his heart, and even the pain was frozen. You are my pride? After Zhao Fengluo said the last word, the bulging veins in his neck suddenly fell down. A breath was sent out from his chest, and then there was no breath. Xue Liyang half knelt in front of him in a daze, and began to have tinnitus. What did you say? He asked in disbelief. No one would answer him anymore. The Zhao Fengluo in front of him, the Uncle Zhao whom he once respected the most, Captain Zhao, was already dead. Xue Liyang suddenly shuddered as if waking up from a dream. Anger and hesitation appeared on his face, and he asked stubbornly and desperately, Is this your last sentence to me? You never told me before. I already. Luo Qin called his name softly from behind, and stretched out his hand. Lizzie. Come. Xue Liyang turned around, and grabbed Luo Qin's hand in a daze. He is crazy. Why would he say such a thing? Because of the words Zhao Fengluo said before his death. The unprecedented surging demon in his heart pulled him back into the abyss. He may have expected this sentence when he was young. Whether it was Xue Yanting, his naive, innocent and painful mother, or Zhao Fengluo later. He had been looking for it for many years, but never got it. Gradually, he no longer expected anyone to praise or pity him. He followed Zhao Fengluo until the two of them gradually walked away. Now he suddenly waited for this sentence that was blown away by the wind when he was young. But what he wanted was never like this. In this situation, Bai Wuluo turned his head and looked at the two people not far away. He didn't know if the tears on his face were tears. Cheng Qingyao, He trembled and shouted, "How are you?" No one answered him. The sound of raindrops fell on his ears, and the coldness spread all over his body. Bai Wu Luo wanted to get up, but he really had no strength. Wang Mao bit the flashlight and struggled to climb over the collapsed building. The ground was very slippery, and there were gravel and muddy sand all over the ground. He had fallen several times. He rolled and crawled towards the collapsed office building in front, shouting, "Boss! Luo Ge!" No one responded to him. The rain was about to stop. The sound of raindrops was like cow hair hitting his face. Wang Mao was extremely anxious. He shouted several times, but only attracted a few zombies in the ruins. He hacked them to death with his sword, and the corpses fell down in all directions. The previous battle took place in this direction. Wang Mao followed Sun Ling and others to guard the defense line outside the safe zone. They fought for half the night, and finally resisted the infection wave. The fierce battle here stopped quietly at some point, but Luo Qin and Xue Liyang never showed up. Sun Ling was also responsible for the aftermath of the periphery, and could not spare time. So Wang Mao volunteered to find someone. A cough was heard from the ruins behind him. Wang Mao was overjoyed and rushed over. But he only saw Jimoro sitting there weakly. He asked anxiously, "Where is our boss?" Jimoro glanced at him indifferently, pointed to the front. "If he is not dead, he should be there." Wang Mao said a few times, "The boss and the others are all lucky enough to survive a disaster. They must be fine. Then why don't you get out of here quickly?" Jimoro closed her eyes impatiently, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. "If you run earlier, you can catch up with Xue Liyang to collect his body. If you run slower, the other one will also die for love." Chapter 287. Am I your pride? The yellow-haired man immediately turned around and ran towards the direction pointed by Jimoro, and fell several times, picked up the flashlight that was rolling all over the ground, and finally saw a figure climbing up from the pile of rocks in front of him, staggering and holding onto the rocks to stand firm, then turned around, reached out, and pulled another person out of the ruins. "Boss!" Xue Liyang didn't notice anyone coming, and after pulling Luo Qin up, he fell into the ruins again with a plop. Luo Qin helped Xue Liyang sit up, and carefully wiped the blood off his face. But he couldn't wipe it clean. He was a little anxious, and the force on his hands was a little heavy, almost rubbing out red marks. Xue Liyang snorted softly, and he suddenly stopped and called softly, "Lichi, what are you doing? Are you going to rub off a layer of skin?" Luo Qin frowned. "Don't talk first. How do you feel?" "Not bad." Xue Liyang raised her face and smiled at him. "So it feels like dying." "That's what it feels like. I'll go find Zhu Yan." Luo Qin was about to stand up immediately. Xue Liyang quickly grabbed him, and shook her head and said, "Don't go, don't leave." Wang Mao's nose was sore when he saw this, and tears almost fell. "Boss!" Xue Liyang turned to look at him, and said, "Damn, why did you dye your hair yellow again?" He finished, and then he started laughing. "Forget it. Yellow hair looks good. Better than green." Luo Qin didn't want to listen to his jokes now, and he shouted at the yellow-haired man in panic, "Go find someone. Quickly. Find Zhu Yan. I'll go get someone." "Boss. Hold on. Hold on." The yellow-haired man turned around and ran away, and the light of the flashlight floated away, and the surroundings returned to darkness again. Xue Liyang still held Luo Qin's hand, lowered his head, and said with some grievance, "Don't leave. Stay with me." Luo Qin stroked his back again, and comforted him with a gentlest pheromone. "Okay. I'm with you. Lizzie. I'll wait for Zhu Yan to come over. Okay? Talk to me. Don't fall asleep. It's okay." He didn't know who he was comforting, but it seemed more like he was talking to himself, because he saw that the puncture wound on Xue Liyang's chest did not heal this time. "Are you okay?" Xue Liyang asked him. "Of course I'm fine." Luo Qin quickly changed the subject. "Look, the rain is about to stop." "Lichi." Xue Liyang looked around. "Where are Wu Luo and Cheng Qiniao?" Luo Qin sighed anxiously. "I don't know, you take a break. We'll look for them." Xue Liyang looked at him, suddenly smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. "Luo Qin, you have to live well. I know you are thinking about something else now. Of course I have to live well with you. Everything is over." "Lichi," Luo Qin said persistently, "did you promise me that we would go to the south together in the spring? It doesn't matter if we can't go this spring. We can wait until next spring. Find a warm place, Only us. The two of them, driving south all the way. I'll take you to the most beautiful beach. But I can't do it anymore. Shui Liang curved his eyes, smiling. You can see that, right? You're very smart. He raised his wrist, and a piece of red rope slipped out of his sleeve. You can take this away, although I'm reluctant to give it to you, but it can accompany you for me. Luo Qin pressed his forehead against his eyes were bloodshot, and he said threateningly, I don't want this, Lizzie, I want you to live, otherwise I will. He wanted to say that he would die with her, but he knew in his heart that this would not be enough to hurt Shui Liang the most, and the other party would smile and tell him not to be silly, you have to live well. Although he swore a long time ago that he would never let the other person suffer again. If there was still a glimmer of hope for redemption, he would not care about anything else. Otherwise, I will brainwash you again and forget you. Luo Qin looked at him and said word by word. Then I will fall in love with someone else. Lychee. Shui Liang was really stunned. And then her eyes were filled with loss and sadness. She touched his face with her trembling hands. No. No. You can't fall in love with someone else. You can't forgive me. Luo Qin prepared more words. But he couldn't say a word. His heart was crushed by Shui Liang's eyes. He couldn't help but lower his head and hug the other person tightly. You are also very smart. Can't you guess it? Who else can I fall in love with besides you? Even if I lose my memory 100 times or 1,000 times, I will always fall in love with you. As long as you are still alive, I will be very happy. Shui Liang panted and coughed a few times. But, can you please not forget me, Luo Qin? The feeling of suffocation became stronger and stronger. He knew that his deadline was approaching, and he said nothing more, but stared at Luo Qin's face, trying to see every inch of his eyebrows and eyes clearly, remember, not to forget every detail. He couldn't forget. How could he forget? Even if he died, he couldn't forget. In this world, the only person who remembered Luo Qin's past was him. In fact, how could he bear to let Luo Qin's only remaining connection with the world disappear like this, alone in the world, no longer having a place to come from? Those forgotten memories and pasts were wiped out with his death. This was unfair to Luo Qin. So he had to remember, even after several lifetimes, the person in this world whom he would always love deeply, who had brought him the most unforgettable warmth. You don't know? Luo Qin. The person who has supported me to live till now is you, Shui Liang said with a smile. And the past events vaguely emerged in front of him. Luo Qin put his arms around his shoulders. I know. I just remembered everything. I remembered a lot. He didn't lie. And his mind began to turn over some strange but familiar memories, like a revolving lantern. Those were the memories that he had covered up under hypnosis by Chao Yun. And they really happened. Scene by scene, frame by frame. They finally formed the real him. Shui Liang was slightly startled. Somewhat unbelievable. Do you remember? Luo Qin nodded desperately. I remember. When we were little. You and I, Lychee. Don't leave me. I remember. I will tell you everything in the future. I will tell you everything. He suddenly stopped. His lips and tongue were numb, and his whole body felt like needles. Because he heard Shui Liang crying. Not a suppressed cry, but a kind of relief. I thought I couldn't wait. More than 20 years. Luo Qin. I thought I couldn't wait. The cry was not the fragility of red eyes, but the timid and sensitive child who lived in the illusion of wealth more than 20 years ago. I looked for you. When I was 16, I took a train to Hangzhou to look for you. I also went to the address on the note you gave me when we were little. But I didn't see you. I saw Nianyu. Luo Qin held Shui Liang's hand and said tremblingly. Did he tell Shui Yunting? I was taken away as soon as I went back. I don't remember anything after that. Shui Liang sobbed and nodded. I said it. Luo Qin. You will definitely hate me when you remember it. It's because of me that you became like this. It was me who let Shui Yunting know that I made friends in the welfare home. So he found you. He has been monitoring you since then. Wei Lan let you go to Hangzhou out of pity. It was not him who reported you, but Nianyu. It was all my fault for giving you the address. He paused for a long time, took a deep breath, and said, I said I would see you again and take you away. But I didn't do what I promised you. I'm sorry. So when I saw you again, I really wanted to give you everything. I didn't want you to hate me. How could I hate you? Luo Qin kissed away his tears. I have never regretted anything I have done. 20 years ago in the welfare home. Those were the happiest months of my life. Shui Liang's voice was scattered. And he murmured, Later, I kept telling myself that I could not forget every minute of what happened in those months. If I don't remember your past, who else will remember it for you? Okay. It's all my fault. I won't let you worry about it alone in the future. Lizzie, you have to accompany me. Luo Qin wiped the moisture off his face and smiled reluctantly. You can't die. I have a lot of things to say to you. I wanted to say them a long time ago. Okay. Xue Liang looked at him, smiled and nodded. I'll listen. His hands were already cold. But Luo Qin didn't give up. He insisted on holding them in front of him and rubbing them, as if doing so could warm up this weak body again. I don't care what Xue Yunting, Xiao Fanglu, and the others think of you. You are the most precious in my heart. You are unique, and no one can compare to you. Luo Qin whispered to him. Lizzie, did you hear me? What Zhao Fanglu said is no longer important to me. Xue Liang shook her head calmly. I just want to know. He didn't say anything more. This question seemed a little too ridiculous. Am I also your pride? He wanted to ask this question many years ago, when he was sitting in school and looking out the window. He suddenly wanted to ask Luo Qin, am I now your pride? Later, whether as a friend or a lover. He was curious about this question. He didn't want to end up with nothing. The only thing he had longed for in the first half of his life was this person. He finally regretted everything in the past. Regretted the years of separation. Regretted the self-righteous but weak self. That made the last time he could only recall regrets. Luo Qin looked at the eyes that made him fascinated, nodded as if they had telepathy, and said, you are also my pride. Lychee. Xue Liang struggled to stand up, but the wound hindered his movement as if it was torn. The more he wanted to get closer, the more pain he felt. I can call you that again. Yin. He tried his best to get close to Luo Qin's ear. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. I am very happy that you didn't want to forgive me at that time. Xue Liang once asked Luo Qin when he started to like him. There was no answer to this question at that time. But he knew it long ago. The obsession that could not be covered even after being brainwashed again and again rekindled the fire in Luo Qin's heart on the day when the two met again in Shenning. Xue Liang closed his eyes tiredly. He no longer had the strength to laugh, although he wanted to smile at Luo Qin, to comfort him and say that it was okay, and let himself have a good sleep. His hand fell down, as if a sculpture without temperature suddenly broke. The dark clouds above his head dispersed, and the moon finally appeared. Chapter 288 Summer Wind. It was extremely hot in July, but not a drop of rain fell. The heat scorched the earth, and hundreds of miles of scorched earth stretched out, and humanity ushered in the first extremely hot summer since the wave of infection. It's hot, I want to drink ice beer. The antelope hung limply on the corridor handrail, as desperate as a noodle that had been left overnight. She had been looking for ice cubes a few days ago, and wanted to give them to Luo Qin to make shaved ice. As a result, the safety zone had a power outage, and when she rushed to the cold storage, the ice cubes had all melted, and she had never recovered from that, and had no desire to live. Lu Huai was fanning her, and he consoled her seriously. Drinking hot water in summer cools you down faster than drinking ice water. If you drink ice beer, it won't actually cool you down. Have you been so bored since you were a child? Sinling turned her head and looked at him. Has anyone ever given you any advice? Yes. Lu Huai was quite honest. It's hard to put it into practice. Sinling sighed. Forget it. I'll go see the captain. I have nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. She walked briskly, and she was dressed coolly. Her semi-long hair was cut into the shape of a jellyfish, and it swayed with her movements. The nursing ward is at the east end of the Twin Towers. She has been there less recently, and Luo Qin has been there most of the time. When approaching the door of the ward, Sinling subconsciously slowed down her pace. She heard no movement inside, and knocked on the door. Come in. She pushed the door open, and saw Luo Qin standing by the bed, playing with a vase of roses, with a few blue and white hydrangeas scattered in the middle, which was refreshing and pleasing to the eye. I don't understand the meaning of your knocking. You should kick the door in like a bully. Luo Qin brought her a stool. Sit for a while, I'll peel an apple for you. Sinling snorted, and sat in front of the bed, looking at Xue Liang sleeping on it. She felt uncomfortable again. What made her feel even worse was that Luo Qin no longer showed his sadness. Although he said nothing, anyone could see that he was light and fluttery, as if he was only connected to the world by a thread, and no one knew when it would be cut off. Zhu Yan tried his best. But he could only save her to this extent. For a long time after that, the virus in Shui Liang's body was in a deep dormant state. Just like people who are too tired want to have a good sleep. The Lantian virus also has a dormant period. But this is the most extreme case, Zhu Yin explained. Under normal circumstances, human physical potential cannot be 100% developed. But the Lantian virus has created this possibility, and also led to the current situation. However, it is a good word to say that it is dormant. But the duration is difficult to determine. It is very likely that it will never wake up again. Just like the red scaly virus that was sealed by the glacier tens of thousands of years ago. In this regard, Luo Qin could only smile helplessly. What should I do? I'll wait a while. He's been waiting for me for a long time anyway. Sun Ling didn't quite understand what this hopeless persistence meant to Luo Qin, but she could feel it to some extent. Even if the wait was endless, Luo Qin would wait. Luo Qin's apple peeling skills were getting better and better, and now he was keen on peeling a perfect whole apple skin for visitors. Bai Wuluo was quite speechless about Luo Qin's hobby. He came almost every day and watched him perform apple peeling skills 7 or 8 times a week. Later, whenever he entered the house, the first thing he said to Luo Qin was always, "I don't eat apples." Thank you. Cheng Qingyao was seriously injured, and Bai Wuluo took care of him for a week. After that, he was full of energy again, and would come with Bai Wuluo to chat with Luo Qin. I had an idea the other day, Luo Qin said to Bai Wuluo and Cheng Qingyao. What do you think? If Li Ji wakes up tens of thousands of years later, will he feel confused when he looks at the unfamiliar world around him? Cheng Qingyao, I think your idea is good. Bai Wuluo, I think you are the one who is confused. Cheng Qingyao immediately changed his words. Yes. You are the one who is confused. Luo Qin was even more confused than him. Sir Cheng, I'm not saying anything about you. Don't you have any principles? Cheng Qingyao looked at Bai Wuluo. Look, he's saying something about me. Bai Wuluo patted Cheng Qinyao's head and handed him the apple that Luo Qin had peeled, letting him eat it viciously as revenge. Zhu Yin told Luo Qin that Shui Liang's life was saved because of him. After Shui Liang fell into a coma, Zhu Yin gave Luo Qin another full-body examination. After careful questioning, Zhu Yin roughly came to his own conclusion. The medicine that Wei Lan injected you with that year should have worked, Zhu Yin said. Since then, the characteristics of the Lantian virus in your body have become very mild. But it still retains most of its basic functions. However, I don't have a sample of his medicine, and I don't know the specific situation. I can only guess this way. After all, according to your description, this matter is the only variable. Zhu Yin found a box of information from his laboratory and handed it to Luo Qin. Thanks to Li Xiaohan's convenience, I got some confidential information back then. According to your recollection, when you were very young, you had contact with Shui Liang's brother, right? Luo Qin nodded. Zhu Yin said, there are detailed records of Shui Lijing testing drugs on you. He brought you from the welfare home to real space, hoping to use his research results to completely eliminate the Lantian virus in your body. Although you didn't show any abnormalities before, the virus is still a scourge in your body. So he wanted to take a gamble. What he didn't know was that Shui Yunting had already discovered your existence at that time. He hated Shui Lijing for not telling him, but he didn't expose it directly. Instead, when Shui Lijing flew to Shining for the last time to test the new vaccine for you, he artificially created a laboratory accident. Luo Qin was stunned, and casually flipped through the old and yellowed information in the box. As those memories came back, he remembered his past with Shui Lijing. In his impression, the older brother, who looked a bit like Shui Liang, would bring some new gifts every time he came to see him. Luo Qin liked him very much. But at first, he didn't know that this was the older brother of his childhood playmate. He still remembered that in the laboratory filled with the smell of blood, Shui Lijing took out a mobile phone from his pocket with a dying breath, handed it to him, and his eyes were full of entrustment and instructions. Give this to my younger brother. His name is Shui Liang. Luo Qin escaped from the vent of the laboratory, and then pretended to return to the welfare home as if nothing had happened. Wei Lan saw that he was covered in blood, but she did not say anything. She threw away the blood-stained clothes for him and kept it secret from Chao Yun. Later, someone came to the welfare home to collect Shui Lijing's belongings. They sorted out a box with the belongings that Yuan Shan had selected and handed it to Shui Lijing's family. It was safe and could also shut Jing Chun's mouth, even if someone got suspicious. They would not be able to find anything. Luo Qin secretly put the mobile phone into the selected box. And it was put on the plane with other things. And finally it came into Shui Liang's hands. The curtain woven by the thread of fate fits tightly together. Everything is moving forward in order. And it will never owe anyone. The Lantian virus in your body, under the combined effect of the drugs they used on you, as you explored your own potential, has undergone a certain degree of mutation, and has become able to neutralize any substance that is coexisting with this type of virus. Zhu Yan said. I have always wondered why. Among the other people in the Blue Flame Brigade who were infected with the Red Scurf virus, only Siling survived. It was blood. She must have had your blood on her wound at the time. Only a very small amount is needed to resist the erosion of the counteragent. Shui Liang is the same. During the battle between you and Zhao Fengluo, a large amount of blood from your body flowed into his wound, neutralizing the Red Scurf virus in his body, and the damage to his body caused by the virus over the years has also stopped. Luo Qin listened calmly, and responded with a hum from time to time. When Zhu Yan finished speaking, he seemed to wake up and asked, Then, can I still wait until he wakes up? Sincerity is the key. Zhu Yan finally did the same as Lu Huai, letting him pin his hopes on this. Okay. Luo Qin laughed. It doesn't matter, I can wait. In fact, he didn't wait too long, although that period was long and lonely. But fortunately, he was not the only one who was alone. Luo Tiantian sometimes quietly lay at his feet, also looking at the person on the bed. It was very smart, and understood that it was waiting for something. Just like Luo Qin. Luo Qin never showed too much emotion. He moved all the scores and sketchbooks under Lu Huai's bed, and sat by the bed to read them one by one. When he turned the pages with his fingers, he felt a little dazed, and had a sense of time travel. For several months, he always dreamed at night, dreaming about the past. His past with Shui Liang and Shui Lijing. Memories are recalled slowly. He saw the past in those dreams, and also saw the days he had forgotten. Memory is like a long river. At the end of this river, all rivers return to their original source through raindrops. Because of Luo Qin's mother's entrustment, Shui Lijing used all his connections in the distant mountains after he was born to successfully conceal him as the only surviving case, using a fake experimental report to deceive the world. But the good times did not last long. A letter that the young Shui Liang was about to send made Shui Yunting suspicious. He personally went to see this person, who was said to be the only friend of his youngest son in the welfare home, and finally found out the trick. At that time, his company's finances had already run into problems. When he was in a state of panic, he only hated Shui Lijing for not telling him that Luo Qin was still alive. Otherwise, Luo Qin would have been a trump card in his hand, and his family's business would not have reached an irreversible point. The theory that even a tiger will not eat its own cub seemed to be completely invalid for Shui Yunting. After he was shocked, his hatred for Shui Lijing burned up overwhelmingly. In Shui Yunting's opinion, whether it was his wife or his children, when they were no longer of use, there was no family affection at all. He designed a trap, and deliberately revealed to Shui Lijing that he would send Shui Liang to Riddle Space to test the compatibility with the Lantian virus. If there was a breakthrough, it might be an opportunity to save the company. He even bought a plane ticket for Shui Liang, and let Shui Lijing see it, which was the one that Li Muqi showed to Yi Qinglan later. Of course, the trip did not take place in the end. Shui Lijing certainly could not agree. In order to protect his brother, he promised Shui Yunting that he would go to test the effect of the Lantian virus in exchange for the loan provided by Yuan Shan to the Shui family. He had originally planned to perform the final elimination treatment on Luo Qin, because Shui Yunting had lied to him that the Lantian virus would not cause any permanent damage to his body. So before participating in the virus test, Shui Lijing also took Luo Qin with him. Shui Lijing had originally planned to vaccinate Luo Qin after completing his own test, but he never left the laboratory that time. Perhaps he could guess that his father was deceiving him. But he still went. In that accident, 2 other researchers were implicated and died innocently. Shui Lijing did not die immediately, but used up his last strength to hand over the mobile phone that stored all of Luo Qin's life stories to him. He died because he could not bear the backlash, and he was in great pain before his death. Luo Qin will never forget that day. After Jing Chun went to Shining to attend the funeral, she learned everything from her good friend Ji Ma Cheng, who was the chief researcher of Riddle Space at the time. Shui Yunting's methods were extremely cruel and vicious. She could not accept it, but she also knew that she had no way out. Therefore, She stayed in Shining with a dead heart for several years, waiting for an opportunity to avenge her son. She knew the conspiracy and darkness in it, so she didn't want to see Shui Liang also fall into it, and finally get herself involved. More than 10 years later, Li Xiaohan, who returned to China, found Shui Yunting and colluded with him to plot against her father. Two people who had never felt the love of family reached a secret agreement. Shui Yunting used the human alliance founded by Li Xiaohan to secretly monitor Luo Qin's every move from Shining to Hanzhou. Li Xiaohan got the real experimental report that Shui Lijian concealed when Luo Qin was born, and replaced it in the archives room on the bottom floor of the Twin Towers. He also hinted to Li Muqi through Shui Yunting, so that Li Muqi also saw the report. Li Muqi was ecstatic immediately. He thought he had found the key to alienate Shui Liang and Luo Qin, and he did so. Li Xiaohan told him that Wei Lan was quite hostile to Shui Liang, so Li Muqi took advantage of this to arrange the layout, and used many means to make Luo Qin and Shui Liang break up. However, he did not expect that all this was to prepare wedding clothes for his son whom he despised the most. Li Xiaohan thought that he would reap the fruits of his labor, but he also did not expect that Zhu Yan, whom he had trusted the most for many years, was the enemy who wanted to put him in a desperate situation. After more than a decade of bloody storms, looking back, it is still unclear who won or lost. Zhao Fanglua's wristband is a replica of Shui Liang's work, made by Li Muqi. The micro-syringe at the top does contain a counteragent, but the remaining amount is not enough to kill. In addition, I also found a venom purified from infected organisms. Zhu Yan's information came unexpectedly, and Luo Qin was rarely interested. It is probably a neurotoxin from a giant lizard or some reptile, which can strongly stimulate human nerves. Ordinary people will be paralyzed to death. But for you, it will stimulate your subconscious and release the memory that was hypnotized. Zhu Yan sat on the roof, and Luo Qin stood side by side to enjoy the breeze. The summer breeze made Zhu Yan's short sleeves swell like waves, and the size seemed to be a little too small. He remembered that when he first bought this dress, it was just right. He always showed the tattoo on his arm openly, and never deliberately concealed it. The dense patterns on his cold white skin were particularly conspicuous. Why did he want me to remember? Luo Qin asked. Zhu Yan looked at the clouds in the sky and shook his head. I guess his original purpose was not this, but to restore your memory, and then die in front of Shui Liang, so that you can watch hope right in front of you, and then be shattered again, and never be able to put it together again. Luo Qin smiled. I knew it. Zhu Yan added, but there is one more thing you may want to hear. Chao Yun has never failed in her hypnosis missions in the past. No one who was brainwashed by her has ever remembered it. I don't know why you are an exception. Luo Qin was not interested in exploring this topic further. He stood up, patted his pants, and said, I have to patrol the south in the afternoon. I will go back first. Luo Qin still handled the safe zone as usual. Jima Song knew the situation on his side, and took over a lot of things for him. Luo Qin felt a little bad about it, and later he gradually began to go out on field work in large numbers, using this to consume his excess energy. One day, he came back from outside the safe zone, and just took the elevator upstairs. He saw Luo Tiantian squatting in the corridor from a distance. When she saw him turning, she immediately rushed over with her tail wagging, grabbed his trouser leg, and pulled it forward excitedly. Luo Qin had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He quickly followed Luo Tiantian to the door of the ward and pushed the door open without hesitation. The window on the balcony was not closed, and the hot summer air was blown in by the wind. The ward was a little stuffy. The moment the door was opened, the air circulated, and the curtains and the corners of the clothes were rustling. Luo Qin stared at the bed in a daze. A familiar figure was sitting there, almost identical to the one in the plastic-wrapped photo on his chest. In the dream that had troubled him before, the deep and narrow corridor was no longer dim. The incandescent lamp on the ceiling was swaying in the draft. The carpet gradually lost its red color, turning into a faded floral floor. That was the second floor of the welfare home, the room at the end, which was the small dark room where Shui Liang was punished by Shui Yunting and put in solitary confinement. Luo Qin seemed to hear the child crying to him through the door, saying that he was so scared, it was so dark, and asked him to rescue him quickly. He held a piece of wire in his hand, twisted it into a strand, and inserted it into the keyhole, while comforting the person inside. Don't be afraid, I will open the door right away, and then teach you how to unlock it. You can open it from the inside by yourself next time. They had spent so many years together by accident, and always thought that separation was a pity. But thinking about it carefully, separation is destined to reunite. When the two people lived their own lives far away from each other, they never forgot each other. Even if everything will turn to ashes in the end, memories are still the most unique and eternal. The door in the dream finally opened, and the whole summer had been locked behind it. The yellow pictures collided, intersected, overlapped, and finally turned into the figure in front of him at this moment, and that familiar smile. When Luo Qin ran over and hugged the other person desperately, he heard Shui Liang say in his ear, "We meet again, right?" "Yes." He nodded. "Long time no see, Lizzie. Even though it has been 20 years, it's not too late." Chapter 289 I Will Always Remember. Jimo Rose squatted on the side of the road, looking at her reflection in the puddle. Suddenly she became proud, stood up and posed for Jimo Lang, and said, "Your father's face is so handsome now." He was referring to the scar that could not be removed, which added a touch of so-called manliness to his long-criticized pretty face. Jimo Lang also raised his hand to match his pose, and then clapped his hands in support. "Dad is so handsome. I want to do this too." "You dare." Jimo Ro kicked him in the butt. Jimo Lang wore a new earring on his ear, which shone blue in the sun. This was given to him by Shui Liang, so that he could suppress his strength before he reached adulthood, and avoid the pheromone overactivity leading to a runaway loss of control. "Uncle, when can I take this off?" Jimo Lang was reluctant at first. He was already past the age of being interested in such shiny things, and felt a little embarrassed. Shui Liang answered him, "When you can take it off yourself, it will be useless." Jimo Ro thought Shui Liang was hypocritical, and always sneered at him, saying, "I taught my son well, but you are the one who makes a lot of trouble." Shui Liang beat her up in return. Jimo Ro couldn't stand the beating, and kept scolding Shui Liang, "You are not my wife. You can control my son. But why do you control me?" He even felt that the other party was not only not weaker, but much more ruthless than before. Luo Qin pulled Shui Liang away, and with a gloomy face, he punched and kicked Jimo Ro again. After that, Jimo Ro's mouth became much more polite. During this period, Zhu Yan came to treat Shui Liang every few days. The plan was divided into several stages in detail, and Luo Qin did not dare to miss any of them. And he no longer let Shui Liang go out frequently. Later, the two simply stopped living in the safe zone and moved to the mountains of Yanling Town in the suburbs of Songha. There were only zombies and some wild animals that survived the infection, and there was almost no trace of human activity. Yanling Mountain is far away from the city, and the passing caravans will not disturb this place, which is very suitable for recuperation. The mountain paths are winding, and the woods are quiet and cool. The temperature in summer is not too high. There will be peach blossoms in full bloom in April and May next year. Luo Qin has never seen such a scene before. He promised to stay with Shui Liang until then, and the two of them will go to see it together at the Songha conference. The promise that was not fulfilled in time can finally be fulfilled now. Luo Qin walked into the yard with 2 bunches of raw meat and hung them on the windowsill in front of the hut. This used to be the residence of the forest ranger. It was abandoned after the outbreak of the infection. It was quite clean inside and had all kinds of facilities and appliances. Luo Qin simply renovated it and moved in with Shui Liang. "You're back?" Shui Liang leaned back in the rocking chair and opened his eyes listlessly. The tea beside him had gone cold, and he didn't drink much. He really liked the chair that Luo Qin got for him. He would lie on it and rock back and forth when he had nothing to do. It was fun. Luo Qin walked up to him and wanted to reach out to pull it, but suddenly remembered that he had just lifted the raw meat, and his hands were covered with greasy spots. He retracted his hand and said, "I'll make you stewed meat with mushrooms and potato and pork belly vermicelli tonight. Okay?" "Yes. Yes." Shui Liang sat up with great interest and tried to look at the door. "Where did you get the meat?" Luo Qin washed his hands, shook off the water droplets, and walked over. He put one leg on Shui Liang's side, pressing the recliner so hard that it rocked. Shui Liang was unmoved, looking up at him, not very happy with this blatant invasion of territory. "What? This is my place. I went hunting." Luo Qin lowered his head, his face close. "I shot another deer." "Venison?" Shui Liang was stunned, and then reached out to push him. "Why are you eating venison in the hot summer? You have kidney deficiency?" Luo Qin smiled maliciously. "Well, I'm going to replenish it." Shui Liang thought he was serious, and his back was immediately covered with cold sweat. "You're still replenishing?" "No. You can't replenish it anymore. If you replenish it again, what will happen?" Luo Qin asked. No way. Xue Liang grabbed his wrist tightly, pushed him out with one knee, and said vaguely, You don't need to make up. Why not? Luo Qin insisted on being mean, and asked relentlessly, Lizzie, how did you know? Xue Liang blushed, and pointed to the door. Get out. I won't go out. Luo Qin didn't move. Xue Liang was almost laughing at him, and pulled Luo Qin by the collar to the inner room, pressed him against the wall and kissed him thoroughly, until Luo Qin's legs trembled, and he couldn't even stand. Follow the doctor's advice. Okay? Zhu Yin will come tomorrow. Xue Liang pinched Luo Qin's collar, and rubbed his chin slowly with his fingertips. Let me live a few more years. Good boy. Who is the good boy? Luo Qin pointed at himself. Me? Xue Liang touched his face lovingly. Yes. Luo Qin was moved and patient, and he really kept it. He ate venison for dinner as usual, and after going to bed, he just hugged and kissed him, and did nothing else. He really didn't dare to toss anymore. Xue Liang's body was still recovering. He didn't dare to use any strength at all, and he was very restrained. At noon the next day, Zhu Yin arrived. Luo Qin knew that he came at lunchtime, so he heated up the leftover venison and stew from last night, fried some fresh mushrooms and cabbage hearts, and simmered rice in the pot. Although Songha is not suitable for living, food resources are basically everywhere. Luo Qin has been in the food circle for many years, so he can certainly tell what is delicious. He always goes out to collect a basket of food and store it for a long time. It's just that life is a little harder. There is no electricity here, and cooking depends on burning firewood, especially at night. On any moonless night, it's pitch dark when you open your eyes. Fortunately, it was quiet, and there weren't so many idle people knocking on the door to make noise. Xue Liang also liked this place. Luo Qin knew that what they wanted was to calm down. It was really sad to live a life full of depression. Xue Liang would sit quietly in front of the window from time to time, looking at the photos of Xue Sixian and Xue Ximu, and crying secretly. He knew that Xue Liang was not very happy. Zhu Yin came in with a lot of bags, and smelled the fragrance of food in the room. He pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, Luo Qin, you cooked? I said I would bring you something ready-made. Don't pretend. Luo Qin sat in front of the stove and added firewood. Sinling said you arrived this morning? Zhu Yin was not embarrassed. He laughed dryly a few times. Where is Xue Liang? I'll go see him. Luo Qin nodded his chin inward, inside. Xue Liang leaned against the head of the bed, staring at the boiling tea. Zhu Yin knocked on the door, and waved the medicine box in his hand, reporting to the captain. Routine treatment. Okay. Come in directly. Xue Liang sat up straight. Zhu Yin closed the door with his backhand, and walked over to put a pillow behind his back. Xue Liang looked at him and sighed. Don't do this. It makes me feel like I'm already 80 years old. Based on your physical condition, it's not far off. Zhu Yin opened the box with ease, and placed the measuring instruments one by one, and checked him. Xue Liang opened his palms in boredom, and then clenched them, watching Zhu Yin wrap a blood pressure monitor around his arm, and suddenly asked, I heard you're leaving? Yeah. Zhu Yin nodded indifferently. Today is the last treatment. I'll leave some medicine for you. Just inject and take it regularly. You won't need me in the future. We're friends. If you need anything in the future, just come to me anytime. Xue Liang tacitly didn't ask him where he was going. Probably even Zhu Yin himself wasn't sure yet. Zhu Yan's heart is not suitable for Feng Zhou. Maybe if he lets it wander for a few years, he will find the answer. The other party smiled and said, Yes, we have troubled each other for so many years. I won't be polite to you. Xue Liang nodded, and said, Xiao Rou, Jimo Rou brought Jimo Lang to Songha, and seemed to be planning to see Zhu Yin off. Gone. Zhu Yin said softly. I don't know what to say when we meet. After all, it's been so long. And it's different from when we were in school. He always feels that he owes you. Xue Liang rarely spoke to reconcile, and Zhu Yin immediately guessed that it was Jimo Rou's intention, when he thought of the other party being so shy, asking Xue Liang to tell him something in a roundabout way. He couldn't help laughing. Jimo Rou really hadn't changed much. But he still said, no need. We will meet if we are destined to. There is no need to force it. And Ruru was good to me before, because he had no friends at that time, and was too lonely. Now he has you two by his side. I see that he has made new friends. I am very happy for him. Shui Liang said nothing more. Picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Before I leave, I still want to thank you, Zhu Yin said. Back then, even I felt that I had no future. But I still remember the little light you gave me. Shui Liang smiled, tapping his fingers slowly on the edge of the cup. Really? Maybe this is also what Luo Qin gave me. Chapter 290 Residual Warmth. People always have to have something to think about. When standing on the edge of a cliff, sometimes someone pulls you up. Sometimes you suddenly don't want to die so much. Shui Liang knows what despair feels like. But when he climbs out of the deep well that imprisoned him, he suddenly realizes how beautiful the sun is. He recalled the night when he saved Zhu Yin. After sending him home, for some reason, he thought of those empty eyes again. So he turned back again. Just in time to see Zhu Yin sitting on the railing of the bridge in a daze, with most of his body already leaning out. The back looked like a free white bird, with its wings spread in the wind, swaying in the light of the street lamp. Shui Liang couldn't be sure. If he hadn't rushed over to pull Zhu Yin off the bridge, would he have really jumped off? Zhu Yin never answered this question. I, and people like Shiro, live in an environment that means we can't become noble, Shui Liang said. Those things that are missing in our character. Someone has to teach us. Luo Qin taught me. And you taught Shiro. But people like you, after saving others, you have to pay the price. God has always been so fair and cruel. You saved me too. Zhu Yin stared at the jumping values on the instrument and said, Li Muqi thought until his death that you were the one who stole the human reconstruction technology from him for the military. You have been carrying this matter for me for so many years. That's why Li Muqi tortured you so badly. He hates me for more than just this one thing. Rather than involving you, it's better to take it on myself, Shui Liang said. Anyway, his means of dealing with me will not be soft-hearted just because I didn't do this one thing. Zhu Yin smiled knowingly, put away the instrument, and stood up. Okay, no problem. Luo Qin took good care of you. If you continue to recover like this, it will take 3 to 5 years. Let's go eat. Shui Liang untied the blood pressure monitor on her hand and walked out of the bedroom with Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin called Luo Qin over again and took the two of them together to explain the key points. As for Shui Liang's physical recovery, Zhu Yin suggested that Luo Qin should not try to use his own blood for healing casually, because it would be very complicated, and it would require creating wounds, which would not be worth the effort. I'll spend more time with him, and the pheromone signal exchange outside the body should be useful. Right? Luo Qin asked. Zhu Yin hesitated for a moment, pulled Luo Qin aside, looked at Shui Liang, and said to him in a low voice, That's it. That, although it is not recommended to use blood, there are alternative methods, which are safer and more effective than the in vitro exchange method. Luo Qin leaned over to listen. Zhu Yan's voice was almost inaudible. It's, you understand. Right? It's that you can have more emotional exchanges. That's it, I understand. I understand. Luo Qin slapped his thigh and smiled. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Zhu. Shui Liang was puzzled. What do you understand? At lunchtime, Luo Qin and Sinling gathered around the stove to serve the dishes. The Sinling smelled the venison. His eyes widened, and he shouted, Captain, this meat is so delicious. Why don't you stay a few more days? Shui Liang rubbed her head. There's half a pig hanging behind the house. Go away. Kid, why are you making trouble in the house? Leave quickly after eating. Luo Qin came over with 2 bowls of rice. Your captain needs to rest. Don't bother him. Humph. I don't care. The Sinling sat down angrily. Not helping. Just waiting to eat. Shui Liang moved a stool and sat next to her, and asked casually, Who designed your hairstyle? It's so fashionable. Sinling shyly gathered her fluffy hair that was over her shoulders, and said, I plan to cut it short when I get back. Why do you want to cut it? Shui Liang asked her. What is this called? Jellyfish head. It really looks like a jellyfish. Very cute. Sinling blushed. Really? Shui Liang said seriously. Really? Dwarf jellyfish is also a jellyfish. Oh, Captain, you are so annoying. The meal was very lively. Sinling talked about many things in the safe zone. Shui Liang listened with a smile and ate very slowly. Luo Qin carefully picked out the meat with even fat and lean meat and put it into Shui Liang's bowl. Noticing that he seemed to have no appetite, he pinched his hand privately and asked, Are you feeling unwell? Shui Liang shook his head. I drank more porridge this morning. And I'm not hungry now. After dinner, Zhu Yin was about to leave. The car of the Human Alliance was waiting at the foot of the mountain. Zhu Yin only took one ride. He didn't tell anyone where he was going next. I'm worried about him going down the mountain alone. You go and see him off. Shui Liang said to Luo Qin. It's okay to have Cha-Cha-Ka here. I won't be in any trouble. Luo Qin sent Zhu Yin out. Shui Liang stood at the door and watched the backs of the two disappear into the pine forest. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. He covered his chest and rushed to the pine tree in the yard. And retched painfully. Captain! Captain! Sun Ling was so frightened that her soul was about to die. She saw blood dripping from Shui Liang's fingers with her own eyes. Her knees went weak, and she almost couldn't stand. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you have any medicine? Shui Liang vomited so hard that he could hardly stand on the tree trunk. He knelt down weakly. Sun Ling hurried to help him. Water, get some water. Sun Ling ran back to the house and poured him a cup of warm water. Shui Liang rinsed his mouth with the whole cup of water and sat on the stone bench in front of the yard. Panting. He felt dizzy, and the bloody taste in his mouth could not be removed. What's wrong with you? Sun Ling was in a panic, and patted Shui Liang on the back in a panic. Don't scare me, Captain. Shui Liang was pale, and said weakly, It's a small problem. Treatment always has side effects. Just bear with it. Don't tell Luo Qin about this. Sun Ling said in embarrassment. He will know it anyway. Shui Liang smiled bitterly. He knows it, but I'm like this, so if he can see less, then let him see less. He can't sleep well every night now, because he's been too tired. Sun Ling felt a little weak. She looked down at Shui Liang's pale face, and asked sadly, Captain, after you woke up, I thought everything was fine, but now you're like this again. I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Cha-Cha-Ka, life and death are determined by fate. You can't force it. Shui Liang replied softly. I'm already very satisfied that I can hold on until now. Live life one day at a time. As long as you don't have any regrets. Will it get better? Sun Ling asked blankly and sadly. Captain, will it be better in the future? Shui Liang looked at her gently with eyebrows and eyes, nodding. Yes, it will be. He sat for a while, and got up and wiped his face with a hot towel, and the blood color was slightly restored. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at it carefully for a long time, turned his head and asked Sun Ling, Can't see it? Sun Ling helplessly, I can't see it, Captain. You are born beautiful, everyone loves you. Flowers bloom when you see you, cars get flat tires, okay. I'm not asking you if I'm good looking. Shui Liang sighed. Do you need to ask this? Sun Ling was at a loss. Captain, who did you learn this from? After Luo Qin came back, Sun Ling stayed for another half a day, and left in the evening. Shui Liang wanted to take her down the mountain. But Sun Ling refused. His eyes were reluctant to let her go. Finally, he just let him have a good rest, and went down the mountain alone. Luo Qin was rummaging through the medicine box left by Zhu Yin in the house, carefully sorting each medicine, and writing the frequency and method of use on the label. Lizzie, take one of these tonight. Luo Qin used a syringe to draw out the liquid from the medicine bottle. Flicked it on the wall of the tube. On the neck. Shui Liang pulled down his collar, exposing his slender neck. The fragile carotid artery was beating, and it was exposed in front of Luo Qin, as if he could crush it with a little force. Luo Qin thought about the possible reactions that Zhu Yin had mentioned. Took a deep breath. Let Shui Liang lie in his arms. Lychee. It may hurt later. Can you bear it? Okay. The sharp needle pierced Shui Liang's blood vessels. He groaned, and his hands unconsciously grabbed the bed sheet, gradually tightening. You are so obedient. Even if it is poison. You are willing to show me your neck? Luo Qin pushed the whole tube in, pulled out the needle, and immediately pressed the needle hole with a cotton swab. You are not alert at all. This is not good. What can I do if it is poison? Shui Liang said casually. It's a good deal for you to find a young and good-looking one, such as a little cricket, a little gecko, a little spider, etc., so that you don't have to guard my grave. Luo Qin laughed dumbly. You are holding a grudge. Right? Shui Liang snorted. That's too grudge. You? If you want to argue with me about this, I can talk about you snatching my toys when we were little and snatching my blanket last night. I snatched your blanket? You almost steamed yourself to death. Don't you know? If I don't pull the blanket for you, you will suffocate to death in it, and you won't feel it. Luo Qin pinched his face. Don't be so hypocritical, go to sleep. As a result, that night, the side effects that were more severe than any previous time began to appear. Shui Liang was almost fainted from the pain, the veins on the back of his hand were prominent, and he kept twitching and shaking, and he couldn't say a word. Luo Qin was panicking. He held Shui Liang to prevent him from moving. He felt the thrilling trembling of the person in his arms, and felt heartbroken. Luo Qin. Luo Qin, Shui Liang kept calling him intermittently. It seemed that he could no longer feel whether he was around. His sight became like an old TV screen that had lost the signal, filled with fine black and white snowflakes. He kept groping with his hands, looking for the warm place. It hurts. It hurts so much. Luo Qin grabbed his hand and pressed it against his face. Lizzie. I'm here. Touch me. I'm next to you. Shui Liang struggled violently. He didn't know that he was being held by someone. And he didn't know that his fingers were touching Luo Qin's face. The only thing left in the world was the pain of his blood vessels almost bursting and the suffocating feeling of his lungs drowning. He just instinctively kept calling Luo Qin's name. He arched his body, fell heavily again, and shook uncontrollably. Luo Qin could only hug him in the end, unable to shed tears, and mechanically repeated words of comfort. When the pain finally began to gradually subside like a tide, Shui Liang fell into Luo Qin's arms, panting, and his struggle slowly subsided. The black and white snowflakes in front of his eyes dispersed, and Luo Qin's face was blurry and distant, and he couldn't see clearly. Luo Qin. Shui Liang raised his hand, rubbed Luo Qin's nose with his fingertips, and then stroked his face, carefully stroking his forehead, nose bridge, lips and chin. Have you always been here? Always. Luo Qin rubbed his forehead, and his voice became hoarse for some reason. I know you are feeling bad, Lizzie, I am with you. I thought I was going to die. Shui Liang's voice was very confused. I thought so every time. You won't die, you will live a long time, and we will have many years together. Luo Qin kissed his lips and said, Go to sleep. Luo Qin didn't like to talk about this topic, about life and death. Once, Shui Liang was tortured by the side effects and felt like he was dying. He just went out to get a glass of water. When he came back, Shui Liang took a knife he had found from nowhere and cut his wrist so deep that the bone was visible. He was so scared that he dropped the glass, rushed over to grab the knife, and threw it away. That incident made him extremely scared, and he would never put a knife where Shui Liang could reach it. He knew that Shui Liang didn't really want to die, but he was in so much pain that he lost his mind. Shui Liang didn't know what he was doing. Self-harm might be another way for the body to instinctively divert attention, but Luo Qin would not allow him to do it again. Shui Liang fell asleep beside him, and he did not know what time it was in the early morning. Luo Qin listened to the increasingly heavy rain outside the house, tilted his head, and looked at the vague outline of Shui Liang. He was sleepless again tonight, and his body and mind continued to feel the afterglow of Shui Liang's pain. Chapter 291, Gathering and Parting. When Jimoro arrived, there was still an hour before Zhu Yan originally planned to leave. He crossed the street where the caravan was stationed, and saw his deputy standing on the roadside, so he went over and asked, Has anyone arrived? The deputy was stunned for a moment. Are you asking Dr. Zhu Yan? Yes. Jimoro was holding a cigarette, but did not smoke it, and was flipping the lighter in his hand. He left an hour ago, didn't you know? Although the deputy was puzzled, he still reported everything to him. I thought he told you. Oh, the doctor said, there's no need to see him off, he left first. Jimoro closed the lid of the lighter with a snap, and said in astonishment, He left? The deputy looked at him strangely, and nodded hesitantly. Jimoro's mind was a little blank. He looked at the other end of the street blankly. There were several zombies wandering aimlessly outside the electric fence. The setting sun fell at the end of the road, illuminating the pine forest on one side of the mountain road with 1,000 rays of light. The contrast between light and dark was strong. He left, he muttered to himself. Didn't he think of seeing me again? The answer was obvious. Jimoro stood on the side of the road for a long time. The patrol caravan members were replaced several times. The setting sun completely fell. He turned around and walked towards the car. There was no one in the dull carriage. Jimoro opened the door and got in, feeling the darkness gradually swallowing his shadow. He lowered his head, with his hands on his forehead. After an unknown amount of time, a faint sob sounded in the car. Jimoro remembered the beginning of his first friendship in his life. It was the most unforgettable friendship and warmth in his school days, which made the rebellious and irritable teenager no longer sneer at the word friend. He finally understood the taste of losing the friend who had reached out and pulled him into the world without arrogance. The friend who had never calculated or speculated in his eyes when looking at him. The once brilliant and promising young genius finally disappeared, along with the sparkle in his eyes. Life should be like this. Like a boat sailing upstream, with no way back. Time flies, and many people are destined to be separated. He knew that he would probably never see Zhu Yan again. Summer ended quietly. One morning, Shui Liang went out to get some fresh air, and found a few more dead leaves in the yard. The fence that Luo Qin had previously built around the house was covered with lavender morning glories overnight. He was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that it was already autumn. He had moved here for a few months, but he didn't feel that time had passed so quickly. The temperature in early autumn did not drop immediately. It was fine in the mountains, and the four seasons were never very distinct. It was different in the city. Jimoro was so hot that she ran here to avoid the heat for more than 10 times in the summer. Jimo Lang was hung behind him like a plastic bag. The two of them, one big and one small, ate and drank for free without blushing. Bai Wulu and Cheng Qingao often came when they were free, sometimes bringing some Ling, Lu Huai, Hua Mao or Jima Song, and they came in with their families. There was no place for them to stay. Luo Qin finally had to move to the hot spring resort on the top of the mountain with Shui Liang. Although he had to clean up every time, it was much quieter than a house full of people. Later, he found a way to connect to the power generation equipment halfway up the mountain, so he finally didn't have to live a pure primitive life. You two are going to the southwest this time, and you won't be back until next year, right? Shui Liang poured a cup of tea for Bai Wulua and Cheng Qingao, and asked. Bai Wulua nodded. It's probably after the new year. The disaster relief in the southwest is short of manpower. In addition to rescuing the survivors' camp near the safe zone, we also have to clear out the parasites entrenched there. It's very difficult to do. Jimoro said decisively. Why is it difficult? Kill them all. Shui Liang looked at Bai Wulua and asked, how do you want to deal with it? They are all poor people. They went to the exam with great expectations. After passing the exam, they thought they had hope for the rest of their lives. Who knew they would be deceived by Li Muki? Bai Wulua sighed. What we two mean is that it is best not to kill them, and to focus on relocating the survivors first. The southwest safe zone will probably be abandoned. It is not suitable for living there. We plan to build a new safe camp. Okay. Shui Liang patted his shoulder. You have grown up. I believe you can do it well. Bai Wulua hesitated for a while, and said, brother, I guess I can't spend the new year with you. Shui Liang smiled. You all have your own lives now, and you can go wherever you want. I am really happy. But if you and Cheng Qingao want to go home, you can go anytime. I will always be here. Bai Wulua didn't react yet, but Cheng Qingao sniffed first. Brother, don't cry. Shui Liang punched him on the shoulder. You are 30 years old this year. It's enough. Bai Wulua smiled and stuffed a walnut into Cheng Qingyao's mouth. Jimoro sat on the doorstep, whittling a piece of wood quickly, said, but don't forget, the virus causes irreversible damage to the brain. No matter how much those parasites look like living people, they are actually not much different from zombies. You are soft-hearted and want to keep them. They won't wag their tails at you like kittens and puppies. You are letting the tiger go back to the mountain. It's a waste. They are not exactly the same as zombies. Most parasites can communicate. Although they are a bit brutal, they are not impossible to tame. Li Muki conducted a very cruel experiment on Shui Liang, and those data later became an important source for his research on the red dandruff virus. Lu Huai said, before Zhu Yan left. He left me some information. Xiaobai and I will continue to study these parasites. As expected, when Zhu Yan was mentioned, Jimoro stopped talking. He pursed his lips, turned his face away, and silently chipped wood. Lu Huai successfully blocked Jimoro's mouth and continued. Zhu Yan went to see Li Shaohan 2 days ago, and said he wanted to ask one last time whether he was the one who spread the red dandruff virus. But he still did not admit it. Shui Liang listened while washing the tea leaves in the pot. After a while, he said, the red dandruff virus is very dangerous, but it is extremely powerful. Few people who have heard of the former Soviet Union's experiments are not greedy. Even if Li Shaohan didn't do it, others would find ways to snatch it and get it. The greed is insatiable. In the final analysis, the origin of this disaster is just greed. The teapot hit the coffee table, making a crisp sound. Jimoro raised her foot to sweep the broken wood aside, and said, "Forget it. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, Zheng Qingyao is quite reliable. Much better than Luo Qin, who only knows how to bleat all day long." Zheng Qingyao was stunned, and his low sense of laughter was instantly defeated by Jimoro. He supported Bai Wulua and laughed wildly, and was almost choked to death by the walnut. Bai Wulua looked at him helplessly, and stretched out his hand to calm him down. "Can you be more mature, Officer Cheng?" Luo Qin had just come back from drying mushrooms behind the house. He didn't know what they were laughing at. He looked at the closed inner door and asked, "Is Sunling still in there?" "I gave her new clothes, and she went in to change," Xue Liyang said. "Wait a minute." Sunling didn't come out of the house for a long time. Luo Qin waited for a few more minutes and couldn't help knocking on the door. "Little tail, are you done? Why are you rushing?" "Wait a minute." Xue Liyang sat outside and finished a pot of tea, and then saw the door of the room slowly opened. Sunling poked her head out first, and everyone's eyes were instantly focused on her. She was startled and almost shrank back. "What are you looking at?" She looked embarrassed and clung to the door frame tightly, refusing to come out. "What's so good about it?" Xue Liyang smiled at her and waved, "Xia Shaka. Come out." Sunling hesitated for a moment, slowly opened the door and walked out, wearing a light blue chiffon dress, and nervously grasped the hem of the dress with both hands. Jimoro whistled on the spot. "The sun is rising from the west. This is the first time I see you wearing a skirt. Isn't this skirt made of stainless steel?" "Of course not. This was given to me by my brother," Sunling argued with him. "I think it looks good." Luo Qin crossed his arms and looked left and right, nodding approvingly. "I was wondering, who has such good taste? It turns out that our lychee gave it to me. It really looks good." Bai Wuluo also said, "It looks good. You can wear it." Xue Liyang's eyes fell on the hairpin behind Sunling's head. Her long black hair was tied up in a pattern, which looked loose and neat. This is what Xiaolu gave me," Sunling stuttered. "Tie your hair in the summer, it's very cool. The skirt is ethereal and elegant, and the ends of her hair sway as she walks." Xue Liyang thought that she would look more like a jellyfish in this skirt, so he asked Luo Qin to find someone to design the blueprint and cut it according to his imagination. Since when, Xue Liyang never called Sunling by his code name again, and Sunling's name for him gradually changed from captain to brother. At first she felt awkward, but she got used to it after a while. The Blue Flame Brigade used to have 26 people, but now there are only 3 people left, and the name Blue Flame is gradually disappearing. Sunling will probably never forget the night when Xue Liyang and she had a long talk. He said, "Kaya Chaka, Blue Flame is gone. From now on you live your life well, and I hope you will always be as happy as when you first joined the team." It was the first time she saw Xue Liyang crying in front of her after such a long time. Luo Qin sat on a chair, peeling walnuts for Jimal Lang with Bai Wu Luo, while Xue Liyang smiled and listened to Sunling's chattering. She had compiled almost all of the caravan's experiences in the past few months into a biography, and told them to others one by one. "Little tail, you look really good in this dress," Luo Qin said to Sunling. "It's a pity. If Li Ji had given you this earlier, you could have worn it at the wedding." Sunling looked down at the swaying skirt. "This dress? Isn't it a little informal? How can a bridesmaid wear green?" "I think it's good," Xue Liyang said. "The white one looks good too. Lu Hui has good taste. You look good in white too." Luo Qin's eyes were full of nostalgia. "Especially the one I gave you at the wedding." Xue Liyang tilted her head and looked at him. "I haven't asked you yet. Why do I have to wear white?" Luo Qin said honestly, "You are very suitable for white. You are the best looking person in a white suit I have ever seen." Xue Liyang did not comment. "Huh? Is that so?" Red eyes, which was once praised as a blood-red nightmare, would one day be said to be suitable for the cleanest white. As for the wedding, actually, Luo Qin had mentioned it in the summer, but he hadn't figured out how to plan it at first. There weren't many people to invite. Xue Liyang planned to hold a simple wedding at the hot spring resort, because he didn't like it to be too lively. Luo Qin agreed, but he didn't want to delay it until winter, because he was afraid that Xue Liyang wouldn't be able to tolerate the cold during her recovery period, so he started discussing it with Bai Wu Luo, Sunling and others long ago, and chose a date. The wedding date was set at the end of September, and he was busy for nearly a month. On the wedding day, Luo Qin woke up very early. He opened his eyes and looked at the dim morning light outside the window, and suddenly he became energetic, hugging Shui Liang, who was still sleeping beside him, and kissing him wildly, which made Shui Liang so angry that he got up, and she waved her paws in his arms to protest. Luo Qin was full of energy. He dragged Shui Liang off the bed, successfully avoiding the possibility of her boyfriend running away from the marriage because of staying in bed. Shui Liang was still confused when he was shaken awake. It was the first time in his life that Luo Qin dragged him from the bed to the ground, not the other way around. He thought he was dreaming. But dreams are indeed the opposite. Luo Qin supported Shui Liang and reached out to open the door. The door handle was hit by something and made a clang. He was stunned and looked down at his fingers. There was a silver ring on his ring finger. The surface was brand new and shiny. The size fit his finger perfectly. Lychee? He subconsciously looked at Shui Liang. The ring on his hand was still in place, and it had not moved at all. Do you like it? It's a pair with mine. I made it secretly. Shui Liang's eyes were not fully open yet. She smiled and nodded. Then she leaned softly on his shoulder, trying to catch up on sleep. I like it. Luo Qin was a little stunned. I like it very much. I like it too. Shui Liang didn't know whether Luo Qin was saying that he liked the ring or something else. The voice gradually became lower, and soon the sound of gentle breathing came again. Luo Qin was so moved that he almost cried. But he still dragged Shui Liang out and said, Lizzie, let's go. Let's get married. I will treat you well for the rest of my life. I'm touched. Then let me sleep a little longer. No, that won't work. Shui Liang finally understood thoroughly that marriage is indeed the grave of love. What vows of love? They are all false. Men's nature is to say one thing and mean another. Chapter 292 White Horse. 14 photos in total, no backup, all here. The man handed a file bag to Luo Qin, a thick stack, wrapped tightly with cotton thread. Luo Qin nodded, pointed to the package on the hood of the car. Take it. In the car, Shui Liang leaned against the passenger seat, looking at the photos in his hand in a trance. Luo Qin opened the door, handed the file bag over first. Lychee, here. Put it there. Shui Liang turned his head and gestured to the back seat. I don't want to see it now. Okay. Luo Qin turned on the air conditioner and sat with him. The car window was opened a crack. The hot air outside the window surged against the coolness in the car. The photo Shui Liang was holding was a group photo of 3 people. He vaguely remembered that it was taken by Sixian and Simu's adoptive parents when he was in junior high school. This was the only group photo he could find, and it was also his only thought of his younger brother and sister in this world. He usually kept this photo close to him, but rarely took it out to look at it. It was not that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare. Luo Qin. I still have a feeling now. Shui Liang broke the silence and spoke. It's like a dream. What? Luo Qin moved his neck and said slowly. Shui Liang put the photo in his pocket, paused and said, nothing. Let's go. Luo Qin did not ask any more questions, started the car and drove forward. The wonderful tacit understanding between the two of them has made this silence a normal state. Usually, they can understand each other's feelings without words. It is Qingming Festival again. Shui Liang did not even think that he could survive until the end of winter and return to Songhe. The severe winter that just passed was even more bleak and cold than any previous year. Luo Qin was not willing to let him go out, and he stayed in the manor in Qingdao for the whole winter. When the snow was heaviest in winter, Shui Liang wore a thick cloak and sat on the second floor to watch the snow. The charcoal fire in the fireplace crackled. Luo Tiantian dozed at his feet. Jimo Lang lay on Luo Tiantian, playing with the butterfly knife in his hand. Luo Qin came over and brought everyone a cup of hot milk tea, which he made with black tea and fresh milk from the ranch. Jimo Ro had just woken up near noon, and came down from upstairs in her pajamas. Yawning, she looked lazy and noble, and asked Luo Qin what he wanted for lunch. This is a very quiet painting. When the ice and snow melted in the spring, Shui Liang walked out of the house, and felt the revival of life in the chilly spring. The Lantian virus in his body had been dormant throughout the winter, and gradually awakened in the first rain of the waking of insects. He knew that he had probably survived. The first thought that popped into his mind was that Luo Qin could finally sleep well in the future. He was not too pessimistic. The worst result was that he could go to accompany Sixian and Simu. Sixian and Simu's tombs were in a pine forest outside the city of Songhe, surrounded by mountains and rivers, a little remote and desolate, but the place was chosen by Shui Liang himself. He would come to see it every New Year's Eve and Qingming festival. He would always sit alone in front of the tombstone for a long time and remove the grass on it with his own hands. He didn't say a word, and Luo Qin didn't hear him say anything to the green tombstone. He thought it would be the same this time. He stood behind Shui Liang, staring at the green pine forest in the distance. Suddenly, he heard Shui Liang say, "Luo Qin, do you still remember how many years it has been?" Luo Qin thought about it and replied, 5 or 6 years. It's been 5 or 6 years. Shui Liang laughed. It's been a long time. In addition to suffering, natural disasters also bring numbness and dullness to the passage of time. Shui Liang has lost count of how many times the spring breeze and autumn moon have changed. Whenever he feels the chill of autumn, he realizes that another year is about to pass. The day when he felt the deepest about time was more than 10 years ago. That was the first time he saw his mother sighing in the mirror. Her beautiful face slightly tired, and she turned around and smiled at him. "Lychee. Mom has wrinkles." He remembered that the nickname Lychee was given to him by his mother. Shui Liang's mother Su Ru was not only famous and talked about, but also a celebrity who was listed in the excellent alumni yearbook of the Q University Academy of Fine Arts for several years. Even Fei Yingni praised this female student, who was not his disciple. But after marrying into the Shui family, she didn't even hold her favorite art exhibitions. Shui Yunting didn't like her to show up in public, and he coaxed her with nice words, telling her to be a rich wife. If she liked art exhibitions, he could ask his secretary to take her to Europe for a trip. Shui Liang had seen Su Ru looking sad at the works in the Louvre. Her eyes were once full of love for art, but later she could only stay in the cage, like a canary with luxurious feathers that could not sing or dance. This seemingly enviable life came to an abrupt end with the explosion of the terrorist attack that year. Su Ru's world fell apart with the death of her husband. The company's capital chain was completely broken, and many debts could not be recovered. She, a full-time wife who had never been involved in related fields, was at a loss. In the end, all the family properties were auctioned off to pay off the debts. She fell from heaven to hell. She had several mental breakdowns, and her hands were even shaking so much that she couldn't hold a pen. She could no longer supplement the family income through painting, which she was best at in the past. Finally, she was sent to the hospital due to severe gastric ulcers. In the past, she would sigh for half a day if she had just 1 or 2 wrinkles. But overnight, they were almost all over her face. At that time, Shui Liang had just entered junior high school. He had to go to school, take care of his younger brothers and sisters, and take care of his sick mother in the hospital. He didn't remember how he survived. Those few months were dark and long. Shui Liang walked into the ward under the sunshine on the corridor, opened the thermos in his hand, and inside was the ribs that were stewed until soft. The bottom layer was filled with millet porridge, which was still hot. He asked the doctor, "These are edible. Su Ru is in the recovery stage, and she can eat some light oil and light salt food." Su Ru sat on the bed blankly. Her cheeks were thin. Her face was so delicate and well-maintained before, but now it was pale and bloodless. Her body was wrapped in a large hospital gown, like a paper-made one. "Mom, you should eat a little." Shui Liang set up a small table for her and arranged the dishes. The doctor said, "You can eat now." Su Ru glanced at him, expressionless. "I'm not hungry, you can eat." "You can't not eat." Shui Liang put on a pleading gesture. Probably all mothers would soften their hearts to such a look in their children's eyes. But Su Ru still didn't move, and mechanically shook her head. "I don't eat." "You eat?" Shui Liang smiled a little stiffly, and her tone was still cautious. "I can take good care of you and Sixi and Simu in the future. Don't worry." The hope in his eyes was extinguished bit by Su Ru's silence. The other party was unwilling to even open her mouth to lie to him. "Then you have a good rest. I'm going to class, and I'll come to see you in the evening." Shui Liang obediently put away the thermos bucket, looked at Su Ru deeply, and turned to leave the ward. There is a parking lot downstairs in the inpatient department. The parking spaces are always messy and full. Shui Liang carried the thermos bucket, looking at the scorching sun outside the shadow of the building, sighed. He found a cool place to sit down, opened the lid of the bucket, and began to eat slowly. This was his first time learning to cook spare ribs, and it was pretty good. It was originally made for Su Ru, so there was little oil and salt, and it didn't taste good. He ate some with millet porridge, but it was too hot, and he had no appetite. The red rope on his wrist was bright, Shui Liang stared at it for a long time, touched the red rope, and laughed to himself. I want to eat ice cream. Forget it. It's too expensive. He felt full, and was about to pack up his lunch box, when he suddenly heard someone shouting somewhere. He was used to this kind of thing. The hospital is a place where pain and hope coexist. Hell and heaven on earth meet here. The helpless prayers of terminally ill patients, and the loud cries of newborn babies alternate every day. Several security guards ran through the parking lot into the building. Shui Liang also packed up and prepared to go to class. A young nurse ran past him, and said hurriedly to the phone, "A patient in the inpatient department of the Department of Gastroenterology jumped off the building. Hurry up and call for help." Shui Liang's ears buzzed. When he reacted, he had already rushed into the crowd of onlookers in the garden. He was trembling with fear when he rushed forward. He had already imagined the most terrifying scene in his mind. The bloody figure on the ground was not Su Ru. But he also recognized her. It was a man in the next ward, who had just undergone gastric cancer surgery. He did not recover well, and cried out in pain every night because of complications. The disease did not take his life. But he gave up first. Shui Liang's legs trembled after realizing it. He slowly withdrew from the crowd, isolated himself from those onlookers, and then turned and ran into the hospital building. He did not wait for the elevator, and ran all the way upstairs. When he rushed into the ward again, Su Ru was standing by the window looking down. He turned around when he heard the noise. "Lizzie, why are you back?" "Mom." Shui Liang put the thermos bucket on the ground and slowly approached Su Ru. "What are you looking at?" Su Ru calmly pointed downstairs. The guy next door jumped off the building. "What, do you think it's me?" Shui Liang couldn't hold on any longer. He grabbed the sleeve of Su Ru's hospital gown, covering his panic with a pale smile. "Take good care of yourself. I will find a way. Tomorrow I will sell the piano and the violin when I'm moved. Many musical instruments were not thrown away. I can sell them. The piano can't be sold." Su Ru shook her head. "Lizzie, you have to keep playing." Shui Liang didn't care what she said, and explained a lot of things without logic. Su Ru seemed a little impatient, and said to him, "Go to class quickly, I want to sleep for a while." She pushed Shui Liang away, and got on the bed, with her back to people, silently resisting communication from the outside world. Shui Liang had no choice but to walk out of the ward, looking back every step of the way. When he was about to close the door and leave, he suddenly saw Su Ru sitting up from the bed, looking at him with a faint smile. "Mom loves you, Lizzie." After she finished speaking, she lay down again. This was the last sentence she left for Shui Liang. That night, she died of shock caused by acute gastric bleeding. Shui Liang only took a quick look at her before she was pushed into the operating room. The next time they met was in the morgue. Shui Liang was stunned, and he couldn't even cry. He sat in the cold morgue. It was already midnight, but he was not afraid at all, until his neighbor called and asked him when he would be back. His brothers and sisters were waiting for him, and didn't even want to eat. He hung up the phone and went to the nurse on duty to get Su Ru's belongings, which were only a small plastic bag. The nurse told him that there was a note and 20 yuan under Su Ru's pillow, which was left for him. Shui Liang flipped it out woodenly, and saw a line of neat words on the note. "Lychee. Your mother left you some pocket money. Go buy ice cream. Don't sell the piano." That was the only 20 yuan Su Ru had left, until the next afternoon, when his mother's ashes were handed to him in the cheapest box. Shui Liang still felt like he was dreaming. He sat on the curb in front of the funeral home, staring at the box in his hand. "You finally don't want me anymore," Shui Liang said to himself. From then on, he felt that it didn't matter whether the days passed quickly or slowly. Xian Simu was fostered out, and he did not agree to the other party's proposal to adopt him together. Instead, he stayed in the house that Su Ru's parents left for their daughter, all alone, until one day Zhao Fengluo, who was transferred back to Hangzhou military region, knocked on the door. Time seemed to come alive after he and Luo Qin reunited. The long-forgotten pointer gradually broke through the rigid shackles, like breaking ice, and began to turn again. He suddenly understood the legend of Bai Lane, and understood what it meant to say that life is like a white horse passing by in the gap between heaven and earth, and it is just a flash. Luo Qin had heard Shui Liang talk about the past intermittently over the years, and it seemed like a dream. He could no longer be there in person, and he pieced together Shui Liang's life in the first 20 years from a few words, like reading a fragment of a scroll. and he didn't want to miss every line and every page. Lu Huai said that Shui Liang sold his piano and burned his manuscripts for no apparent reason. And it turned out to be this reason. After his mother passed away, he used this reason to trap himself, linking playing the piano with his mother's death. He knew how to digest the pain by himself. After sweeping the graves of Sixian and Simi in the morning, Luo Qin drove Shui Liang to the mountains and forests in another direction. They also wanted to see the Blue Flame Brigade. Those souls, who were sleeping in the hinterland of the snow-capped mountains, were placed by Shui Liang in the mountains. No one would disturb them, and no right or wrong would come to them again. When Zhao Fang Luo was transferred and handed over the Blue Flame Brigade to Shui Liang, there were exactly 26 people. Luo Qin did not know most of them. Shui Liang sent them to work outside, and they worked hard all day long and saved countless people from disasters. At least when Luo Qin knew about it. The Blue Flame Brigade had never gathered together, but Shui Liang knew the names and faces of each of them. In the Battle of the Ark several years ago, these people were almost killed or injured. Su Yugang led the rescue team to search the city for 3 days and 3 nights, but did not find any bodies. There are rumors that the body was destroyed by the rain, but there is no way to verify it. Falcon was buried secretly by Chen Nua, and even Sun Ling and Bai Wu Luo didn't know where he was buried. Therefore, when Shui Liang built the tomb, he could only put the shoulder badges left by each of them in it, which was considered a cenotaph. It is said that before the tragic rescue operation that year, Chen Nua, as a half-student brought up by Cheng Qingyao, had met him once. But Cheng Qingyao didn't mention it later, but went to the rooftop where Chen Nua died after the war. And every Qiming festival, he would leave the safe zone alone for half a day, without taking Bai Wu Luo with him. As for Zhao Fang Luo, no one collected his body after his death, and it was drowned in the sea of blood and corpses outside the safety wall. Like those infected creatures, they were cleaned up, burned, and it was impossible to tell who was who, and they were all buried as filth. When Shui Liang approached the cenotaph, Luo Qin noticed that his shoulders were tense, as if he was nervous, so he gently held his hand and said, "Relax." There was no inscription on the blue steel in front of him. The stone surface was clean and smooth, but the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and it was very desolate. Shui Liang walked over, his lips and eyelashes trembling slightly, and he sighed in despair. "Luo Qin, I'm sorry for Lan Yan. These people were buried here without any honor. As soldiers, they should not be so miserable. They could not be buried as heroes. And they died with resentment. I caused them to die in disgrace." Shui Liang said softly. "I, as a captain, did a terrible job." Luo Qin said, "If I hadn't promised them at that time to help rescue you, they might not have ended up like this." Shui Liang shook his head. "It's not your fault." Li Muqi was determined to get rid of Lan Yan. No matter who tried to stop him, the result would be the same. Fei Lao, Cheng Qingye, Si Xian, and Si Miao are all examples. I was stupid back then, and I couldn't beat him. He was silent for a moment, then said, "But I brought half a blue flame up, and I didn't let them die as heroes." Luo Qin's hand fell on his shoulder, and gently squeezed it. Zhao Fanglu, Shui Liang remembered something, and muttered to himself, "He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve to lie here with them. He doesn't deserve it. He would rather Zhao Fanglu's body be fed to dogs, eaten by vultures, and didn't even ask anyone to look for the body." He repeated those 3 words to Luo Qin. Tears rolled down his eyes, and he quickly raised his hand to wipe them away. The blue flame that guided the way in the darkness finally came to the day of extinction. Chapter 293 Reply. "Hey bro." Gina jumped off the truck enthusiastically, like a ball of fire burning from a distance, and rushed over to Shui Liang and gave him a bear hug. Luo Qin stretched out his hand to push the two apart, pretending to be indifferent. Hey, big sister, I'm still here. Take Gina to pick up the goods," Shui Liang said to him. "The Arctic Ocean has brought supplies to Songhe. The heavy snow blocked the road for a whole winter, making the trade route difficult, and they have replenished the supply for several months this time." Gina came this time, mainly to race against time to grab goods from the Americans. At the beginning of spring, the snow on the Sino-Russian border began to melt, and the cross-border highway was reconnected. The Arctic Ocean could not wait to send people to get the first batch of goods produced by Songhe Light Machinery in the new year. Black Falcon wanted to make a move, but the heavy snow in North America lasted until March. When they hurried over, there was no chance to pick up any. Shui Liang did business quite casually. He did not like to mass-produce these things, and there was no quality to speak of if they were shoddy. He only made a few batches a year as he pleased, and released the news after the completion, just to see who grabbed it faster. If he was slow to sell, no matter who came to ask him, no matter how much he said, he would always reply slowly, sold out. No more. Therefore, many people accused him of hoarding goods and seeking fame. It was obviously not a good thing. But he had to pretend to be great. In response, Shui Liang just said, then you don't have to buy it. The new anti-corrosion cold weapons and armor made by Songha Light Machinery have a much better manufacturing process than before, and the durability has been extended by 200%. Zena's eyes were shining when she walked into the warehouse. She was impatient to take out the delivery note. Before she put pen to paper, she heard a slightly provocative voice behind her. You want to keep it all for yourself this time. Isn't that a bad idea? Zena turned around dissatisfiedly and saw Ignat and Aaron standing next to the shelf with several delivery notes in their hands. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? We are doing the same thing, Ignat said cunningly. The last time, the Arctic Ocean robbed a batch of our goods. And this time, they are still not satisfied. How many people do you have? Zena said sarcastically. What do you mean by robbing? We got the goods by our own ability. Luo Qin didn't want to listen to them arguing here. He sorted the goods, signed a delivery note for them, and sent them out. Shui Liang kept a lot of this batch of goods, sealed them up and stored them in the warehouse, not actively selling them. Before the beginning of winter last year, a group of survivors traveled a long way to Songha, and found out Shui Liang's residence along the way, and tremblingly visited the legendary Red Eye with some supplies. This group of people said that they really couldn't survive. These unarmed unfortunate people couldn't fight or rob, were beaten all over the ground by parasites and recreated humans, lived today and didn't dare to think about tomorrow, and might be torn apart and eaten by zombies or other camps at any time. After Jima Song and Luo Qin took over the Ark, they signed a peace agreement with the survivor alliances around the world. Anyone who committed violence in the designated area and harmed the survivors would be forcibly detained. The crime of recreated humans harming ordinary survivors was more serious, and ordinary survivors were also given unlimited defense rights. More strictly, recreated humans who carried out attacks might be shot dead on the spot. And there were only 3 warning opportunities before that. But in the end times, it is indeed difficult for everyone to keep this agreement. After Shui Liang heard the other party's intention, he let them stay at the Alliance base at the foot of the mountain for a few days, then transferred a batch of unsold weapons from the warehouse to exchange with the survivors, and accepted their supplies. Barter. Very fair. Shui Liang looked at the bags of potatoes, yams, and white radishes on the ground. I don't make things for charity. How can I give them away for free? Luo Qin smiled in his heart. High-end weapons in exchange for a few vegetables. It is indeed a good deal. The night that Bei Binjiang and Hei Falcon left, Luo Qin entered the room and locked the door, blocking Shui Liang from bullying. Shui Liang was angry at him, but she couldn't resist. Finally, she had no choice but to compromise. Lizzie, I heard that you went to Shining by yourself last month. Luo Qin stretched out his hand and gently rubbed his belly, poking his fingertips gently. What did you do? You didn't even take me with you? He said this very aggrievedly, and in a few words, he cleared himself of what he had just done. Shui Liang was surrounded by one of his arms, looking down at Luo Qin's hand rubbing her belly, and said, Can you not do it like this? Luo Qin asked, What's wrong with this posture? Shui Liang pointed to her belly and said, Why are you touching here? Luo Qin spread out his palm and pressed down. Damn! Shui Liang almost jumped up. Let go! What's wrong? Luo Qin asked knowingly. Shui Liang propped himself up, his ears red and bleeding. It's flowing out. Don't press. Luo Qin pressed harder, and even began to knead the lychee pulp vigorously. Are you perverted? Shui Liang couldn't believe it. That's enough. Young man, be more restrained. Don't bite. Get your hands out. Luo Qin turned a deaf ear to him, and turned over and covered Shui Liang in his shadow. The wind blew outside the window all night. The next morning, the Alliance station was still shrouded in the early morning pine wind and morning mist. Shui Liang got up gently. Luo Qin heard Shui Liang take the key of the warehouse from the drawer in a half-awake state, thinking he was going to the warehouse. Luo Qin really couldn't get up, and didn't open his eyes, and tilted his head to continue sleeping. When he woke up, there was already a lot of noise outside the window. The Alliance members were banging pots and bowls to cook breakfast, and the smell of porridge drifted in, finally driving away Luo Qin's sleepiness. After he got up, he didn't see Shui Liang. So he took 2 bowls of porridge to the basement to look for him. In the huge underground storage area, only one warehouse had the light on. Luo Qin drank his porridge and walked slowly over. As expected, he saw Shui Liang's lonely back, sitting quietly next to the container. "Lizzie, what are you looking at?" Luo Qin approached and found that Shui Liang had a cardboard box next to him, which was filled with many old cowhide envelopes. He sat down curiously and handed a bowl of porridge to Shui Liang. "Drink the porridge." Shui Liang pulled away the letter paper spread on his knees, and said with a scare, "Don't get it dirty." "What? Who wrote you a letter that is so precious?" Luo Qin complained, picked up an envelope and looked at it, but was stunned. On the envelope, the words Shui Liang received were written crookedly with a watercolor pen. In the lower right corner, there were a few ugly small characters that were too ugly to look at. Luo Qin sent. It can be seen that the recipient's name was indeed written with the greatest effort. Although it was ugly in a way that still had some dignity. The sender's name was different. It was written so horribly that Song Jia would have been so angry that he would have shouted outrageous. Shui Liang shook the letter paper in his hand and said to him seriously, "Do you remember these? We found them in the basement of Shining Welfare House. The place was designed to be very fireproof. These were not burned at all." Luo Qin stared at the box of letters in a daze. It took him a few seconds to react. These were the letters he and Shui Liang wrote to each other in accordance with the agreement after they separated at the welfare house. He wrote each letter by himself, stuffed it into the envelope with hope, used the pocket money he had saved for many days to buy a few stamps, and affixed them devoutly. He had promised Shui Liang that year that he would write to him every year, until they were adults, went to college, and then they would meet again. At that time, Luo Qin firmly believed, and was extremely sure that, as long as he kept writing, they would meet again one day. But none of these letters were delivered to Shui Liang. Luo Qin didn't know that, even if there would never be a reply, he would still write one letter after another, and then ask Chao Yun to put it in the mailbox for him. Later, when he grew up and started to go to school outside, it became more convenient to send letters. He always carried his school bag to the nearest post office to send letters on weekends. "So, you didn't receive any of them?" Luo Qin's voice was disappointed, and there was a sense of relief. "I thought you just didn't want to reply to my letter." Shui Liang looked at him and asked calmly, "Why didn't you ever ask me why I didn't reply to your letter? You didn't receive any reply. Isn't it strange?" Luo Qin shook his head at that time. "I thought you had forgotten me a long time ago. But I promised you to send you a letter. And I also wondered if you didn't want to write back, but I still wanted to write. If I don't write back, will you still insist on sending it?" Shui Liang asked him. "Will you feel it's not worth it? I'm not someone you care about." Luo Qin smiled and said, "No, it's not worth it. I just want to know if you are doing well. Even if you write back to me, I know you are doing well, and I will feel relieved." Shui Liang's eyes were sore, and he reached out to touch Luo Qin's face. "You are so stupid that I am a little touched. You are very good. So good that even if I don't receive a reply, I still want to write to you." Luo Qin kissed his fingers. The letter was intercepted by Shui Yunting. "Right. This person has been like this from the beginning. And he kept all the letters we sent out here." His heart was in pain, and the grievances that he had never felt before suddenly burst out. In every letter, he shared his joys, sorrows, anger and happiness with Shui Liang, told the great musician about his dreams, planned for the future, and invited Shui Liang to participate in his life. When he wrote every word, he cherished it, stroke by stroke, and described the future far away in the horizon, and wrote until the eve of the college entrance examination. But Shui Yunting treated all this as a joke, and trampled on it at will. Even for 20 years, he was kept in the dark, and never knew. He thought he had a dream in his life, but now he found out that those years he thought were happy turned out that he was trapped in the welfare home in the border town of the southern city from beginning to end, and he never walked out. Shui Liang put his arm around his shoulders and whispered, "I'm sorry. It took me 20 years to receive these letters." He raised his hand to rub his eye sockets, held up the letter paper in his hand, and announced, "I'm going to organize these and make several booklets." "What for? Collect them?" Seeing his sudden joy, Luo Qin's mood also improved. My handwriting is too ugly. God closes this window for you, and will definitely open another door. Shui Liang held his face, and comforted him seriously. Luo Qin sat up straight and asked, then tell me, which door is it? The warehouse fell into a strange silence. Shui Liang was like being stumped by the teacher in class. He opened his mouth and sat up for a long time, and finally closed his mouth in vain. You lied to me. Luo Qin complained angrily. I don't have any advantages at all. Shui Liang was anxious. Yes. Of course I do. Luo Qin stared at him, as if he wanted him to make a list and talk about his advantages for 3 days and 3 nights. Shui Liang, that's it. Luo Qin stood up and walked out, starting to wipe tears. You don't love me at all. You, that. Shui Liang also chased after him, thinking quickly. You are kind. Luo Qin turned his head, looking deeply shocked. Then why don't you give me a good guy card? Returning lost property. Can eat, drink and sleep. Helping an old lady cross the road across the country. Volunteering to repair pigsty and water pipes for rescue teams. Internationally renowned pastry stylist, top auto repair aesthetics expert, champion of the first massage competition. Shui Liang named nearly 10 dishes in one breath. This is not even good. Point? You really want me to tell you what's good about your big thing, right? Luo Qin suddenly stopped and raised his mouth strangely. This is good. Shui Liang. He walked over and hugged Luo Qin, rubbed his hands on his arms, and said, You want me to tell you your advantages? How can I say it? I like them all. They are very common to me. What are the advantages and disadvantages? Luo Qin smiled even more happily and pestered Shui Liang, kissing and rubbing. Then let me ask you, did you wait for my letter when you were a child? Of course, I waited for 10 years, and I thought you didn't want to send it to me. Really? Really? Chapter 294 Tie the boat back home. Really? Did you see clearly? Absolutely true. I tricked you into falling into the stinking ditch. 2 men with guns sat in front of the temporary shelter, one fat and one thin, arguing until their faces turned red and their necks thick. Shui Liang sat in an open space not far from them, writing and drawing on the ground with a branch. He suddenly remembered a formula, and calculated it with local materials, completely unaware of what the people around him were discussing. This shelter is located in the agreement area in the middle section of Taihang Mountain Highway, which was built spontaneously by the survivors, and can provide a rest and shelter for passers-by, and can also exchange some necessary supplies. It was not deserted at this time. There were about 10 people sitting in groups of 3 or 5. All of them temporary residents. Since the Ark demarcated the agreement area, the public security in most areas has improved a lot. Although it is impossible to avoid all conflicts and contradictions, at least with the deterrence of the name of Red Eye, many people have restrained themselves. Deep in the hinterland of Taihang Mountain, more and more people gathered together relying on the terrain. Most of those who came to Songhe for help were introduced by Su Yugang. Shui Liang and Luo Qin went to Shangxi this time at the request of a group of survivors, and promised to help the people there open up new settlements and solve the problem of frequent attacks by parasites. In return, Songhe light machinery will be allowed to mine there. It is said that most of the parasites that escaped from the southwest safe zone and Songhe retain some human thinking and language functions, and are also highly aggressive due to the influence of the red scab virus, which is equivalent to the evolution of highly intelligent zombies. They will even imitate human behavior to carry out activities called entrapment, tricking survivors to approach, and then attack in groups, preying on living people, making it difficult for ordinary people to defend themselves. The Walker rescue team traveled all over the country and met many people who had not given up hope. After returning, they were touched and discussed this matter with Shui Liang. Shui Liang agreed to some of the requests. He did not like to meddle in other people's affairs, but would assist the rescue team in security control of the agreement area. After all, Luo Qin was still in the Ark. He had long announced to the outside world that he was tied to Red Eye, except for the occasional quarrels when they would make very outrageous and completely opposite actions. Most of the time, the attitude of one party represented the other party. At this time, the short man who had just started the conversation raised his homemade gun, aimed at a skinny zombie on the road, and with a bang, the neck and head were blown to pieces. The man cheered and reached out to shake off the gunpowder at the muzzle. See this gun? It's powerful, right? But compared to the batch of light rifles made by Songhe Light Weapons, It's not even as powerful as the skin of the heel, the short man said. But only a few of them were made. And they are all in the hands of the people in the Ark. Basically, those who place orders from there can only get cold weapons. Even Arctic Ocean International Security doesn't have such a big face to touch the hot ones. Sungha Light Equipment? Isn't that? The short man nodded, yes. It was founded by that red eye. Last month, I saw with my own eyes a group of survivors coming out of Sungha, pulling a truck of Sungha Light Equipment. Damn. I'm so jealous. Then why don't you rob it? The thin and tall man laughed. You have a gun. What are you afraid of? The short man shook his head quickly. Who dares? Do you dare? Do you know what happens to those who dare to rob Sungha Light Equipment? Red Eye sells to whoever it wants to sell to. And you dare to rob. Are you going to die? The thin and tall man was frightened and didn't dare to speak for a long time. At this time, another person interrupted. It's not as scary as you say. I heard that red eyes are not people who kill innocent people. But I know the group of people you mentioned. Let me tell you. They exchanged that batch of goods for a bag of carrots and potatoes. It's really weird. Red eyes are willing to do that? You said red eyes are not scary? Someone else retorted. Come. Look at my eye. Red eyes dug it out for me. Xue Liyang shuddered. Couldn't help looking over there. And shook his head in disgust. Bullshit. Are you worthy of having your eyeballs dug out? That's not right. I've heard of red eyes too. It's said that they have a good temper. They can also help people harvest corn and wheat. What? I think you are crazy. Really crazy. The group of people started arguing. Xue Liyang had a headache. And suddenly someone patted him from behind. Luo Qin stood behind him and handed him a bottle of water. Are you thirsty? Drink some water, we'll leave after a break. Have you finished investigating? Xue Liyang unscrewed the bottle cap and took a few sips. How is it? Luo Qin opened the file bag in his hand, which was exchanged from the black market dealer with supplies before the surveillance video of a certain alley on the night of the beheading murder in Baida town a few years ago. The complete video can no longer be found. These are the only static pictures restored by technical means. Look at the person in the picture. He ran out of the alley, passed a blind spot, and then disappeared. Luo Qin said. I carefully calculated the route and time shown in this surveillance video. This person should be the one who killed Tang Qi. Xue Liyang flipped through the 14 surveillance images one by one and said, why does this person dare to say that this group of photos is related to the death of Sixian and Simu? Luo Qin, Chung Qingao carefully checked the injuries on Sixian and Simu. They were not knife wounds, but were strangled by something like kite strings. Do you still remember that night in Baida town, someone also laid that kind of thin line? We all guessed that it was used to silence the murderer, but he seemed to have discovered it long ago, and wanted to kill someone by borrowing a knife, taking the opportunity to kill me. You mean, the person who wants to kill him, and the person who killed Sixian Simiao, may be the same person? Xue Liyang narrowed his eyes. It's really possible. To lay such a line, you can't have delicate skin and tender flesh, and your pawns must at least be trained, and there is a high probability that they will be covered with calluses and scars. Luo Qin said. The trap for silencing cannot be set too early, and the person sent to silence the witness is likely to confirm the target's death with his own eyes before leaving. So there were at least two killers active in the alley that night. One wanted to kill Tang Qi, and the other wanted to kill him, and the interval between them would not be too short, and they might even appear at the same time. Xue Liyang was silent for a while, and returned the information. It's not a very valuable clue. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and the pressure in his eyes suddenly dropped. I'll check, Xue Liyang said calmly. As long as he's alive, I'll find him. The sun was setting. Luo Qin walked to the side of the road, picked up 2 helmets on the handlebars, and gave one to Xue Liyang. He started the engine, looked back at the people still discussing on the side of the road, and even about to fight. Suddenly, he had an idea and said to Xue Liyang, none of them hit the point. Red Eyes is neither a good guy nor a bad guy. He's just a juicy little lychee. Xue Liyang ignored him, straddled his long legs and sat on the back seat of the motorcycle, put on his helmet, and gently patted Luo Qin's waist. Red Eye is one of the most popular topics for survivors around the world. It often ranks in the top 3 of the Ark forum topic rankings. And people will argue hundreds of stories for various trivial matters. From the legend of how Red Eye challenged hundreds of top alphas in the Ark to the reason why Red Eye quarreled with the executive in the Ark last week, to slander or worship. Everyone has different opinions. Luo Qin no longer pays attention to the discussion on the side. Twists the handle, and the motorcycle brings a wave of heat and speeds away. The wind on the mountain road blew against them, blowing their clothes back. Shui Liang put his arm around Luo Qin's waist and smiled. He seemed to have never smiled so happily before. His eyes looked very beautiful when they were bent, and they were bright and clear in the sunlight. "What are you laughing at?" Luo Qin asked. "After so many years, they are still so enthusiastic about red eyes," Shui Liang said with a smile. "Today's earth is still as noisy as before." Luo Qin's helmet reflected the red rope on Shui Liang's wrist. He also smiled and felt that everything was very pleasant. "That's great. That's great." Shui Liang nodded. The fiery red clouds in the distance penetrated the sky, and the red sun cast 1,000-foot light from the clouds, falling on the boundless vast land, sweeping away the bleakness and coldness of late winter and early spring, illuminating the road ahead without any shadows. The motorcycle tires passed a curve, printed black ruts on the ground, and rushed to the mountains at the end. The wind blew past his ears, and Luo Qin seemed to hear Shui Liang whispering to him, only stayed for a moment, and was carried to the sky by the wind. But he heard it clearly, and he would never forget it. "In the past, I traveled alone in a boat across the world, but now someone is accompanying me in the boat. The river and sky are vast, the wind stops and the rain stops. From then on, there will be no more wandering.